Chapter 1. A Marriage Exchange. Disaster. Disaster. The second son-in-law has eloped with the third young lady. The third son-in-law has arrived with the bridal sedan chair. The entire mansion is in an uproar. The old matriarch requests the second young lady to come to the front hall, immediately point 3 messengers, from a young maid to a middle-aged housekeeper, and finally to the elderly mama beside the old matriarch, rushed in with increasingly frantic urgency. Their voices tinged with alarm, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. Shen Ruojin, adorned in a resplendent scarlet wedding gown, sat before her vanity mirror, leisurely applying her eyebrow makeup. "What is there to panic about?" she inquired, unfazed. Her captivating phoenix eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, radiated both valor and allure, enhancing her already stunning visage. As she casually glanced over at the flustered maids, they were momentarily rendered speechless, silenced by her presence. While the entire Lingyang Marquis household was thrown into chaos, the maids of the second young lattice courtyard continued their tasks with remarkable composure, as if nothing were amiss. T her side, the maid Shi Jian, upon hearing the news of her master eloping, was about to erupt in anger. However, witnessing her mistress' calm demeanor, she quelled her indignation and remarked, "So what if the brother-in-law has run off with his sister-in-law? The sky isn't falling." Li Mama, exasperated, replied, "My dear second young lady, you know all too well that the third son-in-law, the young prince from the northern defense manor, is notorious for his reckless ways. Today, he personally came to escort the bride if he discovers that the third young lady has eloped with the second young man. Our Lingyang Marquis household would be in ruins. How is that not akin to the sky collapsing?" Though Shen Ruojin was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, she carried her mother's surname, Shen. Both daughters of the Marquis were set to marry on the same day. The second young lady, Shen Ruojin, was betrothed to the talented Pei Jing, who had excelled in both the provincial and national examinations this year. Meanwhile, the first branch's illegitimate daughter, Mu Yunwei, was to wed the infamous young prince of the capital, Qin Lang. In terms of status, the young Prince Qin Lang, born into nobility, was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. In contrast, Pei Jing hailed from humble beginnings, yet his exceptional talent had made him a sought-after candidate for the top scholar position after his remarkable achievements in examinations. His proposal to marry Shen Ruojin, based on her late mother's wishes, was indeed a significant rise in status. Shen Ruojin dutifully accepted this marriage arrangement in accordance with her mother's final wishes. Coincidentally, the young prince from a northern defense manor had also come to propose, and the Lingyang Marquis readily accepted his offer. As fate would have it, both weddings were scheduled for the same day, believed to bring double joy, yet unforeseen troubles ensued. Now, the entire household was in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan, scurrying in every direction. Unable to wait any longer, Li Mama urged, "Second young lady, the old matriarch and the master are awaiting you in the front hall." "Let us go," Shen Ruojin replied, placing her makeup tools back in the box. She gestured for the maids to assist her as she gracefully rose, her sumptuous gown trailing elegantly across the red carpet as she made her way through the corridor. Li Mama hurriedly followed behind. Half a tea time later, in the front hall, old matriarch Mu, fuming from the wait, repeatedly dabbed at her brow with a handkerchief. Upon seeing Shen Ruojin enter, she adopted an authoritative tone, displeased. "Why have you arrived so late? If I had come too early, the old matriarch would not yet have crafted her excuses that would be quite inappropriate," Shen Ruojin replied, bowing respectfully to the elders present, before taking a seat with an air of nonchalance. While she adhered to the formalities, she had not forgotten the principle instilled in her since childhood. No matter where you go, one must never neglect oneself. The old matriarch huffed. "What do you mean by that? And did I invite you to sit?" Among the young ladies of the household, she favored Mu Yunwei the most and held a distinct aversion towards Shen Ruojin. There was no particular reason for this disdain. It stemmed from the belief that Shen Ruojin's hard fate would bring misfortune upon her elders, while Mu Yunwei was considered a good omen for the family. Last night, Mu Yunwei had suddenly insisted on marrying Pei Jing instead of the young Prince Qin, leading the old matriarch to suspect her granddaughter had succumbed to some supernatural influence, prompting her to summon a master for exorcism. When the exorcism yielded no results, they heard Mu Yunwei make an astonishing claim. She had been reborn. Despite Pei Jing's current status as a mere scholar, she insisted he was a lost prince destined to inherit the throne, while Qin Lang, despite his current power, would soon fall from grace. Mu Yunwei proclaimed, "Shen Ruojin is ill-fated. Marrying Pei Jing will only bring ruin to the Marquis household. I, on the other hand, am destined to be with him. If I marry him, I shall one day reign as a queen, and our family will undoubtedly become the foremost clan." The old matriarch was skeptical of this tale, yet somehow, Mu Yunwei had eloped with Pei Jing, leaving a mess for them to handle. Observing the old matriarch's demeanor, Shen Ruojin surmised that she likely had prior knowledge of the elopement. Something was amiss, and she resolved to see how far their antics would unfold. The old matriarch, meeting Shen Ruojin's gaze, briefly faltered before regaining her composure. "Well, we have a more pressing matter at hand." Feigning a stance of magnanimity, she continued, "Yunwei and Pei Jing have both fallen ill and cannot attend their wedding. Yet the banquet is prepared, and guests are all ready. gathered at the gates that it is impossible to postpone the wedding, and we are left with only one desperate solution. Shen Ruojin accepted the teacup offered by a maid, gently lifting the lid to dismiss the floating leaves. If it is indeed a desperate solution, old matriarch, it might be best to refrain from speaking of it. You. The old matriarch was momentarily left speechless by her retort. Ruojin, how can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Is this how the Shen family raises you? Interrupted Mu Gaoyuan, frowning as he intervened in the verbal clash between his daughter and mother. At the age of 7, following her mother's death, Shen Ruojin had been taken back by her maternal grandfather's family. Raised by General Shen, she had been schooled in martial arts by a family of military leaders, only to be returned to the capital on the cusp of marriage. After a year of learning etiquette, her demeanor appeared refined, yet her inherent defiance remained starkly out of place within the Lingyang Marquis household. Shen Ruojin raised her gaze. The Shen family taught me to protect one another with our lives, to avoid manipulation and deceit. They also taught me that while one may consume many things in this world, the only thing one cannot afford is loss. Mu Gaoyuan was rendered speechless by her words. The old matriarch's fury escalated. The Shen family, the Shen family. You bear the Shen name, yet your heart only belongs to them. Why return here at all? Oh, I nearly forgot. 3 years ago, during the Battle of Beiyang Pass, the entire Shen family perished. That moment, Shen Ruojin felt as if a string within her had snapped. She set her teacup down on the table beside her, and in an instant, the table shattered under an unseen force, splintering into fragments. The teacup hit the floor, shattering into countless pieces, with scalding tea spilling everywhere. The old matriarch's words fell abruptly silent. The entire hall was engulfed in an eerie stillness. 3 years prior, during the disastrous campaign at Luoyua Pass, the current emperor had led the charge, only to return in defeat. 4 uncles and 9 brothers of Shen Ruojin had perished on that battlefield, defending their homeland and sovereign. Following that calamity, she was sent back to the capital, forbidden from setting foot on the battlefield ever again. The Shen family, once renowned for their loyalty and valor, was now left with only her grandfather, the nearly 70-year-old General Shen, still stationed at the border. Everyone knew that the phrase "the Shen family has perished" was Shen Ruojin's greatest taboo. Mu Gaoyuan was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He refrained from broaching the subject of how Shen Ruojin had shattered his proposal, swiftly diverting the conversation. Enough of this. Mother has no need to speak of such matters on this joyous occasion. And you, Ruojin, your uncle and cousins are watching over you from above. You must prepare yourself for a splendid marriage, so they may find peace. Before he could finish, the steward rushed in with urgent news. My lord, the wedding procession from the Duke of Bizen's residence has arrived at the gate. Startled, Mu Gaoyuan immediately commanded, secure the door tightly and gather more people to hold it shut for as long as possible. But we cannot hold them off, my lord. It is impossible. The steward trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Prince Qin has already forced the gate open. Chapter 2. He has arrived. Mu Gaoyuan was incredulous, exclaiming, has he truly broken through? How could that be? The gates of the Marquis's residence are fortified with 2 layers, reinforced with mysterious iron. Even in the face of banditry, they could withstand a siege for days. How could they be so easily breached? Shen Ruojin also found it strange. The doorkeeper, wiping his sweat, replied, indeed, it was not an easy feat. Prince Qin brought over 100 guards and employed a siege hammer. A siege hammer? Mu Gaoyuan could no longer remain seated. Who would use such a devastating weapon to fetch a bride from their father-in-law's home? This chaotic prince truly lived up to his reputation. I must go and see. Mother, please speak with Ruojin properly. Ruojin, you are no longer a child. You must be more sensible. We cannot allow our Marquis to become the laughingstock of the entire capital. As Mu Gaoyuan spoke, he strode purposefully toward the exit. The Marquis had unexpectedly passed away during an envoy mission, leaving behind a wife, a concubine, 3 daughters, and a son. Now, Mu Gaoyuan was solely responsible for all external affairs of the Mu family. The Marquis was anxious, worry etched on his face. He had thought that by securing the gates tightly, he could delay matters, but Shen Ruojin was disobedient, and Prince Qin was not easy to deal with. Both were formidable in their own right. Shen Ruojin remained silent, inwardly lamenting, this Prince Qin is indeed intriguing. Behind her, the attendant Jian, puffed up with indignation, remarked, what more do we expect our young lady to understand? If this were 3 years ago, she would have already taken a blade and pursued those eloping scoundrels for hundreds of miles. The ladies of the Marquis's family gathered in the front hall fell silent. As if struck by a chill, Mu Yunwei's mother, the main wife, Lady Yun, slid off her chair and knelt before the elderly matriarch, weeping. It is all due to the servants' failure in raising their daughter. Now that a grave mistake has been made, I implore the second miss to consider the greater good and help the Marquis's residents through this crisis. The conversation abruptly shifted. The matriarch nodded, saying, indeed. One must consider the greater good. The Shen family surely taught you this. Ruojin, if this matter were to reach outside ears, the young ones of our marquisate would struggle to find suitable matches. It would be difficult for you to seek another partner later. Grandmother has a perfect solution. Today, you shall take Yunwei's place and marry into the northern prince's residence. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruojin was both furious and amused. Yunwei elopes with my betrothed, and grandmother wants me to take her place? Is this truly a perfect solution? Listen closely. Is this even sensible? Lady Yun wiped her tears, continuing, Prince Qin, known as the fairest in the capital, is the son of the northern king, who commands an army of 300,000. And his mother is the daughter of the wealthiest family in the south. He possesses power and riches, coupled with an unparalleled beauty. If not for Yunwei's foolishness and illness, how could such a match be made available to you? The attendant Jian retorted, this Prince Qin is the capital's foremost dandy, a roguish figure amidst blooming flowers, with romantic debts that could stretch for miles. Why do you not mention this, Lady Yun? Lady Yun was momentarily taken aback and replied softly, which noble youth is not sentimental? The matriarch, appearing empathetic, sighed, who can deny that? In their youth, every nobleman has been reckless, once married. With a wife to manage them and a few children to care for, a man naturally becomes steady and responsible. Shen Ruojin was unconvinced, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she remarked, to place hope in a man becoming steady and responsible post-marriage is as futile as burning incense in a temple. Lady Yun countered, others may seek a suitable husband through prayer, but you, Shen Ruojin, are different. You are no delicate flower. You possess strength and cunning, and you can certainly manage Prince Qin to your liking. In that case, the affairs of the royal residence would be entirely at your command. Wouldn't that be more impressive than being a general? Lady Yun was indeed skilled in charming men and knew how to persuade young ladies as well. Shen Ruojin, having grown up in the general's residence, was surrounded by generals, her grandfather, uncles, and brothers. She often declared, I too shall become a great general one day. Now, with the Shun family reduced to her sole lineage, she could not afford to fail. Her grandfather forbade her from stepping onto the battlefield. Becoming the little princess of the northern prince's residence was indeed preferable to being the wife of a mere scholar, even if he were the top scholar. It could swiftly restore the Shun family's fortunes. Yet, Shen Ruojin sought more than mere household authority or present riches. This marriage was initiated by Pei Jing's breach of contract, and thus, she was no longer bound to her mother's wishes. She desired a new husband, power, and wealth. One day, she would seek retribution for the blood debts of the Shen family. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shen Ruojin spoke slowly. If that is the case, it may not be impossible. The matriarch and Lady Yun exchanged glances, believing they had finally swayed Shen Ruojin, and immediately instructed the maids. Do not stand there in a daze. Quickly assist the second miss with her appearance. The bridal veil, the red veil, where are they? Limama, go fetch the red veil adorned with paired flowers. One of the maids was sent to retrieve it, approaching to place it on Shen Ruojin's head. Shen Ruojin raised her hand. Wait. The matriarch's nerves tightened, though she maintained a smile, urging, if you have anything to say, Ruojin, please do so. Grandmother is listening. Shen Ruojin, with a hint of meaning in her tone, stated, I am changing my marriage today to uphold the reputation of the marquisate. Such a significant sacrifice calls for some form of compensation from those present, does it not? The matriarch, suppressing her pain, replied, I had originally planned to share half of Yunwei's dowry with you. Matriarch, Lady Yun exclaimed in alarm upon hearing this. Sharing half of Yunwei's dowry with Shen Ruojin, what will happen to Yunwei? Pei Jing is merely a penniless scholar, unable to even afford a home. Will Yunwei not suffer alongside him? Shen Ruojin replied calmly, only half? Why not give it all? Would that suffice? The matriarch, steeling herself, shot a glare at Lady Yun to silence her. Was this truly the time to fret over money? If they dragged this out any longer, the entire marquisate would lose face, and their standing in the capital would be at stake. Shen Ruojin remained silent, merely smiling faintly. I shall add another 10% to the second Mrs. Dowry. No, 30%. The main wife, Lady Sun, who had initially refrained from intervening, quickly spoke up. As she had a younger daughter still waiting for a match, Shen Ruojin, maintaining her unhurried demeanor, slowly remarked, having spoken so much, I find myself somewhat parched. Where's the tea? The tea is here, miss, please enjoy. Jian immediately brought a cup of tea. Shen Ruojin leisurely sipped, observing the panicked women of the marquisate, who were desperate yet powerless against her. The ladies in the hall were entangled in a dilemma over how much silver would be necessary to satisfy Shen Ruojin. Outside, With the siege hammer unleashed, nothing could obstruct Prince Qin's path. The guards and servants of the Marquis were utterly defenseless, forced to retreat under the pressure of the well-trained royal guards, drenched in sweat. As autumn dusk fell early, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard, illuminating the vibrant red silk decorations. In the midst of floral splendor, the groom, clad in a scarlet wedding robe, traversed through the blossoms. At the tender age of 20, he was tall, graceful, and extraordinarily handsome. With his left hand resting behind him and his right playing with a priceless 8-treasure brocade ball, he strolled lazily through the crowd, his enchanting peach blossom eyes exuding charm without the need for a smile, causing all present, young and old alike, to blush and stammer. As the brilliance of the sunset paled in comparison to his presence, guests gathered in clusters, whispering, "Indeed, Prince Qin lives up to his notorious reputation." Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems especially rife with them. To fetch his bride by blasting through the in-laws' gates is truly unprecedented. Do not laugh so loudly. Pity the Linyang Marquis, who is in dire distress. Though they spoke thus, the guests could hardly contain their laughter. Mu Gaoyuan was anxiously pacing back and forth, attempting to both intercept and persuade, "Your Highness, it is unwise to act in such a manner." Qin Lang casually tossed the exquisite 8-treasure glazed ball into the air, and amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, he effortlessly caught it with a single finger, spinning it gracefully at his fingertip. The young prince cast a sidelong glance at Lord Linyang, a half-smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I care not whether a person is ill, has fled, or has passed away. One must see the living when alive and the body when deceased." Chapter 3. The bride. I have taken away Shen Ruojin, along with a group of ladies from the Marquis' residence, sat in the hall, discussing the necessary dowry. Before they could see Qin Lang, his voice reached them first, more arrogant and overbearing than the rumors suggested. The young prince jested, claiming that it was inauspicious to be so merry on the day of the wedding. He insisted that they bring forth the bride, even if it required carrying her. Mu Gaoyuan, unable to intervene, was in a state of panic, perspiring profusely. He raised his voice for the ladies present to hear, urging them to press Shen Ruojin's head down so she could ascend the flower palanquin to the Wangfu of the northern king and help the Marquis' residents avert this calamity. Qin Lang chuckled, instructing his guards to fetch the bride. The guards complied and hurried to the backyard. The ladies of the Marquis' residence, alarmed by the commotion, were left in a state of disarray, questioning how to manage the situation. Mu Yunwei was not even present in the Marquis' residence. Her purported illness was merely a pretext. If this matter escalated, the Marquis' family would lose face in the capital. The old lady of the Mu family, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, proposed doubling the dowry. "Come, Ruojin, we have no time to waste. Quickly don the red veil and enter the palanquin." However, Qin Lang's intention to search the Marquis' residence to clarify the situation aligned with Shen Ruojin's desires. Elopement was elopement. There was no need for the pretense of illness and bed rest. If the Marquis' residence did not strip away the veil of shame today, Mu Yunwei might later claim her sister had stolen her suitor. Shen Ruojin, calm and composed, remarked that her mistrust of the old lady was not personal, but rather due to a lack of evidence. The old lady was almost at her wit's end. Yet before she could respond, the guards returned with the report that the bride was nowhere to be found, neither in the garden, the woodshed, nor the restroom. The old lady cursed Shen Ruojin silently, forcing a benevolent facade as she offered to draw from her private treasury to enhance the dowry, allowing Shen Ruojin to take it all with her. Shen Ruojin did not refuse, and the old lady took it as consent, quickly dispatching servants to gather silver notes and jewels for her. The dowry amounted to 10,000 taels in silver, totaling 20,000 taels combined. Most of these items were originally Shen Ruojin's mother's dowry when she entered the Marquis' residence, intended for her. However, the old lady monopolized her daughter-in-law's dowry, claiming both granddaughters had equal amounts, while secretly doubling Mu Yunwei's share. Little did they know, Mu Yunwei's sudden decision to elope meant all the prepared dowry now rightfully belonged to Shen Ruojin, along with the elusive Qin Lang as her husband. Shen Ruojin considered this a performance, nodding as she declared her intention to meet the young prince. The guards had already revealed Mu Yunwei's absence. It was time for her to make an appearance. Quickly, lower all the red veils at the entrance. Assist the second young lady to exit through the side door. Ensuring she goes unnoticed, the old lady urged, wishing she could personally escort Shen Ruojin out. Is this truly necessary? Shen Ruojin pushed away the hand of the matron and walked towards the door herself. Before anyone could react, she stepped into the evening breeze. The setting sun casting a golden glow upon the intricately carved wooden door, illuminating her bridal attire, where the golden embroidery of phoenix feathers shimmered as if alive. Outside, guests murmured about the whereabouts of the third Miss Mu, speculating on the absence of the groom, Pei Jing. Could it be they have truly eloped? The gathering erupted in astonishment at the absurdity of such an event in a noble family. Qin Lang, devoid of any visible anger, feigned distress as he inquired of Mu Gaoyuan how his palanquin could be at the doorstep with no bride to accompany it. Mu Gaoyuan was left speechless, drenched in sweat, while the surrounding murmurs mocked his predicament, wishing he could vanish into thin air. He feared the young prince's wrath, which seemed relentless, leaving no room for dignity. In such dire straits, Shen Ruojin stepped forth from the hall, clad in her wedding gown, and addressed Qin Lang. Your bride has fled with my groom. Shall we make do with one another? As Qin Lang turned to her, he halted the spinning of the ornate embroidered ball he held, his expression one of surprise. Shen Ruojin appraised him, noting his refined stature and charm, his romantic eyes sparkling. Indeed, he was the most handsome man in Shengjing. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, time stood still. Qin Lang, with a playful smile, tossed the jeweled ball toward her. The guests gasped, for the ball was encrusted with gems of immense value. Yet, Shen Ruojin effortlessly caught it. For me? She inquired. Indeed, for my bride, Qin Lang replied with a smile. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a situation that seemed so dire could shift so rapidly. Mu Gaoyuan, though initially taken aback, felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the young prince could be appeased, it would be a blessing. Qin Lang, bowing gracefully, expressed, as this is my first marriage, I lack experience. I hope to be forgiven for any offense. The guards echoed his sentiments, urging Mu Gaoyuan to grant forgiveness. Caught off guard by the chorus of voices, Mu Gaoyuan struggled to respond, while the crowd's eyes shifted between Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, whispering about the second young lady's rough upbringing and her supposed lack of refinement. Is it blind to say she is ugly? Such rumors have circulated in the capital for quite some time. She is said to be as beautiful as a celestial being, while the legitimate daughter is characterized as a coarse and unattractive woman, distinguishing between fortune and misfortune solely based on beauty. Little did anyone expect that Shen Ruojin was not only not ugly, but possessed a beauty that rivaled the heavens. With such stunning allure, it is no wonder that the young Prince Qin, who moments ago referred to her as the daughter of the Duke of Linyang, has now respectfully addressed her as father-in-law. At this moment, Shen Ruojin stood under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd but paid them little mind, idly playing with the embroidered ball, counting the red gemstones adorning it, and estimating its worth in silver. The matchmaker glanced at the sky, sensing that it was time for the couple to unite, and called out loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride shall ascend the bridal sedan." With that, Qin Lang's gaze fell upon Shen Ruojin. As a gentle breeze brushed by, he stepped forward, swept her into his arms, and turned to leave. Shen Ruojin had never been held in such a manner before, and her heart skipped a beat. She nearly lost grip of the precious embroidered ball in her hands. Instinctively, she wrapped her arm around Qin Lang's neck to steady the valuable treasure. The guests around them gasped in astonishment, some boisterously teasing. Who carries the bride away like this? Is this a wedding or a kidnapping? Young prince, you're far too eager. Qin Lang, cradling Shen Ruojin as they passed through the corridor, chuckled with delight. I have taken her away. Chapter 4. Entering the bridal chamber. Qin Lang, with his striking charm and carefree demeanor, laughed as he navigated through the throngs of guests. Shen Ruojin watched him with a smile, contemplating that if her brothers were still alive, their wedding day would undoubtedly resemble this joyous occasion. What are you dazed about? Qin Lang playfully lifted her into his arms, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. Shen Ruojin, the way you gaze at me makes me suspect that today a sudden bride change was a scheme devised by you. Shen Ruojin's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Indeed, I have been enamored by the handsome prince and have orchestrated countless plots to achieve this moment. What will you do now? Her words, laced with irony, were delivered with the sincerity of truth. Dealing with someone like Qin Lang required a contrarian approach. Very well, it seems that only you, Shen Ruojin, could outwit me. Qin Lang, hence, you shall be brought home, where I intend to know you inside and out. With one arm around Shen Ruojin, Qin Lang's other hand glided down her back, playfully tapping her lower back. A tingling sensation coursed through her. She nearly sprang up in surprise, but restrained herself due to the crowd. She adjusted his collar, signaling him with her eyes to temper his antics. Qin Lang's laughter grew heartier. Soon, they arrived at the gates of the Marquis's residence, where curious onlookers had gathered in droves. Qin Lang lifted Shen Ruojin into the bridal sedan chair, taking the red veil from a maid and placing it over her head, claiming it was for good fortune on such a momentous day. Inside the sedan chair, Shen Ruojin's view was obstructed by the veil, but she could hear the continuous congratulatory shouts and festive music resonating through the bustling streets. After half an hour, they reached the North Town King's manor. As Shen Ruojin entered, still adorned with the red veil and led by Qin Lang with a red silk cord, a furious voice erupted from the front hall. "You wretched fool! How dare you use a battering ram to break open the Marquis's gate? Are you here to fetch a bride or to seize one?" Simultaneously, a vase hurtled towards them. Without a moment's thought, Qin Lang stepped forward, shielding Shen Ruojin behind him. She wrapped her arm around his waist, pulling him slightly aside while deftly returning the vase to its original spot beside the North Town King, where it wobbled precariously before settling. The North Town King and his wife exchanged glances, astonished by the bride's remarkable agility. They thought, amidst the chaos at the Marquis's residence, Qin Lang had indeed traded a mere fisheye for a precious pearl. "Impressive aim," Qin Lang remarked with a chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the vase that had been aimed at him, as if such occurrences were part of his daily life. Shen Ruojin, her view still veiled, could sense the North Town King's escalating fury. He, wielding military power, was often wary of imperial scrutiny and thus treaded carefully in all matters. Yet, he had a son who was his polar opposite, Qin Lang, renowned for his debauchery and flamboyance. "Father's temperament is somewhat volatile. Please pardon my husband," Qin Lang whispered to Shen Ruojin, leaning closer. Shen Ruojin, momentarily speechless, thought, "Do you take me for a fool?" The North Town King's ire flared even higher. With a mocking smile, Qin Lang replied, "Father, with such keen senses, how could you possibly be deaf? Please refrain from cursing yourself." The North Town King roared, "You rebellious son, cease your clever talk. Using a battering ram within the imperial city is a crime punishable by death for your entire clan. Hurry to the palace and plead for forgiveness, unless you wish to see our family extinguished." Shen Ruojin calmly interjected, "That was not a battering ram." When Qin Lang had carried her out, she had caught a glimpse. Although he was bold in his actions, he would not dare to employ such heavy artillery in the imperial city. The gatekeeper, unfamiliar with true battering rams, mistook the large contraption for one, especially since the gate had indeed been breached. Qin Lang countered, "Listen, my wife claims it was not a battering ram. What of it? It was merely a large wooden post with a few modifications. The Marquis's gate was poorly constructed. It collapsed upon impact. How can you blame me?" The North Town King fell silent. The North Town Princess intervened, gently attempting to mediate. "Very well, as long as it wasn't military equipment used. The ruckus at the wedding was perhaps a bit excessive. Erlang must have accidentally damaged the Marquis's gate. Let us send someone to repair it. It is unbecoming for a father-in-law to chastise his son-in-law so publicly, don't you think, Your Highness?" Qin Lang, being the second son, was affectionately referred to as Erlang by those close to him. The North Town King, exasperated, found it hard to believe that the elaborate gate of the Marquis's residence could have been accidentally dismantled. The North Town Princess's temper was also beginning to fray. What did the king expect? The Marquis's illegitimate daughter had fled before, and if they had not burst in today, the bride would have been lost and ridiculed throughout the capital. Your refusal to assist is one thing, but to throw vases is utterly disgraceful. What kind of father are you? She continued. Regardless of whether the bride was fetched or seized, she was brought here through his own merit. The North Town King was at a loss for words, his anger slightly subsiding as he muttered, "Qin Lang's current debauchery is all you're doing." The North Town Princess merely huffed in response, ignoring him. "Mother speaks wisely," Qin Lang smiled. "If you intend to punish me, please do so another day. The sky is darkening, and I am eager to enter the bridal chamber. You." The North Town King felt like overturning the table, but paused upon noticing the bride standing quietly beside him, reminding him that she was the last remaining descendant of the esteemed General Shen, whom he held in high regard. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Shen Ruojin, his expression solemn. "Ruojin, my son is a reckless fool, and he is not a fitting match for you. I understand you have returned with him out of necessity. How about this? I shall adopt you as my goddaughter, and you may reside in the manor, awaiting another opportunity to choose a worthy husband. What do you think?" Qin Lang scoffed. "What a true father you are." "Absolutely not." Shen Ruojin stood tall, not only rejecting the proposal, but also retorting, "If you are not me, how can you assert that Qin Lang is not a suitable match?" She sought to leverage the North Town King's authority and the wealth of the princess's family to avenge the Shen family. And merely being a goddaughter of the manor would not suffice. The North Town King was momentarily speechless. Matters of romance are often a matter of mutual consent, and the idea of a suitable match is never absolute. Moreover, having just lost her fiancé to her half-sister, he assumed her thoughts were clouded by recent turmoil, making it inappropriate to further persuade her. Father, if I am unworthy of Shen Ruojin, then who in this world is worthy? Qin Lang stood beside her, resembling a perfect pair. Before the North Town King could respond, the princess clapped her hands, exclaiming, "A perfect match indeed. You are brazenly fearless, and she is unyieldingly brave. You two are destined for each other." The princess had originally opposed Qin Lang marrying the Marquis's illegitimate daughter, but when that girl eloped with Pei Jing, it unexpectedly paved the way for the legitimate daughter, Shen Ruojin, to enter the family. Raised by the Shen family, Shen Ruojin naturally possessed excellent character. Rumor had it that her martial prowess was commendable, and her remarkable display upon entering was impressive. Most importantly, she had the insight to see the potential in Qin Lang to become a worthy husband, not minding his wild ways, and chose to marry him instead of accepting the status of a goddaughter in the manor. Was this not a fated union? The princess regarded Shen Ruojin with satisfaction. "What are you waiting for, matchmaker? Why are you still dawdling? Sing the wedding songs. The sky is nearly dark. We cannot miss the auspicious hour. Quickly, proceed with the wedding ceremony." As a gentle breeze swept through the bridal chamber, everyone busied themselves. Someone placed a soft red silk cloth into Shen Ruojin's hands, its other end held by Qin Lang. The sounds of joyous music and congratulatory cheers filled the air as Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang performed their rites. "First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our ancestors." The couple bowed to each other, and thus they were led into the bridal chamber. Chapter 5. Blushing within the bridal chamber, the joyous candles flicker brightly. With a wave of his hand, Qin Lang dismissed the sword attendants and other maidservants, leaving the room in sudden silence amidst the clamorous sounds outside. As the red veil was lifted, Shen Ruojin met the gaze of Prince Qin, whose expressive and smiling peach blossom eyes captivated her. This temporary husband was undeniably handsome, a rare beauty that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. Alone beneath the hibiscus canopy, illuminated by the warm candlelight, Shen Ruojin found herself unable to contain her racing heart and flushed cheeks, despite having grown up amidst handsome men. "What makes you blush, Shen Ruojin?" Qin Lang suddenly leaned in, gently flicking her earlobe with his finger. The bride's fair skin took on a hint of rosy hue, making one crave to taste her sweetness. Qin Lang chuckled softly beside her ear, observing how flushed her ears were. "Weren't you quite bold before the wedding carriage? You even dared to publicly ask if I wanted to swap brides. Yet now, she seemed a bit nervous and restrained." Shen Ruojin, typically composed in the face of adversity, felt the weight of the moment as she realized she was merely 18 and marrying for the first time. However, her resilient spirit would not be subdued. She firmly grasped Qin Lang's hand and pulled him to sit beside her on the wedding bed. The red silk canopy swayed, and the auspicious fruits scattered across the floor. As Shen Ruojin held Qin Lang's hand against the bedpost, she declared, "It's not that I'm blushing, rather, it is your eyes that are red and your palms that are warm, my husband." The address caught Qin Lang off guard, yet he quickly responded by clasping her hand in return, pushing her gently onto the couch. With a playful smile, he remarked, "You are quite forward." Shen Ruojin, intending to kick him in jest, hesitated, realizing that this was her new husband and not an adversary. She retracted her leg, trying to relax her body. "Aren't you in a hurry? We haven't even shared the nuptial wine yet, and you wish to consummate the marriage?" Their bodies were so close that they could feel each other's warmth, the atmosphere undeniably intimate. At that moment, a servant knocked, calling out, "Second young master. The heir is looking for you. You should come out to greet the guests." "Not going," Qin Lang replied without a second thought, still pinning Shen Ruojin against the couch. What guest could be more important than accompanying his bride? Let them entertain themselves, he had no interest. Shen Ruojin nudged him. Yet Qin Lang not only remained seated but also removed her phoenix crown, casually placing it aside. Her long hair cascaded down, adorning the red silk quilt, transforming her already stunning appearance into something breathtaking. The atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly warm and enchanting. When the servant failed to persuade the groom to leave, he departed with his head bowed. Soon after, the steward of the estate arrived, standing outside the window and respectfully announcing, "Second young master, the prince requests your presence." "Not going," Qin Lang was incredulous, finding it absurd that his father would disturb their wedding night. You cannot say such things lightly. The steward, unable to convince the groom, turned to return with the report. Are you truly not going? Shen Ruojin couldn't help but laugh, exerting a bit of strength to push Qin Lang onto his back. The bed was now strewn with peanuts and red dates, causing a delightful mess. Qin Lang, however, found himself quite comfortable, playfully twirling a strand of Shen Ruojin's hair around his finger. If I go, would that not leave you alone in the bridal chamber? Before she could respond, another voice urgently called from outside. Young master, trouble. Haidang Hong is on stage singing, but a drunken scoundrel has climbed up to tear her clothes off. Qin Lang propped himself up on the bedpost, slowly sitting upright. What is this nonsense? The voice continued. It is the second son of the Li family. He knew that the young master was marrying today and seized the opportunity. If you were here, he would not dare. Qin Lang scoffed but said nothing, instead rising to loosen his wedding attire. Seeing him being summoned thrice without leaving, Shen Ruojin could not help but ask, are we truly to consummate the marriage tonight? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, countering with a question, are you afraid? Not exactly fear, Shen Ruojin replied, intrigued. It is merely puzzling that you, the esteemed prince of the northern defense, would suddenly take an interest in a concubine from a marquis family, marrying her as your legitimate wife, and on the same day no less. You agreed to the bride swap without hesitation. Now, you abandon the beautiful actress you lavishly courted to stay in the bridal chamber with me. She scrutinized Qin Lang, articulating the illogical aspects of his actions, concluding, you are indeed quite peculiar, Prince Qin. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of avoidance crossed Qin Lang's gaze, as if a long-buried secret had been unearthed. Thus, the romantic figure revered in brothels and the charming guest of the exquisite pavilion could not bear to meet Shen Ruojin's eyes any longer. He turned away, hanging his wedding attire on a rack and donning a common outfit instead. As he tied his clothes, he took a deep breath and returned to her side, gazing down at the bride. What thoughts occupy your mind, Shen Ruojin? Surely, you do not think I undressed to bed you? Shen Ruojin remained silent, having indeed thought so just moments prior. You wishful thinker, Qin Lang teased. Her eyes widened in surprise at his sudden change of demeanor. Qin Lang continued. I was merely testing you, yet I did not expect you to bite so easily. You truly harbor ulterior motives towards me. Is that so? Shen Ruojin felt a mix of amusement and frustration. If I do not have some intentions, I would only be at a disadvantage. After all, she sought the power and wealth of the Northern Defense Prince's residence through this marriage, so Qin Lang's accusations were not entirely unfounded. Qin Lang regarded her closely. You should know what can be gained and what cannot within the estate. Indeed, Shen Ruojin nodded. Wealth and power can be sought, but genuine love and sincerity cannot. She was acutely aware of this truth in her heart. Qin Lang turned and exited the bridal chamber, summoning several guards to leave the estate that very night. Shen Ruojin, hearing the commotion, realized he was off to rescue the damsel in distress. It seemed unlikely he would return that night. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she rose to remove her wedding gown, leaving only the inner layer of white garments. The noise from Qin Lang's departure echoed loudly, stirring the maidservants outside to gossip, speculating that the newlyweds had not shared a bed on their wedding night, suggesting the marriage might not last. The sword attendant brought in hot water, quietly inquiring, on the wedding night, why did the young master leave the lady alone? He fears I might have ulterior motives, Shen Ruojin replied, touching her earlobe, which still felt warm. Yet, she couldn't help but notice that Qin Lang's departure had an air of urgency, almost as if he were fleeing. Strange occurrences were not uncommon, yet today felt particularly peculiar. Chapter 6 Does the young prince fear the lady's ulterior motives? The sword attendant, caught off guard by such an answer, murmured under his breath about the peculiarities of this new son-in-law. Shen Ruojin sighed softly. Who can remain unscathed after prolonged confinement in a cage? If he possesses eccentricities, so be it. She had never intended to cultivate a romantic relationship with Qin Lang. The prospect of marriage was a matter of necessity rather than desire. She contemplated the idea of stepping into the bridal sedan and clarifying matters in the bridal chamber, yet to her dismay, both those within and outside the estate continually interrupted her, leaving her no opportunity to establish any terms with Qin Lang. Fortunately, the young prince was preoccupied with the heroic act of rescuing a damsel on their wedding night, indicating that he was also inclined to embrace the pretense of marriage. On the following day, as dawn broke, Shen Ruojin proceeded to the hall to offer tea to the prince and princess. The household was well aware that the young prince had forsaken his bride for a performer the previous night, and their gazes toward her were filled with scorn and sympathy. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, she overheard an angry outburst. It was he who had arranged the last-minute marriage and abandoned his new bride on their wedding night. Did he truly believe he could act so shamelessly? The king of Northern Zhao, indignant, resolved to personally retrieve his wayward son from the theater and administer punishment. However, the princess intervened, asserting that Lang was now a married man and his affairs were to be managed by his wife, thus negating the need for paternal intervention. The steward and others present advised that it would be futile to bring the young prince back in anger. Instead, they should first ensure the comfort of the new bride. A lively discussion ensued, creating quite the commotion early in the morning. The prince, calming down, turned his attention to Shen Ruojin, who stepped into the room. Bathed in the soft morning light, her husband had left the estate not out of frivolity but to rescue someone. He had not intentionally neglected her, and the prince and princess need not concern themselves with it. The assembly in the hall turned to her, observing the tranquil demeanor of the bride who had spent a night alone in the chamber. Her expression remained serene, her gaze gentle, and a hint of a smile graced her lips, despite her newlywed husband being lured away by a siren. She exhibited neither tears nor discontent. The king of Northern Zhao, witnessing her composure, felt an even greater sense of injustice on her behalf, declaring, "I have long asserted that this ungrateful son is unworthy of you. You have been stationed at the border and do not know just how reckless he is." "I am aware," Shen Ruojin replied in a measured tone. 300 pearls bestowed upon the courtesan, a fortune squandered on a performer. Do not assume there are no tales of romance today. Qin Lang's flirtations are known far and wide. Though I have just returned to the capital, I have heard many whispers. The young prince's reputation in the capital was indeed notorious, having monopolized nearly all tales of romance for the past 2 years. Competing for the courtesan's favor and lavishing wealth upon performers were commonplace. It was rumored he had a cherished companion, one whom he had saved years ago, yet had been unable to find despite searching the realm. As for his recklessness, that was a separate matter. His emotional nature was undeniable. Her calmness left the king of Northern Zhao momentarily stunned. "If you are aware, why then did you choose to marry him?" Shen Ruojin paused, prepared to fabricate a response. "It is simply because it was destined to be." The princess seized upon the opportunity, increasingly satisfied with Shen Ruojin. Among the many noble women in the capital vying for Qin Lang, most sought either the influence of the king of Northern Zhao or were enamored with his handsome visage. However, Shen Ruojin was different. She exuded grace and capability, perhaps even capable of reigning in Qin Lang and encouraging him to pursue greater ambitions. With this thought in mind, the princess placed a hand on the king of Northern Zhao's shoulder, urging him to sit. Though Lang left on his wedding night to rescue someone, he was still in the wrong. Just now, you intended to have him bound and punished. Your intervention suggests you have a plan in mind. The princess then removed a jade pendant from her waist and presented it to Shen Ruojin. "This is the family's command token. Now that you are Lang's wife, I bestow upon you the authority to manage the household. From this day forth, you may control the estate's finances and personnel as you see fit. Should Lang misbehave or cause you distress, you may discipline him as you wish." This gesture served both to pacify and to consolidate loyalty. The princess displayed great magnanimity. Shen Ruojin nodded in appreciation. "I am honored by your trust, but this token carries significant weight." Yet the princess insisted, pressing the token into Shen Ruojin's palm. "We are family now. There is no need for such formalities. Why do you still call me princess? Are you still upset with Lang? Hence your reluctance to call me mother?" With the command token in hand, Shen Ruojin readily embraced the title of mother. "Ah, what a good daughter-in-law." The princess beamed with satisfaction, appreciating her new daughter-in-law's straightforwardness. Shen Ruojin composed herself and respectfully presented tea to her in-laws. With the groom absent, the customary introductions among the various family branches were waived. The king of Northern Zhao summoned the family code, personally handing it to Shen Ruojin. "If Qin Lang acts foolishly or does anything to displease you, feel free to use this against him. I assure you, he will not dare retaliate." While typical family codes often consisted of rods or whips, the king of Northern Zhao's was a gold hammer, a lethal weapon in battle. Should it be employed against Qin Lang, one must exercise caution, for a miscalculation could lead to mourning within the estate. Grateful for the intentions of the prince and princess, Shen Ruojin accepted the responsibility of finding Qin Lang. She could not solely benefit from the situation without taking action. The steward and others prepared a carriage, gathering numerous guards and maids to ensure that the second young mistress's excursion into the city was suitably grand, primarily to bolster her confidence in case the young prince refused to return. Shen Ruojin, however, waved her hand, requesting everyone to withdraw, chuckling. I am merely going out to find someone. I am not abducting a man from the streets. Why the need for such a large entourage? The second young mistress will understand why so many are necessary, the steward replied, his expression filled with concern. Previously, when the prince had been furious, a similar number had been dispatched to fetch the young prince, and the new bride certainly warranted no less. Shen Ruojin proceeded with only a single sword attendant, thanking the steward for his kindness, and stated, "Too many people will only complicate matters. Let a coachman accompany me, and I shall go alone." But the young prince. The steward, aged and burdened with worry, attempted to persuade her further. As Shen Ruojin walked ahead, she suddenly halted. A tall figure emerged around the corner of the corridor, and a deep voice followed. "Do not go. Remain here and wait. I will bring the second brother back." The newcomer, adorned in a jade crown and dressed in a deep blue brocade robe, appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing striking features and an upright posture. Was none other than Qin Shi, the heir of the king of Northern Zhao. Qin Shi was the legitimate eldest son born of the king of Northern Zhao's first wife, whose mother had passed away early. The current princess was the king's second wife, and Qin Lang was her legitimate second son. The two princes represented the two queens, one honored as the heir and the other as the emperor's favored young prince. Their statuses appeared equitable. Yet the king of Northern Zhao favored his eldest son while the princess indulged Qin Lang, leading to a strained relationship between the brothers. Shen Ruojin halted about 10 paces away, gently declining. "This matter is between Qin Lang and myself. I do not wish to trouble the heir." As Qin Shi approached her, his gaze bore a hint of complexity. "You once referred to me as elder brother Qin. Why now, having married my younger brother, do you address me as heir? This feels rather distant." Chapter 7. A confrontation with rivals in the presence of their elder brothers. Qin Shi had once visited the Shen family to spar in martial arts and strategize military tactics. Shen Ruojin had met him on several occasions and had grown somewhat familiar with him. At that time, they were both young, one unmarried and the other unbetrothed. And their interactions were always in the company of a large group, allowing them to avoid any semblance of impropriety. However, now they stood as elder brother and younger sister-in-law, making it awkward to converse too closely in the corridor. "This matter lies between Qin Lang and me. There is no need to trouble you, elder brother." Shen Ruojin addressed him, calling him elder brother in accordance with her in-law's hierarchy. This was not a sign of estrangement from an old acquaintance, but rather an acknowledgement of the decorum that must now prevail within the royal residence, which could no longer afford the casualness of the borderlands. Upon hearing her call him elder brother, Qin Shi paused momentarily and murmured, "Second brother's actions are reckless. I cannot bear to see him bully you." His words were somewhat excessive. Shen Ruojin smiled faintly, replying, "Elder brother speaks too soon. It remains to be seen who is bullying whom." Ruojin Qin Shi wished to say more, but she interjected, "I appreciate your concern, elder brother." However, Shen Ruojin had no intention of reminiscing with others at this moment. She walked straight past Qin Shi, brushing against him, resolute in her independence. She would never rely on others to accomplish her goals. Her refusal was direct and unyielding. She chose not to engage in any discussions of past affections. As Qin Shi stood in the corridor, he watched Shen Ruojin glide past him, the fallen leaves swirling in the autumn breeze, her sleeves fluttering gracefully, untouched by the chaos around her. The carriage prepared by the steward awaited at the entrance of the royal residence, and a servant dispatched to search for the young prince returned with news that he was at the Fanghua Pavilion enjoying music. The Fanghua Pavilion, renowned throughout the capital, was home to the celebrated courtesan Haitang Hong, who had captivated the city in recent years. It was no surprise that Qin Lang had remained there after his gallant rescue the previous day. Tales of romantic exploits, both on and off the stage, had spread like wildfire through the streets. The returning servant cautiously gauged the mood of the new bride. Noticing Shen Ruojin's calm demeanor, he reported, "I understand," as she ascended into the carriage with her attendant. Moments later, the voice of her attendant emerged from within, to Fanghua Pavilion. "Yes," the coachman responded promptly, urging the horses onward. The steward, not wishing to disregard Shen Ruojin's wishes, also felt it inappropriate to allow her to go alone with just one maid. So he quickly summoned his son and Cheng Lai, who managed the affairs at the royal residence. The old steward instructed, You must take 2 others with you to keep an eye on things. If the second young mistress gets into a scuffle with the young prince at Fanghua Pavilion, even if you have to jump in and take a beating, you must intervene. The young prince was known for his unruly behavior, and the newlywed mistress was skilled in martial arts. A public altercation on their second day of marriage would be a scandal. Understood, I will handle it, the son replied. Cheng Lai was efficient and promptly selected 2 attendants to ride along. 3 incense sticks later, at Fanghua Pavilion. The most bustling theater in the capital was situated on the lively East Street, surrounded by shops and taverns, thrumming with activity even in the morning. News had spread that the young prince, in a fit of rage for a beautiful woman, had abandoned his new bride to confront the second son of the Xiang family, leaving him so unrecognizable that even his mother would not know him. This revelation sent audiences flocking to the early performances at the theater, eager to witness the spectacle while enjoying the music of the renowned Haitang Hong. As the carriage of the Jinbei prince arrived at the theater entrance, the crowd erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "They arrived. The show is about to begin." Shen Ruojin, seated calmly in the carriage, did not immediately rise to exit despite the commotion outside. Her attendant, in frustration, muttered under her breath about the idleness of the capital's citizens, who seemed to revel in creating chaos. Do not be angry. If you show irritation, they will only take greater delight in it, Shen Ruojin advised, preparing to disembark. Second young mistress, please wait. Cheng Lai hastily rode up beside the carriage, dismounting to bow. The theater is a place of mixed company. I fear it may not be suitable for you. Please remain in the carriage for a moment while I go upstairs to fetch the second master. Shen Ruojin lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, spotting the flustered steward as well as Pei Jing emerging from the crowd. He possessed the appearance of a refined scholar, tall and slender, with fair skin and clad in the simplest blue robe, his bamboo cap accentuating his elegant demeanor. At a glance, one would not suspect that he had eloped with the younger sister of his new bride on the day of their wedding. The surrounding crowd buzzed with remarks, lamenting the adage that one should never judge a person by their appearance. Shen Ruojin had not anticipated encountering her former fiancé in this context, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Please wait, second young mistress. I shall go fetch the second master at once. Cheng Lai assumed her silence indicated consent and swiftly handed the reins to a following attendant before hastening into the theater towards the private quarters on the second floor. This only amplified the gossip outside. Shen Ruojin lowered the curtain, shutting out Pei Jing and the prying eyes of the crowd. Undeterred by the murmurs, Pei Jing approached the carriage, leaning close to the window. Ruojin, I did not elope with Yunwei. Yesterday's events were a misunderstanding. This is not the place to discuss it. Come with me to a more private location, and I will explain everything. There is nothing to explain. Shen Ruojin spoke through the curtain, her tone noticeably icy. It is true that you left me alone on our wedding day to run off with Mu Yunwei. Regardless of your explanations, that fact remains unchanged. No, it is not what you think. Pei Jing forcefully lifted the curtain, his arms straining with tension as he urgently continued. I did not intend to abandon you. It was just that the Wang family estate was suddenly attacked, and a fire nearly claimed hundreds of lives. I took Yunwei back because she... Shen Ruojin narrowed her eyes and interrupted. Because she could assist you, correct? Pei Jing hesitated. Yes, but it is not solely that. Shen Ruojin replied. If you truly had urgent matters that required you to cancel our marriage, you could have simply informed me. Yet, you not only failed to communicate with me, but vanished with Mu Yunwei without a trace. Now you wish to explain? Do you not think it is too late? She had genuinely contemplated marrying Pei Jing, envisioning a life together. But the unpredictable nature of life and the fickleness of human hearts had shattered that dream. 3 years prior, at the tender age of 15, her uncles and brothers had promised that once the final battle was won and the borders secured, they would return to the capital to find her the finest suitor in the world. Yet, that battle was lost, and the carnage left her cherished ones forever entombed in that forsaken land. The brothers who often spoke of her as the best girl in the world had perished on horseback. Shen Ruojin frequently reflected on the past, questioning whether her own disobedience had drawn divine retribution, leading to the loss of all those dear to her. Thus, when Pei Jing arrived bearing his mother's token to propose, she consented. She endeavored to be a compliant daughter, suppressing her martial spirit, learning to speak softly, adhering to the decorum of and molding herself into the image of a proper noble lady. During her days in waiting for marriage, Shen Ruojin felt as though she were ensnared in a prolonged dream, trapped in the shadows of her loved one's departure. It was only when Pei Jing eloped with Mu Yunwei that she awoke abruptly to the truth. No matter her actions, her brothers would never return. Being obedient was futile. Playing the role of the dutiful noble lady did not matter. She resolved to live fiercely, fulfilling her brother's unfinished ambitions, thus honoring her existence. Shen Ruojin had never been indecisive. Once she made a choice, she moved forward with unwavering determination. She gazed at Pei Jing, her eyes dark as ink, and challenged him. "What makes you think I would wait for you here?" Pei Jing was rendered speechless by her inquiry. Unable to provide an explanation, he could only concede. "It is my fault for breaking my promise on the day of our grand wedding. Ruojin, it is only natural for you to resent and blame me. But you must not treat your lifelong commitment as a mere jest. Qin Lang, with his flirtatious nature, is certainly not a fitting match." Before he could finish his words, a scornful laugh echoed from above. "If I am not a suitable match, then are you?" Chapter 8. Newlywed Solitude. At that moment, a wine glass suddenly plummeted from the second floor, striking Pei Jing's hand with such force that it dislocated his wrist. He released the carriage curtain weakly and staggered back a step to regain his balance. The curtain fell, only to be lifted again by the wind. When Shen Ruojin raised her eyes, she spotted Qin Lang leaning against the window on the second floor, toying with the wine glass, exuding elegance and charm. For a brief moment, she was rendered speechless, gazing at this young prince. Qin Lang met her gaze and, with a half-smile, remarked, "Shen Ruojin, were you not seeking me?" Shen Ruojin, just emerging from a haze of memories, instinctively replied, "Yes." A smile lingered on Qin Lang's lips, yet his grip tightened to the point of shattering the wine glass. "Why waste words with idle folk? Come here." The shards fell to the ground with a resounding clatter, causing the onlookers gathered outside the theater to recoil in fear. Shen Ruojin thought to herself, "This young prince has quite the temper." "I'm coming," she replied, lifting the curtain and stepping down from the carriage. The passers-by, upon catching a glimpse of the new bride from the Wang family, craned their necks to get a better look, and the air filled with murmurs of gossip. Unfazed, Shen Ruojin walked gracefully through the crowd towards the theater. Pei Jing, hiding his injured hand beneath his sleeve, stepped forward again to block Shen Ruojin's path. "You hold no affection for Qin Lang, yet he dares to spend his wedding night in a theater, indicative of his indifference toward you. If you were to turn back now, this marriage could be annulled." At that moment, the swordsman swiftly stepped in front of Shen Ruojin, forbidding Pei Jing from advancing any further. He admonished, "My lady has already wed the young master. How can this union be disregarded? To entangle oneself with a married woman in public, even as a scholar, you shall face the consequences." Pei Jing continued to explain. "What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. I share no romantic feelings for Yunwei." Shen Ruojin, unwilling to engage further, interrupted in a clear voice, "Mr. Pei, please conduct yourself appropriately." In that instant, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Pei Jing. All his pride and dignity crumbled beneath her words. He had come sincerely to explain, yet Shen Ruojin dismissed him with a casual remark, as if he were an insistent pest. The esteemed daughter of the Marquis likely deemed him unworthy, now that she had the chance to marry into the royal family and ascend to a higher status. The more Pei Jing contemplated, the angrier he became, scoffing. "Shen Ruojin, are you truly angry with me for willingly marrying a debauched scion like Qin Lang? You chase after fleeting riches, yet you shall surely regret it in the future." Shen Ruojin cast him a glance, disinterested in further discourse, and strode past him up the steps towards the second floor. Pei Jing stood rooted to the spot for a long moment, watching Shen Ruojin depart from him step by step. The theater was alive with excitement, as the lead actress sang melodiously, "He teaches me to let go of lingering resentment, to avoid petulance, and to change my disposition, to cease longing for the fleeting waters, to turn away from the bitter sea, and to understand the essence of the orchid." Shen Ruojin ascended the stairs in time with the rhythm, drawing the audience's attention away from the performers to her presence. At that moment, the play being performed paled in comparison to the unfolding drama below. Even the lead actress cast a glance towards the elegant chamber at the center of the second floor. The gauzy curtains on either side of the chamber were drawn back, revealing Qin Lang, clad in purple, leaning casually against the window, his posture relaxed and inviting, as he threw a teasing glance at Pei Jing. Pei Jing's anger flared even more, and he turned to leave in a huff. "You will regret this. Why do you not respond?" Qin Lang turned his gaze towards Shen Ruojin, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Shen Ruojin, gracefully navigating around the chairs, did not answer but instead posed a question of her own. Whether I will regret it or not is of no concern to you. Qin Lang, bemused, replied. What business do you have with idle chatter? Shen Ruojin's attention was riveted to the stage until the final note was sung and the audience erupted in applause. Only then did she reluctantly shift her gaze. Amused by her fixation, Qin Lang remarked, What are you so captivated by in the performance? Shen Ruojin smiled. It is only natural to admire the talents of renowned performers. Do you mean to say, Prince, that I am not permitted to enjoy the show? You did not come to find me, then? Qin Lang pointed out, recalling her initial purpose. Since I am here to seek you, how can I focus solely on you? Shen Ruojin replied. Besides, all men are the same. If you orbit around them, they will only drift further away. If you treat him with indifference, he will perceive you as distinct from other women. The locking the silk pouch is a celebrated piece, well known in the capital. Having returned to the city for a while, I have yet to witness it. Since I am here, I might as well stay and listen. However, Qin Lang's gaze on her was impossible to ignore. Shen Ruojin turned to him. Why do you keep staring at me instead of enjoying the performance? With sincerity shining in her bright eyes, she added. Or do you feel that today's scene lacks something because I am not crying or making a scene? Fear not, we are both newlyweds. And young couples must learn to navigate their relationship. Should you have any demands, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my best to accommodate you. Oh, Qin Lang replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. And how do you intend to satisfy my whims? Shen Ruojin paused, realizing how serious her words were. Yet Qin Lang seemed intent on leading her astray. Tapping lightly on the windowsill in time with the background music, he casually suggested, Since we have nothing pressing to attend to, why not shed a tear for me? That might be a bit challenging, Shen Ruojin pondered. I am usually the one who evokes tears in others. Would you care to try? Qin Lang withdrew his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Ruojin's eyes gleamed with mischief as she teased. Why are you silent now? Feeling shy? As she spoke, her lips moved enticingly, drawing Qin Lang's attention. He reached out to caress her lips' corner, suggesting, There are many ways to silence someone. Would you like to try? Shen Ruojin hesitated for a moment, then lifted her chin defiantly. Why not? Since we are married and have already shared a bed, what is there that we cannot do? With that, Qin Lang seized Shen Ruojin's wrist and effortlessly pulled her from her seat, turning her so that she landed upon his lap. Qin Lang gently cradled her waist with one hand, softly caressing it, while his peach blossom eyes deepened in hue. He leaned down to kiss her. Chapter 9. A lavish expenditure. Shen Ruojin wore a smile on her face, the tassels of her headdress swaying gracefully with her movements, while her heart raced like a drum. Having trained in martial arts for years, she was inexperienced in flirtation. When Qin Lang suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, she thought to herself that such intimacy was common for newlyweds. However, her body reacted faster than her mind. With a swift motion, she hooked her arm around Qin Lang's neck and sent him flying away. As he was hurled through the air, the table collapsed with a loud crash. And it was only then that Shen Ruojin realized this was her new husband, not a reckless rogue seeking a fight. The young prince of the Qin family was of noble birth and could not be treated lightly. She hastily retracted her move and pulled him back. Despite her efforts, Qin Lang refused to let go. He tightened his grip on her wrist. As he turned around, his foot accidentally stepped on a wooden chair, causing it to collapse beneath him. In an instant, the elegant room was in disarray, the curtains fluttering down, shielding them from the prying eyes of onlookers outside. Qin Lang pressed Shen Ruojin against the window, leaning in slightly to whisper in her ear, Are you attempting to murder your husband, Shen Ruojin? Shen Ruojin withdrew her hands, wishing to distance herself from Qin Lang, but his hold on her waist was firm, leaving her no choice but to lean back against the windowsill. After a brief moment of tension, she felt a hint of laughter rising within her. I apologize. It's my first time being married, and I'm not quite accustomed to such intimacy with a man. Perhaps we should start over. As she spoke, Qin Lang suddenly leaned in closer, his lips mere millimeters from hers. If she were to raise her head, their lips would meet. With such proximity, the heat of his breath enveloped her, exuding a palpable sense of desire. Shen Ruojin observed Qin Lang with a calm demeanor, resisting the urge to push him away this time. Though her fingers instinctively tightened against the windowsill, her brother had been right. Marrying and engaging in romantic entanglements was far more challenging than combat. No, they mustn't fight. Outside, Xiao He and the steward rushed in to mediate the situation. Damaged furniture was a trivial matter, but if the newlyweds were to quarrel, it would be far more serious. They could not allow it to escalate to violence. The head of the performance troupe, alarmed by the commotion, hurried in to intervene. The couple, caught in a moment of intimacy, was met with the disapproving gaze of the steward and the troupe leader, who quickly averted their eyes. "I saw nothing. My apologies for the disturbance," they both exclaimed, retreating in haste, too flustered to ascertain whether the couple was kissing or engaged in something else entirely. Though Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang had done nothing inappropriate, the two men's reactions suggested otherwise, as if they had stumbled upon a scandalous event. Feeling warmth creep to her cheeks, Shen Ruojin raised her hand to push Qin Lang away, but fearing she might exert too much force, she merely prodded his chest with her fingertip. Qin Lang chuckled softly, loosening his hold around her waist, and turned to address the men outside. "Why leave when you come all this way? You two seem busy. It would be rude for me to intrude." The troop leader, caught off guard, was suddenly reminded of the youthful indiscretions of noble sons he had encountered throughout his life. How peculiar this couple's penchant for affection was. To be affectionate was one thing, but to shatter furniture and kick chairs was another. The noise was excessive. The audience below, eager for entertainment, leaned in with curiosity, whispering among themselves about the couple's hurried entrance and hasty retreat. "What are they doing in there?" they wondered. "Nothing at all," the troop leader replied, his expression revealing his discomfort, while keeping his lips tightly sealed. As he retreated behind a pillar, he dared not look back into the elegant room, lowering his head as he asked, "What are your orders, my lord? It would be best not to let anyone see this." "What are you thinking?" Qin Lang replied, stepping forward and lifting the curtain to peer outside. "Have someone come to clean up and replace the furniture." Yes, the troop leader responded hurriedly, casting a glance at the noble prince, noting that his sash was still properly tied, though his collar was slightly disheveled, evidence of the sudden commotion. He slapped his thigh in frustration. "It's all your fault for rushing in so hastily. Master Huang, your furniture is rather flimsy. It collapsed upon the slightest touch. You ought to procure sturdier pieces," Xiao He remarked as he pulled Master Huang away. The elegant room lay in shambles, prompting Qin Lang to stroll to the balcony, surveying the crowd below. With a fan in hand, he waved it lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Enjoy the performance. What do you need chairs for? Would you like to sit close and watch?" On stage, the performers were enchanting, their skills exceptional. Yet the audience frequently turned their attention to the newlywed couple, whispering incessantly. A familiar dandy chuckled, "No matter how splendid the performance, nothing compares to watching Prince Qin amuse his bride." Qin Lang cast a glance at the jesting fellow. "Would you find it more amusing if I were to strike you instead? Come now." It was merely a jest, yet the man immediately raised his hands in surrender, laughing nervously. Last night, the young master of the Prime Minister's residence had been carried home after a confrontation with Qin Lang. The infamous prince was known to fight back, and one would be wise not to provoke him. With his antics, the crowd below dared not gaze up at the second floor any longer. Shen Ruojin emerged slowly, standing beside Qin Lang at the railing. The shifting light within the building and the melodious strains of the performance blurred the passage of time, making it difficult to discern day from night. The vibrant blossoms of the begonia on stage captivated all, occasionally glancing up towards the second floor, laden with allure. Who could resist the enchanting gaze of those autumn-like, shimmering eyes? Shen Ruojin watched the beauty on stage and quietly inquired of Qin Lang, "Is it enjoyable to squander wealth so lavishly?" "Not particularly," Qin Lang replied. Born to privilege and power that others could only dream of attaining, he found little thrill in losing vast sums in a single night. It was merely a matter of gaining a fleeting reputation. However, since Shen Ruojin had posed the question, it was evident she sought something more. He raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to indulge?" Shen Ruojin nodded. "Yes, let's indulge." At that moment, the performance reached its climax, the begonia dancer gracefully sweeping her sleeves, taking a bow as applause erupted from the audience. Enthusiastic patrons rushed to shower the stage with offerings, gold, silver, treasures, and even an elderly gentleman, in a fit of excitement, tossed his jade ring onto the stage. Shen Ruojin patted her waist, searching for a suitable item to contribute, but found nothing of value. "Here," Qin Lang said, effortlessly retrieving a luminous pearl from his sleeve and offering it to her. She received the pearl, toyed with it briefly, and then returned it. "This won't do. I possess too much strength. It would be a shame to break the pearl, and injuring the performer would be even worse. This flower will suffice," she declared, plucking a begonia blossom from a nearby vase and tossing it onto the stage. Among the myriad of valuable gifts, the begonia flower was uniquely caught by the performer, who glanced up at the newlywed couple. The audience erupted in cheers. for in the capital, it was customary to offer gold and gems during performances. Throwing just a flower seemed insufficient. Shen Ruojin, with serene composure, declared, "I offer this begonia to the begonia, wishing to exchange this blossom for a fortune, granting you your freedom." Chapter 10. Shen Ruojin, are you attempting to seduce me? As her words echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. The new bride of Prince Qin was indeed amusing. While neglecting her husband, who spent the nights away, she instead chose to lavish gifts upon a courtesan. The courtesan, He Tanghong, was momentarily taken aback on stage but soon responded with a gracious smile, expressing her gratitude to the second young lady, yet asserting that she sold her talents, not her body, regardless of the wealth offered. "Very well," Shen Ruojin acquiesced, then called out, "Where is the manager?" "Here, at your service, Huang." The manager, who had just arranged for new tables and chairs, replied promptly. "What can I do for you, second young lady?" Shen Ruojin casually lifted the family token from her waist and declared, "I wish to purchase your Fanghua troupe in the Luo Yi Alley at the Pei residence." "What?" Shen Ruojin not only refrained from causing a scene with Qin Lang, but also spent money to acquire the Fanghua troupe? Mu Yunwei questioned incredulously upon hearing the news brought back by her maid, Lu Luo. Young Master Pei had explained the events of yesterday to her, but she had not listened, instead demanding that he maintain his dignity. Lu Luo had secretly followed Pei Jing to observe whether Shen Ruojin would reconcile with him. But to her surprise, she witnessed Shen Ruojin throwing money to vie for Qin Xiaowang's favor. She hurried back to relay the scene to Miss 3. Mu Yunwei, playfully teasing a cat with her fan, mused, "My second sister truly lives up to her military training, playing the art of seduction with finesse. And she does not forget to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha." Lu Luo, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, "Where did she acquire so much silver? Did she not seize your dowry yesterday? Now, she flaunts her status as the little princess of the northern town king's residence, her arrogance palpable. Just wait and see, Shen Ruojin won't bask in her glory for long," Mu Yunwei said confidently. "The pressing matter now is to capture Pei Lang's heart. No matter how powerful the northern town king's residence is, it cannot surpass the imperial family. Qin Lang, a collateral descendant of a different surname, cannot compare to the emperor's own son." Everyone was baffled as to why Mu Yunwei would forsake the prestigious northern town king's residence to entangle herself with a mere scholar like Pei Jing. Only Mu Yunwei understood the pain of her past life, where after marrying Qin Lang, she was neglected, forced to endure the heartache of hearing about her husband's affairs with other women. The most agonizing aspect was that while she had misallocated her affections, Shen Ruojin married a worthy man. Pei Jing, once a poor scholar, achieved great success, ultimately reclaiming his status as a prince during the struggle for the throne. While Mu Yunwei and Qin Lang's marriage became a source of ridicule, Shen Ruojin and Pei Jing blossomed from youthful spouses into a loving imperial couple. Given the opportunity to start anew, why should Shen Ruojin's promising life not belong to her? Yesterday, Mu Yunwei had used her memories from her past life to abduct Pei Jing, preventing his wedding and rescuing his adoptive mother and sister, thereby ensuring that Pei Jing and Shen Ruojin's marriage fell apart. The only unexpected turn was Shen Ruojin's immediate decision to marry Qin Lang. One was the legitimate daughter of a military family from the border, while the other was a frivolous young prince. It was evident that their marriage would be fraught with conflict, filled with quarrels and fights. If not today, then surely tomorrow. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Yunwei quickly regained her composure, focusing her thoughts entirely on how to secure Pei Jing's affections. As the two conversed, Pei Jing returned, his demeanor gloomy. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting them, he furrowed his brow, questioning why Miss 3 had not yet returned to the Marquis's residence. Lu Luo could not help but interject. "Why does young Master Pei ask in such a manner? My lady only delayed her return to assist you." Mu Yunwei softly interrupted. "Enough, Lu Luo. You must not be disrespectful." Although Miss 3 was a daughter of a concubine, she was deeply favored by the old madam and raised delicately in the Marquis's residence. With a slender waist and striking beauty, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if the entire world had wronged her. "Young Master Pei, please do not misunderstand. I shall return now. I merely feared that you might struggle to explain things to my sister, so I thought to wait for your return to inquire further before departing. It seems I have overstepped. I shall take my leave." At that moment, tears brimmed in Mu Yunwei's eyes as she pretended nothing was amiss and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Jing, somewhat vexed, hastily pursued her. Mu Yunwei halted but did not look back. Lu Luo, ever outspoken, remarked, "Young Master Pei, you are quite peculiar. You inquire about our departure. Yet when my lady intends to leave, you object. What do you truly want?" "I did not mean it that way." Pei Jing was torn internally. Having faced coldness from Shen Ruojin, he felt his mood plummet upon witnessing Mu Yunwei's distress and recalled that she had indeed escaped her wedding to save him. Shen Ruojin had resolutely decided to align herself with the royal family, and her marriage to Qin Lang was already a settled matter. Should Mu Yue return to the Marquis's residence now, not only would she lose her engagement, but she would also face severe repercussions for her actions yesterday. "What does young Master Pei mean?" Lu Luo pressed, her tone assertive. "Do you wish for me to explain things to my sister?" Mu Yunwei said softly. "Perhaps it would be best. You cannot clarify yesterday's events alone. I ought to seek my sister's forgiveness and plead for her to reconsider." Pei Jing quickly replied, "I have no such intention. Miss Three should not feel compelled to demean herself." "I am accustomed to it," she replied, her voice softening. "Though my sister has never favored me, she is a reasonable person. If we explain properly, she is bound to understand." With her head bowed, her tone gentle, she continued, "Moreover, my grandmother has always doted on me, so I doubt I will face much punishment. If I lose my husband, I can simply cut my hair and become a spinster. Young Master Pei need not feel troubled by this." Upon hearing this, Pei Jing resolved firmly, "I shall escort you home." Mu Yue, continuing her retreat, replied, "There is no need to trouble yourself, young Master Pei. I cannot allow Miss Three to lose her fiancé and suffer a tarnished reputation because of me. I must visit and clarify matters." Still avoiding his gaze, Mu Yue spoke with a tremor in her voice. "With so much gossip swirling, it is likely that neither of us can clear our names. Then, I shall marry you." Upon uttering these words, Pei Jing felt an unexpected thrill of satisfaction at having retaliated against Shen Ruojin. From that moment forth, he and Shen Ruojin would have no future, yet he would continually see Mu Yunwei, treating her with utmost care, until one day Shen Ruojin regretted her choice. "You wish to marry me?" Mu Yunwei exclaimed, her gaze snapping to Pei Jing, her heart soaring, though tears cascaded from her eyes. Inwardly, she mused, "Shen Ruojin, your mother indeed has discerning taste. The betrothed chosen for you is a gentleman. However, it seems fortune is on my side now. If the lady does not mind, I would be honored to marry you." Pei Jing replied earnestly, "Establishing our union is the most effective way to dispel rumors." Feigning contemplation, Mu Yunwei counted silently before responding, "Then I must trouble young Master Pei to escort me home." Thus, Pei Jing escorted Mu Yunwei back to the Linyang Marquis's residence. Meanwhile, at the theater, Shen Ruojin's proclamation of "I have purchased the Fanghua troupe" stunned the audience. Unable to sway Haitanghong, she decided to acquire the entire troupe instead. Such lavish spending aligned perfectly with Qin Xiaowang's extravagant nature. Even Qin Lang, who typically disregarded wealth, turned his attention to Shen Ruojin's audacious investment, questioning her willingness to spend so freely on him. Shen Ruojin casually lowered her jade pendant to dangle at her waist and remarked, "Regardless, it is all spent from your coffers." Qin Lang, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "So you are now spending my money to amuse yourself?" "One could say I am amusing myself at your expense," Shen Ruojin replied, her tone shifting. "Or perhaps, I am throwing riches to elicit your smile." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips, and her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, mesmerizing yet unaware of her allure. Qin Lang gazed at the person before him, momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and inquired, "Shen Ruojin, are you attempting to entice me?" Chapter 11, A Year of Separation. Chapter 12, Winning her affection. While the onlookers anticipated a spectacle between the bride and Haitanghong, little did they know that her mind was racing, already contemplating how to profit from the Fanghua troupe. As the conversation flowed, Shen Ruojin had devised her responses for when she returned to the Wangfu of the Prince of the North. The fruits of her labor would not be squandered on outsiders. For now, she would focus on managing finances. A small loss was better than none. She remarked to Master Huang, "I have seen the lead performers. Their figures and appearances are exceptional, and the rest are commendable as well. The location of the Fanghua stage is the most bustling and prosperous in the entire capital. I shall not haggle with you, Master Huang. Simply ensure the performers report to the Wangfu." "Yes, yes," he exclaimed, calling for the accountant to finalize the figures. Promising to visit the manor immediately afterward, Master Huang stood in stunned silence for a moment, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears in delight. It was an uncontainable joy, such serendipity. In a city like the capital, running a theater without the support of influential patrons was a precarious endeavor. And the more popular the Fanghua troupe became, the more complications arose. Just yesterday, the son of the prime minister had come to bully them, and tomorrow, who knew which dandy would attempt to seize them? If they could become a property of the Wangfu, it would be a tremendous boon. The financial returns could be negotiated, but the prestige of being associated with the Qin family would provide a sheltering tree under which they could thrive. Seeing this unfold, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Are you truly considering purchasing the Fanghua troupe?" The young prince had indulged in playfulness but had never contemplated such a serious acquisition. "Indeed. I wish to bring it to life for your amusement," Shen Ruojin replied with an air of nonchalance. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. She then asked, "Qin Lang, are you pleased?" Her insincerity was palpable. Despite his words, a smile betrayed him, curling at the corners of his lips. Shen Ruojin added, "If I were to buy Haitang Hong as a concubine for you, that would indeed be disingenuous. However, my fondness for wealth is genuine." The capital was rife with virtuous brides, bringing with them numerous beautiful dowries, only to elevate the status of former servants and mistresses on the very first day of their marriage. Yet, she was not the type to compromise her own integrity for the sake of reputation. When Qin Lang met Shen Ruojin's gaze, he understood her sincerity. The esteemed young prince of the Qin family was, in her eyes, less significant than wealth itself. Having spent lavishly, the play had concluded, and he intended to return to the manor. However, upon glancing at Qin Lang, she noticed he had no intention of leaving, so she turned and descended the stairs. Qin Lang watched her depart, regretting that he had not asked her to accompany him back to the manor. She had merely made a fleeting appearance. The young prince found himself seeking a seat nearby, dismissing the crowd with a wave. "You all may leave. Haitang Hong will stay." "Understood," the crowd responded, retreating. Master Huang, glancing back 3 times, couldn't resist advising, "The second young mistress is a treasure. It would be wise for the young prince to return to the manor soon." Qin Lang retorted with a chuckle, "You treat her like a goddess. Yet where was your concern for me before? How could I dare to disregard the young prince?" Master Huang replied hastily, "After all, we shall rely on you and the second young mistress for our livelihood." "Enough." Qin Lang dismissed him, and Master Huang hurriedly departed, casting a knowing glance at Haitang Hong as he left. Soon, the surroundings were deserted, leaving only Qin Lang and Haitang Hong in solitude. "She just touched you," Qin Lang remarked, grasping Haitang Hong's chin, as if to erase Shen Ruojin's mark from his face. "Why didn't you evade her? With so many eyes upon us." "How could I?" Haitang Hong winced in pain, her voice now a youthful clarity, contrasting sharply with the melodious tones she had displayed on stage. "With no one around. Why are you acting like this?" She chastised quietly, her voice low. "You seem to care so much for Shen Ruojin. Why not just speak to her? After all the effort it took to marry her, you leave her alone on your wedding night. What do you think people will believe? Had you not been molested on stage by Li Lair, would I have had to leave the manor in the dead of night?" He countered, "Do you have any decency left?" Qin Lang silenced her by placing a peach in her mouth, instantly quieting her. He considered himself a worldly rogue, indifferent to beauty. Yet after spending the night alone with Shen Ruojin, just being near her ignited a fervor within him, a desire that was consuming. Had it not been for the sudden chaos at the theater, he might have succumbed to passion in the bridal chamber. He was enamored with Shen Ruojin, a precious mark upon his heart, a radiant moonlight in his life. Even knowing she was to marry Pei Jing, he still pursued her, proposing a simultaneous wedding and employing numerous guards, even bringing siege tools to seize the bride amidst the chaos. Yet, despite his meticulous plans, he never anticipated that Mu Yunwei would elope with Pei Jing on their wedding day. Such rare fortune. Shen Ruojin, clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, approached him with a proposition. "Qin Lang, shall we manage together?" "Manage together? What do you mean?" "They were fated to be together. I merely played the role of a female official, not truly becoming a woman. Even when Li Lair stripped me of my garments." Haitang Hong murmured before catching Qin Lang's gaze, hastily retracting her words. "Thank you, young prince, for coming to my aid. However, you have finally married your beloved. Missing such a pivotal moment on your wedding night is lamentable. Now that she seeks you at the theater, why not return together? How will you navigate your life as husband and wife from here on?" Qin Lang's voice took on a serious tone. "It's none of your concern. Refrain from prying." He did not wish for Shen Ruojin to act out of temporary frustration, marrying him without clarity, only to regret it later. A marriage must be built on mutual affection before intimacy could follow. Yet Shen Ruojin was not one to remain passive. She understood the art of taking initiative. He had already developed feelings for her, capable of weaving a web of affection from the shadows. But how could he expect her to willingly rest in his palm when the moonlight beckoned her to him? Haidang Hong settled beside him, consuming her peach, and suddenly, a smile illuminated her face as she regarded Qin Lang. "Young prince, what scheme do you have in mind?" Qin Lang cast her a cool glance. "Pray, what clever plan do you propose?" She corrected herself quickly. After much deliberation, Qin Lang stated earnestly, "Before Shen Ruojin realizes my feelings for her, I must make her fall for me." Haidang Hong scrutinized the young prince's tall and robust figure, suggesting, "It may prove challenging to earn her genuine affection, but perhaps we can attempt to make her like you." Chapter 13. He prepared to seduce all day long. He spoke of trivial matters. Qin Lang, in a fit of irritation, kicked Haidang Hong off her chair. Nevertheless, it was a clever tactic. The greatest military strategy lies in outmaneuvering the enemy, and the heart is the best target. When it comes to matters of love, seduction reigns supreme. Thus, he decided to employ both psychological tactics and allure. Half an hour later, at the Prince of Junbei's residence, as Shen Ruojin disembarked from her carriage, she noticed someone entangled at the entrance of the palace. The old servant urgently requested an audience with the second miss, imploring once more for her to step out and meet them, a request made by Li Mama, the most trusted attendant of the matriarch. Upon seeing this individual, the guard, Shi Jian, bristled with anger. What audacity did Li Mama have to bring her pretentious airs from the Marquis's residence to the princess palace? He approached to inquire about the disturbance. Shen Ruojin, having just experienced the thrill of extravagant spending, was in good spirits and remained unaffected by the presence of the bothersome Li Mama, proceeding directly into the palace. Apologies were exchanged with the guards, acknowledging the lack of decorum from the Marquis' servants. After offering his apologies, Shi Jian turned to Li Mama and said, "Follow me." He led her through the side gate into the palace. Li Mama, accustomed to being treated with deference at the Marquis' residence and often strutting about with an air of superiority, was taken aback by being barred from entering. Seeing Shi Jian accompanying the second miss to the princess residence, she muttered in annoyance, "We cannot be blamed for lingering outside. If the second miss had a harmonious union with Prince Qin, would these palace attendants dare to treat us so dismissively?" One of the women accompanying her chimed in. "It is unheard of for guests from a noble family to be denied entry." Their banter implied that it was the second Miss' fault for not winning her husband's favor, thus leading to their humiliation. "So you still remember your status as servants?" Arriving at the palace unannounced, without an invitation or proper decorum, you wield your authority as if it were a sword. Shi Jian, vexed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to expel them. However, Shen Ruojin had already turned the corner. "Shi Jian, there is no need for anger. Fetch me some scissors. I wish to cut a few branches of osmanthus for a vase." "Understood," Shi Jian replied, still fuming as he departed. Shen Ruojin stood beneath the osmanthus tree, selecting suitable branches, casually stating, "Speak your mind." "It is the matriarch's command. She wishes to summon the second miss back to the residence for an important discussion." Li Mama, recalling the gravity of the matter, swiftly bypassed Shi Jian and approached Shen Ruojin, bowing respectfully. Disinterested in the formalities, Shen Ruojin accepted the scissors from Shi Jian, continuing to gather flowers while inquiring what urgent matter requires the newlywed to return home. The second miss may be unaware. Yesterday, a fire broke out at Wang family village, endangering the lives of Master Pei's adoptive mother and sister. The third miss, upon learning of this in a dream, feared disbelief and, alongside Master Pei, rushed back to rescue them. Li Mama relayed the information in a hurried breath, fearing interruption. Another servant quickly added, "They have since been rescued. Today." They returned to the Marquis' residence to clarify. They did not elope or run away, but rather, the second miss has chosen Prince Qin as her husband. As they spoke, their gazes fixated on Shen Ruojin, signaling the crux of the matter. Shen Ruojin handed 2 freshly cut osmanthus branches to Shi Jian, retaining the scissors. Gesturing lightly at the branches, "Why have you stopped?" "The matriarch wishes to convey that." Li Mama stepped back cautiously, wary of an unexpected scissor flick. Shen Ruojin turned, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Speak freely." Li Mama, with hesitant resolve, stated, "Since the second miss is now wedded to Prince Qin, let the third miss and Master Pei form a match. We cannot allow rumors of a scandalous elopement between the sister-in-law and brother-in-law to circulate. It would tarnish the Marquis's reputation and be a blow to your dignity. The matriarch requests you return to discuss the marriage of the third miss and Master Pei." Could it be that the matriarch has lost her senses? How could she propose such an outrageous request to her own granddaughter? Hearing her daughter-in-law had returned, the princess of Jinbei hurried out, interrupting the scene. "Greetings, your highness." Li Mama and the accompanying servant immediately knelt in respect. The princess, in her 40s, exuded regal elegance, her presence commanding respect. "You may keep your ungrateful rogue and shameless wench. The affairs of the Marquis's residence are theirs to bear. However, you cannot dare to come to my Jinbei palace and expect my son to return to accommodate such shamelessness." The servants from the Marquis's residence were rendered speechless by the reprimand. Li Mama, with a steely resolve, replied, "We do not wish to trouble the young prince with a trip to the Marquis's residence. The matriarch merely requests the second miss to return." "Do you think my son refers to whom?" The princess of Jinbei, intolerant of wicked servants oppressing their masters, glared fiercely. "Return for what? Does your matriarch expect my daughter-in-law to assist that illegitimate child in her preparations?" Li Mama fell silent, unable to respond. Was it not said that the second miss was not favored by Prince Qin, having been abandoned on their wedding night? Why does the princess of Jinbei treat Shen Ruojin with such kindness, referring to her as my son? Return and inform the matriarch that if she has matters to discuss, she should come directly to me. Should she dare to use her seniority to trouble my Ruojin again, I shall ensure she faces the consequences. The princess of Jinbei, incensed by the presence of the Marquis's representatives, commanded her attendants to expel Li Mama and her companions from the premises. Once they departed, the atmosphere brightened considerably. Shen Ruojin stood in a daze for a moment before handing the scissors to a nearby maid, softly calling, "Mother." Since her return to the capital, everyone at the Marquis's residence expected her to be obedient and compliant. The weight of filial piety bore down upon her, regardless of how biased the matriarch might be. She bore the brunt of it all. Even if there were faults, they were hers to shoulder. Shen Ruojin had never been one to shy away from challenges, and this trivial matter hardly warranted assistance, yet she longed for the sensation of having family support. She had thought she would never experience that again. The princess of Jinbei grasped her hand, speaking as they walked. "I had heard tales of the matriarch's lack of discernment, but it seems her confusion has only deepened with age. If she truly wishes to facilitate a match between that illegitimate child and the Pei family, she should do so quietly within her own household. Why must she insist on summoning you back? Is it truly a matter of pride?" Shen Ruojin pondered. "Perhaps she wishes for me to assist Mu Yunwei with her preparations? After all, she took Mu Yunwei's dowry and emptied the matriarch's private treasury." Upon hearing Shen Ruojin's serious assertion, the princess was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You child, do you truly believe that? My mother is wise. She speaks the truth." Shen Ruojin relished the princess's affectionate demeanor, reminiscent of her late aunt who had once treated her as a beloved daughter. "Flattery will get you nowhere." The princess of Jinbei found a companion in Shen Ruojin. After a pleasant exchange, she suddenly recalled something and asked, "Weren't you supposed to meet with Erling? Why have you returned alone?" Shen Ruojin replied, "I found him at the Fanghua Pavilion. We spoke for a while, and I purchased the theater before returning, only to leave him behind." "You left Erling at the theater? You bought a theater and abandoned your husband?" The princess of Jinbei was genuinely amused by Shen Ruojin's antics. This daughter-in-law was indeed a character. Shen Ruojin conversed with the princess, half in jest and half in earnest, revealing her acquisition of the Fanghua Theater. The princess, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, remarking, "Is it merely the purchase of a theater? If it pleases you, you may acquire 10 or even 20 without a second thought." Shen Ruojin was aware that the princess was the legitimate daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, yet she was astonished by the extent of her affluence. Spending several tens of thousands of taels without batting an eye was indeed remarkable. The princess gently patted her hand and said earnestly, "Ruojin, you are a wise individual. Remember, youth is fleeting and emotions are often transient. Only wealth endures." Shen Ruojin nodded, replying, "I shall remember, mother. But for now, let us not concern ourselves with Erlang," the princess said as she took Shen Ruojin by the hand, leading her towards the treasury. "Come, I will accompany you to count the money." Chapter 14. A night of indulgence on her first day of marriage. Shen Ruojin spent the entire day counting money in the accounts room. Initially, she believed that the princess had entrusted her with the household jade pendant merely as a formality. After all, within such a grand estate, with its myriad of individuals each engaged in their own duties, there were established protocols in place, and a newlywed could not simply wield a token to exercise unfettered authority. The truly consequential matters still required the princess's consultation. However, Shen Ruojin could never have anticipated that the princess would take her directly to the accounts room to tally the ledgers. By the end of the day, they had barely scratched the surface of the inventory. That evening, Qin Lang had yet to return. The prince of northern town endured a restless night, and the following morning, he dispatched someone to locate his wayward son. The heir, Qin Shi, personally undertook the search but returned empty-handed. Just as the prince was preparing to intervene himself, he encountered Shen Ruojin in the garden, emerging from the accounts room, her eyes weary from the numbers. Upon learning the cause of her father-in-law's vexation, she spoke gently, "Allow me to go. It would be a perfect balance of work and leisure. Counting money is serious business." But taking a moment to see Qin Lang would provide a welcome distraction. The prince was reluctant to send Shen Ruojin to face his errant son, wishing to protect her from any distress. Yet, fate intervened when a royal edict summoned him to the palace for discussions on military matters. Thus, he set aside family affairs to address state affairs. Shen Ruojin, accompanied by her sword attendant, departed the estate, with the steward, Xiao He, leading the way. As they traversed the corridors, Shen Ruojin inquired about Qin Lang's whereabouts that day. "At the Four Seas gambling house," Xiao He replied, his tone tinged with indignation on behalf of his master. Supporting actors and gambling dens were vices that would render any ordinary man unmarriageable. Yet, Qin Lang, on the joyous occasion of his marriage, chose to frequent such disreputable establishments instead of remaining at home with his wife. Shen Ruojin maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, "A gambling house. It seems one cannot simply purchase their way in." Xiao He was momentarily taken aback by her response. The prince's carriage wound through several streets, and Shen Ruojin directed Xiao He to the Four Seas gambling house. Meanwhile, Qin Shi trailed behind at a distance. Before departing, the prince had instructed his eldest son to take decisive action should Qin Lang continue his reckless behavior, advising him to bind the wayward son and await his return for further resolution. Qin Shi, however, hesitated to resort to such measures, choosing instead to observe the situation. Inside the Four Seas gambling house, Qin Lang sat at one end of a long table, facing Lu Laoqi, the house dealer. With a mountain of gold and silver piled before them, he was undeniably handsome, adorned in exquisite garments, with charming eyes that sparkled like peach blossoms. Idly fanning himself with a jade-bone fan amidst the wealth, he seemed to illuminate the entire gambling house. The other gamblers at surrounding tables were drawn to their table, captivated by the spectacle. Lu Laoqi proposed, "Merely gambling with gold and silver lacks excitement. Young Prince Qin, I heard your new wife acquired the Fanghua troupe yesterday. Why not wager the Haidang Hong as well, and let us settle this with a single game?" The speaker, in his mid-30s, wore a sun-kissed complexion and a bald head, exuding an intimidating presence indicative of a seasoned fighter. Qin Lang looked upon him with disdain, replying indifferently, "The Fanghua troupe is my wife's property. Have you ever seen a man of honor gamble away his wife's possessions?" The surrounding gamblers erupted in laughter at his words, teasing, "Ah, you do care for your wife. Young Prince Qin, do you truly believe a gambler cares about the origin of their funds? Besides, if your luck is favorable today, what does it matter if you wager the Haidang Hong? Winning would only amplify your fortune." Yet, Qin Lang found little amusement in their revelry. Since Shen Ruojin purchased the Fanghua troupe, she had not appeared for an entire 13 hours. Not only had she not come, but she hadn't even sent someone to inquire about him. What could she possibly be doing at home? His father wore a perpetual scowl, as if he were owed a fortune, while his mother fussed endlessly over finances, placing little value on her son compared to wealth. And that bothersome elder brother, Qin Shi. Best not to dwell on him. Today, as Qin Lang dominated the gambling scene at the Four Seas, creating quite a stir, he hoped to see if Shen Ruojin would make an appearance. While others presumed he was gambling against Lu Laoqi, he was, in truth, gambling against fate itself, wagering on whether Shen Ruojin cared for him even a fraction. Yet, she did not come. Qin Lang began to ponder if he had overstepped by leaving home on their wedding night. Did Shen Ruojin regret marrying him? Disheartened, he decided to cease his gambling, carelessly toppling the mound of gold and silver before him as he rose to depart. Just then, an unknown voice shouted, "Young Prince Qin, your wife is coming to confront you." Gripping his jade bone fan, Qin Lang's hand tightened instinctively. The disinterest that had clouded his expression vanished, replaced by a glimmer of joy in his peach blossom eyes, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Shen Ruojin was indeed coming to find him. He instinctively wanted to rise and greet her, but suddenly recalled his reckless demeanor before her. Thus, He settled back into his seat. The Haidang Hong will not do, he declared to Lu Laoqi. Let us wager something else. Unaware of Qin Lang's true thoughts, Lu Laoqi suggested. How about a night of indulgence with young Prince Qin? The crowd erupted with excitement. They had not expected Lu Laoqi to express such interest in male beauty. You truly dare to suggest such a thing? For centuries, gambling and allure had been inseparable. Young Prince Qin, with his noble status and extraordinary looks, attracted countless admirers among women, yet no man had ever dared to covet him. Qin Lang weighed a gold ingot in his hand, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Lu Laoqi. Do you know what you are proposing? Enough, enough. It is my sister who has long admired young Prince Qin, but finds herself unable to approach the prince of northern town. Surely, I can assist her in winning a night of indulgence, cannot I? Lu Laoqi, flustered by the ruckus, stammered an explanation, his face flushed. The crowd dismissed him with a chorus of disapproval. That will not do, Qin Lang interjected, casually tossing a gold ingot at Lu Laoqi to silence him. The more he explained, the louder the crowd became, escalating the commotion. Why not? Lu Laoqi protested, nursing his bruised mouth, while his companions chimed in. Young Prince Qin is simply afraid of losing. Qin Lang scoffed. In my realm, there is no notion of losing. Lu Laoqi pressed, then hastened to raise the stakes. Let us gamble. With a flourish of his fan, Qin Lang chuckled. A courtesan's worth is 1,000 pieces of gold for a night. I am worth at least 10,000 for a single evening. What do you possess to wager against me? Chapter 15. A heart in bloom in the gambling house. The patrons were astonished at the audacity of Prince Qin. I wager the entire Four Seas gambling house. Lu Laoqi gritted his teeth, throwing caution to the wind. Surely, this must suffice? Qin Lang languidly waved his fan, his tone dripping with nonchalance. Not enough. Not enough at all. As Shen Ruojin entered, her voice harmonized with his. Qin Lang raised his gaze to her, momentarily faltering in his fan's motion, contemplating. She too believes I am worth a fortune. Shen Ruojin declared. However, you are destined to lose today. My dear brother will stake anything. She approached Qin Lang, standing opposite Lu Laoqi at the long table. Come now, let us wager. Qin Lang's heart soared at her words. My dear brother, yet he feigned displeasure. What brings you here? And to use me as a stake, no less? Do you even know what Lu Laoqi intends to wager? How could you agree so swiftly? Despite his words, the mirth in his eyes was undeniable. While society lauded the genteel demeanor of aristocratic young ladies, he preferred Shen Ruojin's carefree spirit. I didn't quite catch that. All I heard was that he would wager the entire Four Seas gambling house, she replied casually, recalling the raucous cheers that greeted her entrance. Lu Laoqi's proclamation resonated, staking the entire establishment against Qin Lang. Gambling houses in the capital, backed by the powerful, could not simply be acquired by wealth alone. Winning them was no small feat. Shen Ruojin was resolute, thinking, I shall certainly win, never lose. Prince Qin, do you believe me or not? Leaning back in his chair, Qin Lang replied, if you are so confident, then let us proceed. The crowd around the gaming table exchanged astonished glances, marveling at how one could casually place their fortunes upon the table. Was this truly the rebellious Prince Qin, who held everyone in contempt? Lu Laoqi, feigning delight, remarked, You, a mere girl, have you ever set foot in a gambling house? Do you even know how to roll dice? Should you lose, wouldn't you be reduced to tears in Prince Qin's embrace? If word of this got out, I would be accused of taking advantage of a young lady. Shen Ruojin maintained her composure. I have never been in a gambling house, nor do I indulge in idle chatter before a wager. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Lu Laoqi, my wife finds your prattling excessive. Second master, I fear the young lady may not comprehend the intricacies of gambling. You should intervene instead of laughing. The steward, Xiao He, was drenched in sweat. Prince Qin was a wild spirit, and his new bride was equally unconventional, seeking her husband in a gambling house. Not to dissuade him from vice, but to engage in a wager herself, was outrageous. Losing a bit of gold and silver was trivial, but tarnishing the reputation of a new bride was grave. How would they explain this to the prince and princess upon returning to the manor? My lady believes she will win, and thus she shall. Besides, she is not wagering her honor. Why fret? Qin Lang waved his fan dismissively, signaling Xiao He to step aside. Honor? What do you mean by yours and mine? He was bewildered. Shen Ruojin too was puzzled, ready to inquire further. Lu Laoqi rolled up his sleeves. The young mistress is quite audacious for her age. You chose to gamble of your own volition, and I am not coercing you. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not renege. Are you finished? Shen Ruojin tapped the table with her fingertip. Let us begin. You have brought this upon yourself, Lu Laoqi stated, and I shall graciously accept the wager laid forth by Prince Qin. In the realm of gambling, Lu Laoqi was renowned, yet he found himself disconcerted by her nonchalance, especially as she was a woman. He immediately summoned 2 dice cups. The table was long. Lu Laoqi took 1 cup and casually tossed the other across the table. Shen Ruojin pressed down on it, dumping out the dice and weighing them in her hand, saying little. The house official remarked, "Do not fret. Our dice at the Four Seas gambling house are never rigged. No matter how much you weigh them, you will find nothing amiss." Lu Laoqi, underestimating her, believed she was unaware of her inevitable defeat and opted for the simplest game, betting high or low, best 2 out of 3. "Please," Shen Ruojin gestured. Her succinctness embarrassed Lu Laoqi, who fell silent and began to shake his dice cup with flourish, his hands a blur. Shen Ruojin remained still, her attention drifting to Qin Lang, who was also observing her. Their gazes met, and time seemed to pause. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat, yet his face remained adorned with a playful grin. "Why are you not making your move? What do you find so captivating?" Once he finished showing off, Shen Ruojin thought it a pleasant diversion to admire his charm. Qin Lang chuckled. "Your demeanor suggests a lack of respect for your opponent, my lady." "I have not rushed him. That is respect enough," she replied, watching as Lu Laoqi shook for an extended period. Finally, he slammed his cup onto the table, declaring his bet. "I wager high." However, as they revealed their bets simultaneously, the onlookers leaned in to witness the outcome. Each had 3 dice. Lu Laoqi had rolled 665, a formidable score. Yet, to his shock, Shen Ruojin revealed 666. Lu Laoqi had lost, defeated by a woman. The gamblers, long oppressed by Lu Laoqi, erupted in astonishment. Shen Ruojin maintained her composure, while Prince Qin continued to toy with his jade fan, as if this were an ordinary occurrence. Xiao He, the steward, stood agape, unable to close his mouth. Lu Laoqi, incredulous, protested, "This cannot be. You must have merely been lucky. Let us go again." Shen Ruojin gestured for him to proceed. This time, Lu Laoqi shook the dice even longer. Shen Ruojin remained indifferent, her expression unchanging. He bet low this round. Lu Laoqi, brimming with confidence, unveiled his roll of 3 ones, boasting, "I am certain to win this time. Do not speak too soon." She opened her cup, revealing 3 dice stacked together, with the topmost being a single dot. Lu Laoqi was momentarily stunned. 3 points versus 1. My lady had triumphed. Qin Lang, acting as the judge, announced with a smile, "The results are in. My lady has won 2 out of 3. The patrons of the gambling house were left dumbfounded, exclaiming that Lu Laoqi had underestimated her, and had consequently lost the Four Seas gambling house to a woman. "No, I have not lost yet. Let us change it to best 5 out of 3. At this moment, Lu Laoqi finally regarded Shen Ruojin as a formidable opponent. Shen Ruojin stated firmly, "Even if we were to play 10 more times, you would not prevail against me." Chapter 16. Encounters with my lady once more. Lu Laoqi, his eyes crimson with fervor, shook the dice repeatedly. Yet the outcome was consistently 10 losses for every bet placed. The patrons of the gambling house were rendered speechless, with some exclaiming in astonishment. "The young Prince Qin has what a goddess of gambling." Lu Laoqi fell back onto his chair, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Initially, he had indeed underestimated his opponent. But from the 3rd round onwards, he began to manipulate the hidden mechanisms beneath the table. Despite his attempts to alter the numbers in Shen Ruojin's dice cup, the results remained unchanged. Impossible, you say? The mechanisms of the Sihai gambling house cannot possibly fail? Shen Ruojin lifted her hand and overturned the gambling table, coins and silver notes cascading to the ground. The surrounding gamblers erupted into a frenzy, scrambling for the fallen treasures. Qin Lang, languidly reclining, watched his newlywed wife wreak havoc on the gambling den with a smile. Truly, she is my wife, swift and decisive. In that moment, as the table turned, Shen Ruojin activated all the hidden mechanisms, unleashing a multitude of compartments from unexpected locations. Dice tumbled out, littering the floor. I always suspected Lu Laoqi had been cheating us all these years. There must be something amiss. It turned out the table indeed harbored secret devices. The gamblers clamored for recompense, demanding the return of their previously seized silver. This gambling table had stood for many years, and although some had raised suspicions and inspected it, the mechanisms were so cleverly concealed that it seemed solid upon inspection. Who would have guessed that the newlywed wife of Prince Qin would identify the issue upon her arrival and expose all the hidden traps? Lu Laoqi's expression shifted, and he called out to Prince Qin, who was calmly observing the scene. These compartments are merely for the convenience of the croupier in retrieving the dice. Prince Qin, will you allow your wife to create such a scene? He continued, it is wise to leave a thread for future encounters. Who craves a future encounter with you? Qin Lang, unimpressed by Lu Laoqi's words, casually flipped the table with even greater expertise than Shen Ruojin. The enormous table crashed to the ground with a tremendous sound, causing the crowd to scatter in shock. Standing beside Shen Ruojin, Qin Lang declared, if encounters are to be made, it is I who will frequently meet with my lady. And what are you in comparison? Shen Ruojin shot him a sidelong glance. The emphasis of Prince Qin was decidedly skewed. Was this truly the moment to discuss frequent encounters? The commotion drew the gambling house's enforcers from the back. A throng of men armed with knives, appearing fierce and intimidating. Upon seeing that it was Prince Qin causing the chaos, they hesitated, refraining from excessive aggression. What a stroke of misfortune it was to provoke this chaotic prince. The Lord of the North held military power. Who would dare to confront him? Qin Lang had consistently dominated the capital's ruffians, never having suffered defeat. The enforcers halted behind Lu Laoqi, calling out, Lu, what? What is this? Lu Laoqi's expression darkened as he contemplated how to explain this calamity to his master. Lu Laoqi, you must accept the consequences of your wagers. Qin Lang said with a smile, his jade fan lightly tapping against his palm. If you contest this, I may very well dismantle your sea-high gambling house today. No one doubted the weight of Prince Qin's words. He was known for his resolute actions. The steward, Xiao He, spoke respectfully. I shall return to summon assistance at once. Dismantling the gambling house would indeed benefit the people. I believe the prince would approve and not hold the second master accountable. No need, Qin Lang replied, his gaze shifting to Shen Ruojin. She surveyed the enforcers and nodded slightly. A mere handful of men were indeed unnecessary. The two did not resemble newlyweds, but rather a formidable duo. Lu Laoqi found himself in a precarious position, drenched in sweat as he weighed the consequences of thoroughly offending these two against the dire repercussions of losing his gambling house. Just then, Qin Shi, accompanied by a dozen guards, strode in. What is the meaning of this? Why has the table been overturned? The heir of the Lord of the North and Prince Qin were starkly different individuals. Qin Lang was reckless and free-spirited, while Qin Shi was upright and accomplished. Their differing maternal backgrounds had led to a well-known rift between the brothers in the capital. Lu Laoqi's mind raced with thoughts of how to exploit their discord to save the sea-high gambling house, but he barely had the chance to speak before Qin Lang interjected. Eldest brother, you arrived just in time. Lu Laoqi wagered the sea-high gambling house and now seeks to renege on the debt. Please assist in collecting what is owed. I wish to see the gambling house's deed before nightfall. Prince Qin was unceremonious with his elder brother, taking Shen Ruojin's hand and leading her away. Having just married into the Lord of the North's household, Shen Ruojin was unaware of the true nature of the brothers' relationship. Qin Lang acted on impulse, while she felt the need for decorum. As they passed Qin Shi, she inclined her head slightly, saying, Thank you, eldest brother. Qin Shi observed the pair's intertwined hands, his expression darkening as he replied, No need for gratitude. They departed. Qin Lang smirked, holding Shen Ruojin's hand as they walked away. The royal carriage awaited them outside, amidst a bustling street filled with passers-by. Shen Ruojin felt somewhat uneasy being led by Qin Lang. He released her hand before she could speak, though he wished to hold it a little longer. Do you have something to say to me? Shen Ruojin inquired, noticing that he lingered. Indeed, Qin Lang had much to share. He had anticipated her invitation to return home together, but he hesitated to express it too bluntly. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, silently conveying to his wife, As soon as you speak, I shall respond. Are you curious why I was gambling? Shen Ruojin was clearly oblivious to Qin Lang's thoughts as she watched his hand shake the dice, recalling her sixth brother, Shen Ruojin, who had taught her the art of winning at gambling. Qin Lang chuckled, following her train of thought. Have you never inquired of your husband where you acquired such impressive gambling skills? Shen Ruojin met his gaze, replying, The shadowless hand, Shen Lu. The Shen family. With their 9 sons, each possessed unique talents. Shen Lu, Shen Ruojin excelled in mechanisms and clever tricks. The Shen household maintained a reputation for integrity. With a large family residing in the borderlands, they often found themselves tightening their belts when military funds were delayed, borrowing from one to cover another's expenses. Whenever Shen Ruojin returned to the capital, he adopted the alias Shen Lu, sweeping through various gambling houses, undefeated, earning the moniker the Shadowless Hand. Lu Laoqi had originally been known as Lu De, but changed his name to Lu Laoqi after suffering a crushing defeat at Shen Ruojin's hands. These tales, along with the hidden mechanisms beneath the gambling table, were shared casually by her elder brother in moments of leisure. At the time, she thought them trivial. After the deaths of her brothers, however, Shen Ruojin was forcibly returned to the capital by her maternal grandfather, yet she often reminisced about their past conversations and deeds. It was as though, at that moment when she overturned the gambling table, she wondered if her sixth brother had ever done the same. No wonder, indeed, that a skilled master produces an extraordinary disciple. Qin Lang's voice abruptly pulled Shen Ruojin from her reverie. She forced a smile, acknowledging the compliment. "You need not flatter me. If you do not wish to smile, then do not," Qin Lang remarked, gazing intently at her. Throughout her first year back in the capital, Shen Ruojin seldom ventured out. Whenever she appeared before others, she wore a smile that never quite reached her eyes. It was as if she were deceiving both herself and others, convincing them that she was thriving. Upon hearing his words, a complex emotion stirred within Shen Ruojin. She looked at Qin Lang and softly replied, "Very well." Originally, she intended to engage in a playful exchange with the young Prince Qin, sparring a few words. However, after the recent commotion, she found herself missing her elder brother, her emotions in disarray, and thus preferred to remain silent. "Please feel free. I shall return first," Shen Ruojin remarked, before turning to board her carriage. Yet, Qin Lang unexpectedly placed his hand on the carriage frame, his tall figure drawing closer, nearly enveloping her within his embrace. "Madam, are you departing for home without me?" Chapter 17. Accompanying to the end, what do you want me to bring? The moment Shen Ruojin spoke, she immediately fell silent, almost forgetting that she was already married. The Prince of Jinbei's residence was indeed the home of this young Prince Qin. Upon this realization, she continued, "If you are unwilling to stay with me, I shall not impose." "Who said that?" Qin Lang's heart was in an uproar, yet he replied, "Madam, you are quite magnanimous." "Well, it is essential to possess some degree of magnanimity," Shen Ruojin mused, realizing that such a quality must be wielded with precision. Qin Lang thought to himself that he might have to wait a long time for Shen Ruojin to invite him back to the residence. Since that was the case, he decided to take the initiative. Leaning closer, Qin Lang whispered to her, "One must be willing to accept the consequences of one's wagers. Since you have won me home, I shall accompany you today." "What are you saying?" Shen Ruojin was bewildered. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Lang replied, "You wagered with Lu Laoqi, but I did not catch what he asked me to stake as a bet. The gambling house was too noisy for me to hear clearly." Shen Ruojin truly did not catch it. It seemed that the stakes were unusual. Qin Lang fixed his gaze upon her and said, "Then allow me to inform you now." Shen Ruojin's intuition was not favorable. In the next moment, Qin Lang wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her into the carriage, her body light as she settled into the soft chair inside. The curtain of the carriage lifted and fell, isolating them from the outside world. Only Qin Lang's voice resonated clearly in her ear. "Congratulations, madam. You have won a night of romance with me." Shen Ruojin chuckled softly to place such a wager. "Young Prince Qin, you are quite the player." Who could have anticipated that the bet which compelled Lu Laoqi to stake the entire Sihai gambling house would be a night spent with young Prince Qin? She had won too swiftly and thoroughly. "You were rather hasty. It seems the madam is indeed more skilled," Qin Lang modestly acknowledged. After a brief moment in his embrace, Shen Ruojin felt uncomfortable with such closeness and soon wished to extricate herself. "Do not be so reserved. Loosen up," Qin Lang said, casually tossing aside his jade fan and drawing her in even closer. His warm breath caressed Shen Ruojin's ear, each word tantalizing. "How would you like to play? I am here to accompany you until the end." Shen Ruojin's thoughts raced. "Then I shall not hold back." As she spoke, she gently rested her hand on Qin Lang's shoulder. "Let us return and take our time." Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Very well." Later that night, at the Jinbei prince's residence. "Where is that rebellious son of mine? Has he returned? If he dares to frolic about and embarrass his new bride, I shall break his legs." The Prince of Jinbei had just exited the palace and immediately inquired about Qin Lang's whereabouts upon entering the residence. If the steward replied that the second young master had not yet returned, a fierce confrontation between father and son was inevitable. However, the steward answered, "The second young master returned before lunch and has not gone out since. He should be in the accounts room." The prince was visibly taken aback, for no apparent reason. What could he be doing in the accounts room? Had he squandered all the money bestowed upon him by the princess and returned to plot against the family estate? It was no wonder this father could only envision his son in a negative light. Indeed, over the years, Qin Lang had acted with reckless abandon. There was no limit to his absurdity. The old servant thought it likely not to be a bad thing, suggesting, why not have the prince take a look for himself? The steward, knowing the prince's frustration with his son, refrained from further comment, recognizing that seeing is believing. You are not keeping secrets from me, are you? The Prince of Jinbei found this quite curious. The steward chuckled. This old servant is not well read. Some matters are difficult to articulate, and the prince must see for himself. Let us go to the accounts room. The prince strode towards the accounts room without hesitation, eager to discover what Qin Lang was up to today. As the master and servant traversed the corridors, they approached the accounts room and saw He Chung rushing over with a box, his face alight with joy. Just as he was about to enter to share the good news with the second young master and young mistress, he bumped into the prince and the steward. Promptly halting to bow, the Prince of Jinbei gestured for He Chung to rise and casually inquired, "What is that you are holding?" He Chung glanced into the accounts room, hesitating on whether to reveal the truth. The steward instructed, "When the prince asks, you must answer truthfully." Beads of sweat formed on He Cheng's brow as he replied, "It is the contract for the Sihai gambling house." The prince's expression darkened immediately. "Rascal, not content with gambling, Qin Lang seeks to purchase the gambling house for himself? Your Highness, please calm your anger." He Chung quickly knelt. "It is not the second young master who bought the gambling house. It is." The prince interrupted. "If he did not buy it, did someone gift it to him for no reason?" He Chung thought to himself that it was indeed won by the young mistress, which was not far from being a gift. Just as he was about to explain, the prince's voice grew stern. "Fetch the family law." The steward respectfully replied, "Your Highness, you entrusted the family law to the young mistress when you had tea with her yesterday. Without the family law, it would be improper to simply seize a stick." The prince's face turned ashen as he stormed towards the accounts room. Qin Hua, the Prince of Jinbei, despised those who indulged in debauchery and gambling. He was strict in his military conduct, surrounded by talented individuals, yet his own son was a scoundrel. Meanwhile, the princess was observing the young couple's interaction from the opposite side of the accounts room. Shen Ruojin had somehow managed to bring the second young master back today. Upon returning to the residence, instead of retreating to their new chamber, the couple had come to the accounts room. Initially, Shen Ruojin was tallying accounts, while Qin Lang turned the pages beside her. Soon, the roles reversed, with the second young master, who was least concerned with wealth, manipulating the abacus beads. Shen Ruojin stood by the table, examining the accounts, trimming the candle wicks, occasionally suggesting, "Second young master, take a sip of tea and rest." Qin Lang, his eyes half closed, appeared ready to doze off, yet his hands never ceased their movement over the abacus. When he drank tea, he would not pause, merely lifting his chin to signal for his wife to feed him. When the maid reported to the princess that the newlywed couple was in the accounts room and appeared to be getting along well, the princess was astonished, exclaiming, "The sun must be rising in the west today." She hurried over to witness it for herself. Upon seeing them, it was remarkable. A perfect match. Even counting money was more pleasing to the eye than others. The princess grew increasingly delighted, reflecting on how well suited this new bride was. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Prince of Jinbei approaching with a dark expression, intent on entering the accounts room. She quickly maneuvered to block his path. "What do you intend to do? Do you not see the young couple in harmony? As a father, how can you disturb them at this moment?" The princess shot the prince a glance, urging him to observe for himself. At that moment, the courtyard was enveloped in night. The lantern swayed gently in the night breeze. Inside the accounts room, the light shone brightly. Qin Lang, eyes closed, sent the abacus beads flying, while Shen Ruojin leaned over the table to see. Unbeknownst to her, she uttered something that made Qin Lang suddenly laugh. Closing the account book and tossing it into the box, opening his eyes to look at her again. Chapter 18. Squandering resources. The princess gazed at the scene before her, unable to suppress the smile curving at the corners of her lips. How rare it was that our second son, Erlang, was caught in such a predicament. What more could come of this? He was idly calculating with his eyes closed, carefree as ever, yet could he truly comprehend the accounts? The Northern King, however, grew increasingly irate, convinced that it was merely Shen Ruojin, as the new bride, who felt embarrassed and reluctant to discipline Qin Lang, allowing him to act with such impunity. The princess shot him a glare. Erlang had excelled in all 6 Confucian arts during his studies at the Imperial Academy. How could he possibly be incapable of managing simple accounts? Indeed, he was the only one who could. The Northern King had spent many years in the Northern Territories and had not spent much time with Qin Lang. He had entirely forgotten how this rebellious child fared in his studies as a youth. All he could recall were the tales of the little prince's reckless and unrestrained behavior in recent years. The 6 Confucian arts, ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, were the hallmarks of a gentleman. The Northern King viewed Qin Lang as a scoundrel, devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor, and naturally doubted his proficiency in these studies. Yes, indeed, he was the only one. The princess was greatly vexed, as she stormed towards the treasury with the Northern King's darkened countenance following her. She muttered through clenched teeth, had it not been for 4 years ago when Lang personally ventured to the Northern Territories to deliver provisions and warm clothing. Nearly losing his life in the process, would he have become the way he is today? He was once a prodigy, but upon returning from the North, his character underwent a complete transformation. The reasons behind it are unknown to others. Do you, as his father, not feel a shred of pity or guilt? For years prior, Qin Lang was merely 17. At that time, he was the most outstanding youth in the imperial capital, possessing both talent and beauty, unparalleled in the city. It was during a harsh winter, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, that the northern front suffered from prolonged battles, lacking clothing and food. The court's military supplies were insufficient, and the Lin family helped gather a batch of provisions and warm clothing to prevent any mishaps along the way. Qin Lang personally led the convoy. The princess had initially harbored concerns about his journey, but Qin Lang insisted, in times of national peril, how can we cower? As a mother, she sought nothing more than her son's safety. She thought that with the prince stationed at the front, it would be a good opportunity for father and son, who rarely met, to strengthen their bond, so she allowed him to go. Little did she know that Qin Lang would be out of contact for months, and when news finally arrived, it spoke of his near demise in the north, saved only by the intervention of a kind stranger. That year, as reports of victories from the north flooded in, Qin Lang returned, gravely injured yet fervent. The princess repeatedly inquired about his experiences in the north, but he remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired there. His admiration for the northern king completely dissipated. From that point onward, his disposition changed drastically. He abandoned his studies at the Imperial Academy, ceased practicing martial arts, and descended into a life of debauchery and excess. The northern king's discontent toward his second son grew. Upon returning to the capital, he submitted a petition to commend his eldest son, Qin Shi, for his achievements, requesting the title of heir. The emperor granted this, and at a palace banquet, he smiled and inquired, "Why has the little prince of the northern king's residence not graced us with his presence?" The guests were puzzled, for with Qin Shi present, there was no other prince to speak of. Only the chief eunuch, Zhou Jixiang, conveyed the emperor's intent. Has Qin Lang, the little prince, not arrived? From that moment on, the capital was abuzz with the knowledge that although Qin Shi was the heir, the emperor favored Qin Lang more, leaving the future uncertain regarding who would inherit the title. Thus, the seeds of discord between the Qin brothers were sown. Being a stepmother is no easy task, and managing the affairs of the royal household is even more challenging. The princess had always avoided discussing the matters between Lang and Qin Shi, but today, her temper flared, and she could no longer restrain herself from bringing up past grievances with the northern king. Recalling the past, the northern king's expression darkened further. It was also true that Qin Lang could not withstand adversity. As a young man, he had ample opportunities to achieve merit. Why must he insist on competing over trivial matters? In the eyes of the prince, the heir was perfect in every way. Lang is always lacking. You have returned to the capital once in 4 years, and you have disciplined him only once. Is that not sufficient? Now that he has finally married a fine woman and shows signs of returning to the right path, why do you insist on stirring up trouble? The princess, hailing from a merchant family, was eloquent. She usually maintained an air of virtuousness befitting a royal wife, yet when it came to her son, her temper ignited. Unable to contend with the princess, the northern king opted for silence. He paused for a moment before enumerating Lang's recent misdeeds. Just the other day, he fought with a young master from the prime minister's residence. On his wedding day, he abandoned his bride to rescue some actor, and today, he procured a gambling house's contract, not realizing the trouble it might bring. You say he is returning to the right path? What gambling house contract? The princess, upon hearing this, felt that Lang had indeed gone too far, but how could they condemn him without clear understanding of the situation? In response to the princess's inquiry, He Chung, who had been observing, quickly stepped forward to clarify. It is the contract from the Sihai gambling house. Today, when the second young mistress visited the second master, she happened to win it during a game. She won it from Lu Laoqi, and the heir was present at the time. The second master had even entrusted the heir to collect the debt. Having finally finished speaking, the steward, Xiaohe, knelt behind them, too afraid to utter a word, nearly suffocating from holding his breath. What nonsense was this? The Northern King felt a headache coming on. Wasn't he this gambling house Erlang's doing? How did it involve the eldest brother and Shen Ruojin? It was Ruojin who won it? What a capable daughter-in-law! The princess clasped her hands together, casting a look at the Northern King that seemed to say, "Look at you, so angry." The Northern King felt somewhat awkward. His expression lightened, revealing a hint of discomfort. He remained silent. The princess, intentionally prodding, urged, "Why not go, my lord? Why the hesitation? You were so indignant when it came to disciplining Erlang. Yet upon hearing it was a gambling house won by your daughter-in-law, you fell silent." The old man, with his biases, always treated matters differently. As elders, one should refrain from meddling in the affairs of newlywed couples. The Northern King, maintaining a stern visage, returned to the princess, saying, "It is getting late. Let us return and rest, my lady." The princess conceded, and together they departed. The onlookers quietly retreated, the night breeze gently sweeping through the courtyard. As if nothing had transpired, Qin Lang concluded the accounts spread across the table and, before Shen Ruojin could open another box, he rose and pressed his hand down upon hers. "Are you truly intent on making me work through the night, tallying accounts?" Shen Ruojin, using her other hand, thrust a stack of ledgers into his embrace. "What else would you have me do? You said you could do as you please. Are you perhaps having second thoughts? Who says that a night spent together must only involve the bed? Is money not enticing? Can there be anything more pleasurable than counting silver? Anything is fine." Qin Lang turned to place the ledgers back on the table. Yet Shen Ruojin, he found himself in rare moments of such helplessness, unable to suppress a smile. "There were countless activities one could engage in during the night, yet you wish for me to accompany you in the treasury to count money. You truly are squandering resources." I've never heard anyone describe themselves as squandering resources before. Shen Ruojin turned to look at the man beneath the light. However, given Qin Lang's appearance, it was indeed warranted. She smiled and asked, "Are you tired? Since returning home around noon, we have spent 4 or 5 hours in the treasury, dining on our lunch and dinner here, and the ledgers have been cleared from several boxes." Tired? Qin Lang bypassed the table, moving closer to her, stretching lazily and leaning against Shen Ruojin. "The night was deep. Might I request, my lady, that we find a different place to continue our activities?" Chapter 19. The passionate youth. Despite Shen Ruojin's calm demeanor, she was taken aback by Qin Lang's words. Her new husband truly had a way of expressing himself. With such a statement from him, Shen Ruojin felt compelled to respond. "Very well," she said, extending her index finger to lightly tug at Qin Lang's waistband. "Let us change the venue." The night breeze slipped through the small window, causing the candle flames within the room to flicker. As the couple departed the study and returned to their bridal chamber, the maids and matrons, having seen them enter, were about to approach to serve, but halted when they witnessed the door close swiftly behind them. A silent understanding passed among the onlookers, and they quietly retreated, aware of the couple's intimate return. The maids wished to sneak a glance, but were restrained by a young servant girl who whispered, "Let matters be until tomorrow. Now is not the time to disturb the young master and mistress." The young maid blushed, recalling her past experiences managing the armory by the border, where the young generals of the Shen family were yet unmarried. Unlike the well-versed maids of noble households, she had not been trained in matters of the master's chamber. Yet, she understood enough to realize that with the groom returning to the chamber after a night away, they were likely to consummate their union. Inside the bridal chamber, Qin Lang followed Shen Ruojin, closing the door behind them before pressing her against it and capturing her lips in a sudden kiss. The unexpected action left Shen Ruojin momentarily stunned. However, Qin Lang's adeptness in kissing drew her in, and she found herself unwittingly lost in the moment. The allure of beauty captivated her senses. After a brief pause, she raised her hand as if to strike, but Qin Lang seized her wrist. The playful banter of the bridal chamber was a form of flirtation. Any true aggression would be inappropriate. The young prince was in high spirits, grinning like a fox that had stolen a delicacy. Shen Ruojin's instinctive motion was not intended to harm Qin Lang. Perhaps it was the tumultuous events following her family's misfortunes that left her feeling disoriented for the past 3 years, as if caught in a long nightmare. Her return to the capital, the arranged engagement, and her marriage had all been orchestrated by others. It was only when Pei Jing and Mu Yue departed on their wedding day that she decisively extricated herself from that chaotic situation and wed Qin Lang. Before her stood her new husband. Even with plans to part ways after a year, it was inevitable that they would frequently see one another during that time. She would likely not remarry thereafter. If she were to experience intimacy with Qin Lang during that year, perhaps the disadvantages would not solely be hers. With this thought, Shen Ruojin lowered her hand, instead caressing the back of Qin Lang's ear. She breathed softly against his neck. "Qin Lang, your ears are quite warm," she teased, relishing the heat emanating from him. His earlier teasing words from their wedding night echoed in her mind. "Shen Ruojin, why is your face so red?" This night, however, it was she who smiled and lightly mocked him. Rumors painted Qin Lang as a notorious flirt, a man who could charm any woman from princesses to courtesans. Yet here he was, blushing while kissing her. As she observed him, her gaze turned inquisitive. Her new husband, so handsome yet with flushed ears, was rather amusing. She let her fingers wander over his neck and playfully pinched his earlobe. It was curious to contemplate the allure of those who would brazenly tease respectable women in the streets, engaging with a rogue, compelling him to temper his wildness. Witnessing the fire ignite in his eyes and hearing his breath grow heavier was undeniably more entertaining, was it not? To her surprise, she discovered that he was quite skilled at flirting as well. Qin Lang's eyes darkened, as if he intended to devour her with his gaze. What kind of teasing was this? He had kissed her, and a mere touch in return seemed a fair exchange. Withdrawing her hand, she turned to venture deeper into the room. Leaning against the door, Qin Lang wiped his lips and spoke in a voice that had taken on a husky timbre. "Are you truly playing with me?" "Let the games begin," she replied with a smile, as she lifted the beaded curtain and entered the inner chamber. It was only the second day of their marriage, and the room still bore the vibrant red decorations of joy. The bed was adorned with a dragon and phoenix quilt, and the red canopy embroidered with wishes for many descendants hung nearby. The wedding candles had long since burned out, and fresh red candles were lit for the day. As Shen Ruojin sat before the bronze mirror, removing her hairpins, she did not notice Qin Lang entering the inner room. Instead, she heard the sound of the door opening as he stepped outside again, seemingly heading to the washroom. Soon, the sound of water splashing accompanied by a servant's gentle admonitions reached her ears. "Young master, winter is approaching. How can you bathe with cold water? It is harmful to your health." Silence. Shen Ruojin chuckled softly. "Qin Lang, you are indeed spirited." Today, as Qin Lang rested at home, Shen Ruojin had prepared herself for some playful exchanges in bed. Yet as she waited, reclining on the couch and finishing a travelogue, Qin Lang did not come to join her. After a long day, she gradually succumbed to fatigue, placing the travelogue beside her pillow and drifting off to sleep. When she awoke, it was already the following morning. The other half of the couch remained empty. Qin Lang had not returned to sleep beside her. Shen Ruojin assumed he had finished bathing and, unable to linger at home, had gone out again. She thought little of it as she rose to change and wash up before heading to the main courtyard to greet the princess. The Northern King had spent the night with the princess, and as the maid announced Shen Ruojin's arrival, the Northern King was polishing his treasured sword while the princess was at her mirror, arranging her hair. In the 3 days since their wedding, no other bride had been as dutiful and capable as she, not only managing her husband, but also demonstrating such thoughtfulness and filial piety. The princess had taken a liking to Shen Ruojin ever since witnessing her ensure Qin Lang sat down to count silver coins in the study. She found every opportunity to praise her. The Northern King remarked, "Pray tell, has my son bullied the bride?" Prompting her to seek me out early in the morning to complain, the princess shot him a glare. "If the king finds us displeasing, he ought to seek a more comfortable place to reside." The Northern King quickly fell silent, having nearly faced the princess's wrath the previous night for criticizing their son. He felt it would be shameful to seek refuge in the study after being reprimanded, and thus stood at the foot of the bed until the princess invited him to rest beside her. This early morning, he was irked once more by that rebellious child. The princess, fastening the last purple gem hairpin into her hair, accompanied by her maids, stepped outside to greet Shen Ruojin. "You have arrived just in time. The king and I have yet to have breakfast. Please join us." The morning light was splendid, and the princess had arranged breakfast in the courtyard. The Northern King placed his sword on the rack and polished it for a while longer, eager for the meal. The princess invited Shen Ruojin to sit beside her, discussing the various banquet invitations received from influential families, and the conversation flowed effortlessly, though not once did she mention Qin Lang. "Why have you come alone? Where is my son?" The Northern King's inquiry immediately shattered the princess's composure. The princess shot him a furious glance. The Northern King, in front of others, especially in the presence of younger generations, maintained an air of integrity and authority, speaking in a deep voice. Is my son out gallivanting again? He just returned home yesterday. And yet you mentioned what did you say about me? Qin Lang traversed the archway and entered, adorned in a resplendent brocade robe of sea and sky hues. His visage strikingly beautiful, more radiant than the dawn's first light. He approached his parents casually, offering his respects, and then took a seat beside Shen Ruojin, whispering to her. I spent the night in restless wakefulness, counting silver in the treasury, yet no one has shown a modicum of sympathy for my plight. Chapter 20. Madam, please tread lightly. Shen Ruojin recalled the man taking a cold bath in the dead of night, only to vanish as he washed. She smiled slightly and remarked, I slept quite well. For no apparent reason. Why are you unable to find rest? Qin Lang cast her a meaningful glance, inviting her to ponder. Shen Ruojin chuckled and placed a piece of date cake into Qin Lang's bowl. This cake is delightfully sweet, but not cloying. You should try some. Qin Lang had little fondness for sweets. However, as it was presented by his wife, he said nothing and savored it slowly. Did Erlang stay in the accounting room all night? The princess inquired, her curious gaze shifting between the young couple. Could it be that they felt embarrassed to share a bed on their wedding night? That seemed unlikely. Erlang was not one to shy away from such matters. The Northtown King was visibly displeased upon seeing Qin Lang. What business did you have counting silver in the middle of the night instead of sleeping in your chamber? You spend all day at the theater or the gambling house. Aside from squandering money, what else can you do? Qin Lang, accustomed to such remarks, did not even flinch. As for lavish spending, I can hardly compare to you. We both expend our mother's silver, yet I have never uttered a word of reproach against you. The court had long lamented its empty treasury, and military generals from various regions had not received their salaries on time. The Northtown King held command over the northern troops, a formidable force of 200,000, yet he faced difficulties whenever he sought military funds from the court. Unlike other generals, however, the Northtown King had fortune on his side. He married the eldest daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, which provided him with financial support whenever provisions and military supplies ran low. Maintaining an army was an expensive endeavor, akin to throwing silver notes into a fire. Even if the young Lord Qin spent lavishly, he could not match the Northtown King's expenditure. The noblewomen privately mocked the Northtown King for taking a merchant's daughter as his wife, suggesting that he had married for money rather than love. Naturally, the Northtown King harbored no affection for his new wife, and even less for her son. What nonsense are you spouting? The Northtown King slammed down his chopsticks in anger. Qin Lang also set down his utensils. I was merely speaking the truth. He had only uttered 2 words when Shen Ruojin stepped on his foot, abruptly halting his words. The nascent conflict between father and son was quelled. The couple's actions under the table went unnoticed by others. They exchanged glances, and Shen Ruojin whispered, Do not speak in anger. Do not lose your temper with those closest to you. It is yourself who will regret it. This was a lesson she had learned after losing her uncle and brothers. Qin Lang smiled faintly. I was simply stating facts. You. The Northtown King could not abide his son's nonchalance, as if he held no regard for family. Come with me to the training grounds. What is the meaning of this, my lord? And you, Erlang, how dare you argue with your father in front of Ruojin? The two of you cannot even finish a meal in peace. What kind of example does that set? The princess chastised both men with a single remark. The Northtown King fell silent, though his countenance remained dark, clearly still irate. Qin Lang, however, wore a smile. Father, since you do not reprimand me in public, I suppose my wife holds great influence. At his words, both the king and queen shot in deadly glares. Shen Ruojin pressed her foot down harder. Was it impossible for him to remain silent at such a moment? Madam, please tread lightly. Qin Lang leaned closer to Shen Ruojin, his voice low. It hurts. The king and queen continued to observe them, their expressions shifting to one of subtle complexity. Shen Ruojin discreetly withdrew her foot and feigned innocence. What are you saying, Erlang? Qin Lang chose not to expose her pretense. Ahem. The Northtown King cleared his throat. Let us eat in peace. What are you two doing beneath the table? Unruly child. You have led your new wife astray. The queen shot a reproachful glance at the king, signaling him to refrain from further meddling. The Northtown King cursed Qin Lang internally for his lack of decorum, continuing to drink his porridge with a scowl. With the heir Qin Shi absent, the Northtown King's family of 4 sat together for breakfast. Shen Ruojin and the queen each held one of the men in check. allowing for a somewhat stable meal. After eating, the North Town King, maintaining his stern demeanor, instructed Qin Lang, a few days ago. You injured the second son of Li Xiong over a performer. Li Heir's nose was broken. Yet not only did the Prime Minister's residents refrain from pursuing the matter, they even sent lavish gifts to request your leniency. You must visit the Prime Minister's residence to apologize and resolve this matter. That was Li Heir's own folly. Qin Lang scoffed. This is my business. There is no need for you to worry, father. Even if Li Heir seeks revenge in the future, he will only come after me and would never dare confront you. The North Town King. His words were sharp, provoking the North Town King to once again consider sending him to the training grounds. If I do not discipline this unruly son, he may forget who his father is. Li Xiong was cunning and protective, even if his sons were lacking. He would not permit just anyone to strike them. The Prime Minister's residence was currently playing the victim, pretending to be unable to retaliate after their son was beaten, and they had sent gifts to apologize. If Qin Lang did not resolve the matter, a memorial could be sent to the emperor, placing all the blame on the North Town King's residence. The queen understood this dynamic as well. Displeased by the king's perpetual sternness, she gently advised, Lang, this is your fault. Even if you have little regard for Li Heir, you must still show proper etiquette. Do not allow outsiders to find fault. Appearances matter. The North Town King shot her a glare and lowered his voice. Is this how you have been teaching Lang? The queen ignored him. What is wrong with what I said? Shen Ruojin observed the couple's silent conflict, her gaze drifting to the eaves, pretending she heard and saw nothing. Qin Lang was too indifferent to bother with appearances. For someone like Li Heir, he would strike him every time they met. You wish for me to apologize to him? Is that so I can visit the Prime Minister's residence to confront him? You. The North Town King's face darkened. Do you think I will not discipline you in front of your wife? Enough, enough. The queen intervened. If Lang is unwilling to go, someone else can go. After all, Li Xiong has not sent Li Heir here, has he? That was because Li Heir had been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. The North Town King was at a loss for words, turning away to take several deep breaths to regain his composure. Let us go. Qin Lang cast Shen Ruojin a glance and turned to leave, as if he were accustomed to such scenes. Shen Ruojin, as the new wife, could not afford to be so casual. She needed to bid farewell to the king and queen before departing. Ruojin, the North Town King suddenly called out to her. Your purchase of the theater is not an issue, and if you wish to engage in other businesses, feel free. However, gambling houses bring great harm. I have already issued a decree prohibiting anyone in the North Town King's residence from engaging in such detrimental activities. I urge you to think carefully. Understood. Shen Ruojin replied softly. I will heed your counsel and manage the Sihai gambling house properly. The North Town King nodded. Then you may go. Shen Ruojin departed with Qin Lang. The queen, exasperated, elbowed the North Town King. What a display of authority, my lord. It is one thing to maintain a stern face with Lang, but why must you be so fierce with your daughter-in-law? Chapter 21. Where have I been fierce? Where have I been fierce? The Lord of Jinbei still believed he had spoken quite calmly. The principle of refraining from gambling was a fundamental tenet of his character. When discussing fundamental matters, one should not be overly gentle even with a daughter-in-law. The princess did not wish to engage in a lengthy argument with him and directly dismissed him, saying, breakfast is over, and I have already scolded my son and daughter-in-law. The prince should attend to his own affairs. The Lord of Jinbei wanted to say something further, but the princess had already turned and returned to her chamber. He stood in place for a moment before leaving the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Shen Ruojin pondered how to handle the recently acquired Sihai gambling house. There was no reason to abandon what had already been one. Opening it herself was out of the question. Selling it was difficult as well, with no immediate buyers in sight. Just as she was about to inquire about Qin Lang's intentions, she raised her head and found him about to speak as well. They both paused simultaneously, then spoke in unison. You go first. Shen Ruojin smiled. You first. Then they heard Qin Lang, with utmost nonchalance. Ask, where does my lady wish to go today? Are you going to take me with you? Shen Ruojin chuckled in disbelief, unable to discern whether this young prince was genuinely carefree and dismissive of his father's reprimands or simply teasing her. Qin Lang, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt a tinge of dread. He had let something slip. His words had come out too hastily. She might realize that their recent visits to the theater and gambling house were intended to lure her out for enjoyment. Qin Lang feigned calmness and said, regardless, you will find your way to me, so I might as well take you along. Understanding dawned on Shen Ruojin, and she nodded, trusting him. After all, Whenever Qin Lang was reveling outside, she would often be the center of attention, which was rather disheartening. However, today was not suitable. She would have to disappoint the young princess goodwill. As she walked outward, she remarked, the gambling house must be disposed of promptly and replaced with other ventures. Otherwise, both within and outside the residence will be restless. Naturally, converting it into cash would be the best option. Qin Lang, leisurely following her stride, inquired, how do you intend to proceed? Sell it. Shen Ruojin turned to look at him. The Jinbei princess household had its own rules against involvement in gambling for good reason. In the past, whenever her sixth brother swept through various gambling houses, bringing back substantial wealth, he would have to concoct various excuses with the help of their third brother, even claiming it was acquired through illicit means rather than winning at gambling. When her sixth brother could no longer conceal it, he too faced punishment. Operating a gambling house was detrimental to family reputation and caused considerable harm. Holding on to the contract was also a nuisance. It seemed Lu Laoqi's master had anticipated this, which was why the gambling house contract was delivered so readily. It appeared that selling the gambling house was indeed the wisest course of action. If a favorable price could be secured, that would be even better. Agreed, Qin Lang replied without hesitation. He then asked, what kind of buyer are you looking for? Shen Ruojin replied without a moment's thought, naturally, one who offers a high price. Who would ever turn down excess money? Indeed, Qin Lang's smile deepened. Are there suitable buyers among the young princess acquaintances? Shen Ruojin speculated that Qin Lang, being the capital's foremost dandy, must know some wealthy and influential individuals willing to take over a gambling house. While they were conversing, a servant approached with news. Second master, the sixth prince has sent an invitation requesting your presence at Furong Garden for wine tasting and pipa music. The sixth prince, Yuan Ping, was known as the most extravagant among the emperor's 5 sons. While other princes were embroiled in power struggles, he indulged in revelry. Being the only crowned prince exempt from attending court, Yuan Ping, of the same age as Qin Lang, often enjoyed mingling with him and had recently acquired a beautiful pipa player. Qin Lang glanced at Shen Ruojin but did not respond. The servant stepped forward, lowering his voice. The sixth prince sends word. It is merely a gambling house. If the second young mistress has won, let not trivial matters tarnish our brotherhood. Qin Lang chuckled. I was unaware he had taken up gambling as well. Then will you still sell? Shen Ruojin had not anticipated that the Sihai gambling house belonged to the sixth prince. Qin Shi had been pursuing debts, yet he had not mentioned this. The sixth prince had just had the contract delivered yesterday and now invited Qin Lang to a banquet. There was no telling what his intentions were. Sell, Qin Lang said as he took the invitation from the servant, idly playing with it between his fingers. Is this not a ready-made buyer? Shen Ruojin raised an eyebrow. Is that feasible? Qin Lang replied with a smile. Why wouldn't it be? Then it all depends on the young prince, Shen Ruojin acknowledged. I shall await good news at the residence. After all, whose money isn't money? If Qin Lang could sell the Sihai gambling house back to the sixth prince, that would indeed be an accomplishment. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. He still preferred when Shen Ruojin called him husband. However, such matters could not be rushed. He called for peace and went to fetch the gambling house contract. Understood, second master. I shall retrieve it immediately. A young steward who had appeared from nowhere complied. Shen Ruojin accompanied Qin Lang in the garden, admiring the parasol trees, and waited for him to return with the contract before seeing him off. The guards of the princess residence observed the usually swift and fleeting second master leisurely walking with his new wife. Before departing, he did not forget to leave a remark. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Shen Ruojin replied slowly. There is no need to hurry back. After all, you are negotiating with the prince. It is essential to placate him to avoid future complications. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. We'll discuss it upon your return. The young prince, accompanied by 2 attendants, rode down the long street, turning back at the corner to glance at Shen Ruojin. A smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling. Shen Ruojin stood at the entrance for a moment longer. The sword attendant reminded her gently, the master has gone far. You should return. Shen Ruojin acknowledged and turned to enter the residence, intending to check on Qin Lang's gains from the previous night. In the afternoon, Qin Lang, who had said he would return shortly, had yet to make an appearance. Shen Ruojin took the household's token and personally delivered silver to Master Huang while also inquiring about the new play. As she and the sword attendant stepped outside the gates of the princess residence, they were greeted by the sound of galloping hooves as a horse-drawn carriage pulled up before the gates. 2 maidservants assisted a heavily pregnant young woman from the carriage, who approached the guards to present an invitation. requesting that the second young mistress Lian be announced to the young prince and his wife. The young lady, adorned in fine garments, appeared nearly ready to give birth. Shen Ruojin halted in her tracks. The sword attendant murmured behind her, "Is she here to see you and the master? What is the meaning of this? Why would a woman about to give birth come to visit?" The guards accepted the invitation and, upon taking a few steps, spotted Shen Ruojin. "Second young mistress, a visitor from the Prime Minister's residence has arrived." Shen Ruojin lifted her gaze, signaling the sword attendant to receive it. Lian turned at the sound and inquired, "Are you the new wife of the young prince? The second miss of the Lingyong Marquis?" Chapter 22. Scheming indeed. Shen Ruojin stood 3 to 4 steps away from her, offering a polite greeting, "Madam Li. How do you do? It is my turn to extend my regards." Li Yongxi, pregnant and noticeably swollen, was quite cumbersome in her movements, requiring assistance from her maids even to walk. Despite her condition, she insisted on ascending the steps, forcing a smile as she spoke. "It seems we are both the second madams of our respective households, a rather fortunate coincidence. My husband has recently incurred the ire of young Master Qin. And though he has engaged in matters of conflict, those are issues for the men, not for us women. Wouldn't you agree? If it is indeed unrelated, then why have you come today?" Shen Ruojin harbored a dislike for the capital, and an even greater aversion to the manner in which the noble women there had been conditioned to depend on their fathers before marriage and their husbands thereafter. Li Yongxi endured the tribulations of pregnancy while her husband, Li Er, dallied outside, embroiled in trouble and requiring his pregnant wife to intervene on his behalf. Qin Lang was correct. Li Er truly deserved a beating. Perhaps it had been a long time since Li Yongxi had heard such forthright words. As she was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly burst into tears. Her weeping provoked a distress that could jeopardize her pregnancy. "Madam, please hold on. I shall fetch a physician immediately." The attending maidens were in a flurry, one insisting on helping Li Yongxi back to the carriage, while another rushed off to summon a doctor, shouting for assistance. The guard, Shi Jian, was somewhat taken aback, pondering if she might have come intentionally to extort them. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ruojin commanded, "Help Madam Li into the residence." Turning to Shi Jian, she added, "You are swift of foot. Go at once to the nearest Huachuntang to summon a physician." It was difficult to ascertain whether Li Yongxi was truly in distress or feigning it to elicit sympathy. Yet, since she had collapsed before the gates of the royal residence, Shen Ruojin, as the new bride of the Wang family, could not simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, her aunt had suffered a miscarriage upon receiving the news of the deaths of all 13 male members of the Shen family in battle. Shen Ruojin could not bear to witness such a tragic fate once more. "Yes," Shi Jian affirmed before departing. Li Yongxi, in her state of distress, found it impossible to stand or move, and despite the assistance of 2 maids, she could not ascend the carriage. The guards approached to offer help, but the maids rebuffed them, citing propriety. "Thank you for your kind offer, but you must understand, our madam has always been frail. It took 3 years of marriage for her to conceive this child, and for months she has relied on Dr. Zhang from our household for care. We cannot entrust her to just any physician." "Very well then, return and let Dr. Zhang attend to her," Shen Ruojin replied, not wishing to detain Li Yongxi any longer. Observing her struggle to board the carriage, she extended a hand, half supporting, half lifting her inside. Just as Shen Ruojin turned to exit the carriage, Li Yongxi suddenly grasped her sleeve, exclaiming, "I am in such pain. I fear I may not last. Could I trouble you to ensure I return home?" Shen Ruojin was about to decline when Li Yongxi cried out once more. This young woman's abdomen was distended, and her pitiful cries made Shen Ruojin ponder if her aunt had felt similarly lost and helpless during her own labor. Unable to bear it any longer, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." Several of Li Yongxi's maids boarded the carriage alongside her, surrounding her with remedies and wiping her sweat, urging the driver to hasten. Shen Ruojin lifted the curtain of the carriage and addressed the guards at the Wang residence. "I shall escort Madam Li home. Kindly inform the prince and princess of my departure." "Yes, second madam," the guard replied, but before he could call for assistance, the Li family's carriage was already speeding away. Half an hour later, they arrived at Li Garden. As Shen Ruojin helped Li Yongxi disembark, she noticed the plaque inscribed with Li Garden and could not help but inquire, "Madam, do you not reside at the Prime Minister's residence?" Li Yongxi continued to weep, forcing out a response. "I previously lived at the Prime Minister's. But a few days ago," one of Li Yongxi's maids interjected to explain, "a few days ago, the second young master was beaten by young Master Qin and was expelled by the Prime Minister. He is recuperating here, and Madam, being with child, cannot travel back and forth, so she has taken up residence here. Shen Ruojin had intended only to ensure Li Yongxi reached home safely and had no desire to pry into the affairs of the Li couple. As she prepared to take her leave, Li Yongxi suddenly twisted her ankle while dismounting, collapsing towards her and lamenting, "I am truly unwell. I cannot even take a few steps." Shen Ruojin, unable to witness a woman in tears, supported her into Li garden. Once inside, the maids took over, guiding Li Yongxi further in as Dr. Zhang hurriedly arrived with his medical kit, and a flurry of activity ensued. Standing outside for a moment, Shen Ruojin noted that Li Yongxi's cries had subsided somewhat. She informed the steward of Li garden, "The lady has been delivered. I shall take my leave now. Today, we are immensely grateful to you, young lady. Such kindness cannot go unrewarded. Allow me to bow in your honor." The stewardess and the maids knelt in gratitude. "Since you have kindly escorted Madame Li home, how could you leave without even a cup of tea? Should word spread, it would reflect poorly on our hospitality. Please wait in the flower hall until Madame Li has recovered enough to personally thank you before you depart." Though the stewardess's words were couched in politeness, whether they awaited Li Yongxi for a thank you or to accuse Shen Ruojin remained to be seen. Unfazed by trouble, Shen Ruojin preferred to avoid the risk of being unjustly slandered by the Prime Minister's household and deemed it prudent to wait until Li Yongxi was clear on the matter. The flower hall was not far, with the window's floral shadows dancing in the gentle breeze, presenting a charming vista. Shen Ruojin seated herself by the window, watching the sun descend behind the clouds. The stewardess promptly arranged for tea, presenting an array of pastries, 12 plates in total. Life among the wealthy families of the capital was indeed extravagant, and the Prime Minister's son indulged in opulence comparable to young Master Qin. Shen Ruojin merely glanced at the spread, lacking the inclination to partake. The stewardess, named Lu, hovered nearby with a smile, suggesting, "Might you try this Luan tea? This year, only 8 cans were procured from the palace, much of it awarded to the noble consort Shu, who then gifted some to our second young master." The favored consort Shu hailed from the Prime Minister's family, and Li Er was her younger brother. Though Shen Ruojin had grown up on the frontier and spent little time in the capital, she was aware of such connections. However, their preferences were of no concern to her. With a faint smile, she replied, "I am not fond of tea." The stewardess's smile faltered. "Then shall I bring you a fruit drink, sour plum or pear?" Shen Ruojin replied, "There is no need to trouble yourself. Please attend to your duties." As she spoke, her thoughts drifted far away, considering that Shi Jian must have returned empty-handed from Huachuntang and would be quite disheartened. She also recalled that Qin Lang had been invited by the 6th prince to partake in wine and listen to the pipa, and wondered if he had remembered that he had gone to the gambling den to exchange money. Seeing that Shen Ruojin was uninterested, Lu had no choice but to excuse herself with the maids. Shen Ruojin remained by the window, admiring the scenery and absent-mindedly toying with a fallen flower petal between her fingers. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the hall. Someone entered and shut the door behind them. The newcomer staggered, breathing heavily, and when Shen Ruojin turned to look, she was greeted by the sight of a bruised and swollen figure, resembling a pig. She remained casually seated, delicately holding onto the flower petal. Li Er? Chapter 23. An unexpected embrace. Do you recognize me? You can actually still recognize me? The second son of the governor's mansion, Li Qingji, rushed forward, his hands pressed firmly on the table as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Shen Ruojin. Shen Ruojin replied, "It is not difficult to identify you," although she had never seen Li Qingji before. Rumors circulated that he had been beaten so badly by the young Prince Qin that even his own mother could not recognize him. With such a grotesque appearance, who else could it be? Qin Lang, that fellow, truly had a charmed life, born the legitimate son of a royal family, with a father who was the king of the north and a mother hailing from a wealthy family. He could even swap wives on a whim and end up with beauties like her. The more Li Qingji spoke, the more jealousy consumed him, distorting his features into an even more hideous display. Disgusted by his proximity, Shen Ruojin pushed the table forward to create distance and instinctively recoiled. However, Li Qingji misinterpreted her actions as fear, believing her to be like those frail women who cower at the approach of men from outside. What kind of military daughter would be intimidated by a grown man, even if she possessed some martial skills? It was said that on the night of Qin Lang's wedding, he left the mansion without consummating the marriage. If I were to claim your virginity and present him with a grand green hat, what would he do? The mere thought of it filled Li Qingji with a sense of exhilaration, and he laughed heartily to himself, violently pushing aside the table that separated them and lunging towards Shen Ruojin. In the southern part of the city, at the Farang Pavilion, a dozen beautiful maidens danced gracefully, their faces veiled with light silk, while playing the pipa. One of them, with sultry eyes, twirled around and fell into Qin Lang's embrace. Ah, another one seeking affection. Qin Lang swiftly closed his folding fan and gently pressed it against the dancer's waist, pushing her away without allowing her garments to touch him. He lounged lazily against the back of his chair, casually remarking, "I have a fierce wife who keeps a tight rein on me. Please, do keep your distance, my lady." The pipa-playing beauty was taken aback, falling to the floor and causing her instrument to shatter. The other dancers halted in surprise, and the atmosphere in the hall abruptly shifted to one of silence. The sixth prince, Yuan Ping, observed the scene with intrigue. "Qin Lang, I had no idea you were such a henpecked man." Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, offering no rebuttal. Yuan Ping, even more curious, waved his hand for the fallen dancer to be assisted away, teasingly adding, "I have heard tales of your formidable bride. I worried you might come to blows with her at home, which is why I invited you out for some wine. These people-playing beauties are new, and I haven't even had a chance to entertain them myself. I thought they might amuse you, yet you seem ungrateful." As Qin Lang toyed with his folding fan, he replied, "If your highness is willing to add a third to the amount for the gambling house, I would indeed be grateful. You only think about selling me back my gambling house at a high price. What a clever ruse you have." Yuan Ping lightly punched Qin Lang's shoulder, half in jest. "Ah, you truly are becoming more heartless by the day. How much is a conscience worth these days?" Qin Lang remarked nonchalantly. Yuan Ping, placing his hand on Qin Lang's shoulder, laughed so hard he nearly fell back, saying, "I tell you, there is no one else in the capital quite like you. If you were a woman, I would surely take you home as my wife. Good thing you are a man." Qin Lang, having endured enough of the court lady's relentless pursuits over the years, could hardly bear the thought of another like Yuan Ping. Yuan Ping laughed heartily, playfully embracing Qin Lang's shoulder as he said, "Tell your wife that Lu Laoqi, who was blind to her beauty, offended her yesterday. I have already taught that scoundrel a lesson on her behalf. Though you and I are not blood brothers, in my heart, you surpass my true brothers by far." His words bore a heartfelt sincerity. Qin Lang had previously been unaware that the sixth prince was the mastermind behind the gambling house. Today, he realized this seemingly frivolous prince possessed a natural inclination for exploiting the wealth of the populace. Despite receiving money, Qin Lang felt little inclination to indulge in songs, dances, or beauties, and he had barely touched the wine. Yuan Ping had kept the operation of the gambling house a secret for a long time, and with its sudden exposure, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He personally poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Qin Lang and keeping one for himself. "Even if you don't want to discuss the gambling house, I would still give you any amount of silver you desire. Come, let us drink to the fine floating life." With the sixth prince pouring the wine himself and making such a proposal, Qin Lang accepted the cup and downed it in one go. Placing the empty chalice on the table, Yuan Ping continued to chat, mentioning that the courtesan from the Wanhua Tower had been weeping since hearing about Qin Lang's marriage, and Han Ti appeared to entertain guests lately. He added that his sister had been taking out her frustrations on him. Qin Lang listened casually, not particularly concerned. When Yuan Ping poured another round, he accidentally spilled some wine on Qin Lang. "It seems I have had a bit too much to drink and can't hold the wine jug steady. Please choose an outfit from the new garments I had tailored for myself in the neighboring room." "It's no trouble. I can change when I return home," Qin Lang replied. Glancing outside at the encroaching twilight, he realized he had lingered too long and needed to hurry back to Shen Ruojin. Yuan Ping, uninterested in pouring more wine, tilted the jug to his mouth and said, "Are you really going back like this? Didn't you say your wife was fierce? Returning home reeking of wine. I would be surprised if she raised a fuss." Qin Lang thought it might be amusing to tease Shen Ruojin in this state, but considering it was only their 3rd day of marriage, he feared he might be met with disdain. The prospect of sharing a bed with her under such circumstances seemed unlikely. Perhaps it would be best to change into another outfit. Having reached this conclusion, he decided it would indeed be wise to change. "That's the spirit," Yuan Ping chuckled. "Turn left when you exit. The first room is yours." Qin Lang acknowledged with a sound and stood to go to the adjacent room. Through the partition, he could see the garments hanging on the wooden rack. This pavilion was like a second home to the sixth prince, as he kept his newly tailored clothes here instead of sending them back to his own residence. As Qin Lang closed the door and turned to enter, he began to loosen his clothing. The sixth prince had spilled a good amount of wine on him, and while the aroma was pleasant in the cup, it was quite the opposite when soaked into his clothes. If possible, He thought he should bathe before returning to see Shen Ruojin. Halfway through undressing, someone suddenly emerged from behind the partition, reaching for his waist. "I'm here to assist the young prince with changing. Get away." Qin Lang's handsome face darkened as he pushed the intruder away without even looking, hastily closing his half-open garment. The unexpected figure stumbled against the partition, tears brimming in her eyes. She wore the attire of a dancer, her face half hidden by a white veil, reminiscent of the people player who had just sought his embrace. "Qin Lang, everyone says you are the most charming rogue in the capital, yet you remain utterly oblivious to the allure of romance," the woman said, pulling down her veil to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. Yuan, Xian ran. Qin Lang nearly ground his teeth as he uttered her name. Yuan Xinran, the sixth prince's cousin, daughter of the Liang king, titled Princess Baojia, was notorious for her penchant for toying with the young talents of the court. When she fancied someone, she would do anything to possess them, only to cast them aside when bored, earning her a notorious reputation as one of the four great scourges of the realm. 2 years prior, she had taken a liking to Qin Lang, abandoning her pursuits of other young men to obsess over him. Dubbed the Demon King by the frivolous youths, he found her presence exceedingly vexing and generally avoided her. Yet today, he had fallen victim to the sixth prince's scheming. No wonder Yuan Ping had been mentioning his sister so often while drinking. Qin Lang felt a surge of anger, and his body began to heat up in response. The fervor within him could not be quelled, even by the might of his inner strength. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, and the scene before him started to blur, the visage of Yuan Xinran overlapping incessantly with that of Shen Ruojin. There was something amiss with the wine. This was not a place to linger. Qin Lang hastily fastened his belt and strode past Yuan Xinran towards the exit. "Where do you intend to go in this state?" Yuan Xinran exclaimed, rushing to block the door. Outside, someone had secured the door, then swiftly fled. Chapter 24. Where is my lady? Get away. Qin Lang's anger surged within him, a fierce impulse to strike Yuan Xinran down barely contained. "I refuse," he declared. Yuan Xinran, believing she had finally succeeded, joyfully overlooked her pain. "I have my sixth brother mix a powerful aphrodisiac into the wine. It is most potent, just a touch. Give me the antidote." Qin Lang seized Yuan Xinran by the throat, his once charming demeanor replaced with a chilling aura of menace. "There is no antidote for an aphrodisiac." Yuan Xinran's face turned a ghastly shade of blue as panic set in. Realizing Qin Lang's murderous intent, she frantically struggled, her voice trembling. "Qin Lang, I merely wish to spend a night of passion with you. As a man, you would suffer no loss. Why then do you refuse my desire? Are you truly willing to take my life over this?" Qin Lang had no patience for Yuan Xinran's prattle. Upon learning that there was no antidote, he cast her aside. She crashed heavily into the 8 treasure rack, collapsing to the ground. Blood erupted from her mouth as the pain rendered her incapable of rising. Have you lost your mind? To strike me with such force?" Princess Baojia had never endured such a blow. Typically, a scion of privilege who harassed a respectable woman would face the emperor's wrath, at the very least receiving a feigned beating from their family's elders. Yet, she was an exception, for society deemed it unreasonable for a woman to exploit a man in matters of the heart. Furthermore, there were no legal stipulations for addressing such incidents. Yuan Xinran was accustomed to using her status to intimidate others, having thrived on her whims. But she soon discovered that her tactics were ineffective against Qin Lang. Provoking him was akin to kicking a steel plate. Ignoring her, Qin Lang turned away. The effects of the aphrodisiac struck swiftly, igniting a fever within him, his mind clouded, the surroundings spinning in disarray. In a fit of desperation, he shattered a nearby vase, using a shard to slice open his left palm, forcing the drug's effects from his system, his blood staining the white carpet like crimson plum blossoms against snow. Regaining some clarity, he kicked open the door and charged out. What a ruckus! Yuan Ping, eavesdropping outside, lamented that his sister had long desired the second young master and had finally succeeded. Surely they were ablaze with passion. Just as he leaned closer to the door, it swung open violently, striking him. Caught off guard, he was immediately seized by Qin Lang. Yuan Ping, you have caused this mess. Duo Lang, let us speak civilly. There is no need for violence. Yuan Ping, observing the blood-staining Qin Lang's hands and robe, felt his mirth evaporate. He recalled how his cousin was infatuated with Qin Lang, who was now married, rendering any hope of her marrying into the Northern Protectorate's estate impossible. Soon, she would return to Liang Wang, and he feared she might never see her beloved again. After much pleading, he had agreed to fulfill her wish. After all, Qin Lang and his new bride were at odds, and it was a universal truth that men often strayed after marriage. although Princess Bajia's reputation was somewhat tarnished. Her beauty was undeniable, and it seemed a fair match for the second young master. Yet, judging by Qin Lang's current demeanor, it was clear he felt humiliated beyond measure. Is this how you treat your brother? In a fit of rage, Qin Lang landed a punch squarely on Yuan Ping's face. Disregarding all notions of propriety, the blow sent Yuan Ping flying into the railing, tumbling down the stairs, unable to rise for a considerable time, his face bruised. My lords, what madness is this? The attendants of Furong Tower were alarmed, rushing forward to intervene. Yuan Ping sat on the ground, too stunned to retaliate. Knowing he could not match Qin Lang's fury, Qin Lang leaped from the second floor to the first, grasping Yuan Ping by his collar and lifting him off the ground. Enough, Qin Lang. There are witnesses, Yuan Ping protested, attempting to reason. Moreover, how can this be considered a scheme? Initially, Yuan Ping had intended to argue further, but the look on Qin Lang's face silenced him. Calm down, Duo Lang. You've made your point. The attendants rushed in. Young lord, please temper your anger. His Highness meant no harm. Even if you do not appreciate it, striking a prince is unwise. Silence. Yuan Ping understood that he could not leverage his royal status against Qin Lang, as doing so would only incite further wrath. The recent incident with Li Er served as a cautionary tale. Qin Lang's handsome visage was clouded with rage as he shoved Yuan Ping aside, turning to leave. Duo Lang, where are you going in this state? Yuan Ping hastily followed, knowing the priority was to extinguish the fire raging within him. If you are displeased with Shiran, I can find you other suitable maidens. I desire none of them, Qin Lang retorted, striding swiftly from Furong Tower, mounting his horse to return home. He needed to hurry back to seek Shen Ruojin. Only she could aid him. Meanwhile, at the Northern Protectorate's estate, night had fallen, lanterns flickered under the eaves. Steward he had walked back and forth, perspiration beading on his forehead, anxious about the prolonged absence of the young mistress. He glanced anxiously toward the street, hoping for the return of the young master from the Prime Minister's residence, only to see the second master ride back alone. His complexion was flushed, his demeanor erratic, and his robe stained with blood. Fortunately, his steed knew the way home. What has befallen the second master? Steward, he hastily approached to assist him down from the horse. Qin Lang, in a state of agitation, offered no reply, tossing the reins to a waiting guard and striding inside with his eyes closed. Where is my lady? Young mistress. Young mistress. Steward, he stammered. As Qin Lang sensed something amiss with Shen Ruojin, clarity struck him like a thunderbolt, dispelling the fog in his mind. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. What happened to her? Speak. Steward, he knelt 2 hours ago. The second young mistress of the Prime Minister's residence delivered an invitation, but suffered a miscarriage upon encountering our young mistress, requesting her to escort her home. The incident unfolded too suddenly. The young mistress had instructed the guards to inform the prince and princess. Just as the guards were relaying the message, the young master returned, prompting the prince to unleash his wrath, ordering the young master to fetch the young mistress back. The Northern Protectorate and the Prime Minister's estate had long-standing tensions, and there was fear that the second son of the Li family might harbor resentment and resort to further treachery. The young master personally ventured to the Prime Minister's residence to retrieve the young mistress, yet they claimed to have never seen her. Now, the young master had gone to the Jingzhou prefecture for assistance in locating her. Li Er again, for the first time in his life. Qin Lang loathed his own restraint. Why hadn't he killed Li Er that day? Upon entering, he turned on his heel, calling out, "Chasing wind." The black stallion, recently led away by the guards, broke free of their grasp and galloped toward its master. The cold wind struck him as Qin Lang gripped his wounded left hand, the pain sharpening his focus. A few days prior, individuals from the Prime Minister's estate had delivered gifts, stating that the Prime Minister was displeased with Li Er's actions and had expelled him. If Li Er was no longer welcome at the Prime Minister's residence, where else could he go? That scoundrel had lost his position and had no face to show in public. Once expelled, he could only go to the Li Garden. Qin Lang, with his mind set, swiftly mounted his steed and, gripping the reins, galloped away. Second master. Second master, you are still injured. Where do you intend to go? Little he, the steward, along with several guards stationed at the entrance, attempted to restrain him but were unable to do so. Qin Lang rode his magnificent horse, racing through the streets with remarkable speed. Isn't that Prince Qin? Someone exclaimed. How is he arriving even faster than we are? The Jingzhoin, summoned by the crown prince of the northern town, Qin Qi, along with 100 guards, was heading to Li Garden to demand the second son of the Xiong residence. Upon witnessing Qin Lang galloping down the long street towards Li Garden, they were taken aback. Qin Shi, surprised by Qin Lang's rapid arrival, felt a shift in his expression and immediately spurred his horse, instructing his guards to follow swiftly. The night had enveloped the world in darkness. The gates of Li Garden were tightly shut, guarded by 8 robust sentinels wielding clubs, who, upon seeing Prince Qin approach alone, underestimated him. Without dismounting, Qin Lang seized one of the guards' clubs, wielding it with the finesse of a silver spear. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched the guards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. By the time Qin Shi and the Jingshuoyan arrived, Qin Lang had already smashed the door open with a forceful palm strike. The shockwave from his inner strength caused the surrounding trees to shed their flowers and leaves in an instant. Second brother, wait. Qin Shi, fearing that Qin Lang's impulsiveness would lead him to kill Li Er, shouted urgently to halt him. The gates of Li Garden crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Lang, filled with murderous intent and brandishing the club, charged inside, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 25. Too light. The garden lay in darkness, save for the moonlight that cascaded down. Dozens of guards from the Li family sprawled haphazardly on the ground, the area strewn with chaos and blood. Shen Ruojin stood at the center of the courtyard, her skirts fluttering as she stepped upon Li Chengji's head. The vibrant scenery around her dimmed in comparison to the cold glint of the sword in her hand. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Who would dare seek their own demise? No, I do not wish to die. I beg for mercy, spare me. The guards, each nursing broken limbs, cried out in desperation, kneeling and pleading for their lives. Li Chengji, with both legs shattered, writhed in agony, unable to flee, resembling a wretched toad as he hopped helplessly, blood pooling beneath him. Upon hearing the loud crash of the door being breached, Shen Ruojin turned to see her newlywed husband entering, momentarily taken aback. It was too late to feign innocence regarding the scene before her. With a decisive kick, she sent Li Er sprawling, sheathed her sword, and faced her husband directly, proclaiming, Qin Lang, your strikes remain too gentle. For scoundrels like Li Er, death is no punishment too severe. Qin Shi, arriving shortly after, was rendered speechless, as were the officials and guards from the Wang residence, who stood frozen at the entrance, hesitant to advance. What manner of woman had the young prince wed? Li Chengji, known for his bullying and arrogance, had always thrived in the capital, only to be bested by Qin Lang. Yet tonight, Shen Ruojin alone had incapacitated Li Er and all of Li Garden's guards. Unable to contain his curiosity, the magistrate queried Qin Shi, Your Highness was in such haste to summon me. Did you seek to rescue the young princess, or Li Er? This question left the magistrate perplexed, as did his aides, who could not fathom the situation. The little princess of the northern king's residence appeared to need no rescue. In her formidable stance, anyone daring to approach would likely find themselves at the edge of her sword. Still reeling from the spectacle, Qin Shi remained silent. My lady speaks true. It is entirely my fault for holding back, Qin Lang replied as he approached Shen Ruojin, his demeanor softening upon seeing her unscathed, though her hair was tousled by the wind. Regaining his composure, he cast aside his staff, striking Li Chengji's lower body with a resounding crack. In that instant, both the staff and Li Er's manhood were shattered. Li Chengji's agonized scream shattered the tranquil night. The surrounding guards, terrified, instinctively covered their groins with whatever limbs remained intact. Killing is but a mere trifle, they thought. This act of the young prince was undeniably ruthless. Finding their clamor unbearable, Shen Ruojin threw her sword to the ground, which embedded itself into the stone, causing the earth to crack for several feet. Silence enveloped the courtyard instantly. Only Li Er continued to writhe in pain, cursing Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, vowing vengeance. If that is the case, then I shall eliminate any future threats today, Qin Lang declared, his anger surging as he prepared to deliver a decisive kick to Li Chengji's chest. Second brother, no? Qin Shi rushed forward to block the kick, only to hear a bone snap under the force. What is this madness, brother? Qin Lang momentarily lost his clarity, questioning whether it was himself or Qin Shi who had lost their senses. Had he worn the mask of a good man for so long that he now defended even a wretch like Li Er? Despite his own injury, Qin Shi maintained his composure, murmuring, Father has repeatedly instructed us not to provoke the Chancellor's residence. Furthermore, if you truly kill Li Chengji, how will Ruojin manage? Shen Ruojin tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve, pulling him closer. Li Chengji, despite his faults, is still the son of the Chancellor. We may beat him, but killing him is out of the question. Had it not been for that, I would have long ago sent him to his end. Qin Lang, dizzy from the heat of the moment, mused that he could not kill in public. Perhaps another day, in the dark of night. As he pondered, he suddenly grasped Shen Ruojin's hand, feeling the chill of her skin despite her fierce demeanor. What troubles you? Shen Ruojin, sensing something amiss, noted the heat radiating from Qin Lang's palm, his gaze burning like stars, mixed with the scent of alcohol and blood. I am fine. Even as Qin Lang's reckless nature shone through, he could not admit before others that he had succumbed to drink outside. Are you truly unhurt? Shen Ruojin questioned, her skepticism evident. With the ongoing chaos around them and the grievously injured scattered about, she could not press further, especially as Qin Lang bore no visible wounds. Turning to Qin Shi, she inquired about his arm. It is not serious, merely broken. I shall have it set upon our return, he replied. Though she found it hard to accept that it was not serious, she interjected, second brother did not intend harm. Lier has committed countless transgressions. Were it not for the laws of our time, he would have faced death a dozen times over, and I would have dispatched him myself. Coughing heavily, Qin Shi interjected. Ruojin, this is the magistrate Su Honglang. I am Su Honglang. It is an honor to meet you, young princess and prince, he said, stepping forward to pay his respects. Then proceeded with formalities. May I inquire what transpired in Li Garden, and how these individuals came to be in such a state? Lier's wife, Mrs. Leon, deceived me under the pretense of false labor pains to lure me to Li Garden, where Lier attempted to assault me in retaliation against my husband. In my fury, I incapacitated them all. That is the crux of the matter, Shen Ruojin stated plainly, revealing no secrets nor embellishments, knowing full well none were innocent in that garden. Mrs. Li, nearing labor, had feigned distress, and it was only when Shen Ruojin unleashed her wrath upon Lier that genuine fear took hold. The maidservants had conspired with the men to drug her tea and cakes. Shen Ruojin had retaliated against all, regardless of gender. As the magistrate questioned her, she recounted everything truthfully. The officers, drenched in sweat, realized that if every victim encountered such a formidable opponent, they would be rendered obsolete. Meanwhile, the guards from the Wang residence covertly observed the second lord, acknowledging the prowess of his new bride, pondering the potential for future conflict. After delivering her account, Shen Ruojin addressed the magistrate. May I take my leave? Of course, Your Highness, Su Honglang replied hastily, not daring to detain her. We shall take our leave. Before departing, Shen Ruojin glanced back at Qin Shi. Thank you, elder brother, for coming to my aid. Had you not arrived, I would have swiftly dealt with the matters at hand. However, their visit was indeed well-intentioned, and she felt a sense of obligation. Qin Shi's gaze fell upon the hands of Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang intertwined, his smile strained. We are family, there is no need for formality. Shen Ruojin nodded. I and second brother shall depart first. Elder brother should return home to tend to your injuries. Before Qin Shi could respond further, Qin Lang had already pulled Shen Ruojin away, leading her homeward. The garden lay in ruins, the night stained with blood, illuminated only by the torches held by the officers and guards, casting light upon the chaotic scene. As Qin Lang passed before the guards, he suddenly reached out and seized a torch, hurling it towards the pavilion on the second floor. The flames danced eagerly, consuming the silken drapery and spreading to the beams above. In an instant, the wind fanned the fire, scattering smoke in all directions. Qin Lang grasped Shen Ruojin's hand and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a solitary remark. This garden is too filthy. Let it be burned. Chapter 26. Do not move recklessly. The flames in the garden soared into the sky, illuminating the stunned faces of Jing Huan and the others. Qin Lang grasped Shen Ruojin's wrist firmly with his uninjured right hand and hurriedly led her away from the filthy place. Chasing wind awaited them at the entrance, and upon seeing his master emerge, he galloped forward. Good boy. Qin Lang affectionately rubbed the horse's forehead, but his gaze remained fixated on Shen Ruojin, as if he were suppressing something. Blood continued to flow from the wound on his left hand, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Under the cover of darkness, he feigned indifference and helped Shen Ruojin mount the horse. Together, they rode away, with chasing wind carrying them through the myriad of lights back home. The streets were eerily silent. Xingjing, once resplendent by day, took on an entirely different visage after the night curfew. Shen Ruojin closed her eyes, listening to the night wind whistle past her ears. After a considerable while, she finally spoke to Qin Lang, as a newlywed in the northern town prince's residence. I should have advised you to exercise restraint. After all, setting fire to the Li family's garden is unacceptable. I have not suffered any loss. Yet the entire Li family has endured a harsh lesson. If the matter escalates tomorrow, even if we are in the right, We may still have to compensate for the garden. Li Er was rendered incapacitated, and Lian's feigned pain had turned genuine. She had already taken action, and it remained uncertain whether the child had been born. While admonishing the likes of Aunt Lu, Shen Ruojin had also extracted confessions from the subordinates, revealing that this was not the first time Li Er had manipulated Lian into luring young, beautiful wives of officials into Li Garden for his own vile pleasures. Some, driven by fury, had taken their own lives on the spot, while others, having suffered humiliation, returned home in silence. This sordid couple had relied on the Prime Minister's influence to suppress the matter, succeeding time and again. Beneath the vibrant blossoms of Li Garden lay the remains of countless beautiful women. Even if Qin Shi had not brought Jing's Hoyan along tonight, Shen Ruojin had already intended to report the incident to the authorities. Yet before Lord Su and the others could thoroughly investigate, Qin Lang had ignited the flames. "Are you in desperate need of money?" Qin Lang, focusing on the crux of the matter, replied without hesitation, "As my little princess, you shall want for nothing in the future." His words jolted Shen Ruojin from her tangled thoughts. Such good fortune? She mused, thinking that this was merely a pretense of marriage and did not warrant such generosity from the young prince. As Qin Lang continued to hold the reins, he subtly wrapped his arm around her waist, a motion that felt natural. He struggled to maintain a semblance of clarity, his voice hoarse. "If you are merely Shen Ruojin, what do you wish to say to me?" "Well done." The wind howled as it swept through the night, and Shen Ruojin, oblivious to his peculiar tone, exclaimed, "What boldness! Such spirit! Truly impressive, young Prince Qin." Her praise caused Qin Lang to momentarily forget his pain, even pushing aside the discomfort he felt, as he murmured, "Given the circumstances, it would be remiss of you not to call me husband, wouldn't it?" "What?" Shen Ruojin thought she had misheard. Qin Lang subtly adjusted his injury, striving to regain his composure. It is the duty of a husband to protect his wife, ensuring she does not suffer even the slightest grievance. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruojin chuckled in disbelief. "You make me feel as though I am taking advantage of you." These benefits rightfully belonged to Qin Lang's beloved, and she merely occupied the position of his little princess temporarily, thus reaping these advantages. Wasn't that taking advantage? Do take advantage. Qin Lang thought faster than he spoke. He mused, "After all, apart from you, no one else can take advantage of me." "How generous, young Prince Qin," Shen Ruojin said, a hint of jest in her tone. She caressed Chasing Wind's mane, reminiscing about her past love for adventure, taming fierce horses, and how upon returning to the capital, she had confined herself within the walls of her home. Weak women like Lian dared to set their sights upon her. As for Li Qingji, he might have been struck senseless by Qin Lang's blows, failing to regard her as the daughter of the Shen family, thinking she was merely skilled in superficial arts, believing he could act with impunity on his own turf. What audacity to dare approach her! On the spot, Shen Ruojin had shattered Li Er's legs, forcefully expelling him from the flower hall and into the garden's center. Throughout this, the inhabitants of Li Garden had screamed in terror, shouting and rushing to confront her in a bid to rescue Li Er. Shen Ruojin fought one by one, and even against two, she held her own effortlessly. Having not ridden or wielded a sword for quite some time, her encounter in Li Garden had rekindled the blood and valor of a general's daughter within her. Facing the night wind, she called out to Qin Lang, "Give me the reins." Qin Lang, lost in thought, immediately complied upon hearing her request. "Hold on tight." Shen Ruojin took the reins and spurred the horse into a gallop down the long street. Chasing Wind, loyal only to Qin Lang, galloped joyously with the two of them riding together, unfazed even by the patrols enforcing the curfew, as they sped past like a gust of wind. In a flash, they traversed the distance from Li Garden to the northern town prince's residence in a mere incense stick's worth of time. Although Shen Ruojin had not fully satisfied her longing, the frustrations of a year spent confined had dissipated significantly. As they approached the gates of the prince's residence, she reined in Chasing Wind, only then noticing that Qin Lang had wrapped his arms around her. The warmth of his broad chest pressed against her back, an extraordinary heat radiating through her garments. Despite her innocence regarding matters of intimacy, Shen Ruojin sensed something amiss. She attempted to shift her position but was held firmly in place by Qin Lang. With a hoarse voice, he cautioned, "Do not move." Shen Ruojin paused, asking, "What on earth is happening?" "The sixth prince has harmed me, administering a potion called Xiang Jianhuan in my drink." Qin Lang, who had thought he would struggle to voice this, found the opportunity to speak after Shen Ruojin discerned his condition. "Xiang Jianhuan? It sounds rather sensual. Why would the sixth prince give you such a thing? Are you capable of attracting both men and women?" Shen Ruojin Observing Qin Lang's intense reaction, could easily surmise that this so-called Xiang Jian Huan was a concoction typically associated with romantic entanglements. Qin Lang was the object of many noble ladies' affections in the capital. She had heard whispers of this, yet she had never encountered any man with similar feelings. As they conversed, chasing wind had already brought them to the gates of the prince's residence. Upon hearing Shen Ruojin's question about his attraction to both genders, Qin Lang's vision darkened, nearly causing him to topple from the horse. Yuan Ping's actions are grievous. I have been misunderstood by my wife. Quick as lightning, Shen Ruojin dismounted and steadied him, asking, "Why didn't you say something sooner? Why did you come to Li Garden to find me? You should have sought a remedy for the effects of the potion." Qin Lang's current state was unfit for public scrutiny, and she guided him inside. The guards at the entrance and the attendants they encountered were eager to assist, but Qin Lang dismissed them one by one. His alluring, almond-shaped eyes were flushed with heat, and he forbade anyone from approaching, gripping Shen Ruojin's wrist tightly, preventing her from leaving. Her wrist ached from his hold, and she contemplated knocking him unconscious to escape. Yet when she met his reddened gaze, she heard him hoarsely implore, "I have no concubines or secret chambers. Shen Ruojin, I am suffering. Please help me." Chapter 27. Silence in the new abode. Behind the curtains, Qin Lang found himself submerged in cold water, yet the heat within him remained unabated. His left hand, injured, rendered him quite incapable of attending to certain matters. Shen Ruojin sat upon the bed, perplexed as to how she had consented to assist him. Perhaps it was the surprising fact that the notorious Prince Qin, known for his romantic escapades, had neither a concubine nor a maid, which left him in a state of desperate need. Prince Qin, with his strikingly handsome visage, appeared almost enchanting as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Shen Ruojin felt compelled to help, unable to simply offer him a maid. Leaning closer, Qin Lang's sweat dripped from his jaw to his partially exposed chest, nearly saturating his white undergarment and revealing his youthful, robust physique. Though only one of them was afflicted, their breaths were both erratic. "Shen Ruojin," he rasped. "Silence." Shen Ruojin snapped, her patience thoroughly exhausted. "Do not utter another word." His incessant calls stirred her spirit, leaving her agitated and unwell. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed, the morning breeze stirred the red goss. Qin Lang's voice, low and hoarse, called out again, but Shen Ruojin, fatigued beyond measure, replied, "Seek the sixth prince instead. I truly cannot assist you. This endeavor is far more exhausting than a brawl." She felt utterly spent. "I have a wife. Why would I seek him?" Qin Lang had not anticipated being so ensnared by Yuan Ping's schemes, which inadvertently brought him into closer contact with Shen Ruojin. Caught between the thrill of their encounter and his own exuberance, he had, in fact, remained awake through the night. Ultimately, Shen Ruojin could hardly recall how she had succumbed to slumber. In a daze, she sensed Qin Lang drawing water to cleanse her. By morning, the bedding and even her garments seemed to have been changed. Later that morning, the princess sent someone to inquire about Shen Ruojin's return home, as it was customary to prepare 2 sets of gifts. Awakened from her chaotic dreams, she found herself alone in the tent, for Qin Lang had vanished without a trace. The stewardess outside reiterated her inquiry, and even the sword attendant called out to her. "Please inform the princess that I shall attend shortly," Shen Ruojin replied, rising from her bed and changing her attire while her maidservants assisted her with her morning rituals. The sun was already high in the sky, and she neglected her breakfast. Making her way directly to the princess, the sword attendant followed closely behind, recounting the previous day's events involving Lady Li, filled with both indignation and trepidation. "It is fortunate that you were concerned about that venomous woman, sending me to the rejuvenation hall for a doctor, while she deceived you into going to the Li Garden to confront that Li heir." The attendant struggled to articulate the sordid details, her teeth grinding in frustration. Shen Ruojin maintained her composure, stating, "She invited me to confront Li heir, and I obliged her, ensuring that both master and servant received their due." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the truth in her words. Leading the way was Madame He, who glanced at the second young mistress with admiration. Typically, a woman facing such a harrowing experience would be distraught, yet Shen Ruojin remained remarkably composed. It was said that not only had she incapacitated the second son of the Li family, but she had also dealt severe blows to everyone within the Li Garden. Truly, she was deserving of the title of the little princess of the northern town. Madame He, filled with pride, remarked, "The princess is already aware of the events at Li Garden, as you have spent considerable time at the border. You may not be fully aware of the treacherous tactics employed by the ladies of the capital. This incident serves as a reminder to be ever vigilant. Shen Ruojin acknowledged her words with gratitude. Madam, he continued, you need not mention it, for this is all per the princess's instructions. This morning, the heir returned and explained the situation to the prince and princess. I was present and know more than they do. She elaborated, yesterday, Li Garden was nearly consumed by flames, and the young mistress of the Xiang residence suffered greatly during childbirth, bringing forth a frail son. It remains uncertain whether mother and child will survive, but the second son of the Li family is undoubtedly ruined. The prince, fearing that the Xiang residence would take preemptive action, took the second young master to the palace early this morning to meet with the emperor. Shen Ruojin pondered, realizing that this was why Qin Lang was absent upon her waking. She had assumed he left in embarrassment following their tumultuous encounter the previous day. Madam, he noted Shen Ruojin's silence and added, the prince insisted that the second young master meet with the emperor immediately. Otherwise, he would have accompanied you home. That was not necessarily true. Qin Lang was unpredictable, and his movements were equally so. The elders in the manor longed for harmony between the young couple and thus sought to mediate. Shen Ruojin refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, the sword attendant whispered to her, questioning why she had not reported the events of the previous night to the prince and princess upon her return. Early that morning, the heir had conveyed the news, incurring the prince's wrath, though he only chastised the second young master and did not hold Shen Ruojin accountable. He is truly innocent this time, she replied. In fact, Qin Lang had borne the brunt of the reprimand on her behalf. When the northern prince returned, she intended to clarify the matter. The sword attendant, unable to contain herself, speculated, why did you not call anyone to assist you after returning from Li Garden last night? You were behind closed doors with the second young master and did not allow anyone near. In truth, it was not entirely quiet. Sounds from within hinted at more intimate activities. However, she had heard the elder matriarchs in the manor say that when a couple shared a bed, they would typically call for hot water during the night, yet he had not done so. Shen Ruojin paused, her expression shifting to one of subtle nuance. As a young lady, certain matters were best left unspoken. The sword attendant, still filled with questions, wondered why inquiries were now discouraged. In the past, she had always encouraged her to ask questions for the sake of learning. But upon meeting Shen Ruojin's gaze, she suddenly grasped the unspoken understanding and fell silent. Madam, he, however, seemed to have overheard something significant. The second young master had spent the night with his new bride. This marked the first occasion they had shared a bed since their marriage. Surely, it heralded good fortune. She must return to inform the princess. Chapter 28. Unyielding to a slight injustice before long, Shen Ruojin arrived at the princess's residence. She stepped forward to pay her respects, but the princess immediately assisted her to rise. In our own household, there is no need for such formalities, the princess said. Shen Ruojin straightened herself, always heedful of her mother's words. The princess invited her to sit down for tea, inquiring if Mama he had informed her about Erlang and the prince's visit to the palace. She has, Shen Ruojin replied earnestly. I must thank you, mother, for not blaming me for my actions against those at Li Yuan, thereby establishing a formidable adversary for the Northern Guardian Princess residence. The princess bristled at this remark, retorting, what do you mean by that? Setting aside the fact that Erlang instigated this trouble, the second son of the Xiang family indulges in nefarious deeds all day long. And it would not be an exaggeration to say he deserves severe punishment. With the Northern Guardian Prince absent, the princess spoke more casually with her daughter-in-law. However, since Erlang had gone to the palace with the prince and would not return anytime soon, it seemed unlikely that she could accompany Shen Ruojin back to her parental home today. If a new bride failed to return home at the appropriate time, rumors would inevitably circulate. Yet, if she returned alone, she would surely be looked down upon by the family of the Marquis. The princess pondered this dilemma, appearing somewhat troubled. Just as Shen Ruojin was about to say, it matters not. The Marquis' family cannot do anything to me. She heard the princess suggest, how about I accompany you back? Your kind intention is appreciated, mother. However, it is rather unusual for a mother-in-law to accompany her daughter-in-law back home. I shall merely return for a meal and will not linger, so there is no need for concern. Seeing the princess's willingness to accompany her back, Shen Ruojin felt both amused and deeply touched. It was rare in this capital to find someone who genuinely cared for her. Having only been a daughter-in-law to the Northern Guardian Prince's residence for 3 days, she understood that the princess held high hopes for her to manage Qin Lang, and thus treated her with such importance, which she felt was a rare kindness. After all, Her marriage to Qin Lang had been a calculated decision, motivated by her own aspirations. How could she dare to expect heartfelt kindness from others? Upon hearing her words, the princess abandoned the idea of accompanying her back and instead said, "Then take a few more people with you, and be sure to bring Mama He along. I cherish the little princess of the Northern Guardian Princess residence and would not have her suffer even the slightest grievance elsewhere. Indeed, I shall muster the audacity to accompany the second young mistress to the Marquis's residence for a reunion meal," Mama He said, stepping forward to bow to Shen Ruojin. As the princess's confidant, Mama He held considerable esteem within the palace. Since the princess could not accompany her daughter-in-law back, Mama He would take her place, ensuring that the family name was upheld in front of the Marquis's household. Understanding the princess's good intentions, Shen Ruojin naturally had no reason to decline further. The princess continued, "I have instructed the steward to prepare 2 sets of reunion gifts, one for you to take back to the Linyang Marquis's residence, and the other to be sent to your maternal grandfather, General Shen, at the frontier. Since you bear the Shen surname and grew up in the Shen family, returning home should." On the day of her marriage, not a single member of the Shen family had come to send her off, and she had not cried when her husband was changed at the last moment. Yet, as she listened to the princess's words now, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She had been the cherished pearl of the Shen family, meant to leave from the Shen residence with her beloved uncles and aunts gathered to celebrate her marriage, while her brothers would eagerly escort her. But who could have foreseen that the 10th daughter of the Shen family would not find a suitor? As her entire family met with calamity on the battlefield overnight, subsequently, she was ordered back to the capital, and the specifics of her marriage, her life, became inconsequential. No matter what, the past could never be reclaimed. Seeing her reddened eyes, the princess immediately realized her misstep and hastily changed the subject. "Look at me. Why bring up such matters on your return home? Ruojin, those who have passed are gone, and those who remain must live well. Do not dwell too much on sorrow. From now on, the Northern Guardian Princess residence shall be your home. No matter what happens, this place will always be your sanctuary." "Mother," Shen Ruojin called out, her tone more earnest than before. Having lost her mother at a young age, she cherished her maternal grandfather and uncles. Yet she still longed for her own mother when she saw her brothers return home, joyfully calling for her. The princess's gentle words, stating that the Northern Guardian Princess residence would be her home, stirred feelings of guilt within Shen Ruojin as she recalled her motivations for marrying into the royal family. "Since you call me mother, you are my child," the princess said, grasping her hand gently. "To be candid, when I was first pregnant, the doctors told me I was expecting a daughter. Everyone insisted that a firstborn son was essential for a woman to establish herself in her husband's family. Yet I was overjoyed, desiring nothing more than a daughter, someone close to my heart." As the princess spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she reminisced, smiling. "Who would have thought that the child I longed for all those years would turn out to be Erlang, that little rascal? Thankfully, he is fortunate to have married such a wonderful daughter-in-law like you. I believe that my long-awaited daughter has finally arrived by my side after all these years." Her heartfelt words struck a chord with Shen Ruojin. Meeting the princess's gaze, she realized that her concern extended beyond the events of the previous night at Liyuan. She felt the genuine warmth of being regarded as family. Yet, the deeper the bond, the more guilt she felt. "In receiving such profound affection from you, mother, I consider myself fortunate," Shen Ruojin replied, her voice slightly hoarse. The princess teased with a smile, "Nay, it is Erlang who is fortunate to have a mother willing to spend lavishly on him, and to have married a wife as splendid as you." Shen Ruojin offered a faint smile, her emotions swirling within her. The princess adjusted the decorative pin in her hair and remarked, "Time is fleeting. We shall converse more later. You should return home now. I have heard much about that old matriarch of the Linyang Marquis's residence." The old matriarch, originally a concubine, had given birth to 2 sons for the elder Marquis. Due to the former mistress's poor health and years of barrenness, the Linyang Marquis's residence lacked a legitimate heir, allowing the illegitimate son, Mu Gaoyuan, to inherit the title. After the deaths of the elder Marquis and his legitimate wife, Mu Gaoyuan elevated the status of the old matriarch. Nevertheless, her humble origins rendered her unfit for high society, resulting in chaos within the Linyang Marquis's residence, where distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring became muddled. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Shen Ruojin bowed to the princess, who teased her about being overly polite. Accompanied by Mama, he and 2 carts of reunion gifts, she set off for the Linyang Marquis's residence. By this time, it was nearing noon. Dark clouds obscured the sun, dulling the daylight, and a storm seemed imminent. News about the two daughters of the Mu family exchanging husbands on their wedding day had spread like wildfire through the capital. On this third day of returning home, many had gathered to witness the spectacle. A pair of luxurious carriages drew through the crowd, flanked by the royal guards. Stopping before the main entrance of the Lin Yong Marquis' residence, the female attendants lifted the carriage curtains. Mama he respectfully helped the young mistress disembark. The sword attendant, having lost his task, stood straight, following closely behind her. As Shen Ruojin stepped down, she noticed another carriage of blue cloth parked nearby, where Pei Jing was assisting Mu Yunwei down. With her hair styled in a married woman's knot, Mu Yunwei and Pei Jing appeared to be quite affectionate, as though they were already wed. Shen Ruojin did not linger, striding forward. "Elder sister," Mu Yunwei suddenly called out, hastening to catch up with her, dragging Pei Jing along. Although they had arrived first, all eyes were drawn to Shen Ruojin the moment her carriage appeared, the little princess of the Northern Guardian Prince's residence exuding such grandeur. With a multitude of attendants and gifts transported by cart, though she made quite a show of returning home, she was ultimately alone, with Pei Jing accompanying her. Mu Yunwei felt no less than Shen Ruojin, feigning concern as she inquired, "Why didn't brother-in-law accompany you back, second sister?" Shen Ruojin could not be bothered to respond. Mu Yunwei did not require her response, continuing the conversation on her own. "By the way, I heard that the second sister had a fierce altercation with the second son of the Xiang residence at Li Garden yesterday. Could it be that the young Prince Qin is upset with her, hence he did not accompany her on the day of her return?" Shen Ruojin cast her a glance, but remained silent. At that moment, Mama he stepped forward, raising her voice to scold. "Where did this little harlot come from? What are you barking like a dog for?" Chapter 29. A match made in heaven. Upon hearing Madame He's words, the surroundings erupted into chaos. Even Shen Ruojin was taken aback. Perhaps it was due to Madame He's overly amiable demeanor in the Wang residence, always courteous and smiling, that Shen Ruojin never expected her to possess such a fierce side. No wonder she was the confidant of the princess, with just one remark. She commanded the attention of everyone present, truly an extraordinary talent. "You, what did you call me?" Mu Yunwei felt deeply insulted, her slender frame trembling with rage. In her dreams, her days after marrying into the Northern Duke's residence were unbearably difficult. Her husband was indifferent, and wicked servants bullied their mistress. After the marriage exchange, she learned that Shen Ruojin, too, spent her wedding night alone, her new husband failing to even make an appearance. Shen Ruojin was either off seeking entertainment at the theater or at the gambling den, and just yesterday, she had nearly been sullied by Qin Lang's adversary. Today, as she returned to her family home, Qin Lang was nowhere to be seen. Mu Yunwei felt that Shen Ruojin's life was even more miserable than her own, which prompted her to initiate a conversation with her. Little did she know that Madame He, the very servant known for provoking others, would suddenly turn protective of Shen Ruojin. "Indeed, I am scolding you, you shameless little harlot who eloped with your brother-in-law. If I were you, I would have long since hanged myself in shame. How could you dare show your face in public? Your lack of shame is your own affair. Why do you provoke my young mistress for no reason? Just because our second master did not accompany her home, you think you can assert your superiority, don't you?" Mu Yunwei's petty schemes were laid bare, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Madame He, though capable of unleashing a torrent of insults, restrained herself, mindful that today marked Shen Ruojin's return home, and it would be ill-judged to let passers-by witness such a spectacle. "You," Mu Yunwei stammered, wanting to retort but unable to lower herself to argue given her status as the daughter of a marquis. She signaled to Lu Luo. Lu Luo, hands on her hips, prepared to confront, but Madame He swiftly dismissed her with a sharp retort. "You little wench, best be on your way." Turning back, Madame He adopted a respectful demeanor, addressing her young mistress. "Old servant spoke too loudly just now. I hope I did not startle the young mistress?" "No," Shen Ruojin replied, beginning to understand why the princess insisted on her bringing Madame He back home. This formidable woman single-handedly could overturn half the marquisate. "Very well," Madame He acknowledged, sensing the appreciation in Shen Ruojin's gaze. "Please, allow me to handle this matter." "I shall take my leave first," Shen Ruojin said, eager to avoid being the center of attention outside. Having someone else deal with troublesome individuals was most welcome. "Wait." Mu Yunwei rushed up the steps, blocking Shen Ruojin's path. "I merely wish to greet my dear sister after several days apart. I miss her dearly." even if my words were clumsy and offended you. You need not ignore me entirely and allow this wicked servant to insult me so. Such a penchant for blocking the way. You and Pei Jing truly are a match made in heaven, Shen Ruojin remarked with a hint of scorn. Pei Jing, trailing a few steps behind, lifted his gaze at Shen Ruojin's words. The two had been fervently dispelling rumors of elopement over the past few days, hastily concluding their marriages. On the day Shen Ruojin married into the Northern Duke's residence, the four of them had all been wed. Today, Pei Jing accompanied Mu Yunwei back to the marquise, donning a blue brocade robe and a jade crown, exuding an air of elegance and gentility. This dignified Pei Jing standing beside the marquise's third young lady was indeed a sight to behold, yet upon the arrival of the Northern Duke's carriage, the onlookers began to gossip about the third young lady's elopement with her brother-in-law, inciting Mu Yunwei's ire as she exchanged marriage vows with her future brother-in-law. This incident might forever tarnish Pei Jing's reputation, a stain that could never be washed away. The only ones concerned about this matter were Mu Yunwei and Pei Jing. Shen Ruojin paid him no mind. Pei Ge, look at her. Mu Yunwei called out to him, her eyes brimming with tears. Our matters have been clarified. Yet grandmother and uncle sent for my sister to return to the estate, and now they allow this wicked servant to insult me with baseless accusations. How can I, as the third young lady of the Lingyong marquise, endure such humiliation? Pei Jing stepped forward to steady the trembling Mu Yunwei, his expression darkening. This wicked servant has committed a grave sin. I implore the young lady to demand an apology from your family's unruly servant on behalf of my wife. Shen Ruojin's tone turned icy. An apology? For what reason? Before Mu Yunwei could respond, Shen Ruojin interjected, although madam he serves in the Wang residence. She is of noble character. You mistake her for a mere servant because she refers to herself as an old servant. Madam, he is not a wicked servant. Nor are you her masters. Where does this notion of a wicked servant oppressing her master arise? At this moment, the sword attendant chimed in. Neither the Northern Duke nor the princess has ever regarded madam he as a mere servant. Why do you both persist in this terminology? Pei Jing furrowed his brow at the remark. In the literary circles, he was highly esteemed, yet before the Northern Duke, he was but a nobody. Mu Yunwei glanced at his expression, feeling a rush of regret for her earlier provocation of Shen Ruojin. However, the situation had escalated. There was no retreat, and no one offered a way out. Mu Yunwei adopted a feeble demeanor, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Can a mere servant in the Wang residence freely insult others? She called me a harlot and a dog. Does my sister truly turn a blind eye to this? If I am a dog, then what does that make you? Dear sister? Madam, he smacked her thigh in regret. Her tongue had slipped. After all, Mu Yunwei was also the cousin of the young mistress. While it was permissible to scold her, how could she drag the young mistress into this as well? Shen Ruojin replied nonchalantly, I am indeed one who chastises dogs. In every family, there are both virtuous individuals and those with vices. How could one expect everyone to behave properly? The onlookers burst into laughter. The eldest son of the marquis, Mu Yunwei, emerged with two attendants, smiling as he attempted to mediate. Why are my two sisters engaged in such heated exchanges at the door? Grandmother and uncle have been waiting in the hall for quite some time. Please, let us enter. In his early 20s, Mu Yunwei was the legitimate son of the first wife, esteemed for his academic prowess. Ranking highly at the Imperial Academy and regarded with great importance by the marquise, he possessed striking good looks and was adept at socializing. Even as Mu Yunwei nearly clashed with Madame he could still smile and frame it as the two sisters simply catching up. At the same time, Mu Yunwei did not forget to greet Pei Jing, their brother-in-law, please. Truly, he was a master of diplomacy, skillfully navigating the situation, with a smile that could disarm. Shen Ruojin chose not to engage further with Mu Yunwei at the door and stepped inside. Mu Yunwei accompanied her, casually mentioning the recent incident at Li Garden. I only just learned that you clashed with the son of the Xiong residence last night. I was quite worried. I even went to Li Garden to take a look. But the garden had caught fire, and by the time I arrived, it was already mostly consumed. Shen Ruojin cast him a knowing glance. You made a special trip to Li Garden for my sake? Where were you on the day of the wedding? Chapter 30. It is said that Qin Lang does not harbor affection for her. On the day of the grand wedding, Mu Yunwei and Pei Jing were absent, as was Mu Yunwei. The atmosphere in the marquise residence was chaotic. Outsiders may not have noticed this eldest son of the marquise family. However, Shen Ruojin was acutely aware that Mu Yunwei's absence was due to his frantic search for Mu Yunwei. The eldest son of the Mu family had his own sense of kinship, distinguishing between a half-sister and a cousin. Even though he was privy to their elopement before anyone else, he did not bother to inform Shen Ruojin, yet now he pretended to be a caring brother. Mu Yuni's smile turned somewhat forced as he stated, "On that chaotic day in the Marquis's residence, I was in a rush to find Yunwei and young Master Pei. In my desperation, I neglected my second sister. She wouldn't hold that against me, would she?" Naturally, Shen Ruojin deliberately paused. No. Her memories of this cousin were mostly from before she turned 7. Following her mother's death, the old lady of the Mu family believed in a master's words that she had a hard fate that brought misfortune to her relatives. Whenever the old lady suffered a slight ailment, she would claim it was Shen Ruojin's doing and send her to kneel in the ancestral hall. An orphan is seldom cherished. Mu Gaoyuan, caught between his daughter and her birth mother, intervened twice, but was preoccupied with his own ambitions and neglected family matters. The vast Marquis's residence was left to the old lady to torment her granddaughter. In his youth, Mu Yuni had secretly brought food to his younger sister during his return from school and had copied scriptures in her handwriting while the old lady punished Shen Ruojin. At that time, the Shen family's sons were stationed at the borders and had not yet met Shen Ruojin. Mu Yuni was the kindest person from the entire Marquis's residence towards her. However, things changed when the Shen family came to take Shen Ruojin away, and the main wife brought Mu Yunwei to the Marquis's residence. Suddenly, Mu Yuni had a biological sister, one who shared his blood. Shen Ruojin lived permanently with the Shen family and gained the world's best 9 brothers. The distance between the capital and the borders led to a gradual fading of their correspondence over time. Last year, when Shen Ruojin was sent back to the capital by her maternal grandfather, her former quarters had become Mu Yunwei's, and her belongings were discarded. Even her beloved peach blossom tree was felled, deemed too gaudy for Mu Yunwei's refined tastes. As an elder brother, Mu Yuni attempted to mediate, advising, "Yunwei has been lost for so long and is frail and timid. As her elder sister, you ought to be more accommodating." At that time, Shen Ruojin was still mourning the tragic loss of her entire family in a single night, disinterested in anything, let alone petty grievances. In retrospect, she found it utterly laughable. She realized that not regarding Mu Yuni as a brother meant she would not resent his favoritism towards Mu Yunwei. Mu Yuni, oblivious to Shen Ruojin's thoughts, sighed in relief upon hearing her assurance, "As long as second sister does not blame me." Shen Ruojin remained silent. Yet, Mu Yuni continued, "You recall the other day when grandmother sent old Madame Li to the Wang residence in the north to invite you back? It isn't a significant matter. Following your marriage to Prince Qin, Yunwei and young Master Pei have been the subject of gossip. It cannot continue like this. Hence, grandmother and uncle decided to pair them together, allowing both daughters of the Mu family to marry on the same day. Today is merely a return visit." He explained that the Marquis's residence would clarify the rumors surrounding Pei Jing and Mu Yunwei, asserting they did not elope. This would effectively save face for the Pei family, as it was the best way to salvage the Marquis's reputation. I know this may seem a bit unfair to second sister, but, at that time, there was simply no other option. Shen Ruojin replied in a measured tone. So? Mu Yuni, still unaware of her sentiments, continued. "So, when you see grandmother later, regardless of what she says, could you perhaps endure it? Grandmother is elderly, just bear with her." Shen Ruojin found it amusing, according to my cousin's reasoning. Mu Yue is the younger sister, and as the elder sister, I should yield to her. As for grandmother's age, must I also defer? It seems all your scholarly pursuits have taught you only to respect the elderly and love the young, yet you cannot discern right from wrong? Mu Yuni was taken aback. Pausing for a long moment before responding, "Ruojin, why do you speak to me in this manner?" Shen Ruojin had returned to the Marquis's residence nearly a year ago, rarely venturing outside or conversing with others, as if nothing in this world held her interest, her emotions confined to silence. This gave the people of the Marquis's residence the impression that she was a solitary and tranquil individual who would not easily be angered or engage in petty disputes. Otherwise, Shen Ruojin raised her gaze to him. "What do you wish me to say? You have all acted in such a manner, yet expect my praise?" Mu Yuni was momentarily speechless. He genuinely believed that this arrangement was quite reasonable. Having the two sisters exchange husbands was certainly preferable to a scandal of elopement involving a niece and her brother-in-law, was it not? As they approached the hall, Mu Yuni had intended to discuss things with Shen Ruojin, suggesting that when they entered, he would demonstrate filial piety and obedience before the entire family, thus dispelling rumors of discord among the sisters of the Marquis's residence. He believed this would soon be a thing of the past. However, after Shen Ruojin married into the Wang family, her temper had only grown fiercer, leaving even her brother with no semblance of respect. Not long after, they entered the hall. A maid stepped forward to lift the curtain and announced, Old Madam, Lord Marquis, Second Miss, and Third Miss have returned. Shen Ruojin entered alone, without a trace of hesitation, greeting the old lady and the Marquis with the same composed demeanor. Old Madam, I wish you health. Father, Aunt, I hope you are well. Mu Yunwei, accompanied by her husband, followed suit, her voice bright and playful, instantly bringing joy to the old lady. Yunwei has returned. Come here, my dear granddaughter. The Marquis then addressed Pei Jing. We are all family. There is no need for excessive formality. Please sit. Thus, they appeared to be a harmonious family, while Shen Ruojin stood aside, deliberately ignored. She remained poised and was about to find a chair for herself when Mama preemptively brought one over, declaring robustly, Young madam, please take a seat. The arrangement of the hall's furniture was originally quite distinct, yet with Mama's intervention, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Shen Ruojin maintained her composure and gracefully seated herself. The scene resembled not a bride returning home, but more akin to a court trial, where she stood against many, her presence commanding and overpowering. The old lady called Mu Yue to her side, neglecting to exchange pleasantries, enraged by Shen Ruojin's audacity. You still have the nerve to sit? The old lady, displeased, retorted, In all my years, I have never encountered a bride returning home without her husband. Shen Ruojin, calm and collected, replied, You have never seen it before. Today, you are witnessing it. Mu Gaoyuan, caught in the middle, felt a headache coming on. Finding himself in a difficult position between his mother and daughter, he cleared his throat and added, Prince Qin is a person of great importance. There must be a reason he did not accompany Ruojin back. The old lady interrupted, irked. What reason could there be? It is simply that Prince Qin does not favor her. The matters between men and women are so fickle. When one is cherished, they are treated as a treasure. When disfavored, they are cast aside like refuse. If Prince Qin held even a modicum of affection for Shen Ruojin, would he allow her to return home alone on such an occasion? The old lady believed she had unraveled the truth and scolded Shen Ruojin with increasing severity. I instructed her to impersonate Yunwei for the marriage swap, to navigate past this immediate crisis, yet she obstinately refused. Now, you are the one marrying Prince Qin, yet lack the ability to win his affection, merely causing a spectacle in public. If you are not ashamed, I am too embarrassed to show my face. Shen Ruojin remarked with indifference, Dear matriarch, do not be overly bashful in facing others. The rumors circulating outside are as numerous as the stars in the sky. It is far more engaging to hear the entirety of them rather than only half. Chapter 31. For her to kneel in her heart. Grandma, he silently commended the young lady of the house, immediately seizing the opportunity to speak. Our young prince has urgent matters to attend to in the palace today. It is not that he does not cherish the young lady, but rather that he has specially dispatched this old servant along with numerous attendants and maidservants. 2 large carts of gifts for the return visit are still stationed at the gate of the Ho residence. Who among the onlookers could claim that our young prince does not adore his bride? You old cunning servant, do you dare to insinuate that I lack discernment? Old Madame Mu felt a surge of indignation, believing that Shen Ruojin had prepared such lavish gifts and brought along so many attendants solely to maintain appearances. What good is it for a bride to return without her husband by her side, accompanied by so many servants? Old Madame Mu was convinced that Shen Ruojin was merely putting on a facade, and her tone grew increasingly acerbic. Since Prince Qin cannot come, surely he can at least write a letter? I know very well what kind of person Shen Ruojin is. She has been spoiled by the Shen family, lacking in capability, yet possessing a temperament that is quite formidable. Mother, interrupted Mu Gaoyuan, today is the day for Ruojin and Yunwei's return visit. With our esteemed nephew present, it would be more prudent for you to say less. It is hardly dignified to chastise one's own daughter in front of her new husband. Although Pei Jing remained silent, his brow furrowed, clearly perplexed by the actions of the old madam. Upon catching a glimpse of the refined and graceful scholar, old Madame Mu, considering the feelings of Mu Yunwei, restrained herself somewhat. Madame Sun, the matriarch of the main branch, smiled and sought to ease the tension. It is getting late. Since Prince Qin will not be joining us, let us commence the meal. Indeed, I have been quite hungry, chimed in the 4th young lady of the Ho family. Mu Yue, who winked at Shen Ruojin, signaling her second sister to disregard their biased grandmother's remarks. Mu Gaoyuan nodded, then let us serve the meal. Wait. Old Madame Mu interjected, before we begin, there is still a matter I wish to discuss with Ruojin. Gentlemen, you may leave first. Mu Gaoyuan glanced at Shen Ruojin, noting that she did not seem to be unduly distressed, understanding that it was not convenient for the men to remain while the ladies spoke. He led Pei Jing and Mu Yuni to the adjoining flower hall. With the gentlemen gone, the hall was left with the ladies of the Ho family. Old Madame Mu's expression darkened. Just a few days ago, old Madame Li went to the royal residence to invite you home but was unable to persuade you. Fortunately, you still regard the Ho residence as your maternal home, remembering to return on your visit. Please speak plainly, old madam. This time, Grandma, he could no longer remain silent. Those who knew her recognized her as the matriarch of the Ho family, while those unfamiliar might mistake her for a shrewish old hag born of impoverished origins. Shen Ruojin had long since grown accustomed to old Madame Mu's demeanor, relinquishing any hope for a grandmother's affection, and she referred to her merely as Old Madame. Old Madame Mu, feeling increasingly displeased after being cut off twice by Grandma He, signaled to old Madame Li, "You speak." Old Madame Li, having been to the Wang residence and having seen how much the Wang family valued Shen Ruojin, hesitated to offend her too severely, speaking with uncertainty. "Useless old fool." Old Madame Mu silently cursed old Madame Li, taking it upon herself to speak. "Ruojin, do not think that your grandmother has not taught you. You are not as sensible and perceptive as Yunwei. You have been raised wild at the border, lacking decorum and propriety. It is no wonder that Prince Qin does not favor you. Is that so?" Shen Ruojin recalled the passionate night spent with Qin Lang, unsure of his feelings for her, yet well aware of his physical desire. Time and again, without restraint, seeing that she did not rebut this time, old Madame Mu assumed that she must be suffering greatly in the Wang residence. She adopted a tone as if imparting wisdom on marital affairs. Once a woman is married, her ability to establish herself in her husband's family relies heavily on her maternal family support. You have no siblings to rely upon, thus. It is even more crucial to maintain harmony with your cousins, to assist one another. Mu Yue echoed softly, "What grandmother says is indeed correct. I have always kept it in mind." Without waiting for Shen Ruojin to respond, old Madame Mu continued, "On the day of your marriage, you took Yunwei's dowry with you. Today, you must return half of it to her. One must not fixate on silver and forget the bonds of sisterhood. Grandmother is so fond of hearsay. Have you not heard that I purchased the Fanghua class just a few days ago? My dowry was far from sufficient, and I relied on my mother-in-law to supplement it, leaving me with not a single coin to spare." Shen Ruojin deliberately claimed that her money had been spent. "You spent your dowry on the Fanghua class?" Old Madame Mu was taken aback by this revelation. Shen Ruojin nodded. Indeed. In truth, she had used funds from the Wang residence. Grandma He was aware of the truth, but chose not to disclose it at this moment. Old Madame Mu's reaction was quite amusing. "Are you mad?" The old lady was so furious that she could not sit still, rising to point an accusatory finger at Shen Ruojin. "You cannot retain Prince Qin's affections. And now you cannot even keep your own dowry?" Shen Ruojin retorted, "If one cannot keep a man without spending money, how can one know unless one tries?" Mu Yunwei's face flushed with anger. "Half of that was my dowry. You squandered your share, and now you have depleted mine?" Shen Ruojin replied with a sense of entitlement. "What was given to me is mine." She countered the grandmother and granddaughter duo. "Is it now expected of me, as an elder cousin, to financially support my younger sister and her husband?" Although old Madame Mu thought this, she lacked the face to voice it. She had agreed to give both dowries to Shen Ruojin due to urgency, always intending to reclaim them later. In all her calculations, she had not anticipated that Shen Ruojin would prove to be such a spendthrift. That amounted to a staggering 20,000 taels, nearly depleting both the Ho families and her personal treasury. Despite her affection for Mu Yue, old Madame Mu could not provide any additional support. Moreover, Pei Jing was but a poor scholar, and no matter how deeply in love the young couple was, they could not truly live on love alone. Upon hearing that the money had been entirely spent, old Madame Mu became genuinely enraged, her breath catching, and she fell back in a faint. "Grandmother, Madam, are you all right?" Mu Yunwei and old Madame Li supported old Madame Mu on either side, one patting her back to soothe her, while the other fretted over calling for a doctor. The gentlemen who had just retreated to the flower hall were startled by the commotion and rushed back. Mu Gaoyuan hurried forward, filled with concern. "Mother, what has happened?" Old Madame Mu clutched her chest, in great distress. "My heart condition, it has flared up again. It is all Shen Ruojin's fault. She must kneel before the ancestral hall, kneel before the ancestral hall." Before the Shen family came to take Shen Ruojin away, this was the scene that unfolded. Whenever old Madame Mu felt the slightest discomfort, she would accuse Shen Ruojin of being a calamity, demanding that she kneel day and night in the ancestral hall, copying scriptures to dispel misfortune. But now, Shen Ruojin had grown, learned martial arts, and married into the Wang family. She was no longer the little girl whom her wicked grandmother could command at will. Ruojin, look at how you've angered your grandmother. Quickly apologize to her. Then go kneel in the ancestral hall. Mu Gaoyuan, seeing his mother suddenly fall ill, could not focus on anything else. Ruojin, you should comply with your grandmother. Go to the ancestral hall, Mu Yuni suggested softly, lowering his voice. It is not strictly necessary for you to kneel. Just consider it. An act of filial piety? Shen Ruojin interrupted her cousin, her expression turning cold. Why should I? Why should old Madame Mu label me a calamity and expect me to accept it? Why must I kneel in the ancestral hall simply because she commands it? What right does such a wicked grandmother have to demand my filial piety? Grandmother is already more prone to anger than to calmness. Quickly, go kneel in the ancestral hall. Mu Yunwei's voice was now tinged with tears. Outside, rain began to pour heavily, and Shen Ruojin had long since grown accustomed to the Ho family's behavior. She felt no real sorrow, merely a chilling sensation coursing through her limbs. The wind whispers through the hall, and the rain falls from the eaves. Suddenly, the voice that had lingered in Shen Ruojin's ears yesterday resonates outside the door, silencing the clamor within the room with a single utterance. Who, may I ask? Were you intending to send a kneel before the ancestral hall? Chapter 32. My lady Shen Ruojin rose to her feet and turned to look back, only to see Qin Lang approaching, clad in a deep purple brocade robe, bringing with him the winds and rains, holding an umbrella. The person who was supposed to remain in the palace to present himself and plead his case had unexpectedly appeared outside the main hall of the Marquis's residence. She had initially observed the farcical antics of the Marquis' family with a detached gaze, standing there as an outsider. Having long accustomed herself to the old matriarch's disdain and her father's perennial inclination to prioritize filial piety over the bond between mother and daughter, Shen Ruojin had learned to safeguard herself. She remained indifferent and unconcerned. No matter how they acted out, they could not extract any advantage from her. As for kneeling in the ancestral hall, the entire household could do nothing to compel her. However, at this moment, Qin Lang had arrived. The sight of him witnessing the chaos within the Marquis's residence filled Shen Ruojin with a mix of emotions, and embarrassment washed over her. It was truly humiliating. The servant leading the way was left far behind, panting as he hurried to report, "My lord, the old matriarch. Young Prince Qin, he has arrived." This announcement coincided with the bowing and greetings from those present in the hall. The winds and rain swirled outside, and the hall was in disarray. All frozen in place at the moment Qin Lang stepped in. He casually tossed the umbrella to a servant behind him, striding into the hall as if he were oblivious to everyone else, walking directly towards Shen Ruojin. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and offered an apology for his tardiness, bidding her not to take offense. Having spent several days in each other's company, it was the first time Shen Ruojin witnessed young Prince Qin display such courtesy. Perhaps the princess felt that Qin Lang's failure to promptly accompany her home would provide ammunition for the Marquis's household, prompting her to send him to save face. Understanding her goodwill, Shen Ruojin replied warmly, "You have arrived at the perfect moment, my lord." After waiting for so long, Qin Lang finally heard Shen Ruojin address him as my lord once more, and he stepped forward to stand beside her. The young prince surveyed the crowd and remarked that indeed, the Marquis's residence was quite lively, with each person excelling in the art of performance, even saving on the cost of hiring a theater troupe. Who among you will enlighten me on what play is being enacted here? The old matriarch appeared as if her old ailment had relapsed, with Mu Yunwei and Granny Li supporting her on either side, while the womenfolk of the Marquis's family were in a state of great agitation. Young Prince Qin seemed to see through it all, nonchalantly questioning them. What is this performance about? The expressions of those present varied significantly. Mu Gaoyuan was taken aback. Was it possible that this mischievous prince and Ruojin were actually quite harmonious? The old matriarch, shocked, forgot to feign illness, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pondered, where did things go awry? Wasn't he had said that Shen Ruojin was not favored by him, and that newlyweds constantly quarreled at home? Yet today, she spoke of her husband and addressed him as my lord, a stark contrast to the rumors. Mu Yuni, quick-witted, sought a plausible excuse to gloss over the situation, speaking first. Grandmother is unwell. Granny he could no longer contain herself, responding loudly, just now. The old matriarch saw the second young lady return home alone and presumed that she was not favored by you, thus attempting to teach her a lesson. Oh, Qin Lang replied, standing with his hands clasped behind him, feigning interest. And how was this lesson imparted? Granny, he explained, the old matriarch said that a woman not favored by her husband must rely on her family, urging our young lady to be accommodating and depart with half of her dowry for the benefit of the third young lady. Yet, our young lady's dowry had already been spent on purchasing the Feng Hua troop for you. How could she produce any more? The old matriarch did not believe this and was so incensed that she suffered a relapse, insisting the young lady kneel in the ancestral hall. Qin Lang was well aware that Shen Ruojin had used the prince's funds for the Feng Hua troop. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Upon hearing that the old matriarch demanded a dowry, causing a relapse and coercing Shen Ruojin to kneel, his gaze darkened suddenly. Just as Shen Ruojin was about to say something, Qin Lang took her hand. So, my lady, it appears you are enduring this indignity because you devoted your dowry to me? His tone was inscrutable. Shen Ruojin met his gaze, both of them cognizant of the true nature of the funds. Qin Lang's words were clearly intended to confront the Marquis's household on her behalf. Though he arrived drenched from the elements, his palm was warm, enveloping her cold fingers in a comforting embrace. Shen Ruojin nodded softly, feigning a semblance of grievance as she cast her eyes downward, though her peripheral vision caught sight of the water-soaked hem of Qin Lang's robe, indicative of his hasty arrival, neglecting to shield himself from the storm. The young prince speaks too harshly, Mu Gaoyuan interjected quickly, attempting to clarify, we are family. There is no need for harsh words between grandmother and granddaughter. Qin Lang's lips curled into a cold smile, revealing the absurdity of the Marquis's family engaging in such directness over a dowry meant to compensate another granddaughter. Mu Gaoyuan was left speechless, feeling the chill run down his spine as he stammered, young prince, you refer to me as the Marquis, yet when you're in a good mood. It as father-in-law, it's quite the conundrum. Indeed, echoed Granny, the old matriarch's sudden illness, she claims it is a relapse. Yet none here administers medicine or calls for a physician. Instead, they all urge our young lady to kneel in the ancestral hall. This must have been the norm in the past, yet how lamentable it is that our young lady is so dutiful and understanding. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely overturned the table in protest. The anyone else she referred to was none other than young Prince Qin. Previously, when the northern town king resorted to corporal punishment, it would end in a brawl, and even the act of overturning tables was considered mild. Tearing off roofs or demolishing houses was not uncommon. As Granny's words rang out, all eyes in the Marquis's residence fell upon her. Was it truly possible that someone considered Shen Ruojin to be good-natured? Had she not possessed martial prowess and expelled those sent by the old matriarch to teach her manners upon her return to the capital? The guards of the Marquis's residence would not have retreated at the sight of her. The old matriarch wouldn't have needed to exert herself so much to impose a punishment. Indeed, Shen Ruojin had never caused an uproar in the Marquis's residence, though she had shattered a few things in frustration. My lady is indeed gentle and kind-hearted, eschewing conflict with others. However, as her husband, I shall not allow anyone to bully her. Qin Lang's talent for spinning a tale was remarkable. His tone grew grave as he called out, Marquis. Mu Gaoyuan felt a chill at the sound of his name, mustering the courage to respond, young prince, this is a matter of our household. There is no bullying between a grandmother and her granddaughter. Lady Yun, witnessing the turn of events, felt utterly aggrieved and interjected, young prince, you may not be aware, but Granny's words are merely one-sided. It was the second young lady who initially took the third young lady's dowry, and the old matriarch merely wished for her to return half of it, yet she provoked her to the point of a relapse. Qin Lang interrupted, his voice low, and who might you be? I am speaking with the Marquis. Do you have the audacity to interject? Lady Yun, meekly bowing, replied, I am Lady Yun of the first house of the Marquis. Qin Lang regarded her with disdain, as if her very presence sullied his vision, and sternly asked the Marquis, what right do such lowly concubines have to enter this hall? Chapter 33. The sharp-tongued Madame Yun's face turned ashen. As if unable to bear the humiliation, she nearly collapsed onto the maid beside her. The matriarch, Lady Mu, who had been feigning illness, was so enraged by the remarks that she nearly spewed blood. Having been born of a concubine, it was a lifelong shame for her. Thus, she harbored deep-seated jealousy towards the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, Shen Ruojin, who was married to her son. Ever since Mu Gaoyuan ascended to the title of Duke of Linhong, no one in the household dared to utter the words concubine or mistress. Even Shen Ruojin, who often disregarded decorum, would not dare to strike at the matriarch's heart with such matters. However, upon the arrival of this young Prince Qin, he audaciously made a double entendre that publicly trampled upon the dignity of the old lady. Mu Gaoyuan's expression darkened as well. She is the widow of my elder brother. So, he began, but was interrupted. Your Grace, The prince of the northern town has no concubines. And even someone as flamboyant as the young prince has not brought anyone into the residence. It seems the royal family maintains strict decorum, forbidding the presence of concubines. There is no need for explanations, Madame Yin interjected. You should hurry and leave, Madame Yin. Madame Sun, the legitimate wife in the main chamber, spoke in a gentle tone. But her heart was seething with anger. I, the legitimate wife, am still here, and you, a mere concubine, dare to claim the status of a widow? Upon seeing his sister-in-law, Mu Gaoyuan realized he had misspoken in his flurry and swiftly had Madame Yun escorted away. Mu Yunwei opened her mouth to speak, but restrained herself, merely calling out to her grandmother with red-rimmed eyes. The young Prince Qin had previously proposed to her, and at that time, Qin Lang had known she was born of a concubine and had not shown disdain. Why now, then, did he use this to humiliate her? Surely. Shen Ruojin had whispered something in his ear. Lady Mu slumped in her chair, watching Shen Ruojin grow increasingly unmanageable. Especially now that she had married well and no longer regarded her grandmother with any respect. This young Prince Qin was even more aggressive, unable to swallow her indignation. The old lady forced herself to sit up and assume the posture of a senior, lecturing, no matter how esteemed the young prince may be. Today he accompanies his bride on her return to her familial home. As a new son-in-law, it is unbecoming to dictate terms at the Yu family. Please be cautious with your words, Lady Mu. Shen Ruojin interrupted coldly. As for decorum, you lack it yourself, so do not presume to lecture me. She had long since ceased to care about how her grandmother treated her. Blood ties meant little when there was no familial bond. Calling them enemies would not be an exaggeration. However, she could not tolerate Qin Lang being belittled in the Duke's residence. Lady Mu, infuriated, shouted, Duke Linyang, Gaoyuan. Do you hear what she is saying? Such outrageous words. Mu Gaoyuan, overwhelmed, was about to speak when he heard Qin Lang's mocking tone. Oh, has the old lady's illness miraculously healed? Lady Mu pointed at him, stammering, Ayu. Mu Gaoyuan was taken aback by the old lady's sudden return to form. But the situation was delicate, and he quickly turned to press her hand down, lowering his voice to say, Mother, calm yourself. This is the young prince of the northern town, not just any young relative. We must choose our words carefully. Lady Mu had no chance to respond before Qin Lang continued. I find the old lady's ailment rather peculiar. It seems ordinary doctors cannot remedy it. If you believe in spirits, why not have your lady kneel at the ancestral hall for a bit of a headache? If the old lady is sincere, she should kneel day and night. Surely the ancestors of the Mu family will bless you with a long life of a century, spent in perpetual kneeling. Shen Ruojin had once entertained similar thoughts, but she had never had the venomous tongue of Prince Qin. It was simply beyond her reach. You dare curse me, telling me to kneel at the ancestral hall. Do you have no respect for elders? You infuriate me. You truly infuriate me. Lady Mu, upon hearing these words, was genuinely enraged, her complexion turning a shade of blue and purple as she struggled to catch her breath. Mu Yunwei attempted to soothe her, but found it futile. Mu Gaoyuan was at a loss, unable to discern if Lady Mu was truly ill from anger or merely pretending. He commanded, What are you all doing standing around? Quickly fetch a doctor and help the old lady back to her courtyard. Yes, Your Grace. Nurse Li and the maids rushed to assist the old lady back, while Mu Yue anxiously followed. After such a commotion, Madame Sun of the main chamber, fearing repercussions, hurriedly took her daughter Mu Yundi back to their quarters. In a matter of moments, the hall was left with scarcely a few individuals. Mu Gaoyuan wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Qin Lang with an apologetic smile. The old lady is advanced in years and a bit confused. She wasn't always like this. She used to dote on the younger generation. Ruojin, wouldn't you agree? Qin Lang's gaze fell upon her. Indeed, Shen Ruojin replied candidly. The old lady claims I am surnamed Shen, thus not considered a junior of the Duke's residence. Mu Gaoyuan's smile faltered instantly. When he had shared a bond with the Shen family, he promised that their first child would carry her surname. It was a tale of deep affection. However, since Shen had been unable to bear him a second child, Lady Mu had resented Shen Ruojin for being a girl and for bearing the Shen surname, believing it to bring misfortune. This had been a well-kept secret until today, when it had been revealed in front of both new sons-in-law. Duke Linyang felt his face grow warm with embarrassment as he awkwardly said, Ruojin, today is a momentous occasion for you to return home. There should be no lingering grievances between grandmother and granddaughter. What is past is past. Today's banquet is organized by your grandmother herself. Come, let us move to the flower hall for our meal. I am not hungry. I shall go to the ancestral hall. Shen Ruojin had arrived from the royal residence already well fed, aware that her return would not yield pleasant circumstances. She had intended for her maternal grandfather to send someone to the capital to inquire about her situation, to understand that she had married and was living her life without causing disturbances or conflicts with the duke's household. Yet, Lady Mu was unwilling to maintain even that facade of calm. The mask of civility had been shattered. "You child, you have quite the temper. No one truly wishes for you to kneel at the ancestral hall." In front of Prince Qin, Mu Gaoyuan could not speak ill of his daughter, merely chuckling. Shen Ruojin declared, "I shall go offer incense to my mother." Qin Lang, shedding his earlier sharpness, returned to his usual nonchalant demeanor, stating, "I too should accompany you to pay respects to my mother-in-law. That would be appropriate." Mu Gaoyuan was pleased that the two were willing to settle matters amicably and agreed readily, even considering leading them himself. Shen Ruojin declined. "I know the way to the ancestral hall well. Please allow my father to entertain your esteemed nephew." Her calm words left Mu Gaoyuan with an unsettling sense of mockery. Duke Linyang was about to say something more when Qin Lang interjected, "I shall heed my wife." Very well, very well. I concede to both of you." Mu Gaoyuan chose not to interfere further. Shen Ruojin took Qin Lang out of the hall, heading towards the ancestral hall. With no one watching, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Qin Lang tightened his grip. Qin Lang stated earnestly, "When performing, one must commit fully." Chapter 34. A gene is wonderful. After some contemplation, Shen Ruojin found merit in his reasoning and allowed him to take her hand. Having already shared more intimate moments, a brief hand-holding seemed inconsequential. The two walked hand in hand, braving the wind and rain as they moved forward. The sword attendant stepped up to shelter them with an umbrella, but Qin Lang extended his left hand to take it, resolutely shielding Shen Ruojin from the elements himself. "Let me handle it. Your hand is injured," he said, noticing the layers of white bandages encircling her palm. Shen Ruojin mused to herself that the young prince was overly committed to his role, displaying such fervor despite his wounds. Qin Lang tilted the umbrella towards her. His voice slightly elevated. "A mere scratch does not hinder my duty to shield my lady. If you are not concerned about the pain, then do as you wish." Shen Ruojin replied with a soft laugh, allowing him his way. Pei Jing emerged from the adjacent flower hall and beheld the famed, carefree Qin Lang personally shielding Shen Ruojin from the torrential rain. Qin Lang was speaking to her, a hint of mirth dancing at the corners of his mouth. Oblivious to the dampness soaking half of his robe, Pei Jing couldn't help but scrutinize the hands of Qin Lang and Shen Ruojin intertwined. They had only been wed for 3 days, yet they appeared so intimately connected. Pei Jing's first encounter with Shen Ruojin had been half a year prior. He had arrived at the Marquis's residence, a poor scholar bearing a token to claim the marriage agreement set forth by the Shen family for their eldest daughter. The Marquis of Linyang had offered him 200 taels of silver under the guise of assistance, while subtly suggesting that with the Shen family's long-standing decline and the Pei family's fall from grace, the engagement should be forgotten. Understanding that the Marquis was merely dismissing him due to his poverty, Pei Jing had prepared to leave without the silver when Shen Ruojin appeared and accepted the marriage proposal. "The Shen family values promises and will not go back on their word," she declared. At that moment, separated by a screen, he could not clearly see her features. He only noted her simple white attire and a jade hairpin adorning her hair, an elegance that seemed foreign to the daughters of the Marquis's household. That sight lingered in his memory, a simple white dress, yet a breathtaking sight. After marrying Qin Lang, Shen Ruojin's attire had transformed entirely. Today, on her return visit, she adorned herself with a golden hairpin and a crimson brocade gown, every detail exquisite and opulent. It was no wonder she chose not to listen to his explanations or even grant him a glance. Pei Jing allowed a mocking smile to surface. According to Yue Wei, the downfall of the northern town princess residence was imminent. She had wed Qin Lang for his power and wealth, and soon enough, she would return to him. He would wait to see it unfold. "Dear nephew-in-law, it's quite windy and rainy outside. Do not linger here. Come inside and take a seat." Mu Gaoyuan emerged from the hall, spotting Pei Jing and promptly inviting him into the flower hall. It was noteworthy that both Qin Lang and Pei Jing were new sons-in-law of the Marquis's household, yet the former had publicly unveiled old wounds, exacerbating the familial discord, while the latter displayed a greater understanding of propriety, refraining from meddling in the matters of the womenfolk. "Uncle, please," Pei Jing responded, masking his displeasure beneath a composed facade. The actions of the Marquis's matriarch were indeed hard to respect. Though he disapproved as a new son-in-law, it was inappropriate to confront an elder publicly. Yet Qin Lang showed no such restraint, boldly challenging the matriarch's authority. In this dynasty, filial piety was of utmost importance. Had it been anyone else, such behavior would have drawn scorn, effectively ending their career and ambitions. However, Qin Lang, born into nobility and inherently reckless, remained unfazed by public opinion. This disparity highlighted the fundamental differences between him and Qin Lang. Pei Jing could not help but glance again at the retreating figures of Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, filled with envy despite knowing their marriage would not endure long. In the ancestral hall of the Marquis of Linyang, Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang stepped over the threshold, releasing each other's hands only upon reaching her mother's spirit tablet. Mama He and the sword attendant each lit 3 incense sticks and offered them to the couple. Shen Ruojin bowed thrice before her mother's spirit tablet, reflecting on how, as a child, she had confided all her grievances to her mother, yet now, as an adult, her words seemed scarce. Bringing home a husband under false pretenses felt unnecessary to discuss with her deceased mother. The incense smoke curled gracefully in the hall as she completed her ritual, placing the incense into the burner. My esteemed mother, please accept my humble bow. Qin Lang, who had not bowed even before the Marquis of Linyang, held the incense with solemnity and addressed Shen Ruojin's spirit. My name is Qin Lang, son of General Qin Hua and Lady Lin Xuelan. It is indeed improper for me to pay respects to my mother-in-law only days after marrying Shen Ruojin. I hope my mother-in-law may forgive my tardiness, he spoke, creating an illusion that Shen was still alive. The servants guarding the ancestral hall felt a chill at his words, their gazes towards Qin Lang becoming strangely peculiar. No one had ever heard of this young prince from the northern town behaving in such a peculiar manner. Shen Ruojin glanced at Qin Lang. My mother would not hold such trivial matters against you. Moreover, before the marriage exchange, Qin Lang was to wed Mu Yunwei, the very woman who had just been insulted as a mere concubine in the hall. Even if he had come to the Marquis's residence to pay respects, he would not have approached her mother's spirit tablet. Shen Ruojin assumed Qin Lang was merely indulging his penchant for theatrics and chose not to interrupt. Standing beside him, she listened as he continued addressing the tablet. My esteemed mother, do not heed the ramblings of the Marquis's household. My lady, Jean, is truly wonderful, beautiful as a flower, possessing exceptional character. General Shen has raised her impeccably. It is the Marquis's matriarch who is bewitched, targeting her unjustly. Rest assured, with me by her side, I shall ensure that ill will is dispelled. As he inserted the incense into the burner with utmost seriousness, he vowed, Jean and I shall hold hands and grow old together. Before the entire Marquis's household, Qin Lang repeatedly referred to her as my lady. Shen Ruojin merely regarded his performance as an overzealous display, especially in a hall filled with spirit tablets. She wondered if he understood that while mortals may be deceived, how could he dare to mislead the deceased? Qin Lang, Shen Ruojin called out, that should suffice. Qin Lang turned, annoyance flickering in his eyes as he replied, I have not yet finished my words. Shen Ruojin, feeling exasperated, said, You ought to speak with my father instead. Surely, one should not tempt fate with excessive lies. Qin Lang brushed the droplets from his sleeves, casually replying, I am indifferent. It is merely that the Marquis of Linyang grows restless in my presence. I wish to speak privately with my mother, Shen Ruojin stated firmly. Very well, I shall step outside. You may converse with my esteemed mother-in-law in private, Qin Lang acquiesced. Having said most of what he intended, he turned to leave, leaving behind the sword attendant and Mama He with Shen Ruojin in the ancestral hall. She found herself at a loss for words, merely taking down the tablet and wiping it clean with a silk handkerchief several times. At times, she envied Qin Lang's ability to perform so effortlessly, as though words flowed from him without hesitation. Shen Ruojin opened her mouth, ultimately only able to whisper to her mother's spirit, Mother, I shall live well. Chapter 35. Let us part ways. Shen Ruojin uttered but a single sentence. No amount of deception could mask the truth. She and her mother had only spoken honestly. Granny He gazed at her young mistress with deep affection, reflecting on what a wonderful girl she was. How could the old matriarch of the Mu family be so blinded by ignorance as to deem her a harbinger of calamity for her elders? As the hour approached for the midday meal, it was unacceptable for the young mistress to return to the Marquis's residence without having eaten. The old servant resolved to seek out the second master to arrange for some food. As she spoke, she noticed Shen Ruojin did not refuse, and so she ventured out. Outside, the tempest raged. A young servant hurried in through the side door, presenting a letter. Second miss, a little beggar just arrived at the Marquis' gate, claiming someone entrusted him to deliver this letter to you. The servant, Shen Ruojin, stepped forward to take the letter, ensuring it bore no poison or ill intent before handing it to the young mistress. Shen Ruojin placed her mother's memorial tablet back in its rightful place, then opened the envelope. The paper bore only 2 lines. General Shen is trapped at Luoyue Pass, his life hanging by a thread. Her complexion abruptly changed, and her grip on the letter tightened. She read those 2 lines repeatedly, the hasty handwriting on the ordinary paper revealing nothing of its origin. Shen Ruojin, anxious, inquired, "Miss, what does the letter say? Your face looks dreadful." Without uttering a word, Shen Ruojin handed her the letter. Upon reading it, Shen Ruojin's face contorted in shock. How could this be? The old general, how could he? In the chaos of battle, life and death are decided in an instant. General Shen, nearing 70, was in frail health. Had it not been for the tragic demise of his 4 sons and 9 grandsons 3 years prior, he would have long since retired to live out his days in peace. Following a brutal conflict, the emperor had wed the 3rd princess to the western region in a bid for peace, appointing other generals to the borders, thereby sidelining General Shen. For the past 2 years, the border had seen no conflict. Even if hostilities were to reignite, it would be under the command of newly appointed generals, not General Shen. Yet Shen Ruojin knew her grandfather could not be a coward at this age. He always prioritized the welfare of the people at the border. Should a crisis arise, he would undoubtedly be the first to don armor and lead the charge. The letter spoke of his perilous situation, and Shen Ruojin was loath to accept such grim news. Yet, upon reflection, it was not without plausibility. Who had delivered this letter? I must find out who sent it. Shen Ruojin turned to rush outside. There is no time. Shen Ruojin interjected. The sender clearly intended for the little beggar to remain anonymous. The capital is vast, and with so many intricate relationships, locating someone who wishes to remain hidden is exceedingly difficult. Even if I could find them, it would consume precious time. If my grandfather is truly in danger, every moment counts. Now that I am aware of this, I cannot rely on others for his rescue, regardless of the letter's truth. Shen Ruojin resolved to journey to the border herself to ascertain her grandfather's well-being. She gestured for Shen Ruojin to retrieve the letter. The latter, filled with concern, complied and returned the letter to her. Shen Ruojin held the letter to the flame, watching it turn to ash, forcing herself to calm down, hoping against hope that this letter was merely a cruel jest. Yet the harrowing reports of the Shen family's fallen heroes echoed in her mind. This time, Shen Ruojin truly could not afford to gamble. In a firm tone, she commanded, Shen Ruojin, prepare a swift steed, along with provisions and funds for the journey. Shen Ruojin hesitated, but the old general forbade you from going to the border, from engaging in any matters related to the battlefield. Moreover, you are now married. You are not only the 10th miss of the Shen family, but also the young mistress of the northern town prince's residence. No husband would permit his new bride to enter the battlefield. Even if the northern town prince respects our old general, he would never allow you to go. Shen Ruojin replied, you need only to see to the preparations. I will discuss the rest with Qin Lang. Understood, Shen Ruojin responded, setting to work. Alone in the vast ancestral hall, Shen Ruojin recalled how Qin Lang had addressed her mother's memorial tablet, referring to her as mother-in-law. The memory lingered vividly. Alas, no matter how convincingly Qin Lang played his part, falsity remains false. She closed her eyes, listening to the storm outside, and reminisced about that fateful day when she was 7. On a similarly stormy day, the old matriarch had complained of a headache and had forced Shen Ruojin to kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days and nights without food or water. Weak and feverish, she had nearly lost consciousness, almost believing her mother had come to rescue her. It was Shen Si, the mischievous youth, who had scaled the walls of the Marquis' residence to meet his little cousin, whom he had never seen before, desiring to be the first to greet her. He had searched high and low through the ornate halls, only to overhear the servants mention that the second miss was once again being punished by the old matriarch. He had then found her in the ancestral hall, pulling the shivering girl back from the brink of despair. On that very day, a piercing arrow had exploded above the Lin Yang Marquis' residence. After years away, Shen Ruojin's grandfather had returned to lead an assault, and her 4 uncles and 9 brothers had entered the Marquis' residence, tearing apart the facade of civility with the Mu family and bringing her back to the Shen family. From that day forward, she transformed from the neglected child of the Marquis' residence into the treasured 10th miss of the Shen family. Wherever General Shen went, he took her along. Her uncles and aunts cherished her as their own daughter, and her brothers vied to teach her their most cherished skills. They would say, Little 10, pursue whatever you desire. If you wish for the stars, your brothers shall pluck them from the sky for you. Yet alas, the sorrows of the world linger long, and sweet dreams are seldom retained. The Shen family bestowed upon her not merely affection and status. She had grown, educated herself, trained in martial arts, and witnessed the brutalities of war. No longer was she the frail girl waiting for salvation. Shen Ruojin opened her eyes and turned to stride resolutely into the storm. This time, it was her turn to bring them home. She made her way to the courtyard where she had resided before her marriage, dragging out a chest-long seal beneath her bed and retrieving the sword wrapped in layers of red cloth. She lifted the blade and whispered, Long time no see, Wu Hui. This was the sword gifted to her by her second brother, named No Regrets. The sword, having been sealed away for a year, remained as sharp as ever. Shen Ruojin wiped it down with her sleeve, then retrieved the concealed darts, wrist guards, and golden armor from the chest, donning everything she needed. Shijian returned, reporting, Miss, everything is ready. Very well, Shen Ruojin replied, heading out to summon Prince Qin Shao. Before she could finish her thought, she caught sight of Qin Lang braving the rain to reach her. The sky was dim, the clouds heavy over the city, the lanterns swaying precariously in the wind, and the rain pattering against the branches. Qin Lang met her gaze, striding through the curtain of rain to stand before her. Shen Ruojin looked at him, her words concise yet profound. Qin Lang, let us part ways. Chapter 36. 3 days as husband and wife in a hurry. Qin Lang rushed out into the pouring rain without an umbrella, only to hear Shen Ruojin declare her intention to divorce him. He paused momentarily, gathering his composure, and inquired, What on earth has transpired? You carry a sword. Where do you intend to go? To Luoyue Pass, Shen Ruojin replied candidly. On the day of their grand wedding. It was she who had proposed the pretense of marriage, suggesting they separate after a year. Now, the sudden desire to hasten their divorce stemmed from her as well. A sense of guilt weighed on her heart, for she felt she owed Qin Lang an explanation. However, the arrival of an urgent letter, hinting that her grandfather might be trapped at Luoyue Pass amidst a renewed conflict in the western frontier, left her uncertain of her fate. It was preferable for the young prince to be divorced shortly after their wedding than to become a widower at the very onset of their union. Moreover, should she survive and return, the circumstances would be even more intricate. Years ago, the emperor had led a campaign that ended in catastrophic defeat, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers. In his reluctance to revisit past grievances, he had exiled those privy to the events, leaving the remains of the Shen family's valiant ancestors unreturned to their homeland. Shen Ruojin's desire to bring them home would undoubtedly provoke the emperor's wrath. Should she bear the title of the prince's wife, it would likely jeopardize the safety of the royal household. Thus, she had broached the topic of divorce with Qin Lang prior to her departure, aiming to sever ties with the Zhenbei Wangfu. Why must you divorce me if you are set on going to Luoyue Pass? Qin Lang maintained a facade of calm, though internally, he was near breaking point. A servant from the Wangfu who had accompanied the young mistress back home mentioned receiving an anonymous letter, and soon after, the sword-bearer emerged from the ancestral hall to prepare horses and provisions, clearly indicating an imminent journey. Qin Lang could scarcely spare a word for Ling Yongho before hastening to Shen Ruojin. Did I ever say I would prevent you from going? Without waiting for her reply, he continued, How dare you consider a divorce just 3 days into our marriage, Shen Ruojin? Seeing that Qin Lang was oblivious to her true thoughts, Shen Ruojin intended to clarify everything, weighing the pros and cons. Yet, the young prince was unwilling to listen. Just days ago, you spoke of waiting a year. How can you change your mind so swiftly? Am I such an inadequate performer? Shen Ruojin felt a pang of guilt, murmuring, It's not that. Then, was it last night's events that have led to your discontent? Qin Lang struggled to comprehend Shen Ruojin's sudden desire for divorce. The only explanation he could fathom was that their previous night's intimacy had exhausted her. If you did not enjoy it, I can refrain from such actions in the future, he said, believing last night was merely the beginning of their marital joys, not an end. Had he known, he would have ceased immediately. That's not it, Shen Ruojin thought, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Is it because I stepped into your courtyard with my left foot? Qin Lang's inquiries grew increasingly ludicrous. No, it's none of that. Shen Ruojin grasped her sword tightly and murmured, Consider it a debt I owe you. Debts must be repaid, he insisted. Qin Lang was never one to follow convention, even in such dire circumstances. Shen Ruojin, it was you who suggested we make do on our wedding day. Now the entire capital knows we are wed, and today, someone from the palace even broached the subject with me. I have publicly declared that you fell for me at first sight and would marry no other. Now you want a divorce? I am bound to face charges of deceiving the emperor. The scandal from the previous day's events had already stirred the city into a frenzy. Before dawn, he had been summoned to the palace to meet the emperor. The emperor, preoccupied with indulgences and neglecting state affairs, had grown increasingly paranoid, placing spies everywhere. He had even brought up the incident involving Princess Baojia from the previous day. Why did you suddenly choose to marry Shen Ruojin? The emperor had asked, feigning innocence. While the circumstances of Mu Yunwei eloping with Pei Jing on their wedding day could be somewhat explained, Qin Lang was not the type to shy away from public scrutiny. If he resisted, even the princess could not compel him. Though the emperor had smiled during the inquiry, his mind was calculating. Even if Qin Lang claimed he wed Shen Ruojin out of genuine affection, the emperor would not believe him. Moreover, he wished to spare Shen Ruojin from learning of matters she was unaware of. Thus, he fabricated the more palatable narrative that Shen Ruojin fell for me at first sight. To his astonishment, this pretext would serve him twice in one day, once to deceive the emperor and again to retain his wife amidst the rain. Qin Lang could no longer maintain his composure, revealing his true feelings. Shen Ruojin, this is not merely a divorce you seek. You are asking for my life. Shen Ruojin was momentarily at a loss for words. I harbor no intention of harming you. Qin Lang seized the moment, stating, regardless, we cannot divorce at this juncture. Shen Ruojin considered her words carefully. Then, let us postpone the divorce until my return. At that time, you need only assert your position. And I believe the emperor will not be overly difficult on you or the Jinbei Wangfu. Shen Ruojin. Qin Lang could no longer contain his frustration. I cannot bear to hear the words divorce right now. The young prince was on the verge of exasperation. He had finally married the woman he desired, and they had scarcely held hands before she sought to sever their bond. Shen Ruojin ceased to mention divorce. Instead, she held her sword and bowed to him, saying, Thank you for coming to the Hofu today, Qin Lang. Even if we are not to be husband and wife in the future, I will cherish your kindness today. Should fortune favor me, and I return alive from the western frontier, I shall repay this kindness. Qin Lang covered his ears, pleading, Please stop. I cannot bear to hear that we are not to be husband and wife. After a moment of silence, Shen Ruojin removed her family jade pendant and offered it to him. This pendant was the family token of the Wangfu, and she requested he return it to the princess. With her resolve set on divorcing upon her return from the western frontier, there was no reason to retain the Wangfu's token. However, Qin Lang refused to accept it. It was given to you by your mother. How can I take it back? Shen Ruojin did not press the matter. Then I shall have the sword bearer return it to the Wangfu, delivering it to the princess. Qin Lang replied, What was given to you remains yours. You intend to go to Luoyua Pass, do you not? The capital is over 2,000 li away from there. No matter how swift your horse may be, it cannot endure the relentless journey. This token is of greater utility than you realize. He continued, The Lin family's mercantile network spans the realm. With this token, you can exchange horses at each stop along your way, and in times of need, it can be used to procure provisions or silver. The princess genuinely cherished her daughter-in-law, and the pendant was indeed invaluable. Holding the pendant, Shen Ruojin found herself in deep contemplation. Qin Lang reassured her, Keep this token. It will serve you well when the time comes, and do not overthink it. He understood her feelings, stating, They say it takes 10 years to share a boat, and 100 years to share a bed. Since you are now my wife, it is only natural that you spend my wealth. 3 days as husband and wife is still a bond of marriage. Shen Ruojin nodded. Thank you. I shall heed your words. Gratitude was unnecessary. After all, my life is in your hands, Qin Lang remarked, a statement that seemed both profound and ambiguous. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, asking, Shen Ruojin, do you wish to take me along? Chapter 37. I wish to accompany you. Upon hearing the words, Shen Ruojin momentarily faltered. This was a matter she had not contemplated, and when Qin Lang voiced his inquiry, it genuinely caught her off guard. Nonetheless, Qin Lang perceived her hesitation and understood that should she speak, her response would likely be a refusal. The Luoyua Pass, situated in the western frontier, was undoubtedly related to General Shen, which explained Shen Ruojin's apparent urgency. Not wishing to delay her, he softly urged, Shen Ruojin, you should depart. May your journey be safe, and take care of yourself. Very well, my young prince, do take care as well. Shen Ruojin cast a deep glance at Qin Lang, and upon receiving his nod, she turned and exited the residence. Miss, the horse awaits at the side gate, the sword bearer informed. shouldering the prepared bundles and guiding her away from the main gate of the Marquis's residence to avoid unnecessary encounters. While the people of the Marquis's household could not impede her, the incessant questioning and attempts to obstruct her would only waste precious time. The rain fell continuously, and the fierce wind bent the trees lining the streets, causing fallen leaves to float upon the rushing waters. With a conical hat shielding her, Shen Ruojin emerged from the side gate and swiftly mounted her steed. The sword-bearer handed her the bundle and looked up, saying, "Miss, I wish to accompany you. You remain here to gather intelligence from the capital. If anything unusual arises, send word to me immediately." Shen Ruojin tightened the reins, aware that the journey ahead was long and fraught with hardships. Having an additional person along would only hinder her progress. Moreover, she could not bear to witness the demise of another close to her. It was far safer for the sword-bearer to stay in the capital. She hesitated. "Please convey my apologies to the prince and princess on my behalf." Shen Ruojin chose not to articulate her darker thoughts. The sword-bearer understood her meaning and urged, "Miss, do not linger in the rain. Please, go inside." With that, Shen Ruojin cracked her whip and spurred her horse into motion. The steed galloped through the rain, dashing swiftly down the streets. Not far around the corner, Pei Jing stood beneath an eave, watching Shen Ruojin's figure vanish into the storm. "Third master, what brings you here?" "The third miss has been searching for you." A young servant from the Marquis's residence approached. Pei Jing withdrew his gaze, stating that he had merely wandered and lost his way, having arrived here by chance. The servant promptly offered to lead him back. As Pei Jing retraced his steps, he chanced upon a gathering of individuals rendered silent by the tension, where Qin Lang was engaged in a heated exchange with the Marquis of Linyang. It could hardly be termed an argument. Rather, it was Qin Lang unilaterally berating the Marquis. "It is your favoritism that has led my wife to such sorrow, braving the rain to leave the estate without knowing her destination. Should any harm befall her, no one in the Linyang household shall escape my wrath." After delivering his tirade, Qin Lang swept away, followed by a throng of attendants from the northern town prince's residence. Pei Jing encountered Qin Lang face to face, momentarily confused about the veracity of the young prince's claims. Was he even aware of the reasons behind Shen Ruojin's sudden departure from the Marquis's residence? Qin Lang cast a sidelong glance at Pei Jing, finding him irksome. Opting to ignore him, Pei Jing halted and offered a formal greeting. Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement, and they each departed in opposite directions. As soon as Qin Lang left, the Marquis of Linyang leaned against a column, wiping the sweat from his brow. Regret washed over him. How had he once considered the marriage of his daughter to the northern town prince a boon? Such a troublemaker as Qin Lang would only bring misfortune to those around him. "Uncle, what is the matter with the young prince?" Pei Jing inquired as he approached. Today, during the return banquet at the Marquis's residence, only the Marquis and Pei Jing had actually sat down to dine. Both had little appetite, consuming only a few bites and exchanging a few words before the Marquis excused himself to visit the elderly matriarch. Pei Jing wandered through the Marquis's residence, his mind too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty of the rain-soaked scenery. Shen Ruojin had thrown a tantrum and quarreled with the young prince before departing alone, a behavior she had exhibited since childhood. After marrying the young prince, she had become even more unruly. Today, the young prince had not accompanied her back early, which likely led to a dispute at the ancestral hall. Now that she had left, the young prince had come. Alas, the Marquis sighed, lamenting the chaos that had erupted on such a significant day. Any attempts to amend the situation would be futile. Fortunately, Pei Jing refrained from pressing further and instead offered consolation, reminding him that the northern town prince was still in the capital, and no matter how unruly Qin Lang became, he could not pose a threat to his uncle. Indeed, the Marquis felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, a servant reported from outside, "My lord, third master, the third miss has arrived. I shall write a letter to the northern town prince explaining the circumstances. My dear nephew, do keep Miss Yunwei company." The Marquis wiped his brow, contemplating how best to communicate with the northern town prince to prevent any discord between Qin Lang and Shen Ruojin that might lead to resentment directed at the Marquis's household. "Uncle, please go ahead," Pei Jing replied. "Very well." The Marquis headed toward his study. "Pei go." Mu Yunwei raised her hand to dismiss those around her and approached Pei Jing, speaking softly. "Have you thought about the matter I mentioned earlier?" Pei Jing hesitated before responding, gazing up at the torrential rain as droplets cascaded from the eaves like a curtain of pearls. On the day of their wedding, Mu Yue had conveyed that his adoptive mother and sister were in peril, necessitating their immediate departure to ensure their safety. Pei Jing had hurried her back to her adoptive family, only to find the estate ablaze, with his adoptive mother and sister trapped inside. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time to rescue them. Later, Mu Yue had warned him of impending strife within the northern town prince's family and the perilous situation surrounding General Shen at Luowei Pass, predicting that within 10 days, news of death would reach the borders. Pei Jing was uncertain how much of Mu Yunwei's forewarnings held truth. Mu Yunwei gently urged, if General Shen were to perish, Luowei Pass would surely fall. In the ensuing chaos, one with talent will emerge. We must seize the opportunity to recruit this rising star before they gain prominence, for they will then become a steadfast ally to you. Pei Gu. In her dreams, she foresaw the western frontier engulfed in flames once more. General Shen besieged and meeting his demise, while the emperor's newly appointed generals faced consecutive defeats. A nameless youth would rise amidst the chaos, striking down enemy commanders and rallying the populace to defend their city. This individual would eventually become a great general, wielding command over the western frontier. Thus, visiting Luoyue Pass to recruit this eminent young commander would bring countless benefits to Pei Jing without any detriment. The only issue was that Pei Jing had yet to uncover any evidence suggesting he was the emperor's lost son. He could not simply take Mu Yunwei's word for it. Even if he desired a status more esteemed than Qin Lang's, he dared not act impulsively on blind faith. Observing Pei Jing's silence, Mu Yunwei pressed on. With 3 to 4 months remaining until next spring's imperial examination, a trip to the western frontier and a swift return is still feasible. After careful consideration, Pei Jing resolved. Then we shall journey to the western frontier. Chapter 38. If I don't pursue her, my wife will be lost, Pei Jing pondered. Even if he is not of royal blood, befriending a rising nobleman during his humble beginnings is indeed fortuitous. Should he assist that young talent in defending the borders and achieving great merit, it would be even better, allowing the emperor to remember Pei Jing's name. By next spring's examination, he would surely be renowned throughout the realm. Mu Yunwei, delighted by his faith in her, linked her arm with his and declared, let us return and prepare our belongings for the journey. Indeed, Pei Jing replied, accompanying her to bid farewell to Lady Mu and the others. By the way, Mu Yunwei suddenly inquired as they walked. Today, Shen Ruojin displayed considerable arrogance at the. Why did she leave so abruptly after visiting the ancestral hall? I heard that Prince Qin had a quarrel with his uncle. Did you hear anything in the main hall? Not at all, Pei Jing said nonchalantly. A vision of Shen Ruojin riding away through the rain-laden curtains flashing in his mind. West Frontier, Luoyue Pass. Could Shen Ruojin truly reach that war-torn land safely? Even if she did, what could a mere woman accomplish on the battlefield? At the northern king's residence, the queen inquired, where is Ruojin? You went to the Linyang. Why didn't you bring her back? I have such a grand daughter-in-law. Seeing the heavy rain outside, with Qin Lang having ventured out and Mama He and the others returning without Shen Ruojin and her attendant, the queen, having been a bride herself, understood how shameful it was to return home without her husband. Thus, she had dispatched someone to wait at the palace gates, ready to rush to the moment Qin Lang emerged. Yet, despite her efforts, they had lost their daughter-in-law. She has gone to visit her maternal family. Qin Lang mused as he walked inside. The queen, exasperated, replied, of course, I know she has gone to her family. A bride's return home is to visit her parents. But I am asking why you didn't bring her back with you. Did you not support her at the and incite her anger? Qin Lang retorted. It was not I who angered her this time, and besides, the Linyang hardly qualifies as her maternal family. You mean? The queen suddenly grasped the implication. If the Linyang was not Shen Ruojin's maternal home, then only the Shen family could be considered as such. Presently, only General Shen remained, stationed far at the frontier. If Erlang said Shen Ruojin went to visit her family, did that mean? She refrained from voicing the rest. But Qin Lang nodded in understanding. Then why are you back? You should have accompanied her. It's pouring outside, and she left without even informing me, her mother. Could it be that something happened at General Shen's side, causing her to leave in such a hurry? The queen, not blaming Shen Ruojin, reflected on the trials she had faced since marrying the northern king. With a little contemplation, she discerned the key issue. However, if there were disturbances at the frontier, urgent military reports would surely arrive in the capital. The northern king had frequently been summoned to the palace for discussions regarding state affairs. Yet he had not mentioned any unrest in the west frontier. Why, then, did Shen Ruojin suddenly decide to travel such a great distance? Could it be that she faced tremendous grievances at the Linyang today, unable to confide in anyone else? and thus sought solace from her closest grandfather? Is it that I do not wish to go? Qin Lang countered. It is she who did not take me. The queen retorted, if you wanted to go, who could have stopped you? Their newly acquired daughter-in-law had vanished, and it had only been 3 days. The queen had only learned that morning from a maid that Heir Lang had spent the night in the new home, possibly consummating their marriage. Before she could even rejoice, their daughter-in-law had disappeared upon returning home. Qin Lang did not pursue the topic further and simply asked, "Where is father?" In the study, the queen replied, "You're asking about your father? Is there something you need from him? What could trouble you so?" The relationship between the northern king and his son was notoriously strained, often leading to fierce arguments or even physical confrontations. Qin Lang had long avoided returning to the residence whenever the northern king came back to the capital. It was only through the northern king's insistence that they even met at all. Yet now, Qin Lang took the initiative to ask about his father. "You shall soon find out," he said, making his way to the northern king's study. "What brings you here?" The northern king was taken aback to see Qin Lang before him. "Did Ruojin return with you?" Qin Lang did not answer directly, his demeanor unusually composed. "I have come to borrow something from father." "What do you wish to borrow?" The northern king, sensing something unusual about his son today, laid aside the military texts he was perusing. "The tiger talisman," Qin Lang stated plainly. "Are you out of your mind?" The northern king stared at his son as if seeing a stranger. "What is the tiger talisman, and how can one simply borrow it? You just returned from the Linong. Why would you need it? Could it be?" Qin Lang continued. "Shen Ruojin has received a secret letter and has already set off towards Luoyue Pass. Something dire may be unfolding in the west frontier." Qin Lang revealed the truth without reservation. General Shen has defended the west frontier for a lifetime. If he were to perish, it would undoubtedly incite rebellion. At that point, the forces of Xichong would mount an assault, and the defense lines would collapse. Such a scenario would be catastrophic. The northern king, a seasoned warrior, understood the gravity of the situation. Who delivered the secret letter to Ruojin? What did it contain? Qin Lang had not seen the letter himself, so he could not recount it word for word. However, he had pieced together the situation from Shen Ruojin's fragmented remarks. "The emperor summoned me to the palace for discussions on military matters just a couple of days ago," the northern king asserted. The envoys from Xichong presented a letter stating that the third princess, having married their third prince, was happily expecting a child. The letter emphasized the importance of enduring peace between our nations. How could war suddenly erupt? Xichong's fickleness is hardly a novelty, Qin Lang replied. It's possible they presented the letter to deceive our court while secretly preparing for an invasion. Stop spouting nonsense. The northern king detested Qin Lang's nonchalant attitude towards such serious matters. Very well, Qin Lang remarked, noting his father's demeanor and refraining from further argument. I will only ask you one thing. Will you lend me the tiger talisman or not? Do you think the tiger talisman is just some trinket? You think you can simply demand it? The northern king was infuriated. Then do not lend it, Qin Lang said, fully aware that his father would refuse. He had merely posed an impossible request to open the door for a more reasonable one. Then please, father, write a letter to General Zhao in Yunchuan City, requesting that he includes a rapid assault drill, concluding at Luoyue Pass. Yunchuan City lay to the north of Luoyue Pass, approximately 300 miles away. Even the most formidable forces in the north would find it hard to respond quickly enough. However, Yunchuan City was close, and General Zhao had once been a capable subordinate of the northern king. It would be far easier for him to explain a change in training location than for Qin Lang to commandeer troops with the tiger talisman. You fool. Such military matters cannot be dictated by your whims. The northern king, realizing his son had a deeper strategy, scrutinized him anew, but could not suppress his irritation. He had assumed his son, having lived a life of indulgence in the capital, had long forsaken thoughts of state and country. Yet he was surprised to discover that Qin Lang still possessed ambition. But if you refuse to assist me even in this matter, then I shall simply devise another method. Qin Lang retorted, echoing his father's words as he turned to leave. In a fit of rage, the northern king hurled a military text at him, shouting, You stop right there. Qin Lang casually swatted away the flying military book and strode away without looking back. If I do not pursue, my wife will be lost. Amidst the relentless downpour of rain and snow that had persisted for days, enveloping the land in a chilling embrace, Shen Ruojin journeyed westward from the capital. By day, she spurred her steed onward with unwavering determination, and by night, she sought brief respite in a carriage, slumbering for a mere 2 or 3 hours. The token bestowed upon her by the princess consort proved invaluable, as Qin Lang had foretold, granting her access to the extensive network of Lin's enterprises. with their ubiquitous carriage and horse depots scattered throughout the towns. Upon presenting the insignia at each location, she was furnished with swift steeds and provisions, enabling her to reach the Luoyue Pass in a mere 3 days. Along her arduous path, she encountered throngs of displaced civilians, their faces etched with despair. The relentless sleet and snow rendered their progress agonizingly slow, as the impoverished masses, clad in tattered garments, struggled to navigate the treacherous, icy terrain. Casting a somber gaze toward the distant imperial capital, Shen Ruojin lamented the apparent ignorance of the ruling elite, who seemed oblivious to the chaos engulfing the western frontier. Nearby, an elderly man, his hair as white as the freshly fallen snow, led his granddaughter, barely a teenager, through the wintry wasteland. The young girl, weakened by hunger, could barely keep pace, relying entirely on her grandfather's unwavering support. Moved by their plight, Shen Ruojin offered them several meat pies from her provisions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the septuagenarian implored his granddaughter to express her appreciation, urging her to kowtow before their benefactor. The young girl, her eyes gleaming with longing at the sight of the savory pies, immediately knelt and offered her heartfelt thanks. Shen Ruojin gently assisted her to her feet, assuring her that such a small offering did not warrant such reverence. She urged them to eat without delay and offered the girl her water skin. The pair promptly shared the pies, carefully preserving the remainder for a future meal. The elderly man generously offered the larger portion to his granddaughter, consuming only a small piece himself. Observing his weathered countenance, his eyes clouded with age yet brimming with affection for his granddaughter, Shen Ruojin felt an overwhelming desire to reunite with her maternal grandfather. Without further ado, she mounted her horse and resumed her journey. "Young woman, do not venture further west," the old man called out urgently. "Battles rage ahead. The Shen family army has urged us to flee, claiming that Luoyue Pass is on the verge of falling. Given General Shen's reputation, he would only order a retreat if the battle were overwhelmingly lost. I am not a civilian, but a soldier of the Shen family," Shen Ruojin retorted, her voice resolute. Without pausing, she spurred her horse onward, defying the elements as she rode westward. After another half-hour of relentless riding, the clamor of battle reverberated through the air, echoing like a cataclysmic event. Shen Ruojin ascended a nearby peak, her eyes scanning the horizon. The snow-covered landscape had transformed into a gruesome battlefield, littered with corpses and stained with blood. The forces of Xichang outnumbered the Shen family army several times over, with their encirclement resembling a vast array of black pieces closing in on a handful of white ones. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the Shen family soldiers fought with unwavering valor, each one battling as if possessed, defying the odds. Shen Ruojin retrieved her spyglass, desperately searching for her maternal grandfather amidst the chaos. The relentless rain and snow mingled with the blood on the ground, creating a macabre tableau. Through the lens, she witnessed the brutal combat unfold before her eyes. She observed a group of Xichang iron cavalry, under the command of their marshal, wielding iron chains as they charged towards a specific location. Their target was General Shen Yi, whose iron spear had routed countless Xichang soldiers. Despite his advanced age, his spear moved with unparalleled agility, each strike claiming the life of an enemy soldier. The Xichang marshal, in his prime, engaged Shen Yi in a brief skirmish, but feigned retreat to lure him into a trap. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Shen family army's morale remained high, fueled by Shen Yi's unwavering resolve. Capturing the Xichang marshal was the only viable path to ending the conflict. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Yi pursued his quarry, fully aware of the potential danger. The Xichang soldiers surged forward, cutting off his escape route, while archers unleashed a barrage of arrows. The general deflected the projectiles with his spear, but several soldiers ensnared him with iron chains. One of them knocked off his helmet, revealing his white hair, stained with blood. Despite his age, the general continued to fight with unwavering determination, but his strength was waning. He was trapped, unable to escape the relentless onslaught. The Xichang marshal raised his hand, preparing to order Shen Yi's dismemberment. "Grandfather," Shen Ruojin cried out, her heart pounding with anguish. Having defended the western frontier for over 4 decades, Shen Yi had become a symbol of resilience for the soldiers and civilians alike, and his capture would be a major victory for the Xichang forces. Shen Ruojin steeled herself, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the Xichang marshal. Before he could issue his command, the arrow pierced through the wind and snow, striking him squarely in the chest. The protective armor failed to stop the projectile, and blood gushed from the wound. The marshal turned his head, his face contorted in disbelief, as if trying to identify his assailant. "Marshal!" The Xichang soldiers cried out in alarm. The marshal's injury caused chaos among the Xichang ranks, and General Shen seized the opportunity to slay several of his captors. He glanced back, sensing that someone had intervened, but could not discern the identity of the archer amidst the turmoil. Having successfully struck her target, Shen Ruojin spurred her horse down the hillside and charged into the fray. As she rode, she unleashed 3 more arrows, killing the soldiers holding the chains that bound her grandfather. The Xichang marshal, realizing the gravity of the situation, clutched his wound and ordered his troops to kill Shen Yi at all costs. The Xichang soldiers swarmed around the general, severing the hooves of his steed. The horse collapsed, throwing the general to the ground. Soldiers on horseback ensnared his limbs with chains and dragged him across the battlefield. Despite his injuries, the general managed to break free from 2 of the chains, but one remained around his neck. As the horse galloped, he was dragged across the ground. Amidst the carnage of war, "Grandfather!" Shen Ruojin cried out, her eyes filled with fury. She spurred her horse through the enemy ranks, her sword flashing as she cut down any Xichang soldier who dared to stand in her path. She carved a path of destruction, her blade dripping with blood, until she reached her grandfather. "Infantry, form a line. Archers, kill her!" The Xichang commander shouted. Shen Ruojin evaded the archer's arrows by crouching low on her horse. She overtook the soldier dragging her grandfather, and with a fierce cry, she demanded, "Give me back my grandfather." Chapter 40, Little Tin Dream On, replied the elite soldier from Xichang without a moment's hesitation. After much effort, he managed to capture General Shen amidst the chaos, and with such a significant achievement, he was certain to be rewarded with a promotion upon his return. However, instead of letting go, the soldier swiftly drew his blade and aimed it at Shen Ruojin. With a deft flick of her sword, Shen Ruojin sent the weapon flying from his grasp, following through to sever his arm, crimson blood splattering across her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she unseated the soldier and, in a fluid motion, severed the iron chain that bound her grandfather, lifting the wounded general onto her horse. "Grandfather, I've come to take you home," she rasped. "Little Ten, you foolish girl, what are you doing here?" The old general, only then recognizing Shen Ruojin, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. A man may shed tears, but a general is expected to bleed rather than cry. Yet, his beloved granddaughter, who should have been safely married and raising children in Jing, appeared on the battlefield at Luowei Pass. Even a man as steadfast as Shen Yi could not help but be deeply moved at the sight of his only granddaughter. "Hold on tight, grandfather." With one hand wielding her sword against the enemy, Shen Ruojin removed her soaked outer garment, binding her grandfather securely to her back. The old general, gravely injured and having been dragged on the ground for too long, was barely able to breathe, let alone stand. But upon witnessing Shen Ruojin's bravery, he found a flicker of strength, seizing a Xichang soldier's large blade and joining the fray against their foes. The duo fought in tandem, wordlessly coordinating their efforts to vanquish the advancing Xichang soldiers. "The general has returned. Soldiers, come forth to assist." Vice General Wei Qingshan rallied his men to rescue them. Amidst the melee, he suddenly spotted a young girl clad in red, riding forth to rescue the old general. However, her face was splattered with blood, making it difficult to discern her identity. "The general has returned." The Shen family troops, witnessing their commander emerging alive from the clutches of the Xichang soldiers, were instantly invigorated. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their war cries echoed through the heavens, pushing the Xichang forces into a retreat despite their numerical superiority. Meanwhile, the Xichang marshal, struck by an arrow from Shen Ruojin, could no longer maintain his balance, tumbling from his horse. The Xichang soldiers cried out in alarm, hastily lifting their commander from the heap of bodies and hurriedly transporting him for medical aid. As a Xichang general led his men in pursuit of Shen Ruojin, she quickly turned her horse to face them head-on. The two armies clashed. The Xichang army boasted 200,000 soldiers, while the Shen family troops numbered less than 50,000. The disparity in numbers seemed to spell inevitable defeat. Shen Ruojin, however, was undeterred by fate. With fierce determination, she rode into the storm, her sword raised, standing resolutely before her troops, her grandfather at her back, flanked by thousands of soldiers and countless civilians. As long as the Shen family endured, as long as even one member remained, they would not allow the city to fall or the homeland to be lost. Who said women were inferior to men? Shen Ruojin was prepared to stand alone against an army, unyielding. Xichang generals, witnessing the girl charging forth and being supported by the Shen troops, hesitated, wondering if reinforcements had indeed arrived. Although the Luoyue Pass was defended by only 50,000 Shen soldiers, the Xizjiang Protectorate was merely 100 miles away, making reinforcements a distinct possibility. With the Xizjiang marshal wounded and conservative generals blocking the progressive ones, they decided to wait until the marshal regained consciousness before making further decisions. Shen Ruojin faced the Xizjiang general for a full tea's worth of time. Ultimately, it was the Xizjiang side that sounded the retreat. Their vast army, having advanced swiftly, withdrew just as quickly, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with remnants of their fierce conflict. After the Xizjiang forces retreated, the Shen family troops returned to their encampment at Luoyue Pass. Inside the military tent, the medics tended to the wounds of General Shen. Shen Ruojin stood outside, washing her face with melting snow, the blood mingling with the water, while the scent of carnage clung to her. She bore several wounds, her hand numb from the weight of her sword after so much slaughter. The wind howled, flickering the torches as patrolling soldiers moved between tents. Shen Ruojin lifted her gaze, allowing the snowflakes to fall upon her face. "Little Miss Ten?" Wei Qingshan approached with medicinal ointments. Upon seeing her face, cleansed of some blood, he recognized her. "I wondered which brave maiden would dare to charge forth and save the old general. It could only be you, little Ten." As he drew closer, he realized she was clad not in red but in white, her attire stained crimson from the battle. Were the young generals still here? They would be heartbroken to see their beloved little Ten in such a state. Wei Qingshan remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. "Uncle Wei, how is my grandfather?" Shen Ruojin, unperturbed by her own injuries, focused solely on her grandfather's condition. The old general had lost consciousness on the way back. After finally reuniting, they hadn't even exchanged a proper word. The army medic, having examined the general, stated gravely, "The old general is gravely wounded. I have done all I can. The rest depends on his own strength to recover." The medic, new to the army this year, was unaware of Shen Ruojin's identity but had heard tales of her daring rescue. He spoke cautiously, mindful not to state anything too definitive about the life or death of a commanding officer. The old general lay on the bed, eyes closed, appearing more aged than ever, as if he might depart from this world at any moment. Shen Ruojin felt a deep sorrow. Exhausted, she leaned against the bed, speaking softly to her unconscious grandfather. "Grandfather, I didn't disobey you. I came to the west border because I had to. I listened to your advice and was prepared to marry. Yet you are my only remaining kin. Upon hearing of your potential peril, I could not stay away. Thank goodness she came. Otherwise, the events at Luoyue Pass today would haunt her for a lifetime." Shen Ruojin had so much to say to her grandfather, but in this moment, words eluded her. She lowered her head, gently rubbing her grandfather's uninjured right arm. "Grandfather, I miss you so much." Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face. She wiped them away, only to smear blood onto her sleeve, mingling with her sorrow. The old general stirred from his stupor, opening his eyes after a long moment. Struggling to discern whether he was dreaming or awake, he instinctively reached out to touch her head. "Little Ten, why are you crying?" Chapter 41. Do not cry, grandfather. You have awakened. Shen Ruojin abruptly sat up, hastily wiping her face, yet the tear stains remained stubbornly, smudged by her already soiled sleeves, resembling a calico cat. The old General Shen had not yet fully regained consciousness, his bleary gaze settling on the small calico before him. It had been a year, an entire year, since Xiao Shi had visited him in his dreams. "Are you still blaming me for insisting on sending you back to the capital, forcing you into marriage?" "No." Shen Ruojin, seated on the carpet, fully aware of her grandfather's grave condition and his muddled state, earnestly replied, "Xiao Shi has never held any resentment towards you, grandfather." 3 years prior, the young men of the Shen family had perished on the battlefield, valiantly defending the territory and protecting the emperor and his heirs, only to fall like stars in the night. Upon the emperor's return to the capital, he sought peace with Xizjiang, erasing the achievements of the Shen family while handing over military authority in the western frontier to others, leaving the old general with but 50,000 soldiers of the Shen army. The most arduous tasks were entrusted to them, yet when the time came for military pay, they were always excluded. The valiant heroes who fell in battle were deliberately forgotten, and those who fought for the nation were treated like vermin. The remains of the Shen family's young men had yet to be fully recovered. That year, Shen Ruojin was 15. Her grandfather and uncles had instructed her to return to the capital to prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony. However, en route, news arrived from the border that her uncles and brothers had fallen in battle. Just days prior, the Shen army had celebrated a great victory, with Xizjiang initiating peace talks. Signing a treaty, and vowing to foster friendship between the two nations. Her brothers had returned from the battlefield, each tending to their horses and polishing their swords, joking about the eldest finally being able to marry, fretting over the countless suitors who would come seeking Xiao Shi once her ceremony was held. What kind of husband would be worthy for her? Yet, in but a few short days, those vibrant souls filled with hope for the future had transformed into incomplete corpses, some even entirely missing. Shen Ruojin turned back in a frenzy, returning to the western frontier, traversing every inch of the battlefield, uncovering countless bodies, desperately searching for her kin amid the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The emperor decreed that the third princess would marry into Xichang, ceding cities and lands, establishing amicable relations while the Xichang army paraded on the once great lands of Deqi, oppressing its people, and severing the heads of the Shen family's men to present as trophies in Xichang's royal city. Driven by vengeance, Shen Ruojin infiltrated Xichang's royal city to reclaim what was lost. Her heart was consumed by hatred as she roamed the lands of Xichang, biding her time to assassinate her enemies, living a blood-soaked existence for 2 years. Until that winter when she was 17, after successfully killing a Xichang general, she was ambushed by Xichang soldiers. Miraculously escaping and returning to the western frontier, she was ordered by her grandfather to return to the capital immediately, never to set foot in the western frontier again. Shen Ruojin vividly remembers that day when the snow blanketed the mountains. The entire western frontier was frozen for thousands of miles, shrouded in bitter frost. So cold, so cold. She knelt in the snow, blood seeping from her wounds, staining the snow beneath her. The grandfather who cherished her allowed her to remain kneeling, expressing regret for the first time in his life. "Perhaps I should not have brought you to the western frontier," he said. "Dying on the battlefield, wrapped in horse leather, is the fate of a warrior. A young lady should seek a peaceful life and marriage. Matters of vengeance and warfare are not for you to bear. Return to the capital. Forget the Shen family. Forget your uncles and brothers. Consider these 10 years a grand dream. Upon awakening, you shall return to where you belong. Be a well-mannered lady of the Marquise. Marry a good husband, and thereafter, focus on domestic life, abandoning swords and warfare, and never return to the western frontier." At that moment, Shen Ruojin did not comprehend her wrongdoing. All she knew was that her kin had perished, and her grandfather wanted her back in the capital. She felt she had no home left. Shen Ruojin knelt in the snow all night, waiting in vain for her grandfather to change his mind. Her grandfather, now frail and irritable, prompted her to yield and comply. Thus, she returned to the capital, bearing her wounds, and lived in the Marquise, donning white attire for years, observing mourning for her family. Until Pei Jing arrived with her mother's belongings, she thought, perhaps he is the one. Following her grandfather's wishes, she fulfilled her mother's desire. Even when, on their wedding day, Pei Jing and Mu Yunwei both went missing, Shen Ruojin never blamed her mother or her grandfather. The unpredictability of life and the fickleness of human hearts, who can truly predict the course of events in this world? Shen Ruojin ceased to dwell on the past, striving not to shed tears, yet they flowed uncontrollably. Xiao Shi only wished for her grandfather's well-being. "Do not cry, Xiao Shi." Shen Yi attempted to lift his hand to wipe away her tears, but lacked the strength even to raise it. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "It is all grandfather's fault." Shen Ruojin cradled her grandfather's hand, pressing her face against it, her hot tears falling into his palm. The old general, gravely wounded, uttered but that one sentence before slipping back into a dazed slumber. "Grandfather, grandfather." Shen Ruojin called out several times, receiving no response. She could only summon the guards outside the tent to fetch the army doctor. The army doctor arrived swiftly, accompanied by Wei Qingshan and several trusted generals. They had heard from Wei Qingshan that the Shen family's 10th daughter was present, and upon seeing her in person, they were both astonished and delighted. Although the 10th daughter had not previously been on the battlefield, she had been trained by the generals of the Shen family from a young age. Possessing remarkable skills and bravery, having once infiltrated Xichang's royal city to assassinate a general, Shen Ruojin had no interest in idle conversation and directly addressed the army doctor. "Doctor, grandfather has just awakened. Please examine him again." The old general, having sustained such severe injuries, had awoken so soon? The army doctor was taken aback and quickly re-examined the old general. For someone so gravely injured to regain consciousness so soon was indeed miraculous. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the 10th daughter that the old general's pulse was notably stronger than before. The army doctor hastily administered another round of acupuncture. Shen Ruojin and several vice generals stood by, waiting for the treatment to conclude. only to hear the army doctor say, "Since the old general has awakened." Even if just for a moment, it is a positive sign. However, the camp is severely lacking in medicinal supplies. It was not merely a shortage of medicine. They were nearly out of provisions as well. The threat posed by Xichang was formidable, and the old general had already sent letters to the protectorate seeking assistance. Yet days had passed without any reinforcements arriving, and their supply lines had been cut off. The other generals chimed in. Winter clothing has not been distributed. And after the heavy rain, the soldiers have no means to keep warm. Today, it was only due to the sudden appearance of the 10th daughter, who shot and injured the Xichang commander, that they had been forced to retreat temporarily. As of now, there was no news of casualties from the Xichang camp. If the commander was still alive, he might give the order to attack Lunyue Pass again at any moment. The pressing matter at hand was to uncover what the protectorate was plotting. They needed to secure provisions and winter clothing to continue the fight against Xichang. Even if it meant facing death, they must at least die with full bellies. The old general was still in a coma. As a vice-general, Wei Qingshan could not leave the camp at this critical moment, leaving the others to argue about who would venture to the protectorate. Securing military supplies was no easy task, especially in a time of war when seeking assistance. Yet the rear had not dispatched any troops. There had to be some hidden agenda. One might leave, but perhaps never return. To perish in a web of conspiracy was far more suffocating and undignified than dying on the battlefield. The generals grew heated, each insisting they would go, vying for the chance as if competing to be the first to die. Everyone ceased the quarrel. Shen Ruojin, gazing at her grandfather's unconscious form, interjected in a hushed tone, "I shall go." Chapter 42. The old family Wei Qingshan and the others were unwilling to let Shen Ruojin go, repeatedly rejecting the notion. How can we allow the 10th young lady to undertake such a perilous task? If the old general awakens and learns of this, he will surely not forgive us. In response, Shen Ruojin presented 3 compelling arguments. My grandfather is gravely injured and unconscious. The army cannot afford to lose any of its generals. Currently, the situation at the rear is unknown. Your presence at the protectorate is more dangerous than retreating to Shizhou City. I can secretly scout ahead. And regardless of whether the protectorate personnel are amenable, I will find a way to open the city gates and assist the Shen family army. Furthermore, the protectorate was once the residence of the Grand General. I resided there for 8 years, and no one knows the layout better than I do. This was indeed the truth. No one was more suited for the task than Shen Ruojin. Wei Qingshan and the others exchanged glances, and with no other choice, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. The Lunyue Pass was bitterly cold, and the soldiers were inadequately clothed and fed. Without a retreat, they faced imminent slaughter. Provide me with 20 elite soldiers, disguised as ordinary citizens, to infiltrate Shizhou City. Shen Ruojin promptly began to make arrangements. She also requested a set of white garments, reasoning that in the snowy weather, white attire would provide better concealment than night attire. Wei Qingshan personally brought her a horse, earnestly advising, "10th young lady, you must exercise utmost caution on this journey." Indeed, Shen Ruojin nodded in agreement, and added, "Uncle Wei, I entrust my grandfather to you. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the old general." Wei Qingshan solemnly vowed. Shen Ruojin cast a glance at the tent and, without lingering, turned her horse around, speaking in a low voice. "Follow me." Yes. The 20 elite soldiers responded in unison, promptly following the 10th young lady as she galloped through the wind and snow toward Shizhou City. The flickering lights of the military camp illuminated the scene as Shen Ruojin, clad in white, charged into the endless darkness. In the dead of night, at the protectorate of Shizhou, the ground outside Lunyue Pass was strewn with corpses while festivities thrived within the protectorate. Shen Ruojin and her 20 elite soldiers stealthily infiltrated Shizhou City under the cover of night, directing them to scout the granaries and armories, while leaving one to deliver battle reports from Lunyue Pass to the protectorate. Both overt and covert operations were underway. Subsequently, she ventured alone into the protectorate, a place that had once been the residence of the Shen family in the western frontier. The garden still held her beloved swing set, and the 2 plum trees planted by her eldest brother had bloomed. The red plums defiantly blossomed against the snow, swaying in the wind, while lanterns flickered under the eaves, casting shadows that reminded her of her 4th brother, who used to leap across the rooftops with his exceptional agility. The wind and snow blurred her vision. Shen Ruojin stood at the highest point of the protectorate, surveying the guard arrangements, noting several patrols during the night, before quietly leaping over the eaves toward the source of the loudest revelry. She crouched against the rooftop, carefully lifting a tile to peer below. There in the hall, a dozen Persian dancers were swaying gracefully, surrounded by sumptuous delicacies, fine wine, and treasures stacked in boxes, their brilliance dazzling to the eyes. The Protectorate, overseen by the emperor's appointed Yang Wanxiong, sat at the head of the table, one foot resting on the chair, laughing heartily as he addressed a guest. You arrive in Shizhou City and present me with beauty and generous gifts. You have won my favor. Speak freely of your desires. Seated among Yang Wanxiong's subordinates, all were inebriated, indulging in revelry, save for one young man, who toyed with a luminous cup, appearing aloof and disdainful. At first glance, Shen Ruojin felt a strange familiarity. Yet, the light illuminated only a face that could be described as merely handsome, starkly contrasting with the renowned beauty of the individual she had in mind. Shizhou City lay over 2,000 miles from Shengjing, and she had traveled tirelessly to reach this place. How could Qin Lang possibly be here? She had come for her grandfather. He had no ties to this place and thus could not be present. Patience, the young guest spoke, his voice entirely different from Qin Lang's. The time is not yet ripe. I will approach the Protectorate when the moment is right. Very well, let us speak plainly. Let us raise a toast. From now on, you are under the protection of the Protectorate. Yang Wanxiong, possessing a mix of foreign blood, was exceptionally tall and boasted striking blue eyes, priding himself on his keen judgment of character. Presently, he regarded the opulent young guest with a sense of indifference, unable to discern any hidden motives. After all, who would refuse a benefactor bearing gifts? The Protectorate's nights were filled with continuous revelry, and today's banquet was no exception. The young gentleman raised his cup and drank deeply. The dancers spun gracefully, their delicate waists mesmerizing to behold. Yang Wanxiong reached out to embrace the most enchanting of them. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, just as an outside guard rushed in to report, urgent news from Liyue Pass. The Protectorate is in need of assistance. Yang Wanxiong's interest evaporated upon hearing the mention of Liyue Pass, and he pushed the newly arrived dancer aside. His astute advisor swiftly signaled for the dancers and musicians to withdraw. The young guest also rose at an opportune moment, saying, I shall change my attire. Yang Wanxiong appreciated such cleverness. Without needing to be told, the young man vacated the scene, smiling as he instructed, someone, show young Master Lin the way. The individual known as young Master Lin nodded in gratitude and followed the attendant out. In a brief moment, only Yang Wanxiong and his trusted subordinates remained in the hall. The guard who had delivered the urgent message presented it to Yang Wanxiong, who tossed it carelessly into the fire pit without even glancing at it. An urgent message? What urgency? With Shen Yi, the old hero, stationed at Liyue Pass, what wolves or tigers could breach it? Do we truly need to provide assistance? My lord, the guard exclaimed in shock, kneeling. If Liyue Pass falls, Shizhou City will be in peril. The deputy commander, Zhang, kicked the guard down and scolded him. Do we need you to explain such a simple truth? Does our lord not know? Yang Wanxiong nonchalantly replied, with Shen Yi present, Liyue Pass will not fall. Do you hear? If our lord says it will not fall, it most certainly will not. Although Zhang was perplexed as to why their lord, who had long been at odds with Shen Yi, would make such a statement, he knew that aligning with his superior's words was the prudent course. The guard, in agony, lay prostrate on the ground, unable to utter another word. Shen Yi, steadfast in his resolve, would lead the Shun family army to fight to the death, ensuring mutual destruction. Yang Wanxiong unsheathed his dagger, approaching the guard, and with a swift stroke, ended his life. Blood splattered the ground, leaving Zhang and the advisors momentarily stunned. Yang Wanxiong sheathed his weapon, chuckling to himself, muttering, there's a saying, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. I shall become that fisherman. Chapter 43. Caught you. What a splendid move by the Lord Protector. Vice General Zhang was momentarily taken aback before promptly extolling Yang Wanxiong. The messenger guard met a swift demise at the blade, and as Yang Wanxiong withdrew his sword, the guard fell lifeless to the ground, unable to comprehend why. Amidst the troubles at Liyue Pass, General Shen had sent multiple distress signals, yet the Lord Protector remained reluctant to dispatch troops for assistance. Beside him, the strategist hesitated, seemingly torn between words. Clear this place, Yang Wanxiong commanded as he made his way to the main seat, casually placing his sword back on the rack as though nothing had occurred. With a smile, he said, why are you all still standing there? Summon the beautiful dancers back. Resume the music, and let the dance continue. The attendants quickly complied and went to fetch the dancers. Vice General Zhang hurriedly called for others to enter and remove the guard's body. Servants brought in buckets to wash away the blood, and soon, fresh carpets replaced the stained ones, erasing all traces of the incident. Shen Ruojin crouched on the eaves, observing the heavily guarded area. She feared that a direct approach would only result in being intercepted before she could even reach Yang Wanxiang. A frontal assault was not a wise option. Cunning was needed instead. If she could stealthily acquire Yang Wanxiang's military token, she could persuade the city's defenders to open the gates for the Shen army. By the order of the Lord Protector, you are summoned to perform. Should you win his favor, it shall be your greatest fortune. Having received the order, the attendant hastened out to summon the dancers who had just settled down to rest. The dancers, clad in scanty attire, adorned with golden chains and veils that accentuated their slender waists, were shivering in the cold as they awaited their summons. Upon being called, they quickly shook off the chill. Some changing clothes, others swallowing medicine. Shen Ruojin leaped from the eaves, evading notice, and slipped through a side window. She swiftly incapacitated a solitary dancer and donned her costume. The essence of the Huji dance lay in its vibrant makeup and delicate veils, rendering the dancers nearly indistinguishable in their revealing outfits. The head dancer urged everyone, "Hurry! We must not keep the Lord Protector and the generals waiting." After a quick inspection in the mirror, Shen Ruojin felt something was amiss. She borrowed bracelets and anklets from the unconscious dancer, adorning herself with them. She also needed to remove her shoes as the dancers performed barefoot. The head dancer called out names, urging everyone to hurry. Shen Ruojin concealed the incapacitated dancer beneath the bed and mingled with the crowd to present the dance. The scent of blood was masked by the aroma of fine wine and delicacies, and all appeared as usual. Mr. Lin had returned, seated among the distinguished guests, intently listening to Yang Wanxiang. A smile graced his lips, seemingly benign, yet concealing a hidden threat. As Shen Ruojin danced gracefully among the other dancers, she caught Mr. Lin's gaze, which met hers with a sudden intensity. The howling night wind stirred the flickering lights. Quickly, she lowered her head and joined the dance. Her delicate wrists flowing like clouds, her feet spinning with the sound of jingling bells. The Huji's waist moved like a serpent, captivating yet straightforward, and she managed to follow the rhythm after a brief observation. Mr. Lin continued to watch for some time before diverting his gaze, as Yang Wanxiang and his subordinates fervently urged him to drink. It was as if the alarming news from Luoyue Pass had never reached them. They remained jovial and boisterous. "This exquisite wine is brought by Mr. Lin himself. Surely, you must partake. How could you deny yourself?" Yang Wanxiang jested. "Moreover, choose a couple of these lovely dancers. I, Yang Wanxiang, am not one to indulge alone. I've heard that beauties hail from Jiang'an. Perhaps you have even more exquisite treasures at home?" Without hesitation, Mr. Lin downed 3 large cups. The wine was slightly sweet at first, but packed a potent aftertaste. Soon, Yang Wanxiang and his companions had flushed faces, yet Mr. Lin remained composed, his demeanor unyielding, revealing no signs of intoxication. Delightful. Yang Wanxiang relished fine wine, beautiful maidens, and treasures. With this guest's arrival, all 3 of his desires were gratified, and his affection for Mr. Lin grew, addressing him as Brother Lin in no time. Vice General Zhang and the others quickly followed suit. Only the strategistly harbored reservations, inquiring, "Mr. Lin, having traveled from Jiangnan, what brings you to our Lord Protector's residence?" Mr. Lin smiled enigmatically. "Am I not allowed to come here and meet you all without a reason?" "Of course," Yang Wanxiang replied, eager for camaraderie. Having received unexpected fortune, with news of Shen Yi clashing with the Xichang army, Yang Wanxiang envisioned a scenario where both sides were left weakened, allowing him to seize control of the western frontier. Overjoyed with thoughts of promotion and prosperity, Yang Wanxiang exhibited exceptional patience toward his esteemed guest. "Brother Lin, as you are now our honored guest, please speak freely if you have any requests. There is no need for discretion." Mr. Lin hesitated briefly, then declared, "I shall be straightforward. Feel free." Yang Wanxiang encouraged, adopting a more boisterous tone. Mr. Lin appeared conflicted, expressing with great distress, "My wife has eloped." "What?" Yang Wanxiang was momentarily stunned, while Vice General Zhang echoed his surprise. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Your wife has eloped?" "My wife has run away," Mr. Lin reiterated, taking another gulp of wine. "She received a mysterious letter and fled overnight. I have pursued her tirelessly across the miles, knowing only that she arrived in the western frontier, and thereafter, she vanished without a trace. I had no choice but to come to the Protectorate." The subordinates and strategists beneath the Lord Protector erupted in laughter, jesting that Mr. Lin, being young and wealthy, surely had no cause for concern over his wife's departure. It explained Mr. Lin's reluctance to divulge his purpose for visiting. Why laugh? Do not laugh. Yang Wanxiong admonished. Brother Lin clearly displays a deep affection, chasing after his wife while ignoring the many beauties around him. Laughter subsided, though the teasing glances lingered. Yang Wanxiong continued, Brother Lin, there are plenty of flowers in the world. These lovely dancers are delightful as well. Come, choose a couple. As the Huji dancers twirled elegantly, preparing to serve wine to the guests, Shen Ruojin inched closer to Yang Wanxiong. Just as she reached for his waist, Mr. Lin abruptly pulled her into his embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Caught you. Chapter 44, The Mandarin Ducks Entwined. I have caught you. A slightly hoarse voice resonated beside her ear. The visage was distinctly different, the voice entirely dissimilar, yet this individual imparted an uncanny sense of familiarity to Shen Ruojin. Lord Lin raised his hand, feigning the intention to remove her veil. Having previously encountered Yang Wanxiong, Shen Ruojin, apprehensive of exposure, hastily lowered her head and nestled into Lord Lin's embrace. His hand journeyed downwards, cradling her waist, lifting her gently. The red dance attire accentuated Shen Ruojin's porcelain complexion, while the sheer fabric obscured her features. Yet, her captivating phoenix eyes alone rendered her an unparalleled beauty. The other subordinates under Yang Wanxiong's command watched enviously, lamenting that Lord Lin had seized the opportunity first, unable to approach and instead clinging to a nearby dancer, their eyes fixated on the two. Indeed, my dear Lin. As splendid young men, with power and fame within reach, we ought to embrace beauty and revel in life. Why hang ourselves upon a single tree? Yang Wanxiong's laughter boomed as he embraced a courtesan who had thrown herself at him, brazenly indulging in his desires in front of his subordinates. Shen Ruojin, intent on pilfering the military token from Yang Wanxiong, was on the verge of closeness when Lord Lin abruptly pulled her away, leaving her to witness another dancer approaching Yang Wanxiong. The latter, a connoisseur of beauty and a master of flirtation, received the dancer's advances with equal fervor, engaging in a playful dalliance. To Shen Ruojin's astonishment, the dancer skillfully caressed Yang Wanxiong, discreetly retrieving the concealed military token from his waist. Was this the audacity required for such close proximity? Who exactly was this dancer? Her thoughts raced, in this day and age. Who would dare covet the military token of the Western Protectorate? Lord Lin, caressing her waist, remarked with a half-smile, Why observe him? Observe me. Shen Ruojin's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to him. Being held in such a manner, the closeness was far from pleasant, compounded by the dancer's attire, which was as insubstantial as air. The man's burning palm rested upon her waist. The warmth of the room, combined with the snowstorm outside, caused her to perspire. My lord. Shen Ruojin softened her voice, adopting a coy demeanor, pressing herself against him. The dance is commendable, and her allure is undeniable, Lord Lin commented, his tone carrying a subtle nuance, akin to discovering a hidden beauty within one's own household during a clandestine visit to a brothel. Just as Shen Ruojin was about to respond, a drunken general brazenly attempted to tear away the dancer's already scant attire, demanding a display of lewdness. Lord Lin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He swiftly scooped Shen Ruojin into his arms, stating, It is best to be gentle with such delicate flowers. I shall take my leave now. You may all amuse yourselves. Before his words had fully settled, he carried Shen Ruojin out. Yang Wanxiong chuckled, My subordinates are rather uncouth, having been idle for months. Do not take offense, dear Lin. Take the beauty to your chambers for some revelry. And be sure to present me with a portrait of your lady tomorrow. As long as she is in the West, I shall ensure her safe return. Then I extend my gratitude to you, protector. As the door swung open, the wind and snow howled in, and Lord Lin's voice, carried by the gusts, took on a different tone. The assembly, preoccupied with their flirtations and laughter, failed to notice as the dancer in Yang Wanxiong's embrace discreetly slipped something to a serving maid, who soon vanished beyond the threshold. In the eastern wing of the protectorate, where Yang Wanxiong entertained esteemed guests, Lord Lin and his entourage would spend the night. The room was empty, save for a single lamp. Once inside, Lord Lin swiftly kicked the door shut, leaving the attendants outside, who exchanged bewildered glances. Shen Ruojin extricated herself from his embrace, attempting to take the initiative with a kick, only to remember her bare feet, slipping and nearly colliding with the door. Before he caught her ankle, steadying her. Release me, she hissed. I was holding you quite comfortably. Your sudden aggression is quite unreasonable, he retorted, loosening his grip, yet continuing to banter. Just as Shen Ruojin regained her footing, the tall figure of Lord Lin pressed her against the door. He lowered his head, about to kiss her. She turned her face away, and his warm lips grazed her shoulder. Unable to bear such advances, she revealed a concealed dart. Aiming it at his heart, he leaned in closer, seemingly assured that she would not take his life. If I perish here, you too shall not escape unscathed. My dear, do not forget why you came tonight. Shen Ruojin had come for the military token, harboring no grudge against this so-called Lord Lin. Entangling herself with him was unnecessary. Most pressing was that Yang Wanxiang's token had already been pilfered by the dancer. Perceiving Lord Lin to be no simple adversary, she speculated. Is that dancer in your employ? Yes, he replied, evading a direct answer, playfully pushing against the door. Shen Ruojin found his actions utterly perplexing. What purpose does this door serve? Why persistently shove it? Do you not comprehend? Lord Lin questioned, observing her righteous yet bewildered expression, a smirk involuntarily forming upon his lips. Those outside will understand. Their silhouettes merged against the door, appearing as entwined mandarin ducks, fervently entwined. The door trembled, producing a cacophonous noise. As if on the verge of collapse, the attendants, accustomed to Yang Wanxiang's indulgences, could only avert their eyes at such an unprecedented spectacle, having witnessed no such encounter before. Begone! Do not disturb the esteemed guests, they muttered, their faces flushed, hastily retreating to inform the protector. This Lord Lin, despite his proclamations of relentless pursuit for his beloved, seemed no different from others, entranced by beauty, as the courtesan slumbered nearby, both matters proceeding without conflict. Once the crowd dispersed outside, Shen Ruojin, reeling from the vibrations against the door, instantly grasped the implications of the commotion. She forcefully shoved Lord Lin away. Previously robust and unyielding, he stumbled several steps back, landing on the bed. My dear, you possess a cruel heart, he clutched his chest. You were the one who embraced me earlier, and now you strike. Shen Ruojin advanced toward him. Have I ever embraced you? Her intentions had been directed solely toward Yang Wanxiang. It was he who had unexpectedly drawn her in. Now, she sought to turn the tables. This inexplicable familiarity. Shen Ruojin approached the bed, seizing Lord Lin's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze, and demanded, Who are you, truly? Chapter 45. 1,000 miles in pursuit of a wife. Who do you think I am? Mr. Lin countered with a question, lifting his gaze to meet hers. In that moment, there was no trace of anger upon his countenance. Rather, a hint of amusement danced in his eyes. Shen Ruojin had no time for games of guessing. Her hand glided along his jawline, searching for any signs of disguise. Mr. Lin grasped her wrist, drawing her into the canopy, pressing her against the bedpost. Is it appropriate for you to touch me so intimately upon our first encounter? Despite her efforts, she found no evidence of his disguise. Yet, the starry depths of his eyes did not align with his otherwise unremarkable features. The ease with which he maneuvered her towards the bed was reminiscent of a familiar dance, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. With unwavering determination, Shen Ruojin gazed into his eyes and pronounced his name, Qin Lang. Mr. Lin hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. What sort of lover do you envision me to be? Do you desire me as your paramour? His act was convincing, blurring the lines of reality. Shen Ruojin rolled over, reaching for his left hand, which had recently endured injury. He reacted swiftly, concealing it behind his back, puffing out his chest to shield her view. Enough of the jesting. I concede that I bear some resemblance to him. The dim lighting may have led to a momentary misunderstanding. She regarded him with a look that seemed to say, What further fabrications can you conjure? Then, from within the confines of the tent, he revealed, In truth, I am Qin Lang's cousin. The princess hailed from the Lin family of Jiangnan, and indeed, Qin Lang's cousin bore the surname Lin. Yet, who brings their cousin to bet upon their first meeting? Shen Ruojin seized Mr. Lin, flipping him over, and in the midst of his surprise, grasped his left hand. In the palm lay a long scar, healed yet covered, rendering it almost invisible to the naked eye. Only someone as perceptive as Shen Ruojin could uncover its presence. What kind of cousin shares the same injury as their relative? Cousin Lin? She called out mockingly. Madam has keen eyesight, Qin Lang acknowledged, no longer maintaining his pretense, his voice low and resolute. Indeed, I am he. Shen Ruojin gradually loosened her grip. Sitting up on the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Lang now bore a visage entirely different from his usual self, dressed as a wealthy merchant's son. Appearing surprisingly mature, a stark contrast to his usual roguish demeanor in the capital. Oddly enough, the moment she had infiltrated the protectorate's residence, perched on the eaves, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Yet, at that time, she could scarcely believe that the carefree Qin Lang, who seemed to care for nothing, could ever find himself amidst the chaos of war in the western frontier. Now, with Qin Lang's confession, disbelief still lingered within her. What brings you to Shizhou City? Why the disguise? Did I not mention? 1,000 miles in pursuit of my wife, Qin Lang replied with a smile. Recounting the tale he had shared with Yang Wanxiong and others, Shen Ruojin was momentarily taken aback. Is that not a ruse? Everything I told them was the truth. Qin Lang asserted, as if he could read her thoughts, playfully nudging the golden bells on her armlet. In the deep of night, as the wind stirred the canopy, the sound of the bells echoed around them, creating an enchanting atmosphere amidst the turmoil of the storm. Stop it, Shen Ruojin said, feeling flustered by the sound. Swiftly removing the armlet and tossing it aside. Do the king of the north and the princess know of your arrival in the western territories? I only just reached Luowei Pass this afternoon, and you appeared in Shizhou City tonight. She had traveled day and night to reunite with her grandfather. What compelled Qin Lang to come? Had he forsaken calling upon his parents upon leaving the capital? Qin Lang playfully nudged her ankle chain. The alluring sound of the bells ringing once more. Shen Ruojin playfully swatted at his leg. Let us discuss serious matters. I am indeed discussing serious matters. Qin Lang replied earnestly. With a sidelong glance, Shen Ruojin regarded him. Rest assured, it was they who sent me. My mother insisted that if her daughter-in-law fled, she would disown me. Otherwise, how could we meet in such a time and place? Despite wearing an unfamiliar face, the essence of Qin Lang remained unchanged. Shen Ruojin mused. So it was the princess who sent you. His relentless pursuit across 2,000 miles to avoid being cast out by her mother made sense. She felt increasingly guilty towards the princess, adjusting her mindset to contemplate their current predicament. The young lord of the King of the North had long resided in the capital as a hostage, unable to leave freely. His disguise allowed him to engage with the protectorate without the complications of his true identity. Yang Wanxiong regarded him as brother Lin, and this charade provided him a certain advantage. Other matters could be addressed later. Their immediate priority was to secure the military token. Shen Ruojin informed Qin Lang. Someone took the military token from Yang Wanxiong before I could. I am aware, he replied. How do you know? Shen Ruojin inquired, astonished. Qin Lang leaned closer, speaking softly. In the Western territories, with General Shen guarding the borders for over 30 years and the newly appointed protector Yang Wanxiong, internal strife persists. With war erupting in the city in chaos, I cannot search for you throughout Shizhou. Thus, I came to the protectorate to obtain the military token, knowing you would eventually arrive. I thought to wait for you here. Shen Ruojin was momentarily speechless. Is that what you call borrowing? And does wait for the hare by the tree stump apply in this context? Though he appeared frivolous, Qin Lang's intellect was sharp, and he seemed to anticipate her every move, including her inevitable arrival at the protectorate for the military token. I have no intention of seizing the military token of the Western territories. I merely seek to utilize it temporarily. What else could it be but borrowing? Qin Lang maintained his stance with a sense of conviction. Shen Ruojin found herself at a loss for words. As they conversed, a shadow darted past the window, suddenly tossing an object toward them. Qin Lang caught it deftly and, in the next moment, presented it to Shen Ruojin. The military token is here for you, my lady. The young lord's demeanor bore an air of charm, as if he had absorbed the essence of theatricality. Shen Ruojin accepted it gratefully, expressing her sincere thanks. Thank you, young lord, for assisting me in acquiring the military token. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Shen Ruojin met his gaze, attempting to amend her address. Husband, Chapter 46. Come to my bed thus. My efforts in dealing with those bears were not in vain. Qin Lang maintained a facade of composure, yet a glimmer of profound affection betrayed his true feelings. However, the dim light and the darkness of the room obscured this sentiment. Shen Ruojin, preoccupied with the military orders, failed to notice the emotion in his eyes. Her thoughts were with her grandfather and the soldiers. She murmured, I have no idea where the Shen army has retreated. I must guard the city gate with the military orders in hand. As soon as they arrive, I will immediately order the gates to be opened. It is not safe for you to remain at the protectorate. It is best to find an excuse to leave tomorrow. The frequent invocation of the term husband made her tongue feel heavy. Now that the military orders were secured, concern for me was evident. Perhaps you do have a conscience after all. Qin Lang recalled how Shen Ruojin had mentioned her desire for a divorce upon receiving a letter from a mysterious figure. Yet, the present situation was dire, leaving no room for grievances. When they returned home, he would settle accounts with Shen Ruojin. All the fear and anxiety he had endured would be demanded back from her. You are my husband. Who else would I concern myself with? Shen Ruojin had never been heartless. Yet, having received the favor of the princess and Qin Lang, along with the household jade pendant and the military orders, she felt somewhat indebted. Little did she know that this single statement was enough to fill Qin Lang with elation. Qin, the young prince, casually remarked, "Who knows?" Yet, in his heart, he pondered what else he could borrow to assist Shen Ruojin. "You will know in time," she replied hastily, not wishing to linger any longer. She tucked away the military orders and swiftly leaped to the window. Qin Lang reached out to grasp her, but only caught a piece of her delicate sleeve. The cool silk slipped through his fingers as she moved away. "I fear the situation may change. I must leave now," Shen Ruojin said, casting a quick glance outside. Preparing to climb through the window. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside. Elite soldiers from the protectorate approached, carrying torches in droves. The leader shouted, "The protectorate has been robbed. Intruders have entered. We must search the entire estate. No corner shall be overlooked." The flames illuminated the snow as soldiers surged toward the east wing, encircling the area. Should Shen Ruojin attempt to break through, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction and expose the identity of young Master Lin. She withdrew her leg from the window and turned to Qin Lang. "It is dangerous outside. You cannot leave just yet." Seated on the bed, Qin Lang patted the edge. With a playful curve of his lips, he beckoned. "Come to my bed." As swift as she had been to the window, she returned to the bed with equal haste. The footsteps outside grew alarmingly close. Shen Ruojin practically leaped onto the bed, where Qin Lang caught her and rolled them both onto the side of the mattress. The curtains fell, concealing them. Qin Lang yanked off her red veil and tossed it out of the tent, ripping her dance attire into shreds scattered across the floor. "What are you doing?" Shen Ruojin began to protest but was silenced by his kiss. Simultaneously, Qin Lang tore open his own clothing while lifting her exposed leg that lay outside her dress. "Is young Master Lin inside?" shouted Deputy Zhang, accompanied by patrolling soldiers at the door, his voice echoing with urgency. Silence lingered in the tent, and the flickering candlelight barely illuminated the room. The protector had lost something of utmost importance and ordered a thorough search before dawn. Even the esteemed guests residing in the east wing could not be overlooked. Deputy Zhang led his men through the door, directly approaching the curtains. The soldiers' torches illuminated the entire room, revealing the torn dance attire and delicate fabrics strewn about. Inside the tent, the intertwined figures painted a vivid picture on the curtain, their breaths mingling with soft gasps. "Is young Master Lin here?" Deputy Zhang hastily approached. "The protectorate has been robbed. Crucial items have been stolen. The protector has ordered a search of the entire estate. Have you noticed anything unusual from this side?" Young Master Lin appeared to be lost in fervor, too preoccupied to respond. The other soldiers, anxious about the protector's possessions, were oblivious to the scene within the east wing, where spring-s allure permeated the air. And young Master Lin seemed indifferent to the protector's commands. The dancer's voice was enchantingly delicate. Shen Ruojin found herself momentarily dazed by Qin Lang's kiss. It was only when the door crashed open that she began to respond, feigning an intimate demeanor on the bed to evade detection. The precious item Deputy Yang spoke of was none other than the military orders she possessed. He was quick to realize it. "Lin, if you do not respond, I will have no choice but to intrude," Deputy Zhang warned, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This task was urgent, and young Master Lin's indifference only added to his frustration. One of the guards, seeing Deputy Zhang's signal, steeled himself and approached to investigate. Suddenly, the figure inside the tent lifted the curtain. "Do you not see I am otherwise occupied?" Young Master Lin, disheveled, met their gaze, his open shirt revealing a well-defined chest, his eyes both passionate and piercing. The dancer's face was hidden behind the veil, her long, fair legs resting on young Master Lin's shoulders. Their breaths were rapid, and their entwined forms stirred with fervor. The scene was undeniably provocative. The two guards and Deputy Zhang, taken aback by the sight, nearly lost their composure. Young Master Lin, unfazed, smiled and inquired, "Deputy Zhang, what are you searching for? Would you care to join me on the bed?" "And no, please continue. I shall take my men elsewhere." Deputy Zhang stammered, overwhelmed by the sight before him. He could not bring himself to intrude further. "Please, feel free," young Master Lin said, lowering the curtain once more. Returning to his companion, Deputy Zhang, leading the soldiers out, cursed silently. "This young Master Lin, appearing so refined, is more brazen than we are." Witnessing the dancer's disarray, he was astonished by their audacity, unfazed by the presence of others. The crowd arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The last soldier even assisted in closing the door as they searched the east wing room by room. Once they had left, Shen Ruojin withdrew her leg and pushed Qin Lang away. Her breath was ragged, her heart pounding like a drum. What had begun as a ruse had stirred feelings far beyond mere pretense. Are you pushing me away again? Qin Lang reclined against the bedpost, wiping his lips. The sudden turn of events had left his attire in disarray, his hair unbound, revealing his strong chest and his eyes still glistening with desire. He appeared every bit the enchanting rogue. Am I to be repaid in this manner for my willingness to assist you? Qin Lang lamented, leaning back against the bed. Chapter 47. Eventually, it must be undone. Shen Ruojin turned over and got out of bed, quickly pulling out Qin Lang's spare clothes from the side and slipping them on while turning her back to him. She said, repayment is one thing, but your frequent intimacy is another matter altogether. Qin Lang, with a knowing look, inquired, what do you mean by intimacy? The Shen family had educated Shen Ruojin remarkably well. Despite having dealt with the rough men of the military for years, she seemed to understand everything yet had never truly experienced the nuances of affection. She always appeared as if she could handle anything, accepting all with an audacious demeanor, but when it came to genuine intimacy, she was as innocent as a blank slate. Even when it came to kissing or entangling on the couch, she could only express it with a mere mention of closeness. As Shen Ruojin tied her clothing, she turned to look at Qin Lang, only to find him wearing an expression that suggested everything was perfectly normal. She couldn't help but think, perhaps I am overreacting? Don't wear that, Qin Lang urged, waiting for Shen Ruojin's response, but receiving none. He leaned half out of the bed, reached out, and tugged at her waistband, pulling her back towards him. Since they would inevitably be undressing, he thought it wise to conserve energy. Shen Ruojin nearly dropped the hidden military token she had concealed under her garments as he pulled her, and she quickly covered it, leaning forward unexpectedly. Qin Lang caught her in his arms. Shen Ruojin felt both exasperated and resigned. Indeed, Qin Lang lived up to his reputation as a romantic, always displaying such a charming demeanor regardless of the time or place. Qin Lang playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his finger and said with half a jest, it's just you and me here. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well find some diversion, right? Shen Ruojin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Outside, the commotion of footsteps grew louder, and someone shouted that the protector had issued a command for all to gather in the main hall. Anyone failing to comply would be treated as a rebel. The guards patrolling the area were banging gongs, echoing the command. Shen Ruojin observed the protectorate's determination to uncover anyone who had taken the military token, knowing that the city gates were likely under heightened surveillance, waiting for her to make a move, ready to seize her. If the news of the West Frontier military token theft spread, it would incite chaos among the troops. In such circumstances, the token would lose much of its authority. The soldiers might only recognize their commanders, disregarding the token itself. Not everyone could mobilize troops simply by possessing the token. She needed to capture the protector of the West Frontier to command the city's soldiers. While it would be challenging for Shen Ruojin to leave the protectorate, it was not impossible. However, getting close to Yang Wanxiong after departing would prove far more difficult. Various plans flitted through her mind as she quickly settled on the most feasible one. Then, she grasped Qin Lang's hand, saying, since you are here. Just as she began to speak, Deputy Zhang returned with his men, calling out from outside, young Master Lin, it's not that I wish to intrude on your affairs, but the protector has issued a strict order for everyone to report to the main hall. You and your lovely companion cannot be exceptions. Hurry and prepare to come out. Understood, Qin Lang replied, feigning irritation. This time, Deputy Zhang and his men did not linger, but instead waited outside. To avoid being overheard, Shen Ruojin refrained from elaborating further to Qin Lang, opting for silent communication through her gaze, uncertain if he would grasp her intentions. He reached out and unfastened the belt she had just tied, tousling her hair to create a more fitting appearance. Shen Ruojin found herself clad in his oversized attire, which trailed on the floor, her half-open belt giving the impression of someone hastily pulled from bed after an intimate encounter. Qin Lang, too, was not properly dressed, lacking even a hairpin, casually draping an outer robe over himself as he rose from the bed to find shoes for Shen Ruojin. I can manage myself, Shen Ruojin insisted, reaching for the shoes. Yet, Qin Lang was quicker, gripping her ankle and bending down to help her with her shoes and socks. Lowering his voice to say, just play it by ear. Shen Ruojin nodded, conceding to let him assist her. Her dance attire had long been torn by Qin Lang, but fortunately, her veil had survived. She quickly retrieved it from the edge of the bed and donned it. Moments later, Qin Lang held Shen Ruojin as they made their way outside. The instant he opened the door, the gaze of Deputy Zhang and the soldiers fell upon them. The wind howled, and Qin Lang raised his sleeve to shield Shen Ruojin from their scrutinizing stares. Shen Ruojin pondered how to apprehend Yang Wanxiong in front of everyone. A direct approach would likely lead to a bloody confrontation. Pretending to seduce him was out of the question. It would be best to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Stealing a glance at Qin Lang, she felt a sense of gratitude for his thoughtfulness, even as he shielded her from Deputy Zhang's gaze. Clad in luxurious attire, his voluminous sleeves provided ample cover from the biting cold. Before long, they arrived at the main hall, where hundreds of soldiers brandished torches, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone else from the Protectorate had gathered. The dancers and musicians who had previously entertained the Protector stood shivering in the snow, their scant clothing offering little warmth against the chill. The dancer Shen Ruojin had subdued and hidden beneath the bed had been found, now prostrated in the snow, pleading, "I was changing clothes when I was suddenly knocked out. I swear I know nothing." One of Yang Wanxiong's subordinates drew a blade against the dancer's throat, demanding, "Still not speaking the truth? You deserve to die." He was about to strike. Shen Ruojin readied her concealed arrow, prepared to intervene. Qin Lang tightened his embrace around her, restraining her hand as he spoke first. "What is this? A beautiful maiden I just presented to the Protector, and you wish to kill her?" The blade, poised to fall, hesitated mid-air. In this snowstorm, Shen Ruojin found herself enveloped in Qin Lang's warmth, to the point of breaking a sweat. "Lin, my dear brother, you have arrived," Yang Wanxiong remarked, his gaze shifting to Qin Lang, revealing a stark contrast to their previous camaraderie over drinks. It seemed he had discerned Qin Lang's intentions, suspecting him of being the thief of the military token. Yang Wanxiong's followers regarded Qin Lang as if he were a formidable foe. "Ah, how delightful," Qin Lang replied, feigning ignorance and donning a displeased expression. "What treasure has the Protector lost? Tell me, and I shall procure another for you. Why make such a fuss?" Chapter 48. Seeking my beloved wife. Yang Wanxiong remarked on Lin's generosity, then abruptly yanked Shen Ruojin, who had been nestled in his embrace, away. The sudden aggression caught Qin Lang off guard, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. The former held onto Shen Ruojin's sleeve while the latter secured her wrist, each unwilling to yield. The guards surrounding them unsheathed their blades, directing their sharp edges toward the distant Lin Gongzi. Yang Wanxiong's expression turned stern. "You might as well tell me the truth. Why have you traveled all this way to my Protectorate?" "I have already stated my purpose. I have come to the western frontier to seek my beloved wife," Qin Lang replied, still grasping Shen Ruojin's wrist. Shen Ruojin recalled the delicate and alluring figures of the dancers, and a soft whimper of pain escaped her lips, tears brimming in her eyes. "Young master, Protector, you are hurting me." At that moment, Yang Wanxiong's focus was solely on Lin Gongzi. His sudden attempt to seize the dancer was merely a test of Lin's true intentions. He scarcely regarded the dancer as significant. "Are you deceiving me? Just moments ago, you were ingratiating yourself with Deputy Zhang, and now you speak of seeking your wife while frolicking in bed with the dancers. You are putting on quite the act." Qin Lang replied coolly to Shen Ruojin. "Be good, bear with it for a moment. I shall have Yang Protector release you shortly." He then countered Deputy Zhang's accusation with a smile. "Who says that seeking my wife and enjoying the company of dancers cannot coexist? Do you possess no shame?" Deputy Zhang, recognizing his own lack of decorum, conceded defeat. Shen Ruojin found herself caught. Yang Wanxiong held her left shoulder, while Qin Lang maintained his grip on her right wrist, leaving her unable to escape. In the presence of so many witnesses, she could not afford to struggle too vigorously. "My Protectorate is typically well guarded. Not even a bird has ever found refuge here. Now, with Lin Gongzi's arrival, my most valuable possession has vanished. Can you explain this?" Yang Wanxiong's suspicion of Lin Gongzi grew, and though he lacked concrete evidence, he had already pinned the blame on him. As his hand moved slightly, it tugged at Shen Ruojin's garment, exposing her fair shoulder, marked with recent evidence of intimacy, an unmistakable sign that could not be overlooked. Yang Wanxiong's gaze shifted, becoming increasingly complex before he finally released his hold. If Lin Gongzi had indeed come for the military token, engaging in such behavior afterward would suggest he was a person of extraordinary audacity, far from ordinary. Could it be that he had misjudged Lin Gongzi? Doubts clouded Yang Wanxiong's mind. Shen Ruojin glanced at the mark on her shoulder, realizing that Qin Lang had meticulously planned this moment, leaving such imprints during their earlier encounter. This seemingly reckless youth was, in fact, astutely calculating, deserving of more respect than initially perceived. Turning, Shen Ruojin buried herself in Qin Lang's embrace, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. Qin Lang adjusted her garment. Facing Yang Wanxiang, you may take anything else, but her, you cannot. Why? Yang Wanxiang prided himself on his keen judgment, yet he found himself perplexed by this Lin Gongzi. Because you have displeased me, Qin Lang stated with an air of nonchalance. You have lost something in your protectorate, and yet you suspect me? I, Lin, am wealthy beyond measure, overflowing with treasures. Why would I covet any of your possessions? Young protector, you insult me. For a heartbeat. Yang Wanxiang and his subordinates were left speechless. Had it not been for the military token, they might have believed Lin Gongzi's words. However, given the token's significance, Yang Wanxiang hesitated to voice his concerns. The situation had reached an impasse. It was all Lin Gongzi's fault for presenting an abundance of treasures upon his arrival, clouding the minds of those in the protectorate. Clearly, this protectorate is not a place for me. Since you, protector, disdain my company, I shall take my leave. Qin Lang declared, turning to depart with Shen Ruojin. Wait. Yang Wanxiang commanded, his voice deep and firm. You cannot leave yet. Deputy Zhang stepped forward, asserting. With the loss of items in the protectorate, everyone is a suspect. Even if Lin Gongzi did not take anything, a search is warranted. The strategist of the protectorate approached as well. If Lin Gongzi is innocent, that would be splendid. We will arrange a banquet to apologize. However, if any items are found in your possession, we shall not be lenient. Qin Lang turned back, questioning. So, if I do not permit you to search me today, I cannot leave this protectorate? Is that even up for debate? Deputy Zhang replied. Shen Ruojin gently placed her hand on Qin Lang's chest, tapping twice. Fine. The items are not with me anyway. Qin Lang wore an expression of defiance, exuding an air that suggested he feared nothing. You may search me, but it must be conducted by young protector himself. Do not. Deputy Zhang and the others protested in unison, fearing trickery. Not a problem. I shall personally conduct the search. Yang Wanxiang decided, uncertain of Lin Gongzi's true nature. If the military token was not found on him, losing such a wealthy benefactor due to tonight's misunderstanding would be a grave loss for the protectorate. By agreeing to search Lin Gongzi himself, he afforded him a measure of respect, allowing the outcome to dictate the next steps. Qin Lang spread his arms wide, his sleeves billowing in the wintry gust. His demeanor expressed clear annoyance. Meanwhile, he discreetly signaled for Shen Ruojin to move aside. In return, she conveyed a message through her gaze. I am ready to act. The flickering flames cast an intense light on their determined expressions. Yang Wanxiang initiated the search, first brushing against Lin Gongzi's sleeve, then his waist, finding nothing until he reached his chest. Suddenly, Lin Gongzi raised his hand. Assuming an attack was imminent, Yang Wanxiang quickly retreated. Deputy Zhang and the others, alert and ready, drew their weapons, encircling Qin Lang. Yet, to their surprise, he merely adjusted his garment, showing no intention of aggression. What are you all doing? He asked, bewildered. Deputy Zhang and his companions were momentarily speechless. After Yang Wanxiang stepped back, Shen Ruojin remained poised, deftly twisting his arm behind his back while drawing a hidden arrow from her sleeve, pressing it against his throat. Having played the role of a delicate dancer, she now moved with the speed of lightning and the strength of thunder. When she met Yang Wanxiang's gaze again, her previously tearful eyes now glimmered with lethal intent. He has stated that the items are not with him. Why do you refuse to believe him? Qin Lang leaned casually, hands clasped behind his back, adding with a hint of grievance, I declared my intent to seek my wife, yet they remain skeptical. Protector. Witnessing a seemingly frail dancer subduing their commander left Deputy Zhang and the others in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. Mississippi. Let us speak calmly. We bear no animosity. State your demands, and we can resolve this without violence. Yang Wanxiang, feeling the arrow's pressure against his skin, realized that this seemingly delicate woman possessed extraordinary strength, showing no regard for his status. The guards, now at a loss, hesitated to act against her. As the blustering snow swirled, revealing Shen Ruojin's face, someone recognized her and exclaimed, She is Shen Shi. Shen Shi has arrived. Chapter 49. United front of the couple. The expressions of the people in the protectorate instantly shifted to one of shock. During the time when the young generals of the Shen family were still present, the 10th young lady was renowned for her beauty in the western frontier, a dazzling jewel of Shizhou City. She had danced at dawn atop the mountains, accompanied by the ethereal creatures of the wild, immersed herself in military tomes, tamed fierce steeds, and tested her sword against the world. After the young men of the Shen family fell in battle, she single-handedly infiltrated the enemy city, publicly beheading her foes and retrieving the heads of her loved ones. instilling fear in the hearts of the people in the western lands at the mere mention of her name, Shen. Could it be you, Shen? Yang Wanxiang gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Shen family. As the brother of the empress, he had accompanied the emperor during his campaigns. But the Shen family, proud of their achievements, looked down upon him, denying him opportunities for merit and relegating him to the rear. Just when victory seemed assured. On the day the two sides were to sign a peace treaty, the Xichang forces unexpectedly reneged, leading to chaos in which the emperor was captured by the enemy. The Shen family charged to the front lines in a desperate bid to rescue their sovereign, resulting in their complete annihilation overnight. In the aftermath, the emperor, seeking to escape, ceded territory, which led to the reduction of Shen Yi's military authority. The protectorate now had a new leader, and the greatest military strength lay with him, Yang the Protector. It was infuriating that the soldiers stationed in the western frontier only recognized the Shen family. No matter how Yang Wanxiang schemed to win them over, he could only sway a portion of them, and with the military insignia of the western frontier, he could not command the Shen forces. He waited patiently for 3 years, hoping for the Xichang forces to attack Luoyue Pass again, believing that the younger generation of the Shen family had perished, leaving only the elderly Shen Yi, who could not last much longer. He thought the military power of the western frontier would soon fall into his hands. Little did he know that the 10th young lady had already married and dared to travel thousands of miles to intervene in the conflict between the two nations. Were the Shens born to thwart him? Yang Wanxiang could not suppress his resentment, yet he feigned shock and fear, trying to ingratiate himself with Shen Ruojin. Why did the 10th young lady not greet me upon arriving in the western frontier? Why attack without warning? Surely, you must have some misunderstanding of my intentions. Shen Ruojin retorted coldly, misunderstanding? While my grandfather fought bloodily at Luoyue Pass against the Xichang army, you, Protector Yang, were reveling in the protectorate. What misunderstanding could there be? Had she not already discerned that this Yang was duplicitous, she might have fallen for his superb acting. As the standoff in the hall continued, a soldier rushed in. Breathless, report. The Shen forces are retreating, arriving at the city gates. Protector, shall we open the gates? Before he could finish, he froze at the nearly surreal scene within the protectorate. Yang Wanxiang, upon hearing the news, cursed the entire Shen family in his heart. It was said that the Shen army was valiant and fearless, never retreating, so why had they so swiftly withdrawn to outside Shizhou City? Yang Wanxiang thought to himself that this must be related to Shen Tin, thus his hatred deepened. It is time, Qin Lang said in a low voice, calling out. Shen Tin. As Shen Ruojin pushed Yang Wanxiang toward the exit, the people of the protectorate followed her cautiously, retreating. None dared to act rashly, nor could they allow her to leave unimpeded. Just as they reached the entrance, more soldiers hurried in, shouting, report. The Xichang army is pursuing and engaging the Shen forces at the city gates. Protector, should we rush out to assist? The sounds of battle wafted into the city on the wind and snow, filling the air with the stench of blood. Assist? Of course we must assist. Yang Wanxiang said this to placate Shen Ruojin, while secretly signaling Vice Commander Zhang. The latter concealed his hand behind him, indicating the archers on the eaves to aim at Shen Ruojin, ensuring a fatal shot. On that snowy night, flames flickered in the hall. Several archers, hidden in the shadows, nocked arrows and, avoiding the gaze of the protector, aimed at Shen Ruojin. A series of whooshes sounded as arrows shot toward her. Observing this, Qin Lang swiftly seized a sword and leaped forward, wielding it like an invisible shield, cutting down the arrows that flew from the dark. In an instant, broken arrows littered the ground. However, one arrow, shot from an unexpected angle, aimed directly at Shen Ruojin's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang turned and positioned himself in front of her. Yet, Shen Ruojin was even quicker, using Yang Wanxiang as a human shield, placing him between herself and Qin Lang. The arrow pierced through Yang Wanxiang's left shoulder, splattering blood onto Shen Ruojin, who remained unfazed. She slowly straightened up, peering over him to reveal a strikingly cold and resolute visage. Stop! Cease this reckless shooting! Yang Wanxiang cried out, nearly fainting from the pain. These useless fools not only failed to hit Shen Ruojin, but nearly cost him his life as well. Vice Commander Zhang quickly raised his hand, signaling the archers to cease fire. Qin Lang, witnessing Shen Ruojin using Yang Wanxiang as a shield, sheathed his sword, unable to contain his admiration. You truly are unorthodox. Otherwise, why would I bother capturing him? Shen Ruojin replied without turning her head. Using him once or twice, or many times, it makes no difference. She had long disdained this Yang Wanxiang. The Shen family had guarded the western frontier for 3 generations, pouring countless efforts and blood to protect the people. Yet the emperor had entrusted such an incompetent person with military affairs. Yang Wanxiong, seeing his subordinates unable to assist, endured the pain and pleaded with Shen Ruojin. The old General Shen is battling the Xichong army outside the city. If you hold me here, it will only delay military operations. Release me, and I can lead troops to support the Shen forces. Shen Ruojin scoffed. If Yang Wanxiong had intended to support the Shen forces, why wait until now? With no other options left, Yang Wanxiong continued. What else does the 10th young lady wish to do? Speak freely. I will certainly assist you. That is your promise. Shen Ruojin declared, pulling the arrow from his shoulder. Yang Wanxiong screamed, his heart further convinced that Shen Tin was indeed ruthless. The onlookers in the protectorate displayed expressions of shock and fear. I borrow your life, Protector Yang. Whether you live or die, it matters not. Shen Ruojin casually discarded the bloodied arrow into the snow. Yang Wanxiong was rendered speechless by the pain. None present dared to act rashly. Qin Lang offered his sword to Shen Ruojin. You go ahead. I will hold them off. Chapter 50. I am sure of the Shen family. Shen Ruojin seized the moment, capturing Yang Wanxiong with one hand while brandishing her sword with the other, exclaiming resolutely, anyone who obstructs the Shen army from entering the city tonight shall face death. Her declaration struck fear into the hearts of the guards, as they beheld her like a relentless specter of death. With unyielding determination, she charged forth, leaving a trail of blood staining the snow, her gaze unwavering as she advanced. Qin Lang provided cover, unarmed yet skillfully disarming the guards of the protectorate with bare hands, the flames casting eerie reflections upon the blades. As the duo emerged from the gates of the protectorate, concealed sentinels stealthily revealed themselves. However, the guards outside vastly outnumbered them. Shen Ruojin utilized the ropes tossed by the hidden sentinels to bind Yang Wanxiong securely, preparing to commandeer a horse when a black-clad figure approached with a carriage, urging, Madam, get in the carriage. Simultaneously, dozens of masked figures formed a protective circle around Qin Lang, thwarting the guards of the protectorate and ensuring Shen Ruojin's safe departure. Thank you, she called back to Qin Lang as she dragged Yang Wanxiong into the carriage. Qin Lang, upon hearing her, effortlessly sent the vice commander Zhang flying with a swift strike before turning to her. A mere thank you lacks sincerity. Once this matter is settled, we shall discuss it at home. Concerned for her grandfather and the Shen army, Shen Ruojin replied briefly and then shoved Yang Wanxiong into the carriage, instructing the driver to assist Qin Lang while she steered the carriage towards the city gate. The driver could hardly believe that the young lady had forcibly taken the reins from him and pushed him aside. As he stumbled to regain his footing, he was nearly struck down by the guards of the protectorate, only to be steadied by his fellow sentinels. What are you doing here? You can't even manage to drive a carriage without falling off. What use are you? Qin Lang glanced back amid the chaos, noticing that the sentinel had remained behind while Shen Ruojin sped away. The sentinel, while fending off the guards, lamented, It was Madame's command for me to stay and assist the second master. Qin Lang fell silent, accepting the situation. Very well. Shen Ruojin's heart was reassured by the thought of him. He closed his eyes, channeling his inner strength as he struck down a dozen guards from the protectorate who had charged forward, their bodies sprawling upon the ground. The fallen vice commander Zhang watched in horror as the battle raged on outside the city. Outside the city, the clash of battle echoed. Wei Qingshan commanded the troops while ensuring the safety of the unconscious General Shen. The Shen army faced relentless pursuit from the Xichong troops, retreating under duress yet maintaining their morale. Upon reaching the city gates, they called out to the soldiers atop the walls to open the gates. However, those on the battlements remained unresponsive, as if deaf to their plight, refusing to grant them entry or provide assistance. To die for one's country is a soldier's honor, yet how could they accept such a fate when survival was within reach? Having fought through the horrors of war, they had finally returned to their doorstep, only to find the gates barred against them. Soldiers rushed to the gates, pounding on them and shouting, We are the soldiers of the Qi. We demand to return home. Open the gates. Open the gates. One soldier implored Wei Qingshan, General, are we not the heroes defending the Qi? Why are we denied entry into Shizhou City? Why do the guards of the protectorate not come to our aid? Surely, the sounds of battle have not escaped their ears. Wei Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. He too was among those stranded outside, unable to return home. The battlefield saw countless men fall, and the snow fell heavily, blanketing the vast expanse in white. The bodies, missing limbs and lifeless, accumulated beneath the snow. their blood pooling beneath their feet, frozen by the frost. They were like insignificant insects, their deaths unheeded, mere numbers to be recorded in future reports. No one would remember their names, nor would anyone know the reasons for their demise. They were but the bricks and ashes of imperial ambitions. The bones crushed beneath the feet of the powerful. Wei Qingshan gritted his teeth, slaying several Xichang soldiers, shouting, "What are you crying for? Hold your ground. The young lady is inside Shizhou City. She will find a way to let us in. She will." In truth, at that moment, General Wei Tu recalled his ailing wife and young daughter at home, pondering how they would survive should he perish here. The Xichang forces were led by the youthful and fierce General He Zhe, a newcomer known for his aggressive tactics, overwhelming the Shen army with sheer numbers and slaying without mercy, instilling terror in all who heard his laughter. Dozens of Shen soldiers besieged He Zhe, yet he dispatched them mercilessly, boosting the morale of the Xichang troops. He Zhe, reveling in the bloodshed, proclaimed, with the Qi in turmoil, "The people of Shizhou City desire the fall of the Shen army. Today is the day we avenge our brothers." The cries of "Kill! Kill!" echoed as the Xichang troops charged forward. Wei Qingshan advanced to confront He Zhe, but after exchanging blows, he was wounded in the arm, blood pouring forth, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. He pressed on despite his injuries, but soon his exhaustion became evident. The Shen soldiers, weary and famished, found themselves mere steps from home, yet unable to return, knowing there were reinforcements within the city unwilling to assist. With General Shen gravely injured and General Wei faltering, despair began to settle over their ranks. Uncertain of whom they were truly protecting, they fought without understanding the cause for which they bled. Meanwhile, Shen Ruojin braved the wind and snow, guiding the carriage to the city gates and pulling Yang Wanxiong up the steps of the battlements. Who goes there? The guards, tense from witnessing the battle outside, were startled to see a carriage emerge from the storm, a slender girl dragging a bound man against the protests of the guards. The protector! The protector! The guards recognized Yang Wanxiong and were taken aback. "Open the gates," Shen Ruojin shouted, raising the military token high above her head. Her voice hoarse with urgency, she pressed Yang Wanxiong against the wall, forcing him to witness the carnage before the gates. The soldiers hesitated, their resolve wavering. It was evident that the protector had been taken captive, and the identity of the one wielding the military token remained unknown. Should the gates open, the consequences would be severe, and no one would bear the burden of such guilt. In a panic, Yang Wanxiong retorted, "It's futile. Who would dare open the gates now? If the Xichang army breaches Shizhou City, slaughtering the population, who would be able to shoulder that responsibility?" Among the guards, many were unwilling to watch their comrades fall, yet they feared for their own lives. A few of Yang Wanxiong's loyalists attempted to seize the opportunity to rescue him amidst the chaos. Shen Ruojin declared firmly, "I am Shen Shi of the Shen family. Despite the weight of any sin, I shall bear it alone." Before her words could fade, she swiftly executed a guard who lunged to save Yang Wanxiong. Blood splattered in the firelight as she cried into the storm, "Quickly, open the gates and allow our De Qi soldiers to enter." Chapter 51. Shen Ruojin, where are you? Do not open the gates. Yang Wanxiong bellowed. His words spilled forth rapidly. "We are outnumbered. The forces stationed at Shizhou City number fewer than 50,000. And with the Shen family army, we barely reach 100,000. The troops from Xichang outnumber us by at least 2 to 1. There is no chance of victory. To open the gates now is akin to inviting the Xichang army into our midst. Do not allow the gates to be opened. Silence everyone." Without hesitation, Shen Ruojin seized Yang Wanxiong's head and forcefully slammed it against the wall, rendering him unconscious and preventing him from uttering any further words to demoralize the troops. Shen Ruojin raised her voice, "Soldiers defending the city, open your eyes and behold. The brave souls battling fiercely at the gates against the Xichang army are our compatriots. We were born on the same land, our blood intertwined, and we fight to protect the realm of De Qi at all costs. If the Shen family army is slaughtered at our doorstep today, those within Shizhou City will not escape their fate either. Open the gates and unite to repel the enemy." The soldiers on the city walls gazed outside at the blood-soaked battlefield, witnessing their fallen comrades. After years of warfare, they had crawled from the heaps of the dead, yearning for the day they could return home alive. The soldiers inside and outside the city were not truly adversaries, only the powerful engaged in their relentless schemes. With Yang Wanxiong silenced, the defenders atop the walls looked toward the Shen family troops fighting valiantly outside. Shen Ruojin's words resonated deeply, and those few unwilling to defy the command of their superior were swiftly subdued by their fellow soldiers. Shen Ruojin shouted hoarsely, Let us bring our heroes of Deqi home. Open the gates. The call echoed down the line. The long-closed gates burst open with a resounding roar. Flames illuminated the battlements, and a soldier outside, who had been desperately pounding on the gates, fell to the ground, finally catching a glimpse of the path home. The gates are open. Brothers, the gates are open. The defending soldiers rushed out to assist the fallen Shen family army, exclaiming, "The gates are open. Brothers of the Shen family army, we are going home." Wei Qingshan turned back to glance at the city walls. "She has done it. Brothers, we are going home." General Wei shouted, suddenly invigorated, turning and driving back the relentless He Tuo with a swift maneuver. The Shen family army, whose morale had been severely depleted, felt a resurgence upon seeing the gates open and reinforcements arriving, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. They charged forward, battling fiercely against the Xichang forces. "We fight to return home." The soldiers of the Shen family roared, pushing back the Xichang troops and regrouping with the defending soldiers. "Do not linger in battle," Shen Ruojin commanded from her elevated position. "Hasten back to the city." The soldiers obeyed, retreating swiftly into Shizhou City. Wei Qingshan rescued two brothers surrounded by Xichang soldiers, shielding them as they withdrew. Archers. Shen Ruojin stood atop the city walls, surveying the battlefield and directing the defending troops. The once evenly matched forces quickly separated as the Shen family army and the defenders retreated into the city. He Tuo, the vanguard general of Xichang, pursued with his cavalry, striking at the last remaining Shen soldiers. Shen Ruojin seized a nearby long spear and hurled it with great force, weighing dozens of pounds and infused with her inner strength. It descended like thunder. He Tuo, caught off guard, could only raise his sword to block. The precious blade in He Tuo's hand shattered under the impact, and he swiftly leapt back, only to have his steed impaled by the long spear, pinned firmly to the ground. Blood gushed forth, splattering him. In that fleeting moment, the Deqi forces had retreated into the city, their pursuit thwarted. He Tuo looked up at the city walls, where a blood-stained girl stood resolutely, her disheveled hair billowing in the wind, her face obscured, yet radiating an aura of fierce determination that was truly fearsome. The battlements were filled with archers, arrows raining down, preventing the Xichang forces from advancing. His subordinates rushed forward, concerned. "General He, are you unharmed?" He Tuo cast aside a short blade, his gaze fixed on the city walls. Questioning his subordinate, "Who is she?" His subordinate replied, "Within Deqi, there exists only one woman of such wisdom and valor, willing to risk her life to save the Shen family army. That is, Shen Shi." He Tuo wiped the blood from his face. His anger at nearly being pierced by the girl's spear transformed into intrigue. Was she the one who injured the commander today? Indeed, it was her, his subordinate confirmed. As they spoke, the gates of Shizhou City closed heavily. Today's battle had failed to annihilate the Shen family army. To besiege the city would not be an easy task, especially with someone like Shen Shi as an opponent. This Shen Shi possesses remarkable abilities. He Tuo stepped forward, extracting the spear from the horse, examining it closely, then glanced up to meet Shen Ruojin's gaze from afar. He Tuo called out loudly, "Shen Shi," hiding behind the city walls and shooting arrows from the shadows. "What kind of hero is that? If you possess true skill, come forth and battle me. On account of your decent appearance, I might spare your life and take you back to the royal city as my bedwarmer." In his early 20s, He Tuo had become the vanguard general. With the commander of Xichang gravely injured, the command of the troops fell to him, and he was brimming with youthful fervor. Eager to act recklessly, his soldiers erupted in laughter at his words. In the face of the two armies, the art of verbal sparring was a skill in itself. Insulting the opposing commander to provoke their ire into recklessness was a common tactic. Yet, Shen Ruojin, despite her youth, remained unperturbed. From her elevated position, she retorted, "And if you were ugly, I assure you, you would not survive to serve as my bed slave. As for your head, I shall temporarily leave it with you. I advise you not to seek death too eagerly." He Tuo laughed in anger. What a bold claim. Shen Ruojin, her composure unwavering, replied, "Just wait and see." "Very well. I shall remain here," He Tuo declared. "Relay my orders. Camp 30 miles outside Shizhou City. I shall see when you dare emerge to claim my head. If you do not have the courage to come out, I will besiege Shizhou City and personally seek you." Shen Ruojin met his gaze without a hint of fear. "Do not dream." He Tuo, with her discarded spear in hand, mounted his horse and led his army in retreat. The Xichang soldiers were commanded to fall back 30 miles and set up camp. The battleground outside was left strewn with corpses. Shen Ruojin handed the bound Yang Wanxiang to the returning Shen family soldiers for custody and instructed the defenders of Shizhou, Summon all the physicians in the city to tend to the wounded. Yes, the soldiers responded and hurried away. At that moment, a rider galloped through the long street toward the city walls. The snow had ceased falling unbeknownst to anyone. As dawn broke, the figure approached, battling against the fierce wind, calling hoarsely, "Shen Ruojin, where are you?" Chapter 52. He is my husband. The surroundings were filled with cacophony. Wounded soldiers wailed in agony while others wept in relief, having survived the ordeal. They were alive, they had endured. Qin Lang's voice pierced through the tumult. Reaching the battlements above, the streets were strewn with exhausted soldiers of the Shen family, some lying down and others seated. Suddenly, they spotted a rider galloping toward them. And instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. "I am here." Shen Ruojin turned to face the city, observing the morning light dimly illuminating the rider, who reined in his horse several paces away. Qin Lang looked up at Shen Ruojin on the battlements. His heart, once suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. Clad in bloodstains, having shed his mask of deceit, he appeared less like the carefree Prince Qin of the capital and more like a vengeful deity emerging from a slaughterhouse. Upon seeing Shen Ruojin, the fury within Qin Lang dissipated, revealing a semblance of relief in his smile. "Shen Ruojin, dawn has arrived." Seeing him smile amid such chaos unexpectedly eased the tension in Shen Ruojin's heart. She tucked away the military token she had been gripping tightly and replied softly, "Indeed, the snow has ceased. Dawn has broken, and the warriors who fought valiantly against the wind and snow are returning home." Qin Lang dismounted and strode purposefully toward the battlements. Behind him, a dozen carts followed, and several doctors emerged from the carriages, carrying medical supplies. The concealed guards unveiled their masks and began distributing boxes of healing ointments and provisions, shouting, "Make way. The doctors have arrived. Brothers, are you not starving? Here. Have some buns. Need wound ointment? Come this way." The weary Shen soldiers' eyes brightened at the sight, though a few commanders remained vigilant. Particularly, Wei Qingshan swiftly interjected. "This individual comes from an unknown origin. We cannot ascertain whether he is friend or foe. Can we trust what he brings so readily?" The soldiers, who had just reached for buns and ointments, froze at his words. Their hunger was overwhelming, and their wounds throbbed painfully. The arrival of food and medicine felt miraculous. Yet in the heart of Shizhou, where supplies had been tightly controlled by Yang Wanxiong for 3 years, suspicion loomed. Who is this stranger? General Li scrutinized the newcomer, intent on unveiling his true nature. The other commanders echoed his inquiries. "It is not that we lack discernment. We simply do not recognize you. May we ask, who are you, and what is your purpose?" Qin Lang, undeterred by their questions, continued toward Shen Ruojin without faltering. "They questioned my intentions." As Shen Ruojin descended from the battlements to meet him, she had not yet spoken when Qin Lang added, "They ask what my purpose is." Shen Ruojin thought to herself that Qin Lang, the good man he was, seemed unjustly aggrieved. He had exerted both effort and resources, yet was regarded with suspicion by the soldiers. She felt a pang of guilt on his behalf. As she contemplated how to introduce Qin Lang to Wei Shushu and the others, he took a few steps forward to stand beside her, his voice rising slightly as he urged, "I implore you, madam, please inform them. What do you call the 10th young lady?" "Hubby, my husband?" Wei Qingshan, standing nearby, was taken aback. The soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, were equally astonished. Previously, they had only known that the 10th young lady had been sent back to the capital to marry. Who could have imagined that in the midst of a life and death struggle, she would appear in the western frontier, accompanied by such a person? Shen Ruojin hesitated, concerned about revealing Qin Lang's identity and the potential ramifications for the northern protector, who was wary of the emperor. However, with Qin Lang initiating this revelation, she finally acquiesced. "He is my husband." With her endorsement, Qin Lang nodded slightly to Wei Qingshan and the others, declaring, "I, Qin, am indeed unworthy. Yet I am the husband of Shen Shi, the new son-in-law of the Shen family." Son-in-law, General Li stammered. He and several others had served under old General Shen for many years. After the younger generals departed, old General Shen had insisted that the 10th young lady marry, claiming she should not linger in the western frontier. However, they had been led to believe that her fiancé was merely a scholar, a talented but unassuming man. No one had mentioned that the son-in-law possessed martial prowess or wealth. The presence of so many doctors and abundant supplies surely indicated that he was not of ordinary means. The commanders and all the Shen soldiers were left bewildered. Shen Ruojin assured them, "Partake freely. There is no need for concern regarding these provisions." Yet, Her mind lingered on the enormous debt they now owed Qin Lang. How would she repay such a tremendous favor in the future? Silence enveloped the crowd for a moment before a soldier quietly inquired, "So, can we eat these buns?" "Yes. Certainly. These are delivered by our son-in-law. Are there enough buns today? I can eat 30 in one sitting. Bring me a bottle of wound ointment. Doctor, where are you? I still have hope. Please help me." The soldiers began devouring the buns ravenously, and they no longer hesitated to apply the ointments. Each one regarded Qin Lang and his accompanying guards and doctors as though they were long-lost kin, providing sustenance and even salvation. Some soldiers, while gulping down large meat buns, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of our 10th young lady's choice. Such generosity." On the day of her wedding, Shen Ruojin had envisioned the myriad benefits of marrying into the Northern Protectorate, yet she had never imagined that Qin Lang was such an exceptional individual. As the first to question Qin Lang, Wei Qingshan awkwardly remarked, "I mean no offense, son-in-law, but in military matters, caution is paramount. The old general has yet to awaken. I must remain vigilant." "Indeed," Qin Lang replied amiably. These were the uncles and elders who had watched Shen Ruojin grow, and had they not exercised caution, he would have had to introduce himself as her husband. How could he have anticipated her openly declaring, "He is my husband"? The Shen military leaders were not merely questioning. They were, in fact, proclaiming his identity. Rather than holding a grudge against Wei Qingshan, Qin Lang promptly inquired, "Where is my grandfather at this moment?" Chapter 53, Shen Ruojin. Homeward bound, just as Shen Ruojin was about to pose a question, Qin Lang preempted her. In the Shen family, her brothers all referred to the old general as grandfather, while she alone called him a gong. This term can denote both a maternal and paternal grandfather. From the day she was brought out of the Ho residence's ancestral hall, Shen Ruojin had embraced her identity as a member of the Shen family. Each utterance of a gong was imbued with profound respect and affection. Upon arriving in Shijiang, Qin Lang had yet to meet the old general. Yet he naturally addressed him in this familiar manner. If Shen Ruojin were to correct him now, it would seem out of place. General Li and the others saw nothing amiss with the new son-in-law's address. In fact, they believed it spoke to the deep bond shared between the young couple. Not only had they journeyed to Shijiang together, but they also exhibited a harmonious partnership, though perhaps it should be said that it was the wife who followed her husband. Concerned for the old general's safety amidst fears of an assassination by He Tuo, Wei Qingshan called out, "Army medic, quickly bring the old general here." "Coming, coming." The army medic replied promptly. The old general, beloved by his troops, had remained unconscious during the chaos, and none had dared abandon him to save themselves. With Wei Qingshan's shout, soldiers swiftly arrived with a stretcher to carry the old general forward. A gong. Shen Ruojin rushed forward, checking for a pulse on Shen Yi's neck. Upon confirming he still drew breath, she suppressed her tears. As long as he lived, there was hope. Qin Lang produced a white jade medicine vial from his sleeve and handed it to her. "What is this?" Shen Ruojin inquired. "Revival pill," he replied. "Revival pill?" The army medic's eyes widened with excitement. "Are you saying this vial contains the fabled elixir capable of resurrecting the dead?" "There is but one, and I have not consumed it myself, so I cannot attest to its efficacy. Whether to administer it to a gong is entirely at the lady's discretion," Qin Lang said, his gaze fixed on Shen Ruojin. This revival pill had been procured by his mother at great effort during his own recovery after a severe injury. It had remained with him as a precaution for Shen Ruojin's safety, but now, with her unharmed and her grandfather in dire straits, he understood that saving a gong was akin to saving his wife. He would not hoard this precious remedy. Without hesitation, Shen Ruojin administered the revival pill to her grandfather. Observing this, Qin Lang handed her a water pouch from the hidden guards. She then gave a gong some water to facilitate the pill's absorption. The army medic, unable to even touch or smell the miraculous pill, lamented internally at the audacity of the new son-in-law. Wei Qingshan and the others held their breath, awaiting the old general's awakening. However, despite the pill's legendary status, it was not a panacea that could revive the dead instantaneously. "Perhaps we should first take a gong to the protectorate for proper care," Qin Lang suggested. "The protectorate is under Yang Wanxiong's jurisdiction," Wei Qingshan began. But before he could finish, the new son-in-law interjected, "I have already made arrangements. Generals, I invite you all to the residence to recuperate." Upon hearing this, Shen Ruojin lifted her gaze to Qin Lang, who met her eyes with a knowing look. "You must rest as well, dear wife." There was a subtle nuance to the way Qin Lang addressed her as wife. It felt too formal to be intimate. Yet calling her little tin would render him no different than her grandfather or brothers. "You should also take a moment to rest," Shen Ruojin replied, observing the blood on his attire, indicative of his recent encounters at the Protectorate. It was indeed commendable that he had orchestrated such thorough preparations, bringing along numerous doctors, provisions, and medical supplies, essentials in the aftermath of battle. Very well, Qin Lang nodded. Shen Ruojin instructed her grandfather's stretcher to be taken back, then summoned several of the city's commanding officers to delegate responsibilities for the defense, allocation of supplies, and distribution of winter clothing. With 200,000 troops from Xichang encroaching upon the city, the Shen family force's temporary retreat to Shizhou City was merely a brief respite, and preparations for the impending conflict were urgent. The officers stationed in Shizhou City understood the gravity of the situation. They typically bore the brunt of the labor, while Yang Wanxiong's favored subordinates indulged in revelry at the Protectorate, having been absent from the city gates the previous night. The implication of Shen Ruojin's words suggested that those favored ones had likely been neutralized. With Yang Wanxiong now in Shen Ruojin's grasp, the city's defensive forces would need to unite with the Shen family troops for the best chance of survival. After all, Shen Ruojin had asserted that she would take full responsibility for any missteps, and if it came to that, they could argue that it was due to Yang Wanxiong's capture that their actions were necessary to safeguard the Protector's life and the city itself. As long as the city and its people remained intact, it was far preferable to succumbing to the siege of Xichang. The officers, convinced of their shared purpose with Shen Ruojin, set about their duties at daybreak. Wei Qingshan and the others expressed their astonishment, and several severely injured individuals accompanied Shen Ruojin back to the Protectorate to rest. On the way, General Li cautioned her. Those who serve under Yang Wanxiong are shrewd and cunning. Be wary of placing too much trust in them. At this moment, Qin Lang remained silent, observing Shen Ruojin. Shen Ruojin replied earnestly, Shizhou City is also their home. Despite individual ambitions, our hearts align in the defense of the city. General Li nodded, acknowledging her point. As they arrived at the front of the Protectorate, Wei Qingshan and the others felt a swell of indignation. What had once been the Shen family's Grand General's residence had now been appropriated as Yang Wanxiong's Protectorate. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the sign had been removed, leaving the space bare. Yet, as Shen Ruojin and the others looked up through the shifting light, they glimpsed the four characters Grand General's residence that had once adorned the facade. Thus, it became evident that Qin Lang had indeed taken care of matters. Shen Ruojin stood momentarily stunned. Qin Lang stepped forward, taking her hand. Shen Ruojin, you have returned home. Chapter 54. Awakening. Shen Ruojin returned home, accompanied by Qin Lang, who noticed her slightly dazed expression. The lifeless body and bloodstains in the hall had been meticulously cleared away by the guards, and the melting snow accompanied the gentle fall of plum blossoms. Gradually, the images of her home began to overlap with her memories. On this day, Shen Ruojin exerted herself to open the gates of Shizhou City, bringing back 50,000 soldiers of the Shen family alive. Qin Lang dealt with the remnants of chaos within the city, dissolving the Protectorate and restoring it to the Shen family's general mansion. After a prolonged absence, Shen Ruojin could finally return home. She had long harbored disdain for the title of Protectorate, and now it was dismantled, something to celebrate. General Li had not entered this mansion since it was transformed into a Protectorate. Today, fortune smiled upon them, and everything seemed to align perfectly. The group strode forward confidently. The soldiers carried the elderly general back to his former quarters, and Shen Ruojin followed suit. Her grandfather had yet to awaken, and she could not shake her worry. She felt the need to stay by his side. Qin Lang refrained from urging her otherwise, simply remarking, "You reek of blood. Don't let it disturb your grandfather." In truth, he himself was not in a much better state. After instructing the servants to prepare hot water and food, he excused himself to wash. Shen Ruojin had intended to remain by her grandfather's bedside, but, upon catching a whiff of her own scent, hurried to bathe and change before returning. Upon re-entering the room, she found a bowl of noodle soup and buns laid out on the table. The buns, reminiscent of those distributed to soldiers at the city gate, were filled with chicken broth and meat. Shen Ruojin, ravenous, devoured the meal in mere moments, savoring every bite. Despite her haste, the flavors delighted her senses. She instructed someone to prepare porridge, uncertain when her grandfather would awaken, but knowing he must be famished after such a long fast. Placing a soft cushion beside the bed, she sat cross-legged on it, resting her forehead against the edge of the bed, hoping to be the first to notice when her grandfather awoke. "Grandpa, I'm so tired. I'll just rest for a moment. Please don't sleep too long. There's much to be decided in Shizhou City." As she spoke, drowsiness overtook her, and she fell asleep against the bed's edge. After all, she was not a general favored by the emperor, merely a woman. Had it not been for her unexpected victory in seizing the military token and capturing Yang Wanxiang, she would have had no authority to command the garrison of Shishou. Her ability to mobilize the generals today stemmed solely from the imminent threat of the West Chong army. If they did not heed her orders, they would struggle to find a better solution. If her grandfather remained unresponsive, the uncertainties surrounding Shizhou City would persist. Only when he awoke and took command could stability be restored, even if he did nothing but remain alive. This alone would be a tremendous boon for her. Shen Ruojin continued to ponder these matters in her dreams. After bathing and changing, Qin Lang entered the room to find her curled up like a kitten beside the old general's bed. In the biting cold, she had not even draped a blanket over herself. Frustrated by her lack of self-care, he hastened to awaken her but paused, instead retrieving a blanket from the outer room and placing it over her. "Sleep. I'll watch over Grandpa," he whispered gently. Shen Ruojin mumbled in response. Had anyone else claimed to guard her grandfather, she would have felt uneasy. Yet, for some reason, hearing those words from Qin Lang allowed her to drift back to sleep. He tucked the blanket around her and adjusted the cushion on the floor, settling cross-legged between the bed and the chair. Resting his back against her chair while keeping an eye on the old general, eventually closing his eyes to meditate. The room was enveloped in silence, while outside, the others paced anxiously. General Li and others wished to enter and check on the old general, but were stopped by Wei Qingshan. "The young lady and her husband are inside. You cannot disturb them. The army doctor has stated that the old general requires peace and quiet." Wei Qingshan dismissed them, later peering through the window for a considerable time before departing. Before long, afternoon arrived. Qin Lang had been watching over the old general for quite some time. When the general did not awaken, he summoned someone to bring hot water to clean him and change his clothes. As Shen Yi opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the young man gently wiping his hands. "Grandpa, you're awake," Qin Lang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with a smile. Noticing the general's dazed expression, he called out, "Grandpa?" "Little Ten." Shen Yi's voice was hoarse and strained. He grasped Qin Lang's hand tightly, murmuring, "If I were to die, so be it. But how could my precious little Tin have turned into a man?" He had previously remarked that if little Tin were a boy, he would surely surpass his uncles and brothers. Yet, he had never thought poorly of her being a girl. It was merely a compliment. "This truly is hell, transforming a good girl into a boy," he lamented, seeing the old general in such a state of confusion. Qin Lang quickly reassured him, "Grandpa, you are not dead, and little Tin has not turned into a boy. You've just awakened. Take your time. I am little Ten's husband." "Little Ten's husband?" Shen Yi suddenly regained his composure. "Ah, yes. Little Ten is married now. From this moment forth, there would be one more person calling him Grandpa in this world. Yet, how did little Ten's husband come to be here?" Before he could contemplate further, he pulled Qin Lang closer, inquiring, "Where is little Ten?" "She is sleeping," Qin Lang replied, gesturing for Shen Yi to look. "You're well, and so is little Ten." Gradually, Shen Yi calmed himself and asked hoarsely, "The Shen family army. Yesterday, she captured Yang Wanxiang, wielding the military token to open the city gates and allow the Shen family army to enter," Qin Lang explained, their voices kept low in the quiet room. Though it was not their first meeting, the old general was more familiar with Qin Shi than with Qin Lang. With his vision still somewhat blurred, he asked the two most pressing questions before lying back to catch his breath, neglecting to inquire about Qin Lang's name, mistaking him for the scholar Pei Jing from recent news in the capital. In a hushed tone, Shen Yi remarked, "Little Ten has been taught to be too independent, and it has led you to run all the way to the Western Front. Family members do not speak in separate tongues. Grandpa, you've just awakened. Do not dwell on unnecessary matters. Rest well. I will fetch the army doctor and a physician," Qin Lang replied. "Thank you," Shen Yi murmured. "Little Ten is exhausted. Let her sleep a bit longer without waking her." Qin Lang nodded, just about to agree, when Shen Ruojin suddenly sprang up from the chair like a startled fish. Her eyes still closed, rushing to the bedside. "Grandpa, you're awake." Chapter 55. "I will blow for you." Shen Ruojin, despite her exhaustion, rushed to the bedside, nearly losing her balance and collapsing onto the bed. "What is the rush?" Qin Lang caught her, whispering, "Be careful." In the capital, Shen Ruojin had always presented a composed demeanor, but upon returning to her grandfather in the western frontier, she revealed a hint of youthful anxiety. Little Ten, upon seeing her approach, Shen Yi could not help but attempt to sit up. "Grandfather should rest. Your leg is severely injured. Don't move about." Shen Ruojin quickly placed her hand on him to keep him still. All right, I want to move. Shen reclined slowly, gazing at his long-lost granddaughter, unable to take his eyes off her. The old general had never dared to hope he would live to see little Ten again. During the fierce battle at Luoyua Pass, he had witnessed her risking her life to save him from the encirclement of the Xichang army, leading him to believe it was merely a premonition before death. Upon awakening, seeing a young man calling him grandfather made him think he had crossed into the afterlife. The old general had a multitude of things he wished to say to little Ten, yet all that escaped his lips was, "I'm doing well, don't be upset." Despite his grave injuries, the army doctor had almost told her to leave the matter to fate. Having barely regained consciousness, he reassured her that he was fine. Shen Ruojin's eyes were reddened with tears. He was her only remaining family, and she had nearly lost him. How could she not feel sorrow? Shen Ruojin knew she should tell her grandfather that she was well too, but in front of her closest kin, she found it impossible to maintain her composure. She sat at the bedside, turning her head away and rubbing her stinging eyes. "What's wrong? Did something get in your eyes?" Qin Lang stepped closer as she turned away, almost colliding with him. His question was bewildering. Yet, he gently cupped her face and leaned down, saying, "Let me blow for you." His warm breath enveloped her. He truly did blow. Shen Ruojin blinked, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang's handsome face drawing near, almost touching her. Where was the sandstorm coming from in this room? His ability to speak nonsense with a straight face was impressive, despite her sorrow. Qin Lang's tender gesture distracted her. All right. She was overwhelmed by his attentiveness, hastily rubbing her face before turning back to face her grandfather with reddened eyes. The old general observed the closeness between the young couple and felt increasingly certain that this young man must be his grandson-in-law. As an elder, he could not focus solely on little Ten. He also had to consider her new husband. After a long pause, he hoarsely remarked, "That Pei Jing, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Lang stiffened. Had the old general mistaken him for that scoundrel, Pei Jing? The heartless man was unworthy. No, Shen Ruojin quickly clarified, "Grandfather, he is not Pei Jing. He is Qin Lang, the little prince of the Northern Army, my new husband." In one day, she had declared Qin Lang her husband twice. It seemed less convoluted than the first time. It was a fact that needed no embellishment. The old general was taken aback. "Little prince? Aren't you engaged to Pei Jing? How can Qin Lang be your new husband?" Sending little Ten back to the capital to marry had been Shen's reluctant decision. For an entire year, he had regretted it, yet there was no other option. The Shen family had granted little Ten a freedom unattainable by most women, allowing her to study martial arts and travel across cities. She was no longer a caged bird. She had soared high but, after the deaths of her uncles and brothers, became consumed by vengeance, disregarding her own life. The old general had only this one descendant left. He could not bear to see her perish in the western frontier. After sending Shen Ruojin back to the capital, Shen had people keep a close watch on the happenings of the Linyang Marquisate, knowing she disliked going out and was obedient. Having become engaged to the scholar Pei Jing, unable to return himself, the old general sent wedding gifts to the capital, only to find that before the messenger could return to the western frontier, little Ten had come back first. After all, she had only been married for about 7 or 8 days. How could she have come to the western frontier with her new husband? Moreover, this Qin Lang was the legitimate second son of the northern king. The emperor was suspicious and would never allow a marriage between two families wielding military power. What on earth had transpired regarding little Ten and Qin Lang's marriage? The old general was filled with questions, unsure where to start, and struggled to sit up to see the young man before him clearly. "Grandfather, please don't rush. Lie back down." Qin Lang stepped forward to assist the old general, ensuring he could see clearly. In terms of appearance, the little prince had never been outshone. No elder had ever failed to appreciate his looks. Shen Ruojin said, "This matter is quite complex, then I shall keep it brief," Qin Lang interjected. On the day of the wedding, Pei Jing and Mu Yunwei were both absent, leading to chaos as guests watched the spectacle. To maintain the situation, my wife ended up marrying me. The old general had indeed heard about the simultaneous marriages of the two daughters of the Linyang Marquisate. Yet the affairs of the Marquisate were beyond the Shen family's concern. Furthermore, if the Marquisate wished to strengthen ties, who were they to refuse? Maintain the situation? So, they simply swapped grooms. Upon hearing this, Shen's complexion turned increasingly pale. The iron-willed general felt anguish for his granddaughter, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced her. My little Ten in the old general's heart. No one was worthy of his little Ten. Even a scholar was barely a match. Such a forced and reluctant marriage had unexpectedly changed at the last moment. Qin Lang's casual tone belied the gravity of the situation. What did it mean that Pei Jing and Mu Yue were both absent? The embarrassment of that moment. The injustice little Tin had felt must have been profound for her to accept a substitute groom. The people of the Lin Yong Marquis dared to bully his little Tin in his absence. Shen Ruojin leaned against her grandfather, careful not to press on his injury, and softly reassured him, "Grandfather, please don't be sad. The Northern King's household is very good. Both the prince and princess treat me exceptionally well. Marrying Qin Lang was my own decision, not something I was coerced into." The old general could not help but feel that this was little Tin trying to comfort him. Even if the marriage did not happen, they could simply call it off. How could a proper groom be absent on the wedding day? There surely had to be deeper reasons behind this. If he ever encountered that scoundrel Pei Jing, he would not let him off easily. Chapter 56. The pain of a loving wife. Qin Lang granted a moment of solitude to the grandfather and granddaughter, stepping outside to summon the army doctor and other physicians to attend to General Shen. Before long, they arrived in response to the news. Shen Ruojin was feeding her grandfather some porridge. The army doctor and the physicians took turns examining General Shen's pulse, exclaiming that this life-saving elixir was indeed a miraculous remedy. Alas, its rarity rendered it a precious gem, with but a single dose available. The doctors conveyed that General Shen had endured the most arduous of trials. Now, he needed to recuperate, but the condition of his legs. A shared look of concern crossed the faces of those present. A once great general, now in the twilight of his years, had narrowly escaped death. Yet the fate of his legs was grim. He might never stand again. However, Shen Ruojin declared, "All I desire is for my grandfather to live. As long as he breathes, there is hope. Regardless of the severity of his leg injuries, there will always be alternative treatments." The physicians nodded in agreement, assuring her that this world is full of extraordinary individuals, and there are indeed renowned physicians who specialize in such matters, ready to be sought after. Their words, while comforting, were largely speculative. Nevertheless, Shen Ruojin resolved that once the forces of Xichang were repelled and the western frontier stabilized, she would take her grandfather to seek further medical assistance. Preserving his life was paramount. Though Shen was nearing 70, his years of military training had endowed him with a robust constitution. After regaining consciousness, he conversed with Shen Ruojin and, upon seeing Wei Qingshan and others arrive, inquired about the battle situation, mustering his strength to strategize for future operations. The Shen family army had always looked to General Shen for guidance. In the wake of the deaths of many of the Shen family warriors, Wei Qingshan and General Li, as the longest-serving commanders under Shen Yi, were now capable of taking command independently. Yet, Wei Qingshan himself had sustained serious injuries, while General Li Hongjin had a fatal flaw: he was overly meticulous. He excelled as a deputy but risked losing much in crucial situations due to his attention to minute details. Moreover, with the Shen family army lacking a commander and Yang Wanqiang imprisoned by Shen Ruojin under heavy guard, the defense forces of Shizhou City were effectively leaderless. Combined, the two factions numbered a staggering 100,000 troops, a tremendous opportunity for the commanders, yet perilous, as the risks were overwhelmingly high, with the chance for glory fraught with near-certain demise. Wei Qingshan remarked, "Currently, the military command symbol lies in the hands of the 10th Mississippi. The Shen family army was saved by her. Selecting another commander seems less viable." Shen Yi interjected, "No." The moment he spoke, a hush fell over the room. The old general's refusal carried weight, and everyone awaited his reasoning. Shen Ruojin remained silent, her gaze fixed on her grandfather. General Shen continued, "There are two reasons. First, Shen Ruojin is a woman. Although history has seen a few female generals, those who laid down their arms rarely met a favorable end. I am driven by personal concern. The Shen family has already lost too many lives in service to the nation. I do not wish for my little Tin to meet the same fate." Silence enveloped the room. Shen Ruojin too fell silent. Observing the old general's fatigue, Wei Qingshan took it upon himself to elaborate. "Second, without the emperor's decree, if the 10th Miss seizes the military command in Xinjiang, it would be a grave offense punishable by the annihilation of her lineage. In times of war, the capital may turn a blind eye, but once the fighting ceases, retribution will surely follow. At that point, the 10th Miss would undoubtedly face dire consequences. History has shown that emperors are merciless. In times of need, you are a celebrated general, a loyal minister. When you are no longer of use, your fate is to be discarded like an arrow once its quarry has been taken. Furthermore, the odds are already against us. With the Great Qi's 100,000 troops facing Xichang's 200,000, the 10th Miss's arrival places her in a perilous situation. Am I to be guilty for departing now? Shen Ruojin observed the collective gaze upon her, sensing that soon everyone would urge her to leave. Thus, she spoke first. Yang Wanxiong is still locked in my prison. The uproar at the protectorate yesterday has forged a bitter enmity between us. If he escapes, it will be a matter of life and death for both of us. Therefore, leaving is futile. After clarifying her stance, she addressed her grandfather. It is said that the rise and fall of a nation rests upon each individual. With war imminent, does it truly matter whether one is a man or a woman? I do not insist on being the commander. I am willing to serve as a vanguard for the old general to defend our territory and repel the enemy. Well said. 10th Miss. Li Hongzhen could not restrain his applause for her bravery. Qin Lang's gaze remained fixed upon Shen Ruojin, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with admiration. Young master. General Shen called out to him, hoping he might persuade the 10th Miss to reconsider. Qin Lang nodded respectfully towards the general and stated with conviction, "The lady speaks most wisely." General Shen was taken aback. Rumors had portrayed the young lord of the Northern King's residence as reckless and unruly. Yet here he was, utterly compliant before the 10th Mississippi. Was there some hidden agenda at play? Seeing her grandfather's silence, Shen Ruojin grew concerned for his well-being and quickly added, "Grandfather, you must recover swiftly. With a commander of your valor commanding our forces, our chances of victory will be significantly bolstered." As the conversation shifted to seasoned commanders, General Shen suddenly recalled a potential candidate. "I have a junior named Jiang Pingwei. In his youth, he fought alongside me to defend the western frontier for over a decade. His prowess in both martial arts and military strategy is unparalleled. However, in his youth, he clashed with the military inspector and subsequently retreated to a life of seclusion in the mountains. He resides within Xizjiang, but his stubborn nature makes him difficult to summon." Jiang Pingwei was several decades younger than the general and now in his 50s. Despite years of seclusion, he had not forsaken martial training or the study of military tactics. He even authored a military treatise 2 years ago. Yet, 3 years prior, upon hearing of the Shen family's misfortunes, he had urged Shen Yi to retreat with him, vehemently denouncing the emperor's incompetence and declaring it unworthy of their lives. It would likely be a challenge to coax him out of retirement. Shen Ruojin asserted, "Even if it proves difficult to summon him, we must pay him a visit to ascertain whether he can be persuaded." Shen Yi nodded, prepared to send the 10th Miss herself to extend the invitation. Just then, Wei Qingshan interjected, "If we dispatch only a few soldiers, Jiang Pingwei may feel undervalued. With the impending conflict in Shizhou City, we are unable to leave, and neither can Shen Ruojin. I know grandfather wishes for her to go, but in this critical moment, she cannot abandon him. If the military command symbol were to be handed to another commander, unforeseen complications might arise." At that moment, Qin Lang stepped forward, volunteering. "I shall go." He continued, "The lady must attend to her grandfather and oversee the affairs of Shizhou City. It is imperative that I seek out Jiang Pingwei on her behalf." The gathered commanders turned their attention to the new son-in-law. When they first encountered him at the city gate, he had been bloodied and disheveled, yet his demeanor had been striking. Now, having cleaned himself, he bore an air of nobility that was simply exquisite. Most importantly, he demonstrated a profound understanding of the 10th Miss's needs, offering his unwavering support for her endeavors. Chapter 57. "Thank you, my husband." General Shen wished to say more, but Qin Lang interjected, "I am Shen Shi's husband and the grandson-in-law of the elder. I believe that the esteemed Jiang will show me some courtesy given our connection. With such a relationship, Qin Lang's endeavor to summon Jiang Pingwei would be akin to Shen Ruojin's efforts. Although Shen's senior disciple claimed to be within the western frontier, he had retired from the world, making it a daunting task to locate him across 1,000 miles. Even if they were fortunate enough to find him, whether he would be inclined to assist was another matter entirely, not to mention the uncertainty of his very existence. Shen Yi, acting as the elder, merely used this pretext to divert Xiao Shi. Nonetheless, Shen Ruojin could not abandon her grandfather to pursue other matters at such a critical time. Thus, Qin Lang's voluntary offer to seek assistance was music to her ears. The debts of gratitude were accumulating, yet she could hardly afford to dwell on them. She thought, "Let us consider it a burden that does not weigh us down." Before the elder could speak again, Shen Ruojin nodded at Qin Lang. "Then I shall trouble my husband." Indeed, it was equally acceptable for the son-in-law to undertake this task. Wei Qingshan was the first to agree, and General Li echoed, "It is splendid that the son-in-law is willing to take on this duty. Who would dare to refuse him?" Shen Yi had initially intended for Shen Ruojin to accompany Qin Lang, but amidst the chatter, he found no opportunity to voice his thoughts. "Time is of the essence. I shall set off at once, Qin Lang declared, his demeanor resolute. With the initiative taken, he was determined to see the task through to completion. I shall see you off, Shen Ruojin said decisively. The young couple exchanged courtesies with the elder, bidding the others to deliberate further as they stepped outside. As the snow had yet to fully melt, the sun dipped low in the west, casting the last rays of light across the courtyard. The warm glow enveloped the two, gently dispelling the chill of winter. Shen Ruojin accompanied Qin Lang to the entrance, where provisions and 10 concealed guards awaited him. 10 concealed guards will suffice. Too many would only draw attention from the people of Xichang. Leave the rest in Shizhou City. They are at your disposal, Qin Lang asserted. This time, Prince Qin had brought 300 concealed guards to the western frontier, yet he chose to venture forth with only 10, having cleverly crafted a reason that left Shen Ruojin unable to refuse. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is unnecessary, Qin Lang preemptively stated, perceiving her hesitation. I do not accept verbal thanks. Shen Ruojin, spare me the formalities and offer something tangible. What do you desire? She inquired, to which he replied, think for yourself. Qin Lang's gaze darkened. If I were to ask, would it not seem like I am seeking to leverage your gratitude? He possessed a certain principle about him. Shen Ruojin, ever agreeable, responded, my husband would never be one to exploit gratitude. With her words, he felt somewhat appeased. Very well. Return to care for the elder and discuss the upcoming strategies with them. I shall depart now and ensure a swift return. All right. Shen Ruojin nodded in agreement but did not immediately turn to leave. She stood at the door, watching as the concealed guards led the horses forward, passing the reins to Qin Lang. Since their meeting in Shizhou City the night before, everything felt surreal. Perhaps the capital, with its fleeting splendor, was filled with illusions. The once unruly Prince Qin, upon leaving the capital for the western lands, revealed a blend of courage and wisdom, unafraid of life and death. With the army of Xichang poised at the gates, Qin Lang's journey to seek Jiang Pingwei was fraught with danger, no safer than remaining in Shizhou City. As he mounted his horse, Shen Ruojin could not help but call out, Qin Lang, take care on your journey. He smiled at her, holding the reins firmly. Do not worry, I will not allow you to become a widow too soon. Shen Ruojin was momentarily taken aback by his levity. Just as she pondered his unyielding nature, Qin Lang suddenly leaned forward on his horse, whispering, given the overwhelming odds, the best course of action is to regroup the troops and remain within the city. I will locate Jiang Pingwei within 3 days. Even if he refuses to assist, I will return to you. Madam, he called her suddenly. Stay vigilant and do your best. Yes, Shen Ruojin nodded. Wait for my return. With that, Qin Lang spurred his horse and galloped away. In the war-torn Shizhou City, the streets were desolate, with only a few straggling pedestrians. In a flash, Qin Lang and his entourage vanished from sight. Shen Ruojin returned to the main hall, where her grandfather was discussing the urgent closure of the city gates with the generals, seeking aid from nearby states, and recruiting troops within the western frontier. It was too late to petition the emperor for military reinforcements, but raising funds for soldiers required money, something the Shen family army was sorely lacking. Their military pay from the previous year had yet to be distributed, and they were in dire need of funds. Quality horses could not simply be procured without capital. While money could address immediate issues, the greatest challenge was the absence of funds. The Shen family army was the poorest among the regional forces. General Shen had 9 grandsons, yet no granddaughters-in-law, as the young generals could not even afford to pay for their brides' dowries. As Shen Ruojin entered, she overheard the discussion. Given the dire circumstances, they decided to first access the treasury of Shizhou City, then tap into Yang Wanxiong's private funds, utilizing whatever silver they could find. The Shen family army was impoverished, but Yang had wealth. Over the years, Yang Wanxiong had embezzled the Shen family's military pay, and now that Shizhou City faced peril, it was only right for him to return the embezzled funds to assist in their time of need. General Shen had not outright rejected this notion, thereby tacitly agreeing. Shen Ruojin and the generals promptly dispatched someone to handle the matter. As they deliberated, the leaders of Shizhou City arrived. Having heard that General Shen had regained consciousness, they sought an audience, ostensibly to inquire about his health, but in reality, they were eager to participate in strategizing the impending conflict. Given the Xichang army's encampment just 30 miles outside the city, General Shen could not refuse their entry, allowing them all to come inside. The room quickly filled with an overwhelming number of people. Discussions on recruiting soldiers and future battle strategies continued for over an hour until dusk settled in. The opinions of the garrison leaders and the Shen family army diverged sharply. Some insisted on reporting to the court for every matter, while others advocated for immediate action before reporting, asserting that commanders in the field need not heed imperial orders. The arguments escalated into a cacophony. Shen Ruojin, feeling famished and observing her grandfather's waning strength, interrupted. "Have you all quarreled enough?" She boldly stated, "Those who wish to report can write their own memorials. If you believe that commanders in the field need not heed imperial orders, are you not inviting death upon yourselves?" Even if they held such thoughts, it was unwise to voice them aloud. The generals fell silent. "I am hungry. Please check with the kitchen to see if dinner is ready," Wei Qingshan suggested. And a soldier promptly left to inquire. However, just then, before the meal could be served, a guard rushed in with urgent news. The Xichang army is attacking the city. Chapter 58. The horses have arrived. The meal could not be enjoyed any longer. Shen Ruojin nibbled on a couple of buns before donning armor alongside her generals atop the city walls. As night descended, the soldiers of Xichang, brandishing torches, surged towards the city gates, their fiery display striking and formidable. Shen Ruojin resolved not to engage in combat, regardless of how vociferously the Xichang commanders hurled insults. She opted to respond solely with archers and catapults. The city's defenders remained steadfast, united against the enemy. The Xichang forces, however, advanced rapidly only to retreat just as swiftly, resembling a mere disturbance rather than a genuine siege, showing no immediate intent to breach the gates. He Tuo, mounted on horseback, called out to Shen Ruojin, "My beautiful lady, do not fear. I merely wish to see you. I do not intend to flatten Shizhou City so soon. Spare me your nonsense. If you lack the ability, cease your barking," retorted Shen Ruojin. "Flatten Shizhou City? Do it if you dare. Stop playing the fool." While Shen Ruojin dismissed the taunts, General Li could no longer contain himself and promptly cursed the opposing commander's ancestors. His eloquent expressions of national pride left the Xichang army bewildered. He Tuo, wielding his sword, sneered, "Li, once I enter Shizhou City, I shall sever your tongue to accompany my drink." Unfazed, General Li shot back, "When I emerge, I will leave you searching for your teeth, and I'll use your head as a chamber pot." Shen Ruojin surmised the enemy's intentions. Although Shizhou City boasted a garrison of 100,000 against Xichang's 200,000, a confrontation would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory for Xichang, leading to mutual destruction and allowing neighboring states to seize the opportunity. Hence, He Tuo was playing a game of the wolf is coming, feigning an assault to keep the defenders on edge before swiftly retreating, only to return another day. No one could predict when he would truly attack, wearing down the defenders while also playing with their minds. As He Tuo withdrew his forces, Shen Ruojin shared her suspicions with her fellow commanders. General Li was incensed, exclaiming that a mere barbarian dared to toy with their military strategies. Wei Qingshan cautioned, "Though He Tuo is young, he is cunning and should not be underestimated." Shen Ruojin responded, "We must not grow complacent, nor should we panic excessively. We must defend the gates, recruit new soldiers, and maintain our daily training." Indeed, the others echoed in unison. In the following 2 days, as anticipated by Shen Ruojin, the Xichang forces frequently shouted their intentions to attack, arriving 3 or 4 times daily, each time with great fanfare, only to retreat after a brief skirmish. The defenders felt as though they had prepared for battle only to be left frustrated and empty-handed. They faced the enemy 8 times over 2 days, with assaults occurring at dawn, during meals, and even after nightfall. The defenders were becoming increasingly exasperated, though prior orders from above had soothed their spirits enough to keep them from panicking. Fortunately, the number of soldiers on rotation had increased. They found themselves interrupted during meals, with the Xichang forces showing little regard for their needs. In this standoff, the fatigue of the defenders grew palpable. By the 3rd day, He Tuo realized that his strategy had not only failed, but had seemingly backfired against him. Consequently, he ceased harassing the defenders and ordered his troops to rest for a day, planning a formal assault the following day. This news reached Shizhou City through scouts, prompting the commanders to regain their earlier anxiety. Wei Qingshan remarked, "The Xichang troops are skilled in cavalry and archery. Their horses are numerous, swift, and enduring. If we venture out to meet them tomorrow, we may suffer significant losses in this regard." Shen Ruojin inquired, "Have the new horses yet arrived?" General Li replied, "War horses are costly and private transactions are prohibited. 2 days ago, I dispatched someone to the Qiao family, but they refused entry, outright denying us." The Qiao family, renowned for their horse breeding expertise, remained neutral among the nations, selling only when they deemed it appropriate. Their prudence had allowed them to thrive for centuries. With a prosperous future ahead, some praised the Qiao family's wisdom while others decried them as opportunists. At this moment, the generals in the room began to bicker over the matter of the war horses. With their lack of steeds, alternative strategies had to be devised. Shen Ruojin focused her thoughts on devising a plan, her hand tracing the sand table. The generals, captivated by her movements, fell silent. Once she concluded her strategy, she worked with them to position their forces. Undeterred by setbacks, they embraced the challenges ahead, and the morale of the troops gradually revived, fostering a sense of resolve among them. Just then, an excited soldier shouted from outside, "Horses! Horses are coming! So many horses! What is happening? Why the commotion?" General Li was perplexed. It sounded as though there were horses, but where could they have come from? Wei Qishan, possessing sharper hearing, shared his curiosity. "Let us go and see." Shen Ruojin felt similarly surprised. Just moments ago, they had been lamenting the absence of war horses. Were they truly arriving now? "Let us go. Let us go." The generals abandoned the sand table and rushed towards the eastern city gate. The day was bright, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow over the land. As they ascended the city gate, they beheld countless steeds galloping towards them, led by a young girl in red, riding a magnificent horse, wielding a small whip, bringing with her an abundance of war horses under the golden sunlight that bathed the expanse. "Shen Shi, do you even want these war horses? Hurry and come to greet me." Her voice rang clear and bright, vibrant with life, adorned with jewels woven into her braids, with a ruby dangling on her forehead. "Qiao Xia." Shen Ruojin instantly recognized the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Despite the Qiao family's refusal to sell horses to Shen's army, Qiao Xia had come gallantly with a multitude of steeds directly to Shizhou City. What a delightful turn of events. "The eldest daughter of the Qiao family is delivering war horses to us. Quickly, open the city gates." Shen Ruojin was overwhelmed with joy, nearly leaping down from the battlements to greet her. However, keeping her composure, she hastily descended the stone steps to welcome her. Wei Qingshan and the others were equally thrilled by the sight of so many horses, exclaiming that fortune favored Shizhou City as they rushed to meet her. Over 10,000 horses gathered at the city gate, and Shen Ruojin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she emerged from the city, before reaching Qiaoxia, a nearby voice cried out in alarm. "Are there no reins on these horses? They could trample someone." The chaotic herd obscured the view, making it difficult to identify who was speaking. Upon hearing that someone had been injured, Qiaoxia immediately wiped the smile from her face and rode over to investigate. "Who is there?" Chapter 59. All for you. As Qiaoxia traversed through the herd of horses, her gaze fell upon the elegantly clad young master sprawled on the ground. Surrounded by scattered gold and silver, the young man lay amidst the treasure, feigning pain, clearly attempting to extort compensation. The entourage of servants, disheveled from the collision with the horses, hurriedly gathered the precious metals, with one of them shouting, "Do you know who my master is? If he is injured, you shall owe him a debt your 10 lives cannot repay. Then I must inquire about the identity of your esteemed master." Qiaoxia initially intended to apologize, as the horses were under her care and had inadvertently struck someone. However, the arrogance of the other party and their loud proclamations indicated that the young man was likely unscathed. Qiaoxia whistled, prompting the surrounding horses to disperse, leaving only the pile of gold and silver and the group of the young master. "Who are you?" she inquired from her elevated position atop her horse. The wealth being delivered to the western frontier was from the Lin family of Jiangnan, a land known for its beauty and gentility. Not accustomed to encountering such a wild-spirited woman, the young master stared at her, momentarily speechless. His attendants helped him up, irritable. "My master's surname is Lin. Who are you?" I am Qiao," she replied simply, offering only her surname, a fair exchange. General Shen Shi, accompanied by numerous officers, emerged from the city and beheld the sight of thousands of galloping horses, with Qiaoxia standing defiantly against the young master and his entourage. Gold and silver lay scattered beneath their feet, glimmering brightly in the sunlight like small mountains. The officers could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Did money rain down from the heavens? Gold and silver are everywhere. Am I dreaming? Just moments ago, we lamented our inability to purchase horses, and now we are blessed with this bounty. It seems money has sprouted legs and run to us. Such a stroke of fortune is beyond imagination." Li Hongzhen slapped himself, feeling the sting. This is no dream, it is indeed real. Shen Ruojin swiftly selected a white horse, mounting it and riding forward. "Asya, what is happening here?" It appeared that everyone had come to the city of Shizhou to deliver horses and money. They could not allow matters to escalate into a confrontation. The young master bore a somewhat familiar visage, as if she had encountered him before. "Shen Shi, your timing is impeccable," Xiao Xia called out to Shen Ruojin. "This young master's servant claims he is of noble birth, and my horse has injured him. He asserts I could never afford to compensate him for his pain. Can you tell him whether I can or cannot?" The Qiao family was renowned for their equestrian skills and thrived in trade across nations. They were never short of silver. Yet, Miss Qiao preferred the company of horses over engaging with people. Her association with Shen Ruojin stemmed from several years ago when Shen Heir brought his sister to the Qiao family to select horses. An accident had startled some horses, and both had worked together to tame the wild steeds, competing fiercely for supremacy, yet developing a strong camaraderie in the process. Guests are to be treated with respect. Shen Ruojin interjected, "Not only do these gentlemen seem uninjured enough to warrant such a claim, but should there be any need for compensation, as the host, I shall ensure it is unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia raised her chin defiantly. "Did you hear that? Who are you calling a pretty boy?" The young master furrowed his brow. "You?" Xiao Xia found nothing inappropriate about her remark. "You, a grown man, fairer than a woman. What else could you be but a pretty boy? You." The young master was left speechless. Engaging in a war of words was daunting when confronted with such a candid perspective. "Enough, Xiao Xia. In our central plains, pretty boy is not a compliment." Shen Ruojin tactfully intervened to prevent further offense, dismounting and instructing others to gather the gold and silver, placing it back into their containers. She then turned to the young master, bowing slightly. "With the impending conflict in Shizhou, may I inquire the purpose of your substantial donation?" "Of course. It is to provide financial support during these troubled times. When the nation is in peril, it is the duty of all to contribute. Those who can offer assistance do so. Those who can provide funds must also step forth." The young master returned her bow. "There is no need for formality. I am Lin Xiuqi, cousin to Qin Lang. So, it was Lin Xiuqi from the Lin family, come to support the western frontier." Shen Ruojin thought to herself, the real Lin Gongzi has arrived. Just days prior, Qin Lang had impersonated him at the governor's office. And now the genuine Lin Gongzi had also come to Shizhou. This coincidence would surely confuse matters when news reached the capital. "Since we are all family, there is no need for such pleasantries," Lin Xiuqi remarked, his demeanor becoming more regal as he spoke. Shen Ruojin nodded. "As you have traveled far, I hope you were not injured in the incident with the horse. Please, allow us to escort you to the residence to rest. I shall arrange a feast to welcome you. I am unharmed. It was merely a misunderstanding with this young lady, and you need not concern yourself." Lin Xiuqi's brow relaxed, instantly assuming the demeanor of a distinguished gentleman. Xiao Xia contemplated further comments, but held her tongue, recognizing he was Shen Shi's cousin. She was there to deliver horses, while he had come bearing gifts of money. Both were aiding Shen Shi, so she refrained from escalating tensions, lest she put Shen Shi in a difficult position. Coincidentally, Lin Xiuqi had similar thoughts. The animosity between the two dissipated, and they chose to ignore each other. As soldiers emerged to lead the horses and carry the gold and silver, the crowd effectively separated them. Shen Ruojin, having witnessed Lin Xiuqi fall due to the horse, instructed that he be escorted to the residence to bathe and change, calming his nerves, while she remained behind with the officers to count the horses and money. Xiao Xia accompanied her, not forgetting to inquire, "Where did you find this cousin from the Lin family?" Shen Ruojin leaned closer, whispering, "He is my husband's cousin. Therefore, he is my cousin as well." The Lin family was the wealthiest in Jiangnan, and their support would greatly enhance the recruitment and supply efforts. Xiao Xia gasped in astonishment. "You are married? When did this happen? How did I not know?" Shen Ruojin had yet to determine how to disclose this information, but Xiao Xia's displeasure was evident. "You got married without informing me. You didn't even send me an invitation. Do you no longer consider me a close friend?" Shen Ruojin replied softly. "This is a lengthy story. I shall explain it to you later." Her decision to marry Pei Jing had been more of an obligation than a choice, made in a time of familial loss, leaving her indifferent to the significance of the marriage. Thus she had not communicated this to Xiao Xia, not wishing for her to undertake a long journey for a wedding feast. Yet now, with Xiao Xia bringing it up, it did seem somewhat inconsiderate. "Very well. Share it with me when you have the time." Xiao Xia, being straightforward, recognized Shen Ruojin's reluctance to discuss this in front of others and did not press further. Instead, she enthusiastically proclaimed, "I have brought with me 10,000 of the finest horses." Shen Ruojin, witnessing the magnificent spectacle of the galloping horses. Recalled the recent report from the general, stating that the Qiao family had explicitly refused to sell horses to the western frontier, and thus inquired, "How did you acquire these 10,000 fine steeds?" Currently, Xichang is attacking Shizhou, sending threats to our Qiao family, claiming that should we dare sell horses to you, they would soon come to cleanse our family with blood once they capture Shizhou. My uncles were too timid to proceed with the sale. But I am different. Xiao Xia spread her arms wide, embracing the sunlight, squinting her eyes with a smile. I opened the stables overnight and brought 10,000 fine horses directly to the western frontier. She declared, I am not here to sell horses. I am offering them all to you for free. Chapter 60. It seems we are having an affair. Shen Ruojin's gratitude was beyond expression as she embraced Xiao Xia. You truly are. Xiao Xia returned the hug and patted her back. So what do you think? Am I a good sister? More than just good. Your 10,000 horses arriving in the western frontier has alleviated my immediate predicament. Shen Ruojin was elated. Yet a worry creased her brow as she thought of the Qiao family possibly blaming Xiao Xia. You secretly brought so many horses to the western frontier. How will you return to the Qiao family? Then I simply shall not return, Xiao Xia replied lightly. I will stay in the western frontier, living off your hospitality. And we shall never part. Fine. Shen Ruojin agreed without a second thought. You truly wish to be with me for a lifetime? Xiao Xia laughed, playfully pinching Shen Ruojin's cheek. Recently, the aunt of the Grand Cheese Liang Wang had sent a letter informing that she had fallen gravely ill and was nearing death, with a young son to raise. She wished to choose a girl from the Qiao family as a concubine to help care for her child and strengthen ties between the Qiao family and the Liang Wang. Among the eligible maidens in the Qiao family, Xiao Xia was the eldest, and having always preferred the company of horses, she had yet to settle on a match. Unlike her sisters who had found their paths. Thus, it was nearly predetermined that Xiao Xia would become the concubine. This trip to the western city to deliver horses was to be her final act of whimsy and freedom in her life. Such matters weighed heavily on her heart. And like Shen Ruojin, she preferred not to dwell on them. Xiao Xia smiled at Shen Ruojin, saying, The people of Xichang do not permit the Qiao family to sell horses to the Shen army, but they never said we couldn't gift them. Indeed, you are exceedingly clever. Shen Ruojin and she exchanged knowing smiles. For some reason, during this reunion, Shen Ruojin felt that Xiao Xia was not as carefree as before. Nevertheless, her wit remained sharper than others. Should the Qiao family's uncles hear her speak thus, one could only imagine their fury. With horses and money having fallen from the heavens, the old General Shen, despite his severe injuries, arranged a welcome banquet at the residence to thank the two benefactors. Unable to leave his bed, Shen Ruojin, as the hostess, entertained the esteemed guests while the generals accompanied her. The food was simple, and the wine was a potent local brew, yet the warmth of their hospitality was genuine. Lin Xiuqi, though appearing somewhat effeminate, possessed a remarkable capacity for alcohol. After several rounds, he remained focused on business, asking everyone, where are the tax records for the western city? Tomorrow, I shall inspect them one by one, ensuring they contribute silver. They are all stored in the government office. I will take you there first thing tomorrow. The generals of the western city did not question his motives and readily agreed. Not tomorrow. Take me now, Lin Xiuqi insisted, appearing like a wealthy idler. Yet his enthusiasm for the task was commendable. The Lin family had engaged in commerce for generations, well aware of the harsh realities of a chaotic world. Having suffered their share, they understood that the western city not only lacked silver, but also required the participation of all officials, merchants, and citizens in the impending conflict. The city's commander saw Shen Ruojin's approval. Upon her nod, he promptly said, Very well, let us go now. As the esteemed guests departed, the generals dispersed, each wary of the imminent threat posed by the Xichang army, refraining from excessive drinking. After surveying the city walls with Shen Ruojin, Xiao Xia spent the night in the same chamber. They lay together under a shared quilt, conversing at length. Just as sleep began to beckon, Xiao Xia suddenly sat up. Recalling something, sharing a bed with you. Will your husband be displeased? Shen Ruojin initially intended to say, he does not share my chambers. Yet, recalling their night together before her return, where they had crossed boundaries both appropriate and otherwise, she felt her drowsiness dissipate. Xiao Xia, your question makes it seem as if we are having an affair. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia felt the same. Who told you to marry without informing me first? Miss Qiao awaited an explanation from Shen Ruojin, but the long absence had left them with an abundance of untold words, causing her to forget the matter entirely. Shen Ruojin remembered the situation, initially wanting to reassure her grandfather, thinking that marrying someone relatively suitable was acceptable. It was not a joyful occasion. Hence no wedding invitation was sent. After all, her brothers had once declared they would find her the finest husband in the world. Xiao Xia was aware of this. Yet Shen Ruojin had casually wed someone. The reality had unfolded contrary to her wishes, and there was no need to make it known, which would only bring dissatisfaction. You. Xiao Xia struggled to find the right words to describe Shen Shi, ultimately deciding against mentioning it. Changing the subject, Xiao Xia remarked, "That Lin gentleman is quite effeminate. His cousin must be quite handsome. As the saying goes, one fair face covers 100 flaws. Your husband is likely not too unattractive. Far from it." Shen Ruojin chuckled softly in the dark. "He is renowned as the most handsome in Xinjiang." Xiao Xia gasped in astonishment. "What? The most handsome in Xinjiang? You mean to say you casually chose the most attractive man in the Grand Qi?" Xiao Xia mused. "Isn't that rather superficial?" "Indeed," Shen Ruojin replied softly, not wishing to discuss the matter of an impromptu husband swap. Her grandfather was heartbroken upon hearing of it. Increasingly curious about Shen Shi, Xiao Xia asked, "When will your husband return? I am eager to see what he looks like." "He will return soon." Shen Ruojin calculated that Qin Lang had mentioned he would be back within 3 days, and with 2 days already passed, tomorrow marked the day of his return. Regardless of whether they found the elder Jiang, he was due back. Really? Xiao Xia, no longer fretting over occupying the rightful husband's bed, eagerly anticipated meeting Shen Shi, the newlywed known as the most handsome in Xinjiang. The following morning, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight fell upon the city walls. From the direction of the Xichang army, an arrow soared and embedded itself in the drum frame. The city guard approached to retrieve it, discovering a paper affixed to the arrow. The note read, "Shen Shi, your husband is in my grasp. If you wish to preserve his life, come out alone to meet me." Oh no, the young master has been captured by the Xichang people, used as leverage against Miss Shi. The city guards were alarmed and rushed the message to the residents, bursting through the gates while shouting, "This is terrible. The young master has been taken by Hitua." At these words, the entire residence was thrown into chaos. As news spread within, Shen Ruojin, who had been strategizing with the generals, abruptly looked up. "What did you say?" The guard presented the note, explaining, "This message was just shot over from the Xichang army. Please review it, Miss Shi." The uproar in the residence intensified. How could such a fine new son-in-law fall into enemy hands? Outside, the hidden guards who had accompanied their master were equally stunned. Did you hear what they shouted? "Is there anyone else besides our master in the Shen family?" Qin Lang halted his horse, his expression complex. "If the Shen family's son-in-law has been captured by Hitua, then who am I?" Chapter 61. The return of my husband. Either the Shen family has other daughters, or the 10th daughter of the Shen family has other husbands. The two hidden guards expressed their speculations. Qin Lang glanced back at them, remaining silent. Yet it was clear that no one regarded them as mute. The hidden guards promptly fell silent. "So, what is the current situation?" Jiang Huayan, brought out of the mountains by Qin Lang, was utterly bewildered upon arriving in Shizhou City. Jiang Huayan, the sole grandson of Jiang Pingwei, had just turned 19. Tall and strong, dressed in a hunter's attire and carrying a bow and arrows. His grandfather had passed away the previous year, leaving him alone in the mountains. Upon hearing of the war in Shizhou, he descended to join the army, honoring his grandfather's last wishes. After traveling a mere few dozen miles, he encountered the Xichang forces pillaging the innocent at the border. Unable to stand idly by, he stealthily intervened to rescue those in peril. Just as he engaged in battle, Qin Lang and his companions, witnessing the injustice, drew their swords to assist, vanquishing the Xichang soldiers and saving the innocent civilians. Afterward, they introduced themselves. What a coincidence, indeed. Qin Lang and his party had come specifically for him, Jiang Huayan. In times of national crisis, every man bears responsibility. Moreover, with the Xichang army at his doorstep, despite the Jiang family's years of seclusion in the mountains, how could they remain indifferent? Without hesitation, Jiang Huayan decided to follow them to Shizhou City. This young Lord Qin claimed to be the husband of Shen Ten, the granddaughter of General Shen. At first, he believed it, but now, doubts began to gnaw at him. If this man were not Shen Ten's husband, what awaited him ahead might be a perilous trap. Jiang Huayan immediately reined in his horse, stepping back a few paces to maintain a safe distance from Qin Lang, glaring at him warily as he inquired. "The people inside say Shen Ten's husband has been captured by the Xichang army. Who, then, are you?" The hidden guards were startled by his sudden retreat. "The chief guard." Zhang Shu quickly clarified, My master is indeed the husband of the 10th daughter of the Shen family, without a doubt. There must be some misunderstanding. If you accompany us to the residence, you will meet General Shen and the young mistress, and everything will be made clear. Jiang Huayan appeared rather gullible but was, in fact, quite cautious. Initially, he hadn't considered that possibility, but now, the more he looked at Qin Lang, the more he sensed something amiss. Noticing his gaze, Qin Lang chuckled softly. Even if you do not trust me, you should have faith in the Shen family army. He did not insist that Jiang Huayan enter the residence immediately, but instructed the hidden guard, Zhong Shu. Go inside and inform my wife that I have brought Jiang brother back. Yes, I will do so at once, Zhong Shu replied, promptly dismounting to report. It was truly understandable that Jiang Huayan felt apprehensive. Anyone hearing such news would suspect deception. Qin Lang could explain. But he believed it more effective for Shen Ten to emerge and call out to him as her husband. After all, who spread rumors that Shen Ten's husband was so inept that he could be captured by the Xichang army? Qin Lang was seething internally, maintaining an air of calmness. Jiang brother need not be anxious. Let us wait a moment. Jiang Huayan, with one hand resting on his bow behind him, replied sternly, I can wait. But I am not afraid of you. Meanwhile, inside the residence, Wei Qingshan and others were in a state of shock. Their son-in-law had fallen into the hands of the Xichang people. Immediate action was required to rescue him. He Tao, though young, was astute and cunning. He had deliberately suggested that the 10th daughter go alone, clearly with ill intentions. The 10th daughter must remain composed and not fall into He Tao's trap. The generals exchanged words, even beginning to argue over who would lead the rescue mission. The son-in-law had only recently married the 10th daughter and had come to Shizhou City, bringing supplies of grain and medicine. The young master of the Lin family had sent a substantial amount of gold and silver, undoubtedly at the behest of the son-in-law. Otherwise, the wealthiest man in Jiang'an wouldn't have sent resources to the western frontier without reason. Li Hongjin exclaimed urgently. Such a generous son-in-law cannot be allowed to fall into He Tao's hands. The others echoed his sentiments. Xiao Xia, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but think, the husband of Shen Ten, renowned as the most beautiful in Xinjiang, actually captured by the Xichang people? This seemed somewhat superficial. It couldn't be true. Shen Ruojin, amidst the clamor, regained her composure. She analyzed the situation carefully. Qin Lang appeared carefree, yet he was undoubtedly calculating and would not easily fall into enemy hands. Since Qin Lang had arrived in the western frontier without searching for her, but instead went directly to the governor's office to obtain the military token, he had transformed in her mind from a reckless troublemaker in the capital to a strategic player. Shen Ruojin stated, moreover, Zhang's elder had secluded himself in the mountains. Even if the Xichang soldiers infiltrated, it would be unlikely they could capture him so conveniently. Qin Lang possesses considerable martial prowess and inner strength and is accompanied by a dozen hidden guards. Even against hundreds of Xichang soldiers, he would not falter. If the Xichang army were to sneak in, they could not bring too many. The generals felt somewhat reassured by her words. Wei Qingshan remarked, a husband is best understood by his wife. Since the 10th daughter asserts this, the one captured by the Xichang army may not be our son-in-law. But the message from the Xichang people states otherwise, one general interjected. Xiao Xia, disdainful, remarked, these Xichang people are becoming increasingly shameless. Deceit in warfare should not stoop to such lows. Some generals thought Shen Ruojin too certain. While it was wise to think positively, the 10th daughter seemed overly optimistic. What if the Xichang people truly had captured their son-in-law? Shen Ruojin, however, chose not to argue, stating, regardless of the truth, we must send scouts to investigate. Yes. Wei Qingshan promptly agreed to take action. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from outside. Hidden guard Zhong Shu sought an audience with the young mistress. Let him in, Shen Ruojin said, realizing that Qin Lang's people had returned. The guards at the door allowed Zhong Shu to enter amidst the curious gazes of the assembled. Before he could speak, the generals clamored, you, a guard, left your master alone and returned? Where is our son-in-law? Has he truly been captured by the Xichang people? Zhong Shu hurriedly replied, my master has just brought back Jiang Huayan, the grandson of Jiang Elder, who is currently waiting outside. Someone must have falsely claimed that our son-in-law was captured. Upon hearing this, Jiang brother suspected my master was impersonating Shen family's son-in-law and refused to enter. He has returned. Upon hearing that Qin Lang had brought back Jiang Huayan, Shen Ruojin rushed out to meet him. She nearly ran, her garments billowing in the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. The others quickly followed suit. Outside the residence, Only Qin Lang and Jiang Huayan remained mounted on their horses. The hidden guards dismounted and stepped back to ease Jiang brothers' wariness. Shen Ruojin crossed the threshold and immediately spotted the dashing figure of Lord Qin. His rugged appearance, unable to conceal his striking handsomeness. Seeing him unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and called out, "Qin Lang, my lady, what did you just call me?" Qin Lang dismounted and approached her, whispering, "Jiang brother refuses to believe I am Shen family's son-in-law." Understanding the implication, Shen Ruojin promptly corrected herself. "My husband has returned." Chapter 62, Brother-in-law. Upon hearing those words, Qin Lang felt as though a gentle spring breeze had whisked away his weariness in an instant. His gaze fell upon Shen Ruojin and remained transfixed, though his expression betrayed nothing as he nodded in acknowledgement. "I have returned." Standing side by side with Qin Lang, Shen Ruojin turned to the figure a few paces away, introducing him softly to her husband. "This is Jiang Huayan, the grandson of Elder Jiang." "I have met Brother Jiang," Shen Ruojin acknowledged, nodding towards the man on horseback. "With the imminent battle in Shizhou City, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for the people of the western frontier that Brother Jiang is willing to lend his assistance. I would like to express my gratitude in advance." When Shen Ruojin arrived in the western frontier, Elder Jiang had long since retreated from the world. And although she had briefly crossed paths with Jiang Huayan 3 years ago after the Great Battle, her heart was solely consumed with vengeance for her uncle and brothers. At that time, she had hardly registered her surroundings, her mind only focused on one purpose: retribution. Jiang Huayan, clad in the simplest of coarse linen and even draped in a tiger's skin, bore the appearance of a hunter isolated from civilization. In his early 20s, he was tall and had piercing eyes, clearly a product of rigorous martial training from a young age. As Jiang Huayan beheld Shen Ruojin, he hesitated momentarily. Shen Ruojin smiled, a reflection of her joy at her husband's return. 3 years prior, after the tragic deaths of the Shen family's young men in battle, she had accompanied her grandfather to Luoyue Pass, aiding General Shen in repelling enemies. During that time, she was clad in white mourning attire, traversing between cities, sword drawn, ready to kill at a moment's notice. She had seemed like a puppet, devoid of emotion or laughter, her tears long since dried. Her singular focus was vengeance. When Jiang Huayan had stood before her then, it was as if he were invisible, for no one else could capture her attention or enter her heart. But now, Shen Ruojin appeared to have been revitalized. Was it due to encountering the right person? Her husband seemed quite amiable, displaying no anger at the suspicions cast upon him, even dismissing the hidden guards to wait outside with him. Seeing Jiang Huayan's unwavering gaze on Shen Ruojin, Qin Lang called out, "Brother Jiang, what are you doing still on horseback? My wife has come out to greet you. You should dismount." "I must apologize for my earlier misunderstanding," Jiang Huayan began, but was interrupted by Qin Lang, who waved it off as a trifling matter, urging him not to dwell on it. With a casual tone, Qin Lang turned to Shen Ruojin, inquiring about the source of the rumors that claimed Shen's husband had been captured by the Xichang soldiers. "Do I appear so feeble?" Shen Ruojin recalled the day at Li Garden when Qin Lang had forcefully burst through the doors, brandishing a staff. The notion of weakness was utterly incongruent with Qin Lang's nature. The indignant generals who had nearly fallen for the deception exclaimed, "This must be a cunning scheme by He Tuo. He aims to lure Miss Shi out of the city alone." They speculated that He Tuo believed Miss Shi and her husband, newly wed and deeply in love, would be easily rattled by such falsehoods. Qin Lang turned back to Shen Ruojin. "My wife and I are newly wed and deeply in love. Have you ever felt unsettled upon hearing such falsehoods?" Shen Ruojin met his gaze. "I am no mere plant. How could I remain unaffected? As a person with feelings, how could I not worry upon hearing news of a comrade's capture?" In a low voice, Qin Lang admitted, "It is my fault for returning so late." Shen Ruojin considered saying, "You have brought Brother Jiang back," which is a significant boon for Shizhou City, but the thought felt overly formal. The way Qin Lang looked at her was different from before. What was on the tip of her tongue transformed into, "It is not too late." Qin Lang stepped closer, bridging the distance between them. Shen Ruojin reached up to brush away the dry leaves clinging to his shoulder. "You and Brother Jiang must be weary from your journey. Let us speak inside." Jiang Huayan, observing the exchange, wondered repeatedly why he had felt moments ago that Qin Lang was not the Shen family's son-in-law. As everyone turned to walk towards the residence, Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Lang. After a moment, she regained her composure and hurried to Shen Ruojin's side, whispering, "No wonder you said to marry when you do, with such a handsome and refined gentleman." Who would not wish to hold on to him? Shen Ruojin replied softly, "Did you think your voice was inaudible?" Everyone behind us heard that. Qin Lang, walking to Shen Ruojin's left, also caught her words and, smiling, asked, "Madam, who is this perceptive young lady?" Shen Ruojin halted, formally introducing. "This is my closest friend, Xiaoxia." She then turned to Xiaoxia. "This is my husband, Qin Lang." "Ah, brother-in-law, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Xiaoxia said, clasping her hands in greeting, then leaned closer to Shen Ruojin, whispering, "The most beautiful in Shengjing truly lives up to the reputation." Shen Ruojin maintained her composure, choosing not to respond. Qin Lang returned the greeting with a smile. "Greetings, Miss Qiao." Indeed, Xiaoxia exclaimed. Captivated by his handsome visage, her spirits lifted. She directly inquired, "If I call you brother-in-law, why do you not call me sister?" Qin Lang, gazing at Shen Ruojin, replied slowly, "A husband follows his wife's lead." Shen Ruojin glanced at him, but remained silent with a smile. A husband follows his wife's lead? This was a novel sentiment. She realized she had never heard such a phrase before. Xiaoxia, momentarily perplexed, pondered. "So what you mean is that since Shen Ruojin does not call me sister, you will not either?" Qin Lang only nodded gently, offering no further words. Xiaoxia looked skyward, exclaiming, "Why is it so hard to earn a sister-s title?" Though she was but a year younger than Shen Ruojin, the latter steadfastly refused to address her as sister. Her husband appeared equally difficult to deceive. The generals behind them laughed heartily. With news that the son-in-law had not been captured by the Xichang soldiers, everyone felt a wave of relief as they conversed and walked inside together. One of the generals, lost in thought, finally voiced, "He Tua is indeed crafty, yet he is not without substance. Since he dared to send a message claiming our son-in-law has been captured, it must be to sow discord among our ranks, or perhaps he has mistaken someone else for him. Our son-in-law's appearance and demeanor are distinct from ordinary men. The Xichang soldiers cannot simply seize any common fellow and claim him to be our son-in-law, can they?" As the group pondered, they began to speculate about who Tua had mistakenly captured instead. Chapter 63. The husband of Shinten 30 miles outside of Shizhou City, in the Xichang military camp. Tua inquired of his subordinate. "The signal arrow has been shot for half a day, yet there has been no response from Shizhou City?" The subordinate quickly assured him. "Rest assured, General, I have dispatched men to keep watch, and should the city open, they will report back to you immediately. It seems that Shunten possesses more composure than I initially surmised," Tua remarked as he made his way to the main tent. The Xichang marshal, struck by an arrow from Shun 11, had returned to the camp only to succumb to a high fever, sustained solely by ginseng. The military physician warned that if the marshal did not awaken within 3 days, his fate would be uncertain. Today marked the 4th day. The Xichang army, consisting of 200,000 troops drawn from 26 tribes of the western frontier, was led by the chieftains of each tribe, initially united for mutual benefit. Now, with the marshal's life in jeopardy, each leader aspired to seize the role of commander, arguing vehemently before the marshal's sickbed. Tua had already engaged in several disputes with them, having executed a few rebellious factions, but such intimidation only served as a temporary measure. The glory and prestige of breaching Shizhou City and achieving a decisive victory over the great Qi dynasty were too enticing for any leader to relinquish, even if the probability of success was a mere 10%. This was the primary reason Tua resolved to employ psychological tactics to capture Shizhou City. Should the two armies engage in battle, the 26 tribes might hinder each other in pursuit of greater rewards, ultimately allowing the people of Great Qi to seize the advantage. It was all due to Shinten. The 10th daughter of the Shen family possessed remarkable skill. Not only did she aim directly at the life of the Xichang marshal, but she also inadvertently unsettled the morale of the 200,000 troops under his command. The squabbling within the main tent grew incessant, with the marshal at his last breath, unable to maintain order among the tribes. Tua refrained from entering, instead turning towards the prisoner camp, convinced that Shinten would not abandon her newlywed husband. "Let us see what manner of man has captured Shinten's heart." His subordinate followed closely behind, remarking on the man's handsome visage, though his other merits remained unperceived for the moment. Perhaps it was indeed that face that had caught Shinten's fancy. Tua touched his own face, recalling his first encounter with Shinten 3 days prior, when he had boasted of capturing her to serve as his bed warmer. Shinten had dismissed him with disdain, claiming he was too unattractive. Now he was determined to discover what exceptional qualities her husband possessed. The Xichang soldiers had imprisoned the citizens they captured in the prisoner camp, binding their hands and feet. Hundreds huddled in corners, trembling at the sound of approaching footsteps. General, Shen Tin's husband is over there. The subordinate led Itua to the central tent of the prisoner camp, pointing at a young man clad in a blue long robe. His features strikingly handsome. Very well. Itua unsheathed the bone whip from his waist, toying with it as he approached. Let me examine him closely. I am not Shen Tin's husband. You have made a mistake. Pei Jing, who had been seated on the ground, stood immediately upon seeing the commanding figure. Pei Gu. Muyue whispered, fear evident in her voice as she perceived the ominous aura emanating from the newcomer. She and Pei Jing, along with several attendants, had been captured in the mountain residence of the Jiang family. They had journeyed day and night from the capital to the western frontier, only to hear of the turmoil at Luoyue Pass. After much inquiry, they finally located the secluded home of the Jiang family, only to find it abandoned. As they descended the mountain, they sought anyone who might have seen the young man surnamed Jiang. Unexpectedly, they encountered Xichang soldiers in broad daylight, who spoke in a language they could not comprehend. Pei Jing discerned fragments of conversation, realizing that the Xichang soldiers were pursuing Shen Tin's husband and had mistakenly apprehended them. Mu Yunwei seethed with resentment. Why was it always Shen Tin? What? You are not Shen Tin's husband? He Tua questioned, striking Pei Jing with the whip. Pei Jing's face turned pale from the pain, yet he did not cry out. The force of the blow was tremendous, lacerating his skin and causing blood to seep into his garments. Miyue gasped, Pei Gu, do not harm him, please. If you have something to say, just say it. Why resort to violence immediately? If you are not Shen Tin's husband, I truly have no interest in striking you. In any case, you are of no use to me. Drag him out, Itua commanded with an unyielding tone, kill him. Cold sweat broke out on Pei Jing's forehead at the ominous order. The Xichang soldiers immediately moved to drag him away. Mu Yunwei, pale with fright, realized that her entire life of wealth and privilege rested upon Pei Jing. How could she allow her newlywed husband to be inexplicably killed by the Xichang soldiers? Yes, he is. You cannot kill him. In a panic, Mu Yunwei could not think clearly and deduced from their words that capturing Shen Tin's husband was of utmost importance, and that they would not execute him without reason. With urgency, she threw herself forward, shielding Pei Jing with her body. Bound by ropes, her leap resembled a rabbit's, knocking Pei Jing, who had endured the lash in silence, to the ground. Her body lay protectively over Pei Jing, but the pressure exacerbated his injury, causing him to groan in pain, sweat pouring down his brow. Itua observed the two entangled like a fated couple, his bloodied bone whip still in hand. Then who are you? Days earlier, spies embedded within Shizhou City had relayed the news that Shen Tin's husband had also arrived, bringing supplies and medicine, and that all within the Shen army regarded him as one of their own. Yet this esteemed husband had not lingered in the city, seeking to summon someone from seclusion. Itua had dispatched men to pursue him, issuing strict orders to capture him at all costs. He had even consulted spies freshly arrived from the capital, learning that Shen Tin's husband was a scholarly gentleman named Pei Jing, whose features closely resembled the man before him. The only anomaly was the woman, fearful yet resolute, who had thrown herself protectively over Pei Jing. I am the sister of Shen Ruojin, Mu Yunwei replied, her mind racing, realizing the significance of her claim. She sought to leverage her identity as Shen Tin's sister to her advantage. The Xichang soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the audacity of the people of the Great Qi. Shen Tin was stationed at Shizhou City, while her husband and sister were ensnared in this predicament. Itua scrutinized Mu Yunwei closely. She bore no resemblance to Shen 11. A true sister would not so readily throw herself into the fray with her brother-in-law. Just as Itua pondered this, a horn sounded from outside the tent. The soldiers shouted in alarm, the Shen army is approaching. Shen Tin leads her troops. The subordinate of Itua was aghast, exclaiming in disbelief. Shen Shi has led the Shen family army to attack. We, Xichang, have an army of 200,000, while the Shen family army, along with the Shizhou City garrison, numbers at most 100,000. Instead of defending the city, she has actually led troops to attack? In a battle between two armies with such a disparity in numbers, the most prudent course of action for the Great Qi would be to fortify the city gates and await reinforcements. Yet, Shen Shi has directly launched an assault. The sun has not even set. She doesn't even wait for nightfall to launch a surprise attack, opting for a frontal assault instead. How audacious! What spirit! After a moment of brief astonishment, Itua became even more convinced that the soldiers had indeed captured Shen Shi's husband. However, this woman is disobedient, not arriving alone, but choosing to engage in open warfare. Although the situation has unfolded differently from his expectations, This young man is undoubtedly of great importance to Shen Shi. And then there's this young woman claiming to be Shen Ruojin's sister. Shen Shi has arrived at an opportune moment. Transmit my orders. Form ranks to engage the enemy. He Tuo commanded in a loud voice. Form ranks to engage the enemy. The Xichang soldiers echoed in unison. Bring all the captives and civilians to the front lines. He Tuo instructed, grabbing both individuals from the ground, one in each hand. Let's go. Your time has come. Pei Jing almost immediately surmised the Xichang general's intentions and spoke again. I am not Shen Shi's husband. Threatening her with me will be futile. Brother Pei. Mu Yunwei interjected sharply, urgently whispering to him, don't speak. The Xichang people are notoriously cruel. They will genuinely kill you. Why concern yourself with what he intends to do? Let's focus on surviving first. We must live. He Tuo was already contemplating how to compel Shen Shi to surrender, then escort her back to the royal court. Such an intriguing woman, if unwilling to be a concubine, could even be considered as the first wife. He Tuo paid no heed to their hushed conversation. This man named Pei Jing possesses some fortitude, but he merely had the good fortune of encountering them just as the two armies were about to clash. Otherwise, the mere lashings would have reduced him to a spineless coward. Pei Jing gazed at Mu Yunwei as if seeing her for the first time. Since the exchange marriage, he had been avoiding comparing Mu Yunwei to Shen Ruojin. Even when everyone around him said he had traded a pearl for a fisheye, he would remind himself that at least Mu Yunwei's divinely inspired premonition had genuinely saved his adoptive mother and younger sister. This time, his capture by Xichang soldiers while seeking out that young military talent in Xizjiang was accidental. But with the two armies engaged in battle, concerning the fate of the nation and its people, Shen Ruojin disregarded her own safety on the front lines, while Mu Yunwei was saying, why concern yourself with what the Xichang people intend to do? Let's focus on surviving first. It is said that everyone acts in their own self-interest. But how can one cast aside all sense of national duty when it stands before them? Xichang soldiers pressed Pei Jing and Mu Yunwei towards the front lines. Noticing the change in Pei Jing's gaze, Mu Yunwei realized she had spoken rashly without thinking. Stumbling from the Xichang soldiers' push, she rushed to Pei Jing's side, disregarding her tears, and whispered an explanation. Even if you clarify to these Xichang people that you are not Shen Shi's husband, what good would it do? They would simply kill you. It's better to feign acceptance and meet the great cheese generals first. Perhaps. Mu Yunwei pursed her pale lips and whispered, we might still have a chance to do something. Yunwei. Pei Jing never imagined that Mu Yunwei, a delicate woman, could possess such calculation. He immediately felt remorse for having regarded her as a craven individual. Brother Pei. Mu Yunwei called out to him with deep affection. There's no need for words between us. Just as Pei Jing was about to say something, the Xichang soldiers responsible for escorting the captives shoved them forward, cursing. Why so much to say? Save it for the journey to the Yellow Springs. Mu Yunwei, Pei Jing, and several hundred other captives were herded forward. Upon seeing the Shen banner in the distance, the listlessness in their hearts dissipated, and hope for survival rekindled. The Shen family army still stood. Xizjiang would not fall. These common people, whose lives were as insignificant as grass, were still cared for. The front lines had already formed into a battle array between the two armies. Shen Ruojin had brought only 30,000 soldiers, swiftly reaching 30 li outside the city, catching the Xichang people off guard. By the time he Tuo mobilized his troops to engage, the Shen family army, having rested for 3 days in Xizhou City, had already been on a rampage for some time, their morale high. Despite the Xichang army's overwhelming numerical advantage, they were now hesitant to advance. How exhilarating! Li Hongzhen exclaimed with a hearty laugh after slaying dozens of Xichang soldiers. Where is he Tuo? Wasn't he clamoring to meet our lady Shi? Why is he cowering and afraid to emerge now? Li, are you in such haste to become a dead man under my blade? He Tuo's voice echoed from afar. The Xichang army swiftly retreated to both sides, and General He, accompanied by several other generals, galloped to the forefront of the formation, confronting the great Qi forces head-on. The soldiers from both sides returned to their respective camps, and the fighting temporarily ceased. Nonsense. You're more likely to become a dead man under my blade. Li Hongzhen, a boorish man, had clashed with He Tuo several times without gaining the upper hand, and was extremely displeased. The sight of him made him want to curse. Li, stand aside. I want to see Shen Shi. I have no time to waste with you, you uncouth brute. He Tuo had no interest in exchanging insults. His gaze fell upon Shen Ruojin, and he was unable to look away for a moment. This meeting, unlike the previous one where he could only glimpse her from the city tower, was much closer. Shen Ruojin was clad in crimson attire and dark armor, her long hair tied back with a red ribbon. The wind caused her dark tresses to flutter. Despite her unadorned face, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Seated high on horseback, she held a golden halberd, casually twirling it to shake off the blood, then effortlessly resting it behind her. She raised her eyebrows and said, "He Tuo, I have come as agreed. Do you dare to face me in battle?" He Tuo reined in his horse and laughed heartily. "I asked you to come alone, yet you bring an army. Shen Ruojin, is your courage so small?" He Tuo still remembered how Shen Ruojin had used her halberd as if it were a feather arrow in a game of pitch-pot on the city tower that day, piercing a general through and killing him. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would have been pinned to the spot. Shen Ruojin was likely skilled with the sword, but she had deliberately changed her weapon to meet him today, which was thoughtful of her. Shen Ruojin replied, "Enough nonsense. I'm not foolish. Knowing that the Xichang people have laid a trap for me, why would I come alone? That would be no different from offering my head." He Tuo was rendered speechless. Li Hongzhen felt even more delighted upon seeing this. "Who do you think you are? Just because you asked her to come alone, she would come alone?" While they were speaking, the Xichang soldiers brought the captives forward. He Tuo, displeased by Li's repeated interruptions, smiled again upon seeing Pei Jing, whose clothes were stained with blood. "Shen Ruojin, don't speak too soon. Let's take a look at your husband first." "Very well." Qin Lang stepped forward, urging his horse to Shen Ruojin's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "Since you're crying and begging to see him, I'll mercifully grant you a glimpse." Chapter 65. Save me, He Tuo, upon hearing the voice, turned to see the speaker advancing on horseback. The individual possessed a visage as exquisite as jade, strikingly handsome to the point of being breathtaking at first glance. Upon closer inspection, no flaws could be discerned. He was both charming and robust, sitting tall on his steed, garbed in dark robes that resembled ink, with a hint of crimson peeking from his collar. From his appearance to his stature, even his attire was a perfect match for Shen Ruojin. As if to proclaim to all that he was Shen Ruojin's husband, Qin Lang, gripping the reins, raised an eyebrow and declared, "He Tuo, open your eyes and see clearly. I, Qin Lang, am the true husband of Shen Ruojin and Shen Ruojin." He Tuo was momentarily taken aback, noticing the audacity of this man. One could easily mistake him for some celestial being. Shen Ruojin, having just emerged from battle, was on horseback, quietly regulating her breath when she heard Qin Lang's voice resonating across the battlefield. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Prior to leading the troops out of the city, she had conferred with her grandfather and fellow generals about their strategic divisions. It had been agreed that Prince Qin should not appear on the western battlefield, especially after he had spent days seeking out the Jiang family. Thus, they had decided he should remain at home to recuperate. At that time, he had acquiesced. Yet now, unexpectedly, he had followed her. Qin Lang showed no sign of embarrassment at being discovered, instead responding with nonchalance, "As my wife charges into battle, how could I rest easy?" Shen Ruojin was momentarily at a loss for words. However, she could not help but think that he shouldn't be dressed in such a manner for a battlefield. Clad in dark robes over a red garment, he resembled a groom, without even a piece of armor for protection. How reckless he was, prioritizing appearance over life itself. Qin Lang, sensing her concern, replied softly, "I came in haste this time. Next time, I shall be donned in battle attire." Next time? Shen Ruojin thought it futile to argue with him. The surrounding generals exchanged glances, speechless at the sight of this overly clingy son-in-law, who insisted on following even into the fray of battle. Yet, when He Tuo and the Western troops brandished their counterfeit threats, the sight of the genuine husband appearing abruptly left them all dumbfounded. Li Hongzhen bellowed, "Our son-in-law is here. He Tuo, do you still wish to threaten us with fakes? Save your breath." He Tuo's expression darkened as he glanced between Qin Lang and Pei Jing, recalling that Shen Ruojin's husband was said to be Pei Jing. Did not the women of Deqi value loyalty above all? How could Shen Ruojin's husband have changed? Pei Jing, having recently endured a lash, felt the sting of He Tuo's words anew, his pallid face turning even more ashen. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "I have said it before. I am not Shen Ruojin's husband. It is the Westerners who do not believe." Pei Jing, in pain and barely able to stand, sought to uphold the dignity of the Prince of Deqi, even if he currently bore the title of a mere scholar. As the two armies stood poised for confrontation, tension hung thick in the air. Pei Jing observed Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, side by side at the forefront of the armies, one radiant and valiant, the other composed amidst chaos. This newlywed couple, hastily united, appeared strikingly well matched in that moment. Mu Yunwei, watching them, was so astonished that she forgot to blink. Qin Lang, known for his carefree demeanor, had never taken anything seriously, indulging only in pleasures. In her dreams, Prince Qin had never engaged in any earnest endeavors until the collapse of the Northern King's manor, and yet now, he was accompanying Shen Ruojin into battle. And Shen Ruojin, a woman, commanding 3 armies and confronting the Western generals with weapons in hand? It was madness. They had all gone mad. Mu Yunwei, still reeling from the revelation, ceased to let Pei Jing pretend to be Shen Ruojin's husband. You claim to be Shun Shi's husband, but is that sister of yours also a fabrication? He Tuo pressed his blade against Mu Yunwei's throat. While Pei Jing had denied being Shun Shi's husband, this woman was clearly attempting to deceive, which was even more reprehensible. Originally, He Tuo had intended to use a hostage to capture Shen Shi. However, his plan had backfired, and now Shen Shi led her troops against him, marking a rare failure in a career otherwise filled with victories. The cold blade pressed against her neck jolted Mu Yunwei back to reality, and she trembled, pleading, "You cannot kill me. I truly am Shun Shi's sister." He Tuo glanced toward Shen Shi. In fear, Mu Yunwei shut her eyes and cried out, second sister, save me." In her heart, she thought, "I only wish to become the empress. I aspire to rise above. I cannot perish here." Despite having previously envied Shen Ruojin, even seeking to usurp her position, at this moment of life and death, she still called out for her sister to rescue her. "Yunwei," Pei Jing scolded. "In times of war, we cannot allow personal matters to sway the morale of the troops." He added gravely, "Our lives, how can they be compared to the lives of countless soldiers?" "Brother Pei, be silent," Mu Yunwei retorted, with a blade at her throat. She could not afford to contemplate the greater good. Such matters were of no concern to them as men. What did honor mean? What were ambition and aspiration? Once life was gone, nothing else remained. To live, this was of utmost importance. "Second sister, I came to the western frontier to assist you. Without me, how would you have learned of General Shen's plight? It was I who revealed the news to you." "Second sister, save me," Mu Yunwei cried out hoarsely. Despite having initially informed Shen Ruojin about General Shen's predicament to ensure her own safety from the matchmaking rumors surrounding the second daughter of the Ho family, this had allowed Shen Ruojin to see her grandfather, had it not? Ultimately, she had aided Shen Ruojin. Therefore, it was only fair for Shen Ruojin to save her in return. Pei Jing observed Mu Yunwei's desperate pleas for survival, disregarding how others perceived her, and was plunged into deep self-doubt. For this person, he had forsaken Shen Ruojin. He had sacrificed her for one so cowardly and devoid of integrity. On the day he returned home, Pei Jing had been aware of Mu Yunwei's actions to send news of General Shen's potential demise to Shen Ruojin. At that time, she had claimed to know that Shen Ruojin cared deeply for their grandfather, insisting that although she had no intention of usurping her sister's husband, the reality of their arranged marriages had become evident. Though Shen Ruojin had been angered and publicly humiliated her, Mu Yunwei had declared that she would not hold a grudge, viewing her warnings as a divine message to ensure her sister did not miss a final farewell to their grandfather, leaving only regret in its wake. Such noble words. Yet now, Mu Yunwei sought to leverage her past actions to compel Shen Ruojin into saving her. It is human nature to strive for survival. However, Pei Jing could no longer tolerate her lack of fortitude, his voice low and firm. "Yunwei, cease your cries. Every life must eventually end. Some are lighter than feathers, while others weigh heavier than mountains. You could show a bit of backbone." He Tuo remarked as he shifted the blade from Mu Yunwei's neck to Pei Jing's. This timid woman, crying and shouting, diminished the heroism of those surrounding her. With the original fiancé replaced and Pei Jing entangled with Shun Shi's sister, there was clearly more to the story. Women are sentimental, even if they marry another. They cannot simply forget their former loves in a matter of days. He Tuo was resolute in his plan to capture Shen Shi and decided to make another attempt. Dismounting, he pressed his blade against Pei Jing, pushing him forward. "Shen Shi, even if this man is not your husband, he is still a citizen of Deqi. Step forward alone, or I shall take his life." Shen Ruojin responded coldly, "Go ahead and kill him." Chapter 66, Counterattack. Pei Jing stood in stunned silence, while He Tuo was momentarily at a loss for words. When this woman turned ruthless, she could surpass any man in ferocity. After all, she was someone he had nearly wed. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Ruojin declared that they should kill. Only Qin Lang wore a slight smile. Unrestrained by others, this was the true Shen Ruojin, the one he admired. He Tuo had yet to utter the rest of his thoughts. We cannot kill. Mu Yunwei's eyes widened in panic as she struggled towards He Tuo. You cannot harm my husband. We are of great use to you. We are invaluable. He Tuo had just heard Mu Yunwei calling out to Shen Shi about revealing news of General Shen's peril. The tone of her voice was tinged with desperation, leaving him puzzled as a general of Xichang. Yet now, she claimed to be of great utility. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon He Tuo. He ordered his soldiers to seize her. Before he could finish, Shen Ruojin wielded her long spear, charging forward. Soldiers, follow me into battle. Kill. The battle cries resonated like thunder as all soldiers surged forward. The battlefield was a chaotic mass of humanity. Qin Lang drew his sword, joining Shen Ruojin in the fray. At the moment of slaying their foes, both wore expressions devoid of emotion. They revered life and held the battlefield in awe. To kill in order to stop killing was a desperate measure. Amidst the throngs of combatants, Shen Ruojin charged directly at He Tuo, her spear cleaving through more than 10 foes along the way, blood splattering across her. She was both a dazzling beauty and a fearsome harbinger of death. He Tuo, thwarted in his strategy, swung his sword in an attempt to behead Pei Jing, but an arrow flew from another direction, piercing his blade and forcing him back several steps. Pei Jing was knocked to the ground by the residual force. Dressed in battle armor, Jiang Huayan led thousands from the southeast in a flanking maneuver. The Xichang troops fell into disarray as they shouted, "General He, there is an enemy attack from the southeast." To the north, there are also Qi soldiers to the north. So many Qi soldiers. It seems we are surrounded. At that moment, He Tuo had no time to worry about Pei Jing and Mu Yunwei. He immediately mounted his horse to survey the battlefield. Pei Gu. Mu Yunwei cried in distress, her hands and feet bound, struggling to support Pei Jing. Around them were captives, similarly restrained, awaiting their fate amidst the clashing soldiers. Pei Jing finally steadied himself, only to see a blade flying towards Mu Yunwei. Though she feared for her life, she still sought to save him. He could not allow her to perish before his eyes. He quickly shoved Mu Yunwei aside with his shoulder. She stumbled to the ground as the blade embedded itself into the earth beside her. Pei Gu, I am so scared. Mu Yunwei wept. Having narrowly escaped death, regret filled her heart. She wished she had remained in Shijing. This is not the time to cry. Pei Jing gritted his teeth, bending down to use a broken blade to cut through the ropes binding his hands. Mu Yunwei, momentarily forgetting her tears, hurried to assist him in freeing himself. The battlefield was chaotic, with broken blades and severed swords flying about, corpses collapsing near Mu Yunwei. Terrified, she screamed, growing increasingly frantic as she struggled to sever her bindings. Nearby captives dashed about in panic, and the Xichang soldiers, annoyed by her shrill cries, swung their blades in her direction. At that moment, Shen Ruojin galloped forward, her spear whirling like a tempest. After dispatching the Xichang soldier, she turned her attention to Mu Yunwei. She intends to kill me, Mu Yunwei thought in sheer terror. Aware that in the merciless chaos of the battlefield, her life was held in little regard. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, awaiting death. Yet, the anticipated agony did not come. Instead, Shen Ruojin raised her spear high, and as it descended, it merely severed the ropes binding Mu Yunwei. Shen Ruojin did not even spare her a glance, commanding the soldiers who followed to rescue all captives. The words "kill" without hesitation had originated from her lips. She indeed did not hold Pei Jing's life in high regard, but as a member of the Shen family, she could not allow a single citizen of Daqi to die at the hands of the Xichang. After rescuing several individuals, Shen Ruojin turned away and charged towards He Tuo. Mu Yunwei stood in a daze, watching her ride away and dispatch foes in mere moments, unable to comprehend the transformation. Only when soldiers lifted her from the ground did she mutter, "Is she truly the Shen Ruojin I knew? How can a woman so swiftly wield a blade and take to the battlefield?" Meanwhile, He Tuo was engaged at the center of the fray, swapping his weapon to continue fighting. This is infuriating. How could the combined forces of the Shen family army and the West Prefecture garrison number barely 100,000? Yet they have summoned so many soldiers in just 3 days? He was aware that the recruitment efforts had been underway in the West Prefecture, but it seemed impossible to gather such a formidable force in such a short span. "I am Xiao Jin of Yunchuan City, passing through here with my troops." The leader of the advancing army from the north shouted as he fought valiantly. "I have come to assist the soldiers of Daqi in vanquishing the Xichang." Xiao Jin, in his late 20s, commanded a vast army and had previously served under the Northern King. For years ago, when Qin Lang had journeyed to the northern borders to deliver supplies, he had saved Xiao Jin's life from an enemy commander. They were old acquaintances. As the two armies clashed fiercely, there was no time for pleasantries. Their focus remained on the battle. Heavens, this is truly divine assistance. Li Hongzhen, engaged with a Xichang general, felt invigorated upon hearing Zhao Jin's arrival. Yunchuan City lay hundreds of miles away, and previously, recruitment efforts had only reached the midway point. Yet, Zhao Jin had brought his troops all the way to the West Prefecture, leading at least 30,000 soldiers, with over 20,000 newly recruited in recent days. With Daqi's forces totaling 150,000 against Xichang's 200,000, the odds were still unfavorable. However, Shen Ruojin had caught the enemy off guard, and the morale of Daqi's soldiers soared. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. As the sun set, casting a vibrant glow across the sky, Shen Ruojin led the charge. Rallying her comrades. Soldiers, follow me in pursuit of the enemy. Drive the Xichang forces from our Daqi territory. Chapter 67. I unfastened the general's armor subsequently. The annals recorded this day. In the winter of the 39th year of Qingning, the people of Xichang led an army of 200,000 into our territory. Shen Jia's Shen Shi commanded the Shen family army in conjunction with the garrison of Shizhou to drive them back. Jiang Huayan and a host of young military talents began to reveal their prowess. Zhao Jin, the commander of Yunchuan City, claimed to have lost his way during a 100-mile drill and fortuitously stumbled upon Shizhou City, providing much-needed relief. Prince Qin Lang traversed the battlefield in pursuit of his beloved, slaying enemy generals along the way, his reputation soaring. The historical texts scarcely capture the events of that year, the winter of that time. Shen Ruojin led her troops in a relentless pursuit, driving the Xichang forces from the battlefield of Luowei Pass, expanding the conflict to a 100-mile front. The battle raged on for 2 days and nights, littered with corpses. Initially, He Tuo intended to confront Shen Ruojin head-on, but ultimately retreated with his Xichang soldiers. Night fell and dawn broke. Although the wind and snow had ceased, the snow had yet to fully melt. Soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce pursuit across the snowy terrain, the bodies of the fallen accumulating, eventually freezing together in the bitter cold, rendering identification impossible. During the cleanup, they could only dig pits to bury the dead. Luoyue Pass was fortified by rivers and mountains, and He Tuo withdrew to the opposite bank, hastily severing the bridge to obstruct pursuit. The soldiers from both sides gazed at each other from afar across the peaks. Countless corpses floated on the river's surface, while the fortunate Xichang soldiers who managed to cross the river lay sprawled on the ground, some weeping silently, others kneeling in despair. Previously, the Xichang forces had relied on their numbers to relentlessly pursue the Shen family army. Now, the tides had turned. Shen Shi, accompanied by a contingent of cavalry, reached the riverbank, witnessing the Xichang soldiers severing the bridge they had constructed to invade the territory of Daqi. The surging river divided the soldiers of both nations, each occupying their respective sides. Wei Qinshan remarked on the great victory, explaining that after 2 days and nights of exhausting combat, any further pursuit of the Xichang troops would necessitate repairing the bridge or taking a detour via Tianan Peak. Shen Ruojin nodded in agreement and promptly issued military orders for the hundreds of thousands of Daqi soldiers to establish camp and recuperate. Everyone required rest and nourishment. Having conferred with the commanders regarding battle strategies, she partook of the hearty fare prepared by the cooks before returning to the main tent and succumbing to sleep. Qin Lang, having seen her wounded shoulder earlier, entered the tent with medicine, only to find her slumped over the table, fast asleep, her armor still on. A map of Luowei Pass clutched in her hand. The wound on her shoulder was bleeding profusely, staining her crimson attire even darker. Qin Lang approached quietly, intending to assist her in removing the armor and applying medicine to her injury. However, as he reached out, Shen Ruojin, startled from her dreams, grasped his wrist. Though she was too fatigued to fully open her eyes, her instinct to defend herself kicked in. Qin Lang made no move to resist, allowing her to hold him firmly, despite the pain of her grip. "It's me, Qin Lang," he whispered softly. "You are injured. Allow me to tend to your wound." Exhausted and weary, Shen Ruojin was beyond caring for her minor injury. Moreover, with few medics and many wounded, she figured she could endure the pain without troubling the military physician. Yet the ache was undeniable. Upon hearing Qin Lang's voice, she relaxed her grip with a soft "oh" and drifted back into slumber, her armor still unfastened. Qin Lang placed the medicine on the table, feeling somewhat helpless. Shen Ruojin, deeply ensconced in sleep, did not stir. He leaned down, gently removing her armor and murmured, "I unfastened the general's armor." In her dreams, Shen Ruojin vaguely heard this phrase, reminiscent of something she had encountered before. I unfastened the general's armor. The hibiscus tint warmed through the spring night. As she sank deeper into sleep, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Qin Lang was truly Qin Lang. Observing her exhaustion, chose not to say more. He lifted Shen Ruojin onto the bed, removed her armor, and unfastened her clothing, leaving her in a simple bodice. A fire burned in the tent, lending a slight warmth compared to the frigid air outside. Yet, upon seeing the ghastly wound on Shen Ruojin's shoulder and the scars on her body, his eyes grew colder than the northern winds. So many injuries. Shen Ruojin, over the years, had shown no regard for her own well-being. He tended to her wounds, applying medicine and wrapping them in white gauze. Unable to suppress his urge to gently caress her old scars, when Shen Shi, her uncles, and brothers were still alive, they would have never allowed her to endure such pain. These marks were the result of her relentless quest for vengeance. Traversing between the court of Xichang and avenging her kin, Shen Ruojin, Qin Lang called her softly, his heart aching. Whether she heard him in her slumber, she only felt a slight itch, rolling over and embracing his hand, which lightly rested on her scars. Warm. Shen Ruojin murmured contentedly. Qin Lang, reluctant to withdraw his hand, assisted her in donning her garments and covering her with a quilt. He too had been weary from days of relentless travel and, seeing Shen Ruojin in deep sleep, rested against the edge of her bed. Amidst the chaos of war, such moments of tranquility were rare. Shen Ruojin slept for 6 or 7 hours. When she finally awoke, it was already well past noon. Qin Lang was busy changing her dressings. As she opened her eyes, she found the handsome face of Prince Qin Lang close to her, while her clothing was disheveled. Instinctively, she attempted to adjust her attire, only to be restrained by him. "It's not finished yet," he said in a low, husky voice. Shen Ruojin replied, "Just apply the medicine." His tone had an air of seriousness. She resigned herself, allowing him to continue the bandaging. "What time is it?" she asked, glancing outside. But the curtains were drawn, obscuring her view of the sky. She had to rely on him for the answer. "It's almost noon," Qin Lang replied, adding, "Lunch is ready. I'll finish your dressing and have them bring it in." He understood Shen Ruojin well. Once she was well rested, hunger would soon follow. "Then hurry," she urged, her voice markedly softer than usual, her hunger approaching an unbearable level. If the food did not arrive soon, she feared she might devour Qin Lang instead. "It won't be long," Qin Lang assured her. "The wound must be treated properly, or it may lead to lingering issues." Upon hearing this, Shen Ruojin inexplicably recalled that night, her ears warming slightly. "Your wound is quite deep. How did you manage to sleep through it?" Qin Lang asked as he carefully bandaged her shoulder. He longed to inquire about the origin of her scars but held his tongue. Shen Ruojin, lost in thought, acknowledged the pain but felt even more drowsy. She had intended to apply the medicine and then return to sleep, but somehow had dozed off instead. In the makeshift camp, the simplicity of the tent made the ordinary white gauze in Qin Lang's hands feel as precious as silk. The ache was persistent. However, as a martial artist, it was best to avoid painkillers due to their addictive nature. Shen Ruojin focused her gaze on Qin Lang. It was said that beauty could be a feast for the eyes. She chose to use her allure to distract from her pain. After wrapping her shoulder in several layers of gauze, Qin Lang tied it off and assisted her in rearranging her clothing, beginning to fasten her sash. Shen Ruojin had intended to do it herself, but seeing him move with such fluidity, she found herself frozen, unable to intervene. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "What did you say while I was asleep?" Chapter 68. Qin Lang's quirks. Without waiting for Qin Lang to turn around, she spoke again. "I had no idea that young Prince Qin harbored such peculiarities. I possess many quirks myself, which you will come to discover in due course, my lady," Qin Lang replied, noticing the smile playing at the corners of Shen Ruojin's lips, compelling him to draw nearer to her. The current Shen Ruojin was markedly different from the one he had known in Beijing. Although she had always smiled there, her laughter had never quite reached her eyes. Now, however, her joy appeared genuine and unrestrained. Perhaps it was due to their return to the western frontier, or the fact that they had driven the Xichang troops from Luowei Pass, but Shen Ruojin began to exhibit traces of her former self. As Qin Lang drew ever closer, Shen Ruojin felt a warmth radiating from the area behind her ears. She stretched lazily, feigning nonchalance as she stepped past him and called out, "Bring some food over." Though the food was appealing, it was insufficient to satiate her hunger. Yes, the soldiers outside promptly acknowledged her request and set off to fulfill it. Before long, 2 soldiers returned, bearing dishes. Accompanying them was Xiao Xia, who had been following the army. Seeing the horses exhausted and injured, she felt a pang of sympathy and had spent the night tending to them in the stable. Now reeking of horse, her hair was disheveled, and she appeared still half asleep as she entered the tent, rubbing her eyes. I just went to the fire camp for food and heard you had awakened, so I came to see. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll join you, she said. Very well, please sit and eat, Shen Ruojin replied. Having already donned her attire, she maintained a military appearance, no hairpins or makeup, merely applying a bit of moisturizer to prevent dryness, her long hair tied back with a simple band. Their long-standing acquaintance allowed for such casualness. Xiao Xia, still groggy, sat down and took a bun, biting off half of it before suddenly noticing another presence in the tent. Sister, brother-in-law is here. Xiao Xia was taken aback, almost choking on her food, while she had often shared a room and even a bed with Shen Ruojin. It was uncommon for anyone to be alone in her quarters. Miss Xiao, welcome. Please, have a seat, Qin Lang greeted her with calm assurance. Embodying the role of a gracious host, Xiao Xia sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Was her timing not ideal, unwittingly intruding upon the newlywed couple? Yet, this was a military camp, and it was broad daylight. Even if they were newlyweds, surely they could not engage in anything inappropriate here? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she found it increasingly difficult to swallow her bun. Take your time eating. No one is going to snatch it away from you, Shen Ruojin said as she approached and handed her a glass of water. With great effort, Xiao Xia chewed through her bun and whispered to Shen Ruojin, Fortunately, I was so tired yesterday that I slept in the stable and didn't stumble over in the dark. If I had come over in the middle of the night and found a man in bed, that would have been far too bizarre. Shen Ruojin interrupted her peculiar musings. I was in such a deep sleep last night that I wouldn't have noticed your arrival, even if you had come. Xiao Xia was about to respond when Shen Ruojin pushed a plate of pancakes towards her. Eat these with the soup and rice. They will fill you up. There are no delicacies on the battlefield. Sustenance is what matters. In truth, the commanding officer could have arranged for the fire camp to prepare special meals. But her grandfather always insisted on sharing in the hardships of his soldiers, never allowing her uncles or brothers any exceptions. Shen Ruojin had no desire to make a fuss over it. When truly hungry, even simple buns and pickles could taste delightful. However, she felt a touch of regret for the esteemed young Prince Qin, enduring these hardships alongside her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she glanced at Qin Lang. Will you not join us for a meal? Or shall we have your hidden guards prepare something more elaborate for you? What my lady eats, I shall eat, Qin Lang replied, settling down beside her. The ordinary fare, though unappealing in appearance, was not so distasteful as to be inedible. Xiao Xia glanced at them and suddenly found her meat pie lacking in flavor. Internally, she questioned, why did I come here to dine with Shen Ruojin? Shen Ruojin, however, felt no awkwardness, encouraging them. Eat up. We must continue discussions with the commanders after this. As the three dined, conversation was sparse. Yet the food on their plates quickly diminished. When Shen Ruojin had nearly finished, the sound of approaching commanders drew near. At that moment, Lin Xiuqi rushed in, already addressing the outside commanders before even entering the tent. Those recovering bodies by the river reported finding many lotus lanterns. You won't believe it. These lanterns are made of floating cloud silk. What is floating cloud silk? Jiang Huan, having spent much time in the mountains, was unaware of the valuable materials and fabrics sought after by those outside. The other commanders and soldiers were similarly unrefined. As long as they were fed and clothed on the battlefield, they cared little for the nuances of fabrics. Brother Jiang, allow me to elaborate, Lin Xiuqi said, having not encountered such an eager expression from Jiang Huan in quite some time. Lin, cherishing the moment, explained patiently. Floating cloud silk is renowned for its vibrant colors and paper-thin texture. More importantly, it is prized for its rarity and is exclusively supplied to the royal family. Anyone fortunate enough to wear garments made from floating cloud silk is either wealthy or noble, who would dare use it for lanterns. Such a situation could only occur in Shangjing during the height of the Qi dynasty. Here in the western frontier, floating cloud silk is even more scarce. Lotus lanterns crafted from floating cloud silk? Shen Ruojin interjected, lifting the tent flap to step forward. Qin Lang followed closely behind her. The gathered crowd greeted them with bows, exclaiming in unison, Miss Ten, young master. After acknowledging them, Shen Ruojin inquired of Lin Xiuqi. I just heard you mention floating cloud silk. Lin Xiuqi replied, on my way here, I spotted many lotus lanterns made of floating cloud silk on the river, which struck me as odd, so I shared it with everyone. The river was filled with corpses, a distressing sight. But Lin Xiuqi's keen eyes had spotted something unusual amidst the tragedy. Soon after, attendants from the Lin family arrived, carrying several dripping lotus lanterns, evidently just retrieved from the river. Here they are, Lin Shochi continued, and curiously, while ordinary lotus lanterns have 9 petals, these possess 10. 10-petal lotus lanterns? Shen Ruojin's expression shifted abruptly as she hurried to take one of the waterlogged lanterns from the attendant. Without counting the petals, she already recognized familiar markings among these lanterns. These lanterns resemble those made by my third brother. Chapter 69. The writing of third brother among the young scions of the Shen family. Third brother was the most precocious. He began his literary studies at the tender age of 3, trained in martial arts by 4, mastered poetry by 5, and understood musical theory by 7. An elder once jestingly remarked that Shen Ruojin might be the reincarnation of the literary star, mistakenly born into a military household. He devoured countless books and traversed great distances, ultimately becoming the youngest strategist in the Shen army, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. In Shenyang, the noble ladies often dismissed military men as too rugged. However, anyone who had encountered Shen Ruojin found themselves utterly captivated. It was said he might not possess the most striking features, yet he could grace the halls of the court in elegance and defend the realm with valor. His daily demeanor was gentle and courteous, but when faced with a challenge, he stood firm and unwavering. Such a man was truly worthy of lifelong devotion. Regrettably, Shen Ruojin never lived to see the day of marriage and fatherhood. He met his demise in battle before he turned 20. As Shen Ruojin scoured the battlefield for the remains of her uncle and brothers, she found that half of them were nothing but scattered bones. She often dreamt of how wonderful it would be if any of them survived, even just one. Clutching a 10-petal lotus lantern, now somewhat dilapidated and dripping water, her eyes brimmed with tears. When she first arrived in the western frontier, she struggled to adjust to the climate and dietary customs. Her brothers took her on excursions, teaching her horseback riding and archery, building swings for her, and raising pet ferrets and rabbits. Her 5th brother, a young lad, would daily sneak into the kitchen to prepare her favorite dishes. The artistically inclined 3rd brother, alongside the deft 6th brother, would craft delicate and beautiful trinkets for her. Among these was the 10-petal lotus lantern. At that time, 3rd brother had told her, Shen 10 represents perfection, the 10 and 10 out of 10. Adding 1 petal to the 9 symbolizes that 9 brothers are safeguarding little Shen 10. She deserves all the beauty the world has to offer. Little 10 must forget past grievances and embrace a new life. The lantern was ingeniously designed with a mechanism at its base, allowing it to carry the secrets little 10 wished to keep from others, sending them off to the horizon to share with her mother. Shen Ruojin cherished the moments spent by the riverside releasing lanterns. Initially, she would inscribe numerous messages for her mother, but soon thereafter, she found nothing left to conceal from her brothers. She wrote simply, wishing for her family's health and safety, yearning for their swift return home. Releasing lanterns on festive occasions became a cherished ritual for Shen 10. After her brothers departed, she never encountered such lotus lanterns again, until today, when she saw one once more. Shen Ruojin fought to hold back her tears, recalling the disassembly method 3rd brother had taught her, twisting the base of the lantern to extract a piece of fabric within. To her astonishment, the lantern concealed a secret. Look, exclaimed Lin Shochi in awe. There are words on the fabric. Quick, see what it says, urged Xiao Xia, her eyes wide with wonder. The fabric was made of a special material, and the red lettering was evidently extraordinary. Shen Ruojin, one hand cradling the lotus lantern and the other clutching the piece of fabric, trembled slightly, her body unsteady. Everyone's attention was riveted on the words inscribed on the fabric. Only Qin Lang approached Shen Ruojin, taking the lantern from her grasp and discreetly supporting her to steady her stance. Take your time, Qin Lang murmured softly. Open it slowly. The fabric was fragile, undoubtedly weakened from having been submerged in water for an unknown duration. Shen Ruojin hesitated to exert force, fearing it would tear apart. She had once clung to the hope that the harrowing days of traversing enemy territories, battling ferociously to reclaim the remains of her kin, were mere fabrications, deceptions of the people of Xichang. Unbeknownst to her, she had braved countless trials, often escaping from encirclements. Aware that the Xichang people sought to lure the Shen family into their trap to eradicate them completely. Yet, she could not relinquish even a shred of hope. She had held on to anticipation countless times, only to experience heartbreak repeatedly. Thus, as the lotus lantern was retrieved from the water, the fabric bearing the inscription lay in her hand. Shen Ruojin felt an overwhelming reluctance to open it immediately. Her reaction did not go unnoticed. The surrounding individuals began to sense something amiss. Qin Lang gently called out to her, "Little Ten," reminiscent of how third brother would softly address her in gentleness. The walls of her heart, once hardened, shattered at the sudden influx of uncertain news, only to be pieced together again by his tender words. Qin Lang was here. This was real. She was not dreaming. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ruojin gradually unwrapped the piece of fabric. On the white background, red characters read, "The old king of Xichang is gravely ill. The tribes vie for power." Just 10 characters. Yet they ignited a stir among the assembly. Could this be news from the Xichang court? No wonder the Xichang troops retreated so swiftly. Their tribal leaders seemed to have lost all desire for battle. Perhaps the news of the old king's illness is indeed true. Some even speculated. The source of the Tianjiang River is near the Xichang court. Could these lotus lanterns have been released from there, drifting downstream to Luowei Pass? The distance from the Xichang court was immense, with vast territories and numerous fortifications. If someone were to infiltrate the court to relay information back to the Qi, success would seem improbable. And with the rivers so expansive and the currents so swift, how could a mere lotus lantern traverse such a distance? The generals voiced their opinions, some suspecting it to be a ruse by the Hitua faction to mislead them, while others believed the information was likely genuine. Shen Ruojin scrutinized the line of text on the fabric, reading it repeatedly. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "It resembles third brother's handwriting, but the strokes appear much softer. It merely resembled his style. It was not necessarily penned by third brother. However, it was also possible that third brother had sustained severe injuries, rendering his hand incapable of writing with his usual vigor." Countless possibilities flooded Shen Ruojin's mind. Qin Lang reassured her quietly, "If it bears a resemblance, there must be a reason." Those generals who deemed the message false quickly reiterated, "It must be a deliberate imitation of the young general's handwriting by the Xichang people, meant to convey false information." Shen Ruojin frowned. While handwriting could indeed be forged, the 10-petal lotus lantern and its internal mechanism were known to no outsiders. The lotus lantern crafted from floating cloud silk, the striking resemblance of the handwriting, and the significant news from the Xichang court. There was bound to be a deeper reason behind it all. As the generals continued to express their views, Qin Lang interjected first. "To ascertain the truth of this message, we shall send someone to investigate." Wei Qishan remarked, "The journey to the Xichang court is long. Such a trip would inevitably delay our military operations." "No," Qin Lang countered, "we need not go to the Xichang court, but rather to the Xichang military encampment. Capturing 1 or 2 tribal leaders will suffice." Jiang Huayan added, "Indeed, if the old king of Xichang is truly near death, those within the court vying for the throne will undoubtedly send messages to the front lines, summoning loyal generals to assist them in seizing power." Just as the generals were about to speak, Lin Xiuqi interjected, "There are many such lotus lanterns still afloat on the river. Shall we not gather them all to investigate?" "Yes," Shen Ruojin declared, folding the piece of fabric and tucking it into her clothing. "I will retrieve them myself." Chapter 70. Shared bath on a frigid winter day. The surface of the water lay frozen as Shen Ruojin waded in, retrieving the floating lotus lanterns along the bank. She shed her armor, opting for a simple, thin garment to facilitate her movements, immersing half her body in the icy water. With steady determination, she brushed aside the floating weeds and debris, salvaging the lanterns one by one. The bodies of 2 armies, pulled from the river, accumulated on the shore in a grim mound. The air thick with the nauseating stench of blood and decay. Crimson stains tainted the river, coloring the lanterns that had long endured the tempests. Most were tattered, their hues faded, petals scattered, with only their bases intact. A few lanterns remained whole, previously collected by Lin Xiuqi. As the cold water numbed her body, her fingers repeatedly plunged into the frigid depths, turning crimson from the chill, yet she remained silent, unwavering in her repetitive task, never pausing for a moment. Onlookers gathered at the bank, pleading desperately, "Miss Tin, you cannot remain in the water in this bitter cold. Please come out." Miss Tin felt the messages carried by the lanterns were vital and instructed the soldiers to continue the retrieval, believing it unnecessary for her to do so herself. "If the old general knew of your reckless disregard for your health, he would be heartbroken." Most of the commanders were of an age akin to Shen Tin's uncles, having watched her grow up. If the young generals were present, their concern would surely be profound. "Sir," Wei Qingshan shouted urgently at Qin Lang, "you must persuade her." The crowd, witnessing Shen Tin's fixation, found their words falling on deaf ears, hoping for the intervention of Qin Lang. Yet he replied, "I shall not hinder her in what she intends to do." He shed his outer robe and leaped into the water, joining Shen Ruojin in her endeavor. He understood that what she required was not admonition, but companionship. "Sir, how could you also enter the water?" Wei Qingshan lamented, banging his thigh in frustration, regretting his call for Qin Lang to persuade Shen Ten. This esteemed gentleman, who appeared so mature, seemed to have succumbed entirely to his wife's whims. Li Hongzhen interjected. "He never stated he would enter the water. You insisted he persuade her, and now look, he has jumped in. Is this truly the time for semantics?" Wei Qingshan nearly shoved Li Hongzhen into the river in his exasperation, shouting, "Do not stand idly. Help us retrieve the lanterns. Quickly, let us go." The crowd abandoned their nets, plunging into the water. Seeing this, Xiao Xia also attempted to enter, but Lin Shouqi swiftly caught her. "What are you doing, young lady? It's winter. Do you wish to freeze?" Lin Gongzi, always valuing life, recognized his own frailty compared to the warriors and had no intention of joining the fray. He ordered a servant, "Bring me my cloaks and capes. If that is insufficient, fetch blankets." At his words, Xiao Xia hurriedly instructed others to boil more hot water, ensuring they would have enough to warm themselves upon emerging. Though Lin Shouqi and Xiao Xia did not enter the water, witnessing the commotion in the river sent a shiver down their spines. Shen Ten had indeed lost her senses. Qin Lang had followed suit. The individuals in the water were as resolute as steel. Their collective efforts bore fruit swiftly. Within a short span, all the lanterns, totaling 136, were retrieved. As they climbed ashore, each wrapped in blankets and warm clothing, Shen Ruojin, draped in a cloak, set about dismantling the bases of the lanterns. Qin Lang, however, swept her up in his arms and placed her in a bathing tub. The warm water enveloped her, steam rising around them. Qin Lang, still dripping, appeared rather disheveled. Yet there was an added rugged charm to his visage. He ladled hot water over Shen Ruojin's back, carefully avoiding her shoulder wound. Gradually, her senses returned, and in a hushed tone, she suggested, "You should join me in the warm water." Qin Lang tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, his brows slightly raised. "Is my lady inviting me to share a bath? As husband and wife, what is there to prevent?" Shen Ruojin felt no resistance to the intimacy of their relationship, viewing any affectionate gesture as quite natural, even if separation loomed in their future. For as long as they were married, nothing was off limits. Qin Lang paused momentarily, overwhelmed with gratitude that he was the one to marry Shen Ruojin, rather than Pei Jing. The thought of her natural demeanor, so effortlessly engaging in any act, made him shudder at the thought of harboring jealousy towards that surname. "Do you not wish to share a bath with me?" Shen Ruojin, noticing his hesitation, assumed Qin Lang found her unclean. Yet, having both soaked in the river for so long, cleanliness was a relative notion. Military life is simple. If you wait for more hot water, you shall endure much longer in the cold. This tub is ample. Do join me, lest you catch a chill. As she spoke, she shifted aside, offering him space. The water rippled with her movements. "Then I shall reluctantly comply." Qin Lang shed his garments, leaving only his underpants. And despite his words of reluctance, he stepped into the tub with surprising eagerness. Although the tub was described as spacious, it was quite snug for two. Shen Ruojin, having soaked the longest, felt her limbs numb and her fingers tingle. With her eyes closed, she savored the warmth and comfort enveloping her body. Qin Lang gently grasped her hand beneath the water. She instinctively tried to pull away, but upon remembering his identity as her husband, she gradually relaxed, allowing him to hold her. As their hands intertwined, he channeled his inner energy to dispel the cold from her body, forcing warmth back into her. The water, previously lukewarm, regained a comforting heat under his influence. In the shared tub, Shen Ruojin's body temperature steadily returned to normal. It was her first experience bathing with a man, and while her words flowed naturally, her body's reactions felt less so, prompting her to close her eyes. Not seeing made it easier. Qin Lang, however, found himself perspiring, beads of sweat tracing from his brow down to his chiseled chest. The brazier within the tent blazed brightly, flames dancing wildly, reflected in his eyes. "Shen Ruojin," he called softly. She responded lightly. Qin Lang drew a deep breath, steadying his inner energy, his voice low. "You are now my wife. You are no longer alone. My lady, you must cherish your health." Slowly, Shen Ruojin opened her eyes, gazing intently at him. Chapter 71. Qin Lang's best previously. Her thoughts were consumed by the lotus lanterns, leaving her little time to ponder why Qin Lang had also jumped into the water after her. At that moment, Qin Lang was the first to speak. Shen Ruojin suddenly grasped much of the situation. Was it simply because she was Qin Lang's wife? After a long silence, Shen Ruojin remarked that he need not have jumped in. Qin Lang touched the tip of his nose, explaining that given the circumstances, it was difficult not to jump in. Shen Ruojin looked at him with confusion, unsure of what he meant by difficult not to jump. At that time, all she could think about was how wonderful it would be if her third brother were still alive. And if the lotus lanterns and the silks containing messages were indeed from him. She had hardly heard the shouts from the shore, only aware of the clamor surrounding her. You are my wife. In the midst of winter, you plunge into the river, while everyone calls out for the son-in-law to intervene. I called for you, yet you did not respond. What else could I do but jump in after you? Qin Lang spoke with the skill of a seasoned liar, leaning against the tub, scooping up a handful of water and watching it drip back into the bath. Their gazes followed the ripples created by the water. Shen Ruojin reflected on the situation, but could not recall him calling for her. She could only whisper, I did not hear you. Indeed, she had not heard him. For Qin Lang had not called her, he had simply jumped in. Considering this is your first time, I shall not hold it against you. But remember, it must not happen again. Qin Lang, the young prince, spoke with a seriousness that seemed almost theatrical. Shen Ruojin chose not to respond, for she was uncertain whether she could maintain her composure if faced with a similar situation in the future. Leaning against the tub, Qin Lang glanced at Shen Ruojin, understanding her thoughts. I know you care deeply for the Shen family. You would not overlook any news related to them. However, Shen Ruojin, if they were to discover that you disregard your own well-being for their sake, what do you think they would feel? You know the answer, do you not? His voice dropped to a whisper, intimate and low. Yes, Shen Ruojin acknowledged. The Shen family had always cherished the youngest. She cupped her hands in the warm water, washing her face, feeling the warmth awaken her senses. Looking up at Qin Lang, she asked, Has anyone ever told you how wonderful you are? Qin Lang smiled but did not answer immediately, thinking to himself, No, truly, no one has. After all, who besides Shen Ruojin could receive his tenderness? Yet, the young prince was not one to speak the truth. Indeed, there are. When I lie, I do so convincingly. Not only am I good, but I am exceptionally good. The very best. Indeed, Shen Ruojin did not dispute him, instead nodding earnestly. Among countless individuals, Qin Lang is the very best. Her words sounded almost like soothing a child. Yet, Qin Lang found himself ensnared by her simple declaration. Thus, the biting cold and myriad hardships melted away in that moment, leaving only her image in his heart. The pair lingered in the tub, engaging in light conversation. After a considerable time, Shen Ruojin suddenly recalled something and asked, Qin Lang, do you treat every wife you marry with such kindness? Without hesitation, Qin Lang replied, No, he would marry no one but Shen Ruojin. That was an unnecessary question, Shen Ruojin remarked, realizing it was superfluous. For someone like Qin Lang, marrying anyone else would be of little difference. He would surely say otherwise just to please her. After their soak, they each rose to dress. In the military camp, everything was quite austere, lacking even a screen for privacy. Shen Ruojin donned her clothes with an unusual swiftness. Qin Lang, aware of the atmosphere, closed his eyes and turned away to dress. It was not the time for frivolities. Once they were dressed and had secured their hair, they proceeded to retrieve the lotus lanterns. 136 lanterns, each concealing a secret mechanism, yet only 10 were crafted from floating cloud gauze, with just 3 containing silks. The silks bore the message, We hope the king's troops will march west to reclaim lost territories. Please seize the opportunity. I wish to return home. Shen Ruojin read the crimson characters, placing the notes on the table, smoothing them out and gathering them together. Inside the tent, the commanders discussed fervently. These lanterns truly contain messages. The silks mention a desire to return home? Who wishes to go home? We must capture a few commanders from Xichang to inquire further. As they spoke, Jiang Huayan volunteered, I wish to scout the enemy camp tonight. I will go too. Xiaoxia immediately responded. How could I be left out? Zhang Shu, loyal shadow guard to the young prince, prepared to undertake the mission. Shen Ruojin pressed down the silks with a paperweight, raising her gaze. We must capture the Xichang commanders, but we must also verify the authenticity of the messages. Let us form teams of 10 to scout the Xichang military camp and capture Hitua. Agreed. Capture Hitua. The room buzzed with excitement at Shen Ruojin's words. During her speech, she locked eyes with Qin Lang, who gave a slight nod. But, can we only send 10 people? I will go. I must be the one to go. Step aside. I am the one who must go. As the excitement within the tent surged, the guards outside reported, Miss 10, generals. Pei Jing and his wife have arrived and request urgent matters to discuss. What brings him here? He should be resting. Li Hongzhen expressed his dislike for Pei Jing, acknowledging his bravery in battle but finding his wife a nuisance. Originally, the soldiers had planned to return all rescued captives to Shizhou. Yet the Pei couple insisted on accompanying the army, claiming they could be of great assistance. In the days that followed, while the soldiers fought, the couple had indeed helped treat the wounded, proving useful to some extent. However, their presence was still unwelcome. Continue your discussion. I will go and send them away. Wei Qingshan glanced at Shen Ruojin, knowing her relationship with Mu Yunwei was not particularly close, and offered to handle the situation. Shen Ruojin, currently preoccupied, nodded. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Wei Qingshan turned and stepped out, quietly speaking to the two outside. Suddenly, Mu Yunwei's voice rang out. I came to kindly remind my second sister. Yet she refuses to meet me. How ungrateful you all are. My good intentions are met with such disdain. Chapter 72. With that, I shall enter. Inside the tent, Shen Ruojin and the others were still deliberating the matter of a nighttime reconnaissance of the enemy camp. After dismissing Wei Qingshan to attend to other matters, they quickly returned their focus to the pressing issues at hand, disregarding the commotion outside. Yue, it is improper to create such a ruckus before the military tent. Pei Jing admonished quietly as Mu Yunwei's voice grew increasingly loud. Mu Yunwei, feeling aggrieved, retorted, It is not my intention to shout. The situation is urgent. I have finally mustered the courage to disclose critical information to my second sister, yet she dismisses me. She clearly harbors resentment over my union with you, allowing personal grievances to overshadow such vital military matters. Shen Ruojin is unlikely to let personal feelings interfere, Pei Jing added, perceiving the confusion in Mu Yunwei's expression. Moreover, you have yet to inform her of the matter. Mu Yunwei paused. She refuses to see me. How can I convey anything? Such revelations must not be shared lightly, for the consequences could be dire. Pei Jing, acknowledging her concerns, reassured, let us wait a moment longer. After they were rescued by the soldiers, Mu Yunwei and Pei Jing continued to accompany the army. The able-bodied young men were incorporated into the ranks, while the innocent civilians abducted by the Xichang soldiers assisted with tasks within their capabilities, cooking and cleaning in the kitchens. Meanwhile, Mu Yunwei and her husband followed the army's physician to tend to the wounded. The brutality of the battlefield unsettled Mu Yunwei as she witnessed lives extinguished before her eyes, filling her with both fear and awe. She yearned to command the troops like Shen Ruojin, to gain renown and become the center of attention. Yet, lacking the familial connections of a general's household, she had no one to teach her martial skills or the weight of national duty. Raised by her grandmother and concubine to be a paragon of feminine virtue, she had been taught to appear gentle and submissive, to enchant men with her docility, and to obey her husband completely, at least in appearance. She could not even ride a horse, much less wield a blade. Such endeavors were deemed unbefitting for a lady of high birth. Thus, when the blood of the wounded spattered her face, all she could do was scream in terror. The third miss of the Linyang Marquisate, once filled with aspirations of greatness in the capital, now found herself solely focused on surviving to return home. However, at this moment, Shen Ruojin, Qin Lang, and the other generals were entirely engrossed in the battle, with no spare thought for the fates of her and Pei Jing. After much contemplation, Mu Yunwei resolved to relay the insights from her dreams regarding the current situation in Xichang to Shen Ruojin, hoping for a swift cessation of hostilities and a return to safety in Xinjiang. Yet, to her dismay, when she finally took the step to share this vital information, Shen Ruojin showed no appreciation. Had this been in Xinjiang, Mu Yunwei would have turned on her heel and departed. But this was Xinjiang, a battlefield. Without the protection of these soldiers, she and Pei Jing could not hope to return to the capital unscathed. Wei Qingshan emerged from the tent, confronting the two. Ah. It is Miss Mu and Pei Jing. What brings you to create such a disturbance here? I demand to see Shen Ruojin, Mu Yunwei declared, omitting the usual respectful address of her second sister. She was there to assist Shen Ruojin. Why should she bow to those around her? Miss Ten is preoccupied with urgent matters and cannot spare the time. If you have something to discuss, you may relay it to me, Wei Qingshan responded, his demeanor reflecting the patience of a man with a wife and daughter, far more amiable than the boorish Li Hongzhen. Relay it to you? No. You lack the qualifications to hear it. I shall speak only to Shen Ruojin, Mu Yunwei insisted. The general, losing patience at being dismissed by this young girl, retorted. What do you take this place for? A place where you can run wild like in the Marquis's residence? Continue this clamor, and I shall have you bound and thrown out. Wei Qingshan was eager to return and secure a place for the nighttime reconnaissance, and with that, he turned to leave. Mu Yue, nearly brought to tears with frustration, exclaimed, a mere martial man, resorting to brute force. How uncouth and ignorant. Wei Qingshan paid her no mind. Holding a poor impression of the entire marquisate after the grievances he had witnessed 10 endure prior to their arrival in Xizjiang. Miss Mu, you seem intent on causing trouble here, he thought, as she disrupted the peace of their expedition. General Wei, please wait, Pei Jing called out, hastily pursuing him. My wife is lacking in decorum. I ask for your understanding. A few days ago, we were unexpectedly captured and heard significant news regarding the Xizjiang royal court while in their camp. This is of utmost importance and must be relayed to Shen. He intended to call Shen Ruojin directly by name, but caught himself, opting instead to say, it must be communicated to the commander in charge. Wei Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You only now think to share what you heard a few days ago in the Xizjiang military camp? Pei Jing hesitated briefly before quickly explaining. The reports from the Xizjiang soldiers were quite fragmented. It was only upon returning that we pieced together the complete information. The urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. I implore you to convey this to the commander. In truth, there was no information gained from the Xizjiang military camp. It stems solely from the prophetic dreams of Mu Yue. The conflict in Xizjiang was indeed escalating, with the young commander Jiang Huayan rising to prominence. Apart from Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, who were never meant to be present here, everything aligned with her visions. Pei Jing believed wholeheartedly in her extraordinary foresight and was willing to forewarn Shen Ruojin of the significant upheaval in the Xizjiang royal court for the sake of protecting the people of the Qi. In his heart, he reasoned, I do this for the sake of the common folk. Wei Qingshan scrutinized Pei Jing, finding him troublesome yet reliable enough to merit a discussion with Miss Tin regarding such weighty matters. Please wait here a moment. The general instructed them before entering to relay the message. Thank you, General Wei, Pei Jing replied gratefully. He exchanged a glance with Mu Yunwei, who reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a soldier emerged from the tent with a message. Miss Tin requests that Miss Mu enter the tent. Pei Jing furrowed his brow. What could Shen Ruojin possibly know? Why permit only Mu Yunwei to enter while excluding him? Mu Yunwei, filled with trepidation, asked, Only I may enter? The soldier nodded. Pei Go Mu Yunwei grasped Pei Jing's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. I am afraid. There were many men inside. And just listening to their voices, she knew they were all robust warriors. Pei Jing softly reassured her, regardless, Shen Ruojin is still your sister. She will not harm you. As they spoke, the generals who had concluded their discussions began to exit one by one. Lin Xiuqi, intrigued by Pei Jing, scrutinized him as he walked among the others. Then, I shall enter, Mu Yunwei declared, feeling a surge of courage as the generals departed. With that, she followed the soldier into the tent, inadvertently colliding with the finely dressed Qin Lang as he stepped out. Chapter 73. Once married, no returns on the battlefield. Mu Yunwei and Pei Jing, having been captured by Xizjiang and subsequently assisting the military doctors in the infirmary, found themselves in a state of utter disarray, clad in coarse linen garments. In stark contrast, the young Prince Qin was adorned in a luxurious dark brocade robe, his hair elegantly tied with a golden crown, and a jade belt cinching his waist, each item a testament to his opulence, rivaling that of his life in the capital. Mu Yunwei continued her stride, yet her gaze seemed transfixed upon Qin Lang, unable to divert her attention. The young prince, known for his extravagant lifestyle, had ventured thousands of miles to the western frontier, risking life and limb for Shen Ruojin, a notion that struck her as utterly fantastical. Qin Lang, however, strode forth without a sideways glance, completely ignoring her presence. You must be Pei Xiyuan. A pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Xiuqi remarked, addressing Pei Jing from a distance. The surname Pei had nearly stolen his cousin's beloved. Indeed, it was a long-awaited introduction. I am Pei Jing, honored to meet you, Lin Gongzi, and esteemed generals, Pei Jing responded. He had been in the infirmary for several days and was well aware of the generous contributions from Lin's family, the wealthiest in Jiang'an. The entourage emerging from the tents was predominantly clad in armor, with the distinguished figure in brocade undoubtedly being Lin Xiuqi. Pei Xiyuan. Several generals continued their discussions on upcoming military strategies, with only a few taking a moment to acknowledge Pei Jing. His intended purpose in the western frontier, Jiang Huayan, was engaged in conversation with Xiao Xia, who seemed to be pursuing him with fervor. Let me join you. Xiao Shi said that if you agree, I can go as well. Jiang Huayan, don't remain silent. If you allow me to accompany you, I'll gift you a fine steed. What do you say? Xiao Xia. generous yet fiercely devoted to her horses, was not one to offer her beloved creatures lightly. No, that's not acceptable. Jiang Huayan, having secluded himself in the mountains for years following the loss of family, had grown taciturn, avoiding conversation with women. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Qiao Xia's relentless pursuit. In that case, Qiao Xia leaped forward, blocking his path. Let us spar. If I win, you must take me with you. I refuse to fight. Jiang Huayan sidestepped her and continued on his way. You are impossible. Qiao Xia prepared her stance, but he remained impervious, prompting her to chase after him. Li Hongjin, trailing behind the group of generals, observed this interplay and remarked, Miss Qiao is truly an expert at horse taming. Look how fast Zhang Guer is running. The generals erupted into laughter at this. Lin Xiuqi pondered what made Pei Shiyuan so remarkable that he nearly wed Qin Lang's cherished one. As the laughter rang out, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Huayan and Qiao Xia. Zhang Guer isn't merely running, he is flying. Lin Xiuqi exclaimed, prompting even more laughter from the assembly. Pei Jing felt a growing sense of neglect from the generals, but he concealed his displeasure well. After all, one must not quibble under the same roof. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed Qin Lang approaching. Despite the generals being ahead of him, they turned to hail their son-in-law, inquiring about his presence. Had it not been for Shen Ruojin's last-minute change of grooms on her wedding day, Pei Jing would have been the son-in-law of the Shen family. The generals seemed to regard him with disdain, as if he were an unwelcome presence. Upon seeing Qin Lang, Pei Jing was reminded of the day in front of the theater when the young prince had struck him with a wine cup, leaving him with a painful injury. Yet, what stung deeper was the palpable disregard Qin Lang and Shen Ruojin had for him. Throughout his life, he had despised being underestimated, and despite his humble origins, he often found himself belittled. Now, even after the marriage arrangement, he had to greet the legitimate son of the Northern Defender's estate first, Qin Lang. The young prince, upon spotting Pei Jing's face, felt a wave of distaste. Why had the esteemed scholar left the capital to cause trouble in the western frontier? Pei Jing, sensing the tension, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze dark as he confronted Qin Lang. After all, the young prince's presence in the western frontier could escalate matters significantly. Qin Lang sneered, It has nothing to do with you. The surrounding generals were taken aback, murmuring, What? What young prince? Their understanding of Qin Lang's identity was limited, as the soldiers were unaware of the intricacies of nobility back in the capital. They only recognized Pei Jing's good looks and generous demeanor, but none suspected his royal lineage. Regardless of who he is your son-in-law, Lin Xiuqi interjected, addressing the crowd. With a jest, he added, Once married, no returns. The generals laughed in agreement, acknowledging that regardless of his status as a young prince or a poor scholar, he was the chosen son-in-law of the Shen family. Status is indeed significant. Yet in the hearts of the Shen family as soldiers, they trusted Miss Shen's discerning eye above all else. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang nodded slightly to the crowd. Realizing the truth of the matter, marrying Shen Ruojin would undoubtedly mend his heart. Chapter 74, Revealing Secrets. Pei Jing observed the unwavering acceptance of Qin Lang's identity by the assembled generals, who seemed not to ponder the implications of their new son-in-law's noble lineage or his marriage to Shen Ruojin. The trust these individuals placed in Qin Lang was precisely what Pei Jing yearned for yet could never attain. Once again, he found himself engulfed in regret. He could not help but wonder, had he not hastily departed with Mu Yue on the day of the grand wedding? And had he merely taken a moment to inform Shen Ruojin, whether through a messenger or a letter, would all that Qin Lang now possessed belong to him? Within the tent, as Mu Yunwei passed by Qin Lang and entered, she spotted Shen Ruojin with her back turned, engrossed in polishing her sword. The young lady's slender hands deftly maneuvered a white cloth over the gleaming blade, and upon hearing the soldier's announcements, she did not even glance up. Summoning her courage, Mu Yunwei approached, but as she began to speak, Shen Ruojin abruptly turned, pointing her sword directly at Mu Yunwei's brow. The blade was sharp, capable of severing a hair. Startled, Mu Yunwei gasped in fear, What are you doing? She recalled the day when the general of Xichang had thrust them into the midst of the battlefield, where soldiers clashed in chaos. She had fought desperately for survival, her heart racing in terror, believing that Shen Ruojin had come to take her life. Yet, Shen Ruojin had not only spared her but had rescued her from the clutches of the Xichang soldiers. Infuriatingly, after saving them, she had seemingly forgotten about their plight for 3 consecutive days. Now, with swords drawn, Mu Yue found herself puzzled by Shen Ruojin's intentions. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Shen Ruojin interrupted, compelling Mu Yue to silence momentarily. After gently nudging the sword away, Mu Yue finally spoke again. What do you wish to ask? Just ask. But could you please not point your sword at me? The bravado she had displayed outside the tent had vanished, and she whispered, I am afraid. Unyielding. Shen Ruojin pressed the sword tip closer, her voice low and stern. On that day before the armies, you claimed to have sent me a secret letter in the capital, informing me of my grandfather's predicament at Luowei Pass. Today, you were outside shouting about knowing information related to the Xichang royal court. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Were it not for Shen Ruojin's year-long understanding of Mu Yunwei's situation, though adored by the old lady of the Marquis's household, she rarely ventured beyond the confines of her estate, only leaving during grand banquets hosted by noble families. She might suspect Mu Yunwei of colluding with enemy spies. Given Mu Yunwei's timid nature, such treachery seemed implausible. Yet, how had the sheltered young lady come to know of her grandfather's troubles? After all, the battle had erupted suddenly, and reports from the border had yet to reach the capital when Mu Yue had inexplicably acquired this information. On the day of her return, Shen Ruojin had received this news, but had been unable to ponder it deeply or investigate who had delivered the secret letter. It was a twist of fate that Mu Yunwei followed her to the western frontier and was captured by the enemy, only to declare in front of the armies that she had orchestrated the delivery of the message. It was a case of a fortunate coincidence. Busy with military affairs in recent days, Shen Ruojin had not found the time to question Mu Yunwei, but here she was, volunteering information about her foreknowledge of events involving the Xichang royal court. I dreamed about it, Mu Yunwei stammered, genuinely frightened by the weapons surrounding her. A moment of carelessness could cost her life. The day when Hetoa had held a blade to her throat, while her head remained intact, had left her with a scar that was now bandaged in white cloth, and she feared it would never fade. Dreaming about things that have yet to occur is rather implausible, Shen Ruojin remarked, her gaze sharpening. In military matters, there is no small offense. If you dare deceive me, 100 deaths would not suffice. Don't doubt me. I know you don't believe me. Mu Yue felt anxious and wronged. I dreamed that Pei Gu's adoptive mother and sister were in peril. In my haste to save them, I missed the wedding. Get to the point, Shen Ruojin interjected, tapping the sword against Mu Yunwei's head. Please, don't mar my face. Mu Yunwei cried out, clutching her cheeks in fear. She had already sustained a scar on her neck. She could not afford to have her face disfigured. Seeing Mu Yunwei's evident distress, Shen Ruojin chose not to elaborate further. Who would want to mar your face? What are you even thinking? Mu Yunwei, realizing the need to conceal her thoughts, decided to speak from the angle that would most intrigue Shen Ruojin. Later, I dreamed about your grandfather being trapped at Luoyue Pass, in grave danger. I intended to tell you directly, but I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I wrote a letter and had a little beggar deliver it to you. She refrained from revealing her ulterior motives regarding Shen Ruojin's departure from the capital, which would allow the second daughter of the Marquis to marry elsewhere. Shen Ruojin paid no heed to her half-sister's hidden intentions, recognizing that the details aligned. It was improbable that anyone else had sent the letter. Indeed, it had been Mu Yunwei who had arranged for its delivery. Lowering her sword, Shen Ruojin sheathed it with a flourish behind her back and nodded, regardless. It was indeed that letter which prompted my arrival in the western frontier, allowing me to save my grandfather and the 5,000 troops of the Shen family. Thank you. You're thanking me? Mu Yue exclaimed, astonished by Shen Ruojin's words. Her aunt had always told her that legitimate daughters and illegitimate ones were inherently at odds, that the former held themselves above the latter, failing to acknowledge their mistakes and taking benefits for granted. Yet, Shen Ruojin was different from what her aunt had described. Gratitude is warranted, but you must also be held accountable for your reckless actions in Xichang, where you were captured by the enemy and jeopardized my troops' morale. Shen Ruojin stated, her tone shifting swiftly, instilling fear. Mu Yunwei's heart raced. But I am here to share vital information about the Xichang royal court. Surely that counts for something, at the very least to offset my offense? Turning, Shen Ruojin placed her sword upon the rack and continued in her usual tone. That depends on whether the information you provide is of any value. It is indeed valuable. I am about to reveal a profound secret, Mu Yue asserted confidently. At this moment, without further prompting from Shen Ruojin, Mu Yunwei began to divulge. The old king of Xichang is nearing death, and the various tribes are rushing back to the royal court to support a new ruler. I cannot recall the exact date, but it is likely to occur this month. What Mu Yunwei conveyed echoed the message brought by the 10-petal lotus lantern. Shen Ruojin fell into contemplation, momentarily silent. The tent was enveloped in quietude. Save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth, occasionally breaking the stillness. Chapter 75. A husband must obey. Mu Yunwei, observing her silence, felt a sense of urgency as she implored, now is an opportune moment to vanquish the Xichang forces. Should we allow this chance to slip by? Such a favorable situation may never present itself again. Originally meant to command the three armies, Jiang Huayan now merely held the rank of a general. General Shen still lived, retaining true military authority, which effectively rested in Shen Ruojin's hands. If this time we fail to decisively repel the Xichang army, as foretold in my dreams, granting the enemy a chance to regroup, then Pei Ge will find no comfort upon the throne, and how could I ever ascend to the position of empress? Shen Ruojin was perplexed by her half-sister's sudden fervor for the war. Casting her a glance, she replied, I have my own plans. Why the haste? Mu Yunwei, naturally eager to become empress, refrained from voicing this sentiment to Shen Ruojin. She merely wished for the war to conclude swiftly, sparing the people from further suffering and allowing everyone to return home. Her words, though grandiose, were suddenly halted by the penetrating gaze of Shen Ruojin, who seemed to see through her pretense. Shen Ruojin smiled slightly. Your thoughts are commendable. I hope you maintain such conviction. Regardless, I have shared all I needed to. Whether you believe it or not, that is for you to decide. Mu Yunwei felt a sudden pang of embarrassment, as if her facade had been exposed. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Third sister, Shen Ruojin called out, halting her. Mu Yunwei paused but did not turn back, inquiring, Why do you call for me? Shen Ruojin asked earnestly, In the future, could you dream of significant matters a bit earlier? What do you mean? Mu Yunwei turned to face her, her heart racing with inexplicable fear. Does Shen Ruojin see through me? Does she know that I was already aware of the news from the Xichang court, but hesitated for days before revealing it? She reassured herself. Shen Ruojin is human, not a deity. She cannot possibly know. Do not frighten yourself. Nothing more than that. Shen Ruojin replied. I merely find your dreams quite useful. Since childhood, Shen Ruojin had been fond of tales of the extraordinary, having read numerous accounts of deities and spirits, aware that some phenomena in this world defy explanation. To glean insights into the heavens through dreams would be akin to possessing semi-divine powers, surpassing even the capability of the Astronomical Bureau. If utilized wisely, it would be as though one had divine assistance. Mu Yunwei was momentarily speechless. For some reason, she felt that Shen Ruojin's gaze upon her was peculiar, as if she had discovered an intriguing treasure. Having said all that was necessary, Mu Yunwei turned to depart. Guards, Shen Ruojin commanded, instructing them to arrange a separate tent for her third sister and Pei Jing, ensuring they would be comfortable and well-rested. Miss, what enchantment has been cast upon you? How is it that after just a few words, you are suddenly concerned about her sleep? The guard was utterly bewildered by this unexpected shift in focus. Shen Ruojin offered no further explanation, simply stating, You shall do as instructed. Yes, the guard replied, complying with her orders. As night fell, Shen Ruojin and Jiang Huayan, leading 10 others, set out on a covert mission to scout the enemy camp as planned. Although the information brought by the Lotus Lantern aligned perfectly with the revelations from Mu Yunwei, the fate of over 100,000 soldiers of the Great Qi rested on this operation. Shen Ruojin could not afford to abandon her duties, as she had done upon learning of her grandfather's peril. The night cloaked the city gates as the group of 10 galloped into the darkness. Xiao Xia stealthily followed behind but was soon noticed by Jiang Huayan. Riding up beside Shen Ruojin, he said, Shen, she is caught up with us. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind pierced through the air. Shen Ruojin reined in her horse and called out, Do not hide, come forth. Xiao Xia, relieved to be discovered after her arduous efforts to remain concealed, rode forward, exclaiming, I am here. At that moment, voices emerged from a short distance ahead. The elite soldiers accompanying them, alert and vigilant, were suddenly alarmed. Are there ambushes ahead? With the darkness so thick, it was impossible to discern friend from foe just a few paces away. The group could only make out 2 figures on horseback, nothing more. Instantly, everyone fell into a state of heightened alert, hands reaching for their weapons. It is I, Zhong Shu, called the head of the hidden guards, riding forth. What brings you here? Shen Ruojin inquired, looking towards Zhong Shu. The night obscured the details of his countenance, but she recognized him instantly. In response to the young lady's summons, I accompanied my master for an evening ride and, unfortunately, lost our way, Zhong Shu replied, his voice laced with unease. The young lady forbids my master from taking risks, yet he could not rest easy knowing you ventured into the enemy camp alone. Thus, while outwardly agreeing, he covertly rode out. Lost your way? Shen Ruojin thought to herself, could you be more evasive? General Zhao Jin from Yinchuan City claimed to have become lost while leading his troops to assist us, only to inadvertently wander into Luoyue Pass. Indeed, lost, Zhongshu continued. I am utterly incapable and could not find the way back, so I remained here with my master until dawn, unaware of such fortunate timing in encountering the young lady. Zhongshu's incoherent excuses earned a weary glance from Zhang Huayan, who gazed heavenward in disbelief. How could I not have considered the possibility of getting lost? Xiao Xia exclaimed, realizing her own missteps in following them and feeling envious of Zhongshu's excuse. Shen Ruojin, having deliberately kept her departure time a secret from Qin Lang and Xiao Xia to ensure a swift return, now found them unexpectedly blocking her path. Regretting Xiao Xia's poor choice of excuses, she urged her forward, calling out, what are you still doing in the shadows? Come out. Qin Lang emerged in response. Dressed in dark attire, riding a black horse, his appearance mirroring that of Shen Ruojin's masked companions. His presence effectively dismantled Zhongshu's previous claim of being lost. Yet, Qin Lang remained unfazed, stating, I could not find my way back. I humbly request that you allow me to accompany you to the Xichang military camp. And upon completion of the task, we may return together. Shen Ruojin mused, now that he is here, how could I possibly send him back? Let us proceed. She commanded succinctly. Qin Lang, readily compliant, replied, as you command, I shall follow. With the hour growing late and the night deepening, it was the most suitable time to infiltrate the enemy ranks. Shen Ruojin led the charge, galloping ahead, with Qin Lang following closely. The group sped over the peaks, racing towards the Xichang military camp. Xiao Xia, an adept equestrian, held the reins with one hand while pursuing Shen Ruojin, suggesting, I feel that having only 10 individuals is insufficient for a proper name. With 13 of us, we are perfectly matched. I propose we call ourselves the 13 Black Winds for tonight's endeavor. Before Shen Ruojin could respond, Zhang Huayan interjected with a gruff tone, that does not sound appealing. Black Wind has a rather bandit-like ring to it. Zhongshu added with utmost seriousness. What about black clouds or breaking winds? Xiao Xia persisted in her enthusiasm for naming. Let us go with breaking winds, the 13 breaking winds. Shen Ruojin, in the midst of her rapid gallop, loosened the reins, spreading her arms to embrace the cold air and the night, declaring, we shall break the wind and shatter the snow, chasing the blazing sun and capturing the bright moon. Chapter 76. Braving the enemy camp. The night sky enveloped the mountains and rivers, with only a solitary star lingering at the horizon, the moon concealed from view. Qin Lang galloped alongside Shen Ruojin, casting a glance at her, feeling as if the moonlight itself accompanied him. He could not help but recite aloud, shattering the wind and snow, pursuing the blazing sun, embracing the bright moon. Shattering the wind and snow, pursuing the blazing sun, embracing the bright moon. The others, including Xiao Xia, echoed in unison. Despite the biting cold of the wind, it could not dampen their fervor. Regardless of the long, uncertain path ahead, or the possibility of not returning from this night, the youthful gallantry intertwined with the might of the 5 capitals surged within them. In the midst of their fervent discourse, they stood united in life and death. In the Westchang military camp, Shen Ruojin and her companions stealthily infiltrated under the cover of night, pairing off to execute their tasks. Zhongshu and another skilled individual ascended the watchtower, swiftly dispatching the sentinel stationed there. Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang concealed themselves in the shadows, silently eliminating the last 2 guards as they passed by, donning their armor thereafter. Noticing Qin Lang's striking features, Shen Ruojin feared he might attract unwanted attention. She hastily grabbed a handful of dirt, smearing it across his face. To her surprise, Qin Lang did not evade her, allowing her to apply the mud without resistance, which left her momentarily astonished. However, the peril of their surroundings left little room for distraction. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly concealed the incapacitated Westchang soldiers in an inconspicuous corner before leaping over rows of tents, blending seamlessly into the original patrol team. The wind howled through the night, causing the tents to flap ominously. The lead patrolman seemed to sense something amiss and turned his gaze back. The two kept their heads down, mirroring the movements of the soldiers ahead, maintaining an air of normalcy. The leader muttered to himself, strange. It feels as though something is off tonight. He speculated that the ongoing disputes among the tribal leaders, anxious to return to the royal court, might be the cause. Tensions within the camp were palpable, and all were on high alert. Heightened security, the patrol leader commanded. The tribal heads were embroiled in conflicts over interests, aware that the forces of Da Qi could strike at any moment. The soldiers, bound by duty, had no choice but to place their lives on the line. Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang trailed the patrol, discreetly scanning their surroundings, swiftly deducing the location of General He Tuo's tent. Meanwhile, Qiao Xia and Jiang Huayan had infiltrated the stables, where the West Chang cavalry was known for its valor. If they could manage to steal the horses, the combat effectiveness of the West Chang forces would be significantly diminished. Qiao Xia's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the fine steeds, their coats gleaming even in the dim light, and she rushed toward them. At that moment, 2 West Chang soldiers approached, tasked with watching over the horses. Jiang Huayan quickly pulled Qiao Xia back, pressing her behind a feeding trough, and crouched down beside her in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Qiao Xia began, only to be interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The soldiers grumbled as they walked closer. "Had I known, I would have followed General Sha. His unit will depart for the royal court tomorrow, while we remain here indefinitely." The other soldier cautioned, "Stop talking. Be careful not to alert General He's men." As they reached the corner, the 2 soldiers unbuckled their belts to relieve themselves. Qiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth? Why here of all places?" With a swift motion, Jiang Huayan sprang up, striking both soldiers with precise blows that rendered them unconscious. Qiao Xia quickly stood, delivering kicks to push the fallen soldiers into the shadows. The horses, disturbed by the commotion, lifted their heads to investigate. Rubbing her hands together, Qiao Xia drew a short dagger from behind her waist. "You take that side, and I'll take this one. Let us cut as many tethering ropes as we can, swiftly." "Understood," Jiang Huayan replied, seizing one of the soldiers' swords to assess its weight. Without hesitation, Qiao Xia dashed into the herd of horses, her dagger flashing as she sliced through ropes, moving like the wind. The horses, sensing her presence, approached her curiously. Jiang Huayan followed suit, severing the ropes as they wove through the throng of steeds. The horses remained calm, even as one attempted to kick Jiang Huayan, who deftly soothed it. Amidst the resting horses, they continued to free the steeds, neutralizing any guards that approached before resuming their task. The remaining members of their group also successfully infiltrated the West Chang camp under the cloak of night, seeking the whereabouts of the West Chang commanders, ideally capturing He Tuo alive. All 13 individuals shared a common goal: to resolve the conflict with minimal sacrifice. They gradually converged toward the main tent of West Chang. Closest to their target were Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang, who traversed much of the West Chang camp before finally arriving at the main tent. Inside, the West Chang commanders were embroiled in heated debate. "The marshal is dead. You, He Tuo, are unfit to inherit his position. Just days ago, you were routed by that girl from the Shen family, and yet you seem to have forgotten so quickly. The opportunity to assault West Zhou City has passed. The morale of Deqi is at its peak. We cannot engage in this war any longer. I care not. I demand to return to the royal court immediately." The tribal leaders had received news that the old king of West Chang was nearing death, and their respective princes urged them to return to the royal court at once. This was a critical moment for seizing the throne. Despite the evident futility of continuing the war and the slim chances of conquering West Zhou City, the commanders were reluctant to remain in this stalemate. Only He Tuo stubbornly insisted, "If you wish to return to the royal court, do so on your own. The army cannot retreat. If we withdraw, the forces of Deqi will counterattack. What will become of the people of West Chang?" An elderly general from West Chang retorted angrily, "The king has long decreed that in the event of war, the innocent must not suffer. After seizing a city, we must protect its citizens, not slaughter them. Did you ever consider the consequences when you were so eager for glory? Now is not the time for such discussions." He Tuo slammed the table in fury. "I, He Tuo, declare here today that anyone who retreats at this moment is equivalent to a deserter. Deserters shall be executed without mercy. Humph! Who do you think you are? I will return to the royal court, and whoever dares to stop me shall taste my blade." The old general dismissed He Tuo with a wave and departed without a backward glance. "We're leaving. Hurry." The other commanders, eager to return to the royal court, turned their backs on He Tuo, no longer willing to engage in further discourse. "Stop!" He Tuo bellowed in anger. Yet those men did not look back, unperturbed by his wrath. He Tuo unsheathed his sword and charged out of the tent, striking down the departing general in one swift motion. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. "I have spoken," He Tuo declared, withdrawing his blade slowly amidst the stunned gazes of those present. "Anyone who dares to become a deserter shall die." Chapter 77. United as one. Are you insane, He Tuo? The commanding officers and soldiers of Xichang felt a chill run down their spines. This veteran, highly respected within the army and esteemed by the Xichang marshal, was slain by He Tuo in an instant of discord. You are the mad ones. The royal court is in chaos, with princes battling amongst themselves. Why the haste to return? Since entering the battlefield, He Tuo had lost count of how many lives he had taken. The execution of the old general was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been contemplated for quite some time. If these tribal leaders refused to heed his command, then they must be eliminated until they learned to submit. With the death of the Xichang general, the soldiers nearby, loyal to He Tuo, brandished their weapons and swiftly surrounded several leaders. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows as the assembled generals, realizing the gravity of the situation, momentarily banded together, drawing their swords against He Tuo's men. He Tuo stepped over the fallen general's body and, with a fierce voice, demanded, "I shall ask one last time. Will you stay and fight against the Shen army with me, or will you depart this instant?" He Tuo, do you truly believe you can wield absolute power in the army? One of the Xichang generals raised a bone whistle hanging from his neck and blew it sharply. The remaining leaders quickly drew signal arrows, summoning their subordinates. In an instant, soldiers rushed towards the scene, weapons drawn, pointing them at one another. Tension hung thick in the air, poised to erupt at the slightest provocation. Reacting swiftly, He Tuo lunged at the nearest general, who managed to evade, sustaining only a minor injury. The wounded man shouted, "What are you waiting for? Join forces with me to slay He Tuo. Do you wish to return to the royal court alive?" The other generals, each with their own agendas, began to collaborate against He Tuo while simultaneously betraying their allies. Thus, as one stabbed another in the back, the Xichang generals turned their assault on He Tuo into chaos, with soldiers below engaging in a frenzied melee under the night sky. Blood spilling across the ground. The 13 riders of Breaking Wind, having infiltrated various factions, were taken aback by the turmoil. "What fortune has befallen us?" murmured Shen Ruojin. "This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity." Qin Lang, witnessing He Tuo besieged by several Xichang generals, seized the moment as he wielded his sword with his uninjured left hand. He Tuo, with newfound vigor, struck down the general who had wounded him, but Qin Lang approached from the side, aiming for He Tuo's vital points. Recognizing the lethal intent, He Tuo swiftly turned to defend himself, their weapons clashing with a shower of sparks, their eyes reflecting the flames around them. "It's you." He Tuo recognized Qin Lang as Shen Ruojin's husband, recalling the day they stood side by side on the battlefield. "You possess keen insight," Qin Lang remarked, deflecting He Tuo's weapon. In retaliation, He Tuo channeled his inner strength and struck out, but Qin Lang met him head-on. The force of their clash causing nearby spectators to stagger. General Shen Ruojin, disguised as a Xichang soldier, approached to assist, but He Tuo, ever vigilant, attempted to seize her by the throat. Shen Ruojin evaded his grasp with a deft maneuver and leapt into the air, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the bones in He Tuo's injured hand. She pressed her advantage, advancing toward his vital points as he retreated in desperation. "Shen is here. Why do you not work together to subdue her?" He Tuo continued to back away, searching for a weapon. But Qin Lang swiftly stepped on his hand. As the two converged, He Tuo resolved not to hesitate any longer and plunged into the fray of generals, determined to sacrifice himself rather than allow others to survive. As Shen Ruojin advanced, the chaos forced the Xichang soldiers to retreat in fear. "Shen? How did he come to be here?" she wondered, dispatching several attacking Xichang soldiers. "With such commotion in the Xichang camp, how could I resist coming to witness it?" Qin Lang, seizing the moment, pursued He Tuo with precision. "What could be more troublesome than internal strife, allowing the enemy to exploit our weakness?" The Xichang generals shouted in alarm, "Capture Shen! Seize him first!" In a swift motion, Qin Lang leapt towards one of the generals, kicking him towards Zhang Shu, who expertly bound him with a rope, securing the general with ease. Qin Lang continued his pursuit of He Tuo, who had acquired a new weapon and turned to confront Shen Ruojin once more, but Qin Lang had already positioned himself behind He Tuo. "Block him!" He Tuo commanded his soldiers, swinging his blade towards Shen Ruojin. "You Shen family members pride yourselves on heroism, yet here you are, resorting to ambush and overwhelming numbers." Shen Ruojin, wielding her sword with lethal intent, replied, "Shall we discuss your own words?" As He Tuo attempted to counter her relentless assault, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Unable to respond in time, she continued to strike, emphasizing that strategy is ever-changing. As for overwhelming numbers, who is truly outnumbered? Here in the Xichang camp, over 100,000 soldiers are stationed, while we number merely 13. Had it not been for this internal strife, we would never have infiltrated so effortlessly. The Xichang generals, realizing the futility of their situation, shouted for the immediate capture of Shen Shi, but the fray had descended into chaos, with combatants unable to halt their aggression. He Tuo, desperate, gritted his teeth. If you have the skill, face me alone. Do not call for your husband's aid. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, you are no match for me. With a cold expression, Shen Ruojin leapt into the air once more. Striking down He Tuo's raised weapon and aiming her blade at his head. He Tuo, startled, hurled his weapon aside in a last-ditch effort to retaliate, retreating with all his strength. At that moment, Qin Lang, having dispatched all obstacles, soared in, driving his sword through He Tuo's chest. What do you understand of this? What we share is a union of purpose, as strong as forged steel. Chapter 78. Homecoming. The young Prince Qin, with a swift and ruthless thrust of his sword, retracted it with remarkable finesse, blood splattering as droplets cascaded down the blade and fell to the ground. Scoundrel, only capable of ambush. He Tao cursed furiously, his form rigid as he gazed down at his pierced armor, the crimson fluid staining his robes in an instant. He raised a hand to his chest, attempting to stem the flow of blood. Incorrect again. Shen Ruojin leapt into action, swinging her sword towards He Tao. This was a strike when he was least prepared. With Qin Lang blocking his retreat and Shen Ruojin's lethal attack before him, surrounded by soldiers engaged in combat, He Tao had no means of escape. After enduring 3 blows barehanded, he lost an ear to Shen Ruojin's blade, which now pointed directly at his throat. In a cold voice, Shen Ruojin inquired, "Do you still dare to ask me to warm your bed?" He Tao's face contorted in pain, unable to utter a word. Their first encounter on the city tower, where this general from Xichang had boasted of capturing her, lingered in her mind. Shen Ruojin was not one to hold grudges lightly, but any slight against her would be avenged in due course. How could I not dare? He Tao gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Without hesitation, Shen Ruojin brought her sword down, severing He Tao's head. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock as his head rolled to the ground, the earth painted in crimson, and the night deepened like ink. The camp was ablaze with flames, the clamor of battle escalating. Shen Ruojin tore down a tent flap, wrapping the freshly severed head within it, lifting it high. He Tao was dead. Qin Lang rushed forward, aligning his back with Shen Ruojin's as they faced the multitude of Xichang soldiers surrounding them, proclaiming loudly, "He Tao is dead. Who dares to advance another step shall face death, without mercy. He Tao is dead." The soldiers and generals of Xichang cried out in shock. After the departure of the Xichang commander, He Tao had been the most valiant of their leaders. Such a formidable warrior had been slain in his own camp by Shen Ruojin and her comrades under the cover of night. Fear gripped the Xichang forces, and they instinctively began to retreat. Shen Ruojin turned to Qin Lang, whispering, "The morale of the Xichang troops is shattered. We must withdraw." Agreed. Qin Lang responded without hesitation. The two fought their way through the encirclement, rescuing the few of their party who had been grievously injured in the fray. Shen Ruojin, clutching He Tao's head, surged forward to save a comrade. One soldier, exhausted and surrounded by Xichang troops, faced certain doom as countless blades descended upon him. Shen Ruojin propelled herself forward, stepping onto the shoulders of the Xichang soldiers, deftly deflecting a dozen blades with a single sweep of her sword. Miss. The rescued soldier's eyes sparkled with hope. "Focus. We must fight our way out together," Shen Ruojin commanded as she continued to engage the enemy. "Yes, yes." The young soldier was nearly moved to tears. Following closely, Qin Lang echoed Shen Ruojin's resolve. "We, the 13 Riders of the Wind, shall not leave anyone behind." The trio fought their way out, regrouping with the rest of their comrades while capturing several Xichang generals along the way. Zhong Shu, having heard the news of He Tao's demise from afar, hurried to join them, asking, "My lord, were we not to capture He Tao alive?" "That is no longer necessary," Qin Lang replied, swiftly subduing a Xichang general and tossing him to Zhong Shu to be bound. "Understood." Zhong Shu deftly tied the captured general. Initially, Shen Ruojin had intended to take He Tao alive, but having overheard the Xichang leaders squabbling during their disguise as patrolling soldiers, they confirmed that the old king of Xichang was nearing death, causing the generals to lose their resolve to fight and rush back to the royal court. He Tao had relied on his might to seize command amid the chaos following the general's death, enforcing his will with an iron fist. Little did he expect that Shen Ruojin and her small band would dare to infiltrate the enemy camp, seizing the opportunity presented by their internal discord. In the ensuing turmoil, these tribal leaders unwittingly became the backbone of the Qi forces, with He Tao's death sowing discord among the Xichang troops and capturing several of their generals. The subsequent battles could be won almost effortlessly. Qin Lang and Shen Ruojin shared a silent understanding of this strategy, as they continued to fight fiercely against the Xichang soldiers. Capturing 7 generals, they found their retreat obstructed by a multitude of Xichang troops. "Release our general. Let go of our chieftain. Otherwise, you shall not escape. Prepare for mutual destruction," the Xichang soldiers bellowed. However, Shen Ruojin's party was not to be trifled with. Having captured their prize, there was no reason to release them. With one hand wielding her sword and the other holding He Tao's head, Shen Ruojin gathered her inner strength, preparing to break through. Yet, upon counting their numbers, she realized they were only 11. "Where are Qiao Xia and Zhang Huayan?" she inquired. Zhong Shu replied. They headed towards the stables. Before he could finish, the sound of thundering hooves echoed like a tidal wave. They looked up to see Qiao Xia and Zhang Huayan racing towards them on magnificent steeds, numerous cavalry following closely behind. Qiao Xia, holding a short flute to her lips, played a melody that resonated through the bloodied night, leading the cavalry like a queen of horses. "Follow me. The horses are coming. Charge out." Shen Ruojin raised her sword high, cleaving through the enemy ranks as she leapt onto her mount. "The 13 riders of the wind, we are going home." With a multitude of horses charging toward them, the Xichang soldiers found themselves unable to respond, unwilling to harm their own steeds, and chaos erupted within the camp. Homeward bound, Qin Lang and the others broke through the encirclement, mounting their horses with captured generals in tow, galloping away for miles. Qiao Xia rode alongside Shen Ruojin, exclaiming, "How about that? Am I impressive?" "Indeed," Shen Ruojin praised wholeheartedly. "Our Lady Qiao is the most formidable." Qiao Xia huffed. "Were you not the one who forbade me from coming along?" "Shen Little Tin, I never boast. When I say I can help, I certainly can." "Yes." Shen Ruojin nodded emphatically. "Our Qiao sister never boasts. In the art of horse taming, if you claim second place, none would dare claim the first." "Precisely." Qiao Xia puffed out her chest with pride. Behind them, the Xichang camp had descended into utter disarray, with soldiers shouting, "Save our chieftain. Do not harm the war horses. Pursue. Quick, pursue." Yet they could only shout in vain, as thousands of galloping horses obstructed their path. Many Xichang soldiers stumbled and fell, trampled underfoot. The Xichang forces could only watch helplessly as the night quietly faded, the morning star illuminating the horizon. Shen Ruojin and her band of 13 rode away under the cover of night. The dawn gradually breaking at the horizon, they galloped toward. Morning had arrived. Chapter 79, Pain. Pain, Shen Ruojin and her companions stealthily infiltrated the Xichang military camp, facing an overwhelming force of over 100,000 with merely 13 individuals. Remarkably, they not only returned safely to the banks of Tianjiang, but also captured 7 generals from Xichang. Wei Qingshan and others were ecstatic, repeatedly exclaiming that heroes are often young. In the case of our Miss Tin and Miss Chiao, they are truly exceptional women, unmatched by any man. Shen Ruojin modestly credited their success to the team's cooperation before discarding the severed head of He Tuo and washing her hands of the matter. "Compliment me. I am not modest. I relish your praises, so do say more." Qiao Xia stood tall, graciously accepting the accolades for a good hour before she made her way to the military doctor for some medicine. The young lady had severed countless horse-tethering ropes, leaving her hands swollen. While in the enemy camp, she had been too preoccupied to notice her injuries, but now, amidst the praises, her pain resurfaced. The army doctor inquired where she was hurt and offered to tend to her wounds. Just then, a soldier shouted for the doctor, claiming that a comrade was gravely injured. The doctor hurriedly grabbed his medical kit, intending to explain the application of the medicine to Qiao Xia. "It's merely a minor injury. I can manage on my own. You should attend to the more pressing matter," Qiao Xia insisted. The doctor agreed and rushed off. Alone in the tent, Qiao Xia found a chair to sit on. Her palms blistered from the hilt of her weapon. As she attempted to open a medicine bottle, it slipped from her grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering powder everywhere. She realized she could not pick it up. "What is that noise?" Lin Shochi, accompanied by a servant carrying newly acquired medicinal supplies, approached the doctor's tent and heard the sound of something breaking. He lifted the curtain and was greeted by the sight of Qiao Xia grimacing at the shards and powder on the ground. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. "Surely you can see what you've done?" Lin Shochi retorted, noting her discomfort. "Qiao Xia, proud and unwilling to let this handsome man know of her injury. Concealed her hands behind her back. I am not injured. What do you mean? She insisted. Then why are you hiding your hands? He deduced her secret immediately. I am too weary to discuss this, she replied, attempting to exit. However, she was met by Lin's servant blocking her path as they moved in supplies. Xiao Xia attempted to circumvent him, but was intercepted again by Lin Xiuqi. Blocking the way is not very polite, she said, annoyed. Your stubbornness is equally impolite, he countered, mirroring her tone. Just then, Lin Xiuqi offered her a white jade bottle. Here, this is the finest wound medicine from my family's apothecary. It is worth 100 gold pieces and is rare to find. Use it. Xiao Xia was surprised. If it is so precious, why give it to me? Because I choose to, he replied, beginning to retract the offer. Do you want it or not? I want it, she exclaimed, reaching for it. But the movement caused her blister to brush against something, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Observing the valuable medicine on the ground, she resolved to cherish it and not appear obstinate. My hand hurts. Would you help me apply the medicine? Me help you? Lin Xiuqi was taken aback. Despite being the son of a merchant, he was well versed in the proprieties between genders. Is that not acceptable? She pressed. I am a woman and do not mind. Why should you? But enough with your hesitation. Come here, she commanded, sitting down and extending her hands, covered in blisters. Now apply it. Lin Xiuqi stared at her incredulously. Did she really think of him as her servant? Yet, there were no female doctors in this camp. And even if the army doctor were available, he would still be a man. Considering that Xiao Xia had injured herself while aiding his kin, he reasoned that it was not too different from helping his own family. Very well, he acquiesced. It's just applying some medicine. As he prepared to sprinkle the powder on her wounds, he was shocked by the state of her hands. Xiao Xia, feeling her temper rise, retorted. What do you mean by that? Are these hands not human? That's not what I meant, Lin Xiuqi clarified. It's just that your hands are quite unsightly. Suppressing her anger, she demanded, enough chatter. Will you help or not? Of course, I will. Having never tended to anyone before. Lin Xiuqi hesitated but then set down the jade bottle, saying, I believe we should first lance these blisters and cleanse them with strong liquor before applying the medicine. Otherwise, your hands will heal but remain hideous. Is that so? Xiao Xia, being a young lady, did not wish to face the world with such hands. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes. Then, go ahead. Bear with it, he instructed. Lin Xiuqi fetched a silver needle and a jar of liquor to begin treating her wounds. When Shen Ruojin arrived, she was met with a cacophony of sounds from within the tent. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Stop it right now, Xiao Xia cried. Just hold on a moment. Don't shout. Lin Xiuqi's voice was noticeably subdued. Soldiers outside exchanged glances, hesitant to enter, fearing they might witness something inappropriate. Eventually, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by Xiao Xia's furious shout, Stop it at once. Without hesitation, Shen Ruojin rushed inside, only to be met with. Chapter 80. Sleep with me. Upon entering, Shen Ruojin immediately witnessed Xiao Xia flailing her arms, elbowing Lin Xiuqi, forcefully propelling him several steps away. Shen Ruojin was taken aback, pondering, who is truly in pain here? Cousin, you have arrived just in time. Please help. Lin Xiuqi, having been shoved aside, struggled to maintain his balance while tightly clutching a small jade vial, lamenting, I feel as if she might beat me to death. Xiao Xia, drenched in cold sweat, quickly retorted, Nonsense. I barely exerted any force. It was he who was clumsy, unable to apply the medicine correctly, nearly causing me to suffer. Lin Xiuqi, incredulous, responded, You shoved me so far with your elbow and claim you exerted no effort? I said I didn't exert any effort. Xiao Xia insisted, her tone unyielding. In moments of excruciating pain, one might lose control over their strength. Had she known Lin Xiuqi would prove so unreliable, she would have preferred to let her hand fester. Seeing the two engaged in a spirited exchange, Shen Ruojin approached and assisted Xiao Xia in taking a seat, examining her palm. The hand was riddled with blood blisters, most of which had burst, leaving a ghastly sight that was painful to behold twice. Noticing the concern in Shen Ruojin's eyes, Xiao Xia softly remarked, It's really not that painful. When one lies, they must not speak too loudly, lest the heavens overhear. How could it not hurt? Shen Ruojin was unconvinced. Why didn't you mention your injury sooner? I was too pleased to hear General Wei and the others praise me earlier, Xiao Xia explained. I forgot about the pain until after their compliments, so I rushed over to see the army doctor. Impressive, Lin Xiuqi chuckled. What are you laughing at? Xiao Xia shot him a glare. Who laughed? Certainly not I. He quickly suppressed his amusement, feigning innocence. He then handed the small jade vial to Shen Ruojin, stating, "Since my cousins are here, perhaps you should apply the medicine to Miss Qiao. I still have supplies to account for. I'll be on my way." "Very well, thank you, cousin." Shen Ruojin nodded slightly. "You are too polite. We are family, after all." Lin Shouqi waved his hand dismissively and exited the tent. Xiao Xia remarked, "The only redeeming quality of this Lin Shouqi is his wealth. Isn't that enough?" Shen Ruojin replied as she tended to Xiao Xia's wounds. "Ah." Xiao Xia gasped as the medicine touched her injury. "Is it painful?" "I shall fetch some pain relief powder," Shen Ruojin offered, turning to the medicine cabinet. "It hurts, but not excessively. It's just a minor injury. There's no need to waste pain relief on me. Save it for the severely wounded soldiers," Xiao Xia insisted. Heeding her words, Shen Ruojin continued to apply the medicine. "Be swift. The sooner it's done, the sooner the pain ends," Xiao Xia urged. Shen Ruojin complied, hastily applying the powder and wrapping the wound in a clean bandage. Xiao Xia winced at the pain, yet, determined not to show weakness before her junior. She gritted her teeth and praised, "You bandaged it splendidly. Applying medicine doesn't hurt at all. Far superior to that Lin Shouqi. No, 100 times better." Shen Ruojin observed her for a moment. "Perhaps you should wipe the cold sweat from your forehead before making such claims?" Xiao Xia paused. "Am I sweating?" "Surely it's just the warmth from the charcoal fire in this tent." "Enough," Shen Ruojin said, tucking the jade vial into her sleeve. "Come, follow me." "Where to?" Xiao Xia inquired, though she was already rising to follow Shen Ruojin. "To my tent, to sleep," Shen Ruojin replied. Xiao Xia halted in her tracks. "You want me to sleep with you?" Shen Ruojin countered. "If not with me, then with whom do you intend to sleep?" Without waiting for Xiao Xia's answer, she continued, "In this entire military camp, only you, me, and Mu Yue are women. Do you wish to sleep with Mu Yue?" "Absolutely not. I cannot stand that Mu Yunwei," Xiao Xia exclaimed. Furthermore, Mu Yunwei was unreasonable, utterly incompetent yet insistent on staying in the camp, causing turmoil for the injured soldiers who were already suffering enough without her adding to their woes. "I would like to sleep, but if you sleep with me..." "Where does my brother-in-law go?" Xiao Xia posed. "He has his own place to sleep," Shen Ruojin replied. When Qin Lang was in the capital, he was meticulous about everything. Residing in the military camp was a hardship for him. Shen Ruojin arranged for him to have a separate tent, allowing the accompanying guards to add some comforts. "Very well." Xiao Xia conceded immediately. As they walked toward the tent, Xiao Xia suddenly asked, "Does this count as me taking the initiative?" Shen Ruojin patiently explained, "That's not how the phrase is used." "Then am I occupying someone else's territory?" She mused. Shen Ruojin sighed. "That's not the correct usage either." Abandoning her attempts at idioms, Xiao Xia stated plainly, "Then let us consider this a continued romance." Shen Ruojin was left speechless. Though Miss Qiao hailed from a well-to-do family, her heart was solely devoted to horses, leaving her disinterested in literature or the arts, often leading to her surprising remarks. Exhausted, Shen Ruojin chose not to correct Xiao Xia's terminology. In the following days, the two shared a tent. Shen Ruojin dreamed of strategies to counterattack Xichang, while Xiao Xia never forgot to train horses even in her dreams. By day, one conferred with generals about military matters while the other tended to horses. By night, their dreams intertwined, showcasing a remarkable rapport that made Qin Lang envious. 3 days later, the Shen family army reconnected the bridge that the Xichang forces had destroyed with iron chains, allowing thousands of soldiers to cross the Tian River. Meanwhile, the majority of the troops circled around Tianning Peak, attacking the Xichang forces from 2 fronts. The heads of He Tuo and 7 other Xichang generals were displayed before the Shen army, who pressed their advantage, shattering the morale of the Xichang troops. Shen Shi led the counteroffensive against Xichang, achieving victory after victory, capturing 3 cities in 5 days. Each time they engaged, they would execute Xichang generals slain in battle, bringing all captured prisoners to the front lines. As the numbers grew, the Xichang soldiers began to flee without a fight, decisively instilling fear in the Xichang royal court and shocking the entire Deqi nation. Chapter 81. Finding the third brother and bringing him home. After the Shen army captured the city of Xichang, they spared the lives of the common folk, refraining from killing, burning, or looting. Aside from replacing the flag atop the city walls, everything remained unchanged. However, with the 2 nations at war and the Xichang soldiers having previously slaughtered the subjects of Daqi, the tables had turned. The people of Xichang dared not linger in the city now occupied by the Daqi forces, resulting in a mass migration of civilians heading towards the royal court. After several days of pursuing the Xichang soldiers, the Daqi troops temporarily camped outside the city of Yushui in Xichang. One fateful night, Qin Lang received a message from the capital via a swift eagle courier. The eagle, known for its remarkable speed, carried a note tied to its leg. The note bore 2 lines. The emperor decrees a cessation of hostilities. Summon Shen Yi and Shen Shi to return to the capital swiftly. A secret edict will arrive shortly. Make preparations accordingly. The handwriting was hasty, rendering the author unrecognizable. However, Qin Lang recognized the eagle from his time in the northern territories, believing it had been tamed solely by the northern king and Qin Shi. Understanding the significance of this message, Qin Lang fed the eagle a piece of meat before releasing it, and then sought out Shen Ruojin. Inside Shen Ruojin's tent was Xiaoxia. And with the 2 women sharing a sleeping space, Qin Lang felt like an outsider, needing to be announced before entering. "Miss Tin, your husband has arrived," called out a soldier stationed outside the tent as he spotted Qin Lang approaching. At that late hour, Xiaoxia, half awake, sprang from her bed, instinctively reaching for the short dagger hidden beneath her pillow. "Who is it? Is there an enemy attack?" "It's not an enemy attack, it is Qin Lang," replied Shen Ruojin. "He has urgent matters to discuss. I shall go out and see. You continue to rest." Xiaoxia replaced the dagger and rubbed her eyes, realizing the urgency of the visit. "You should go. It must be important for him to come at this hour." She hesitated, considering that it was Shen Ruojin's tent. "Perhaps I should step out so you 2 can talk?" "No need. Just sleep," Shen Ruojin insisted as she donned her clothes and stepped outside. Lifting the tent curtain, she found Qin Lang illuminated by the flickering firelight, clad in dark attire that lent him a calm demeanor, far more composed than when he was in the capital. As he had mentioned, on the battlefield, swords are merciless, and blood stains easily mar brighter colors. Only dark hues could withstand the grime. The clouds obscured the moon, leaving only a few solitary stars glimmering in the night sky. Their eyes met, and they moved towards one another. Qin Lang held the message from the capital, contemplating how since Xiaoxia's arrival, he had not even had the chance to approach Shen Ruojin's bed. As her primary husband, he was barred from sharing her space. "Why have you come to find me at such a late hour?" Shen Ruojin inquired directly. "News has arrived from the capital," Qin Lang replied, handing her the note. "You may read it for yourself." Receiving the note, Shen Ruojin brought it closer to the torchlight to read. "The emperor decrees a cessation of hostilities. A secret edict will arrive shortly. Prepare accordingly. Our army's morale is high, and victory is within reach. The emperor wishes for a truce?" Shen Ruojin crumpled the note in frustration. Is the emperor mad or foolish? Is it because I am a woman, unfit to command? Or perhaps it is related to that incident from 3 years ago. Various thoughts raced through her mind. One cannot fathom the emperor's intentions, Qin Lang observed, watching Shen Ruojin closely. If this message holds truth, what are your plans? Will you heed the call for a truce, or will you continue the assault? Without hesitation, Shen Ruojin declared, "We shall continue our siege. Daqi and Xichang have been neighbors for centuries. Countless treaties of peace have been signed, only to be broken without a second thought. Now, with the old king of Xichang gravely ill and civil strife rampant, this is a rare opportunity to expand Daqi's territory, to unite both nations into one, erasing the distinctions between Daqi and Xichang and ensuring peace in the western frontier." Moreover, she held a personal ambition. She wished to march to the royal court, find her 3rd brother, and bring him home. "Very well," Qin Lang nodded. "Then we shall continue the fight." Shen Ruojin tossed the note into the flames, watching as the fire consumed it, turning it to ash. "For now, let us not inform my grandfather. He has devoted his life to the emperor. Should the emperor decree a halt to the war, he would not hesitate to comply, even if it meant his demise." Qin Lang gazed deeply at Shen Ruojin, replying softly, "Understood." Stepping closer to him, Shen Ruojin whispered, "Let us keep this from Uncle Wei and the others as well." Days had passed without intimacy between them, yet now, with her so near, Qin Lang could not entertain romantic thoughts, understanding that Shen Ruojin intended to shoulder this burden alone. Before the secret edict reached the camp, they would fight as far as they could, knowing that if the emperor sought retribution, others could plead their case. But as a woman leading troops, no matter how great her contributions, the emperor could easily condemn her. But what did it matter? By that time, Shen Shi would have avenged her uncles and brothers, fulfilling their unfinished business. She cared little for her own lifespan. She only wished to accomplish what she set out to do. Qin Lang was aware of Shen Ruojin's thoughts, yet he merely responded, "All right." He even felt that had the news come to Shen Ruojin instead of him, she would have concealed it from him as well. Contemplating this, he yearned to question her. Why must you bear all these burdens alone? Why not think of yourself? But upon meeting Shen Ruojin's starry eyes, he felt he understood everything, because she was Shen Shi. The bloodline of the Shen family ran through her veins. Thus, Qin Lang stood in the night air, the wind howling around the tent, gazing at Shen Ruojin for a long while. Ultimately, he asked nothing and turned to walk into the darkness. Shen Ruojin remained, anticipating his inquiries, only to hear him utter, "All right," 3 times. Without any further words before he departed. At a loss for words, she hurried after him. "Qin Lang, where are you going at this hour?" Turning back, Qin Lang's gaze pierced through the night, his voice low. "I will ensure the Emperor's secret edict does not reach here." Shen Ruojin was momentarily taken aback. Stopping one edict would not suffice. One could not block the flow of multiple messages. You might delay one, but not indefinitely. Qin Lang replied, "If we do not try, how will we know it cannot be stopped?" Shen Ruojin, the western frontier is not solely yours. Everyone standing on this land has a responsibility to protect it. As I am known as the husband of the Shen army, I too bear my share of responsibility. You really don't have to, Shen Ruojin began, but her words faltered under Qin Lang's intense gaze. "How do you plan to stop it?" Without hesitation, Qin Lang responded, "Those who comply will return whence they came. Those who do not." His eyes darkened. "We shall deal with them accordingly." Chapter 82. Letter from Xichang. After Qin Lang departed, heavy snow began to fall upon Yushui City. Xiao Xia and Shen Ruojin shared a tent, where a stove was lit, and 2 thick quilts were spread out. Yet, despite these comforts, Miss Qiao was still roused from her slumber by the cold. Reaching out to her side, she found Shen Shi was absent. She wondered if something had happened during her prolonged absence. A sudden chill coursed through her, prompting her to sit upright and hurriedly don her clothes to search for her companion. The night breeze slipped through the tent seams, sending shivers down her spine. As Shen Ruojin returned, she spotted Xiao Xia attempting to venture outside. "Why are you up? It is still dark. Come back to sleep," she urged. Xiao Xia felt a wave of relief upon seeing her friend and pulled her towards the warmth of the stove. "You say that? Yet I was startled awake by your absence, drenched in cold sweat. I feared you all might engage in some earth-shattering endeavor without me." Shen Ruojin warmed her chilled palms by the fire, her previous night's escapade of disrupting the Xichang soldiers with her horse still fresh in her memory. "If there are further actions to be taken, I shall not forget your invaluable assistance." "That is more like it," Xiao Xia replied, their breath mingling in the frigid air, creating a cloud of mist. The cold was extraordinary, and outside, the snow seemed to fall anew. Marching into battle during a snowstorm is doubly arduous. "What are your plans now?" Xiao Xia inquired. Shen Ruojin gazed outside, momentarily lost in thought. The further they traveled west, the more bitterly cold it became. The soldiers encamped outside the city, bundled in heavy winter attire, found it difficult to stave off the chill even by the warmth of the tent. The people of Xichang had tightly shut the city gates, attempting to thwart the advance of the Deqi army with this severe weather. However, as dawn broke, Shen Ruojin commanded an assault on the city. If the weather was intolerable for the soldiers outside, then surely entering the city would provide shelter, warmth, and sustenance. Wei Qingshan and others understood well the vast difference between being stationed within the city and outside its walls in such frigid conditions. They rallied the troops to attack, while the Xichang soldiers inside Yushui City fought valiantly, relying on their ample provisions to hold their ground. This battle stalemated for a fortnight, with the Xichang forces facing inevitable defeat, merely awaiting the final blow. The Crown Prince of Xichang, Mu Qinghao, personally arrived at Yushui City and sent envoys to propose a temporary ceasefire, requesting a meeting with Shen Ruojin and General Shen at the highest point of Feiyu Cliff outside Yushui City, ostensibly to discuss peace. Unwilling to subject her injured grandfather to further strain, Shen Ruojin consulted with Wei Qingshan and the others after meeting the Xichang envoys. "My grandfather is gravely injured and should not be traveling. I do not intend to meet with Mu Qinghao alone. Any discussions can wait until I have captured Yushui City. If Miss Shen does not plan to meet him alone, then we could send a couple of soldiers back to inform the old general. And he need not make the trip himself," suggested Li Hongjin simplistically. However, Wei Qingshan found himself in a quandary. If the old general were present, he would likely wish to attend the meeting with the Crown Prince of Xichang, having fought alongside each other for many years. Li Hongjin understood Wei Qingshan's hesitation without needing to speak. He promptly asserted, Mu Qinghao is capable and cunning, not yet 30 years old, and his reputation for benevolence far exceeds that of his father. He is held in high esteem in Xichang. Yet it was he who reneged on the peace talks 3 years ago, resulting in the deaths of countless young generals. The people of Xichang may revere him, but we cannot place our trust in him. Jiang Huayan, typically reticent, spoke up today. He is capricious and should not be trusted. Xiao Xia added. The old king of Xichang is gravely ill, and the other princes are hastily summoning their confidants back to the royal court. Yet, Mu Qinghao has come to Yushui City, indicating he is no ordinary individual. Indeed, Mu Qinghao was anything but ordinary. From the moment Shen Ruojin heard his name, resentment surged within her. 3 years prior, it was this crown prince of Xichang who presided over the peace negotiations but turned against them on the very day, leading to the slaughter of countless Qi soldiers. Before the talks, she had met him alongside her brothers. He was young and handsome, and he treated the soldiers with kindness. At that time, he outlined 10 points for negotiation, advocating for trade, intermarriage, and the mutual sharing of agricultural and technical expertise, all aimed at improving the lives of the common people and ensuring stability between the two nations. He expressed a desire for the populace to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and educated, wishing for an end to war. Back then, her uncles had proclaimed that if the throne were passed to this crown prince, peace between the two nations would be ensured for at least a century. Yet no one anticipated that this same crown prince, who wished for an end to warfare, would instigate the most brutal conflict in nearly a century, resulting in untold casualties and the downfall of the Shen family. Shen Ruojin's eyes darkened as she spoke, her voice hoarse. I do not believe Mu Qinghao, nor will I meet with him. Upon hearing this, Wei Qinshan ceased his discussions, merely stating, Then I shall send someone to inform the old general. Very well. Shen Ruojin nodded, just as they heard outside the tent. The old general has arrived. The tent's occupants were taken aback. The old general was in such poor condition that he could hardly move. So how had he traveled from Shizhou City to Yushui City? Moreover, it coincided with Mu Qinghao's request for a private meeting with Shen Shi. Grandfather. Shen Ruojin rushed outside to greet him. Outside the tent, the old general sat in a wooden wheelchair, wrapped in thick robes, pushed forward by a guard. His hair had grayed considerably, and he appeared frilier than before, though his eyes retained their vigor. Upon seeing Shen Ruojin, he called out robustly, Little Shi. Here, Shen Ruojin replied, returning the salute respectfully. What are your orders, General? During her stay in Shizhou City, her grandfather had often been in a stupor, awakening only briefly, lacking the strength to converse. He had worried that she was burdened with too much concern, forcing himself to engage her in conversation. Now, however, he seemed significantly improved. No longer in mortal danger and on the path to recovery. Shen Yi, with a serious demeanor, commanded, Come here and push my wheelchair. Yes. Shen Ruojin stepped forward, taking over the guard's duties, guiding her grandfather into the tent. Leaning down, she quietly asked, It has been snowing for several days in Yushui City, making travel difficult. Why did you not rest and recuperate in Shizhou City? Shen Yi replied, Mu Qinghao sent word to me, expressing his desire to meet you and me at Feiyu Cliff outside Yushui City. He truly is meticulous, Shen Ruojin thought, her expression darkening. Mu Qinghao likely anticipated her refusal, which is why he resorted to sending a message to her grandfather. A clever double-edged strategy. The old general, unable to quell his worry for little Shi, had rushed to Yushui City upon receiving the news. Despite the heavy snow obstructing the roads, he said nothing of his arduous journey. Instead, he turned to Shen Ruojin and asked, Little Shi, you must have received Mu Qinghao's message as well. How do you intend to respond? Chapter 83. The mistress thinks of me without a moment's hesitation. Shen Ruojin declared, No matter who comes, it shall not impede my conquest of Yushui City. General Shen, gazing at the young lady for a long while, finally spoke, Swiftly resolve the matter, but do not harm the innocent. Shen Ruojin nodded in acknowledgement. Grandfather, I understand. I have always adhered to this principle. However, once war is initiated, casualties are inevitable. After capturing the city, I will issue a decree forbidding harm to the civilians. Shen Yi, though averse to warfare, had fought all his life. The old general was acutely aware that the spirited young lady was not one to seek conflict. Rather, she could not let go of the tragic past, unable to forget the brutal demise of her kin. Had it not been for those harrowing events, she, a fine young woman, would have already been wed, spared from entanglement in the affairs of these two nations. Shen Ruojin never broached the subject of her uncle and brothers in front of her grandfather. The mere thought brought her unbearable pain. At his advanced age, losing a son while still bearing the weight of his own grief must have been an agony equal to or even greater than hers. Over the past 3 years, the two had gone about their lives. Yet this one matter remained a silent pact between them, unspoken even now. Even at this critical juncture, Shen Ruojin merely remarked to her grandfather, "Does he think a letter will persuade me to withdraw my troops? Does Mu Qinghao believe this is still 3 years ago? Had my uncle and brothers been alive, they would have greatly valued the opportunity for peace without conflict. But I, Shen Shi, am different. I can no longer endure any deceit. I shall not grant Mu Qinghao the chance to repeat the tragedies of the past. Not even the slightest possibility shall be entertained." For a moment, Shen Yi was at a loss for words. The others, including Wei Qingshan, who had accompanied Shen Ruojin, hurried forward to greet the old general. Jiang Huayan stepped forward to call out, "Grandfather Shen, this is my disciple's grandson." Jiang Huayan, the old general recalled, his thoughts drifting to his unappreciated disciple. During his severe illness, he had sent Shen Ruojin to summon him, but it was Qin Lang who ultimately went. He had awaited his disciple's arrival, only to realize that their parting at Luowei Pass had become eternal, with only Jiang Huayan remaining of the Jiang family. Shen Yi had often been in a stupor, and today was the first time he had seen Jiang Huayan again. The young man, tall and imposing, embodied the same righteous spirit as his mentor in youth. Yet, Jiang Huayan was reticent. After addressing him as Grandfather Shen, he fell silent. As the group deliberated on how to respond to the sudden invitation from the Crown Prince of Xichang, the old general had no time to reminisce about his disciple's legacy. They all entered the tent to continue strategizing for the upcoming battle. An hour later, all matters had been arranged, and everyone dispersed to their duties, leaving only Shen Ruojin and General Shen within the tent. "Since you are here, grandfather, rest for the day. I shall take you into the city after I capture Yushui City." Shen Ruojin instructed her attendants to set up a tent for her grandfather's accommodation. The journey back to Shizhou City was too arduous. It was far better to rest here. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes, little Ten." Shen Yi had no objections. The old general surveyed the tent and noticed Qin Lang was absent. It was then he inquired, "By the way, where is your husband?" "Qin Lang has gone to attend to a very important matter." Shen Ruojin refrained from mentioning the emperor's secret edict commanding a ceasefire and urging their swift return to the capital. They were already at the gates of Yushui City. Soon, she would confront the villain responsible for her uncle and brother's demise, Mu Qinghao. She could not halt her advance. She must at least avenge her kin before returning to the capital. In the past 2 years, Shen Ruojin had attempted to assassinate Mu Qinghao. But the Crown Prince of Xichang was an enigma. He had slaughtered countless soldiers of the Great Qi and achieved great merit for Xichang, yet had not been bestowed the title of Crown Prince. For nearly these past years, he had remained elusive. Shen Shi had exerted tremendous effort to locate him, roaming through various cities of Xichang, yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. Even the royal family of Xichang had refrained from mentioning his name. Now that Mu Qinghao had made his presence known at Yushui City, Shen Ruojin could not let him escape. How significant was this? Before she could speak, the old general interjected, "He has gone to address the envoy from the emperor. Hasn't he, grandfather?" As Shen Ruojin poured tea, she almost spilled it upon hearing his words, but she steadied herself just in time. She looked at her grandfather, momentarily astonished, but quickly regained her composure. The old fox was indeed as astute as ever. She had not expected to keep it from him indefinitely. She only hoped to delay the revelation for a while longer. Now that the ruse was up, it was better to lay everything bare. Presenting the tea with both hands, she inquired, "How did you come to know? Might you share with me?" Receiving the steaming cup from her, the old general took a sip and replied slowly, "The emperor is suspicious. How could he allow a mere woman to command troops at the front?" Counting the days, it was time for him to send someone to the western frontier. And not just one person, but a secret edict. Shen Yi lowered his voice. "I dispatched troops to intercept the messenger, yet I have not succeeded. Each time, someone else has preemptively resolved the issue. This individual operates with utmost discretion, leaving no trace behind." The old general had long harbored doubts about who was aiding them from the shadows. It was only upon arriving at the military camp and not seeing his son-in-law that he began to form his suspicions. Shen Ruojin was even more astonished. "Grandfather, you also sent someone to intercept the secret edict? What else could I do?" "I could not simply tell the messenger. A general in the field does not heed the commands of the sovereign. That would have made me appear foolish, fearing the emperor's wrath." Shen Yi had previously been the most loyal of commanders. However, with both his son and grandson lost on the battlefield, he had only this one little tin left to protect at all costs. Understanding her grandfather's emotions through his gaze, Shen Ruojin leaned against his arm and whispered, "Grandfather." The old general affectionately patted her head, expressing, "Your husband is quite admirable. He acts before I can, not only daring to dream, but also to act. Our little tin has exceptional judgment." With a single phrase, the old general praised both Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang. The young lady recalled that night when Qin Lang vanished into the darkness, and it had been over half a month without a word. After ensuring her grandfather was settled, she felt an overwhelming desire to learn of Qin Lang's whereabouts, only to realize she had been too preoccupied to send him any messages. Newlyweds. Yet they felt like strangers. Determined to find a way to contact Qin Lang, Shen Ruojin braved the wind and snow toward Lin Xiangqi's tent. Just as she took a few steps, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. Turning, she beheld a majestic black steed approaching, with Qin Lang in a dark cloak halting just 2 steps away from her. Shen Ruojin hurried forward, gazing up at him with delight in her eyes. "Qin Lang, how?" Qin Lang dismounted and leaned down to whisper, "I knew the mistress was thinking of me, so I returned." Chapter 84. To sleep with me? Outside the tent. The chill of the night enveloped the atmosphere, and Qin Lang arrived, laden with the biting winds and snow. His pair of peach blossom eyes burned with intensity, and when he uttered the term madam, it dripped with an alluring tenderness. Indeed, Shen Ruojin mused, perhaps she and Prince Qin truly shared an unspoken bond. After all, why else would he return precisely when she wished to seek news from cousin Lin? She gazed at Qin Lang and unabashedly confessed, "I was indeed thinking of you." Upon hearing her words, Qin Lang abruptly loosened the reins, dismounted, and reached out as if to embrace Shen Ruojin. However, apprehensive that such a sudden action might provoke her thoughts, he withdrew his hand, brushing off the snow from his shoulders and feigning ignorance. "What did you say? Speak louder. The wind and snow are too fierce for me to hear." "I said, I was about to look for cousin Lin." "Not that part." At that moment, Qin Lang had no desire to hear about her cousin. "That is, I was indeed thinking of you." "Indeed." Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. This sentiment made the arduous journey through the storm worthwhile. Shen Ruojin raised her hand to brush away the snow from his attire, urging him, "It's too windy outside. Let us discuss it inside." Nearby soldiers approached to lead the horses away. Qin Lang folded and then opened his hands, speaking as if to himself, "My hands seem to have lost all feeling." "Lost feeling? Let me take a look. It must be from riding for too long in the cold." Shen Ruojin carefully examined Qin Lang's hands. The young prince, once meticulous in his attire while in the capital, had grown increasingly casual since arriving in the western frontier, even neglecting to protect his hands against the heavy snow. His once porcelain-like hands had become cracked from the harsh elements. Shen Ruojin rubbed his hands, then leaned down to warm them with her breath. "Is it any better? I have some moisturizer. I can fetch it for you." As she held his hands, rubbing and breathing warmth into them, Qin Lang felt a surge of warmth flood through him, dispelling any remnants of cold. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt." He was reluctant to withdraw his hand, whispering, "All right. It won't heal so quickly. I am not a miracle worker." Shen Ruojin couldn't help but laugh. After a prolonged period of tension from the ongoing battles, she hadn't smiled in a long while. Qin Lang, with a sincere tone, remarked, "To me, madam, you are far more effective than any physician. Enough of that. Let us go into the tent." Shen Ruojin lifted the curtain, thinking to herself how charmingly Qin Lang spoke. Each time he addressed her as madam, it felt as if he were casting a spell upon her. With Qiao Xia absent and the weather frigid, a few horses had fallen ill, prompting her to visit earlier in the day, yet she had not returned until now. Shen Ruojin instructed a soldier to prepare a basin of hot water and some food, inviting Qin Lang to sit by the fire to warm himself. After cleansing his hands, she applied the moisturizer. Throughout the process, Qin Lang maintained his gaze fixed upon her, cooperating with her efforts. Shen Ruojin assumed that Prince Qin, accustomed to being waited upon, was wary of her ability to care for him. Once she finished applying the moisturizer and sent the water basin away, she added charcoal to the fire and casually remarked, "I've never taken care of anyone before. If I've overlooked anything, please forgive me." There is nothing lacking. Upon realizing he was the first person Shen Ruojin had cared for, Qin Lang felt a rush of happiness. He couldn't help but smile. What an honor. Honor? What is there to feel honored about? Shen Ruojin found Qin Lang to be quite unique indeed. After replenishing the fire, they sat facing each other, and a soldier brought in steaming bowls of noodle soup. "You should eat something to fill your stomach," Shen Ruojin encouraged Qin Lang. Once you're satisfied, we can discuss the matters at hand. Needless to say, everything has been handled appropriately, Qin Lang replied casually, not mentioning the hardships of the past half-month. Shen Ruojin, aware of the emperor's suspicious nature, understood that he would not dispatch just one team to convey secret orders. She lowered her voice and inquired, "How many did you capture?" "Take a guess." Qin Lang leisurely slurped his noodles. Shen Ruojin raised a hand. "This number?" Qin Lang glanced at her. "Not enough. Raise your other hand as well." 10 teams? 10 secret orders? Even with her prior preparations, Shen Ruojin was taken aback. Why would the emperor issue 10 secret decrees demanding a ceasefire and summon her and General Shen back to the capital? And there's more. The 11th order was delivered by the second Prince Yuanqi. Qin Lang had been capturing individuals almost daily. Those sent to convey orders to the western frontier taking various routes, both overt and covert. He dealt with those he could, while for those he couldn't, he silence. He orchestrated various accidents to impede them. Yet, Yuanqi was different. As the legitimate son of the empress, though not yet crowned as the crown prince, he had garnered considerable support from court officials, making him untouchable. No wonder Qin Lang had come to find her in the military camp that night. The emperor's decision to send the second Prince Yuanqi to convey orders indicated an urgent need for Shen Shi and General Shen to return to the capital. Shen Ruojin understood this as well. Where is the second prince now? When might he arrive in Yushui City? The second prince has already reached Shizhou City. Just 2 or 3 days from Yushui City. Understood. Shen Ruojin calculated the time in her mind, formulating a plan. She needed to seize the city before the second Prince Yuanqi arrived and take her revenge on Mu Qinghao. With her thoughts racing, she did not forget to remind Qin Lang, "You should eat while it's hot." Seeing Shen Ruojin remain calm, Qin Lang decided against delving into any further distressing matters. Leisurely enjoying his hot noodle soup. During her time in the military camp, Shen Ruojin had eaten with the ferocity of a soldier. And it had been ages since she witnessed anyone savor their meal so slowly. Truly, he was a noble from the royal household. After such a long journey, it was only natural for him to be hungry, yet he maintained such decorum while eating. If Qiao Xiao were present, she would have undoubtedly expressed her astonishment multiple times. Qin Lang caught Shen Ruojin's gaze. "You've been staring at me. Are you longing for noodles or—" "I merely wanted to say, you're eating so slowly, and the weather is cold. The noodles must be getting cold." Qin Lang paused. "It seems my madam is rather oblivious to the nuances of the moment." "Very well. In the future, there will be time to linger." With that, Qin Lang ceased speaking, focusing intently on filling his stomach, quickly finishing a bowl of noodles. Shen Ruojin inquired, "Would you like another bowl?" Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Qin Lang gazed intently at her. "One bowl of noodles is not enough. I would prefer your company for the night." Before Shen Ruojin could respond, he added, "The more nights, the better." Shen Ruojin was momentarily taken aback. Just as she had intended to praise the princely demeanor of Qin Lang, his unabashed teasing had resurfaced. She chuckled softly. "Are you truly suggesting that you wish to sleep with me?" Qin Lang rose and declared, "I am your husband. If I do not sleep with you, with whom shall I?" Chapter 85. Encounter of enemies. Rising to his feet, Qin Lang declared, "I am your husband. If I do not share a bed with you, with whom shall I?" "Very well," Shen Ruojin replied. "I intend to sleep on the ground in my grandfather's tent tonight to keep vigil. Would you accompany me?" Qin Lang circled the table and approached her side, agreeing to accompany her. To share a sleeping space with his wife, even on the floor, was far superior to a lofty bed with soft pillows. Shen Ruojin was not merely speaking idly. She was indeed resolute in her decision. Qin Lang was equally a man of action. When the young couple appeared together in the general's tent to lay down their bedding, the old general rejected the notion. Shun Yi, startled from his rest, exclaimed, "My injuries have healed considerably. There is no need for you to keep vigil. If anyone is to watch over me, my soldiers can do so adequately." During their time in Shizhou City, Qin Lang had kept vigil by his bedside during the general's troublesome recovery. For those torturous days, the young couple had spent sleepless nights beside him. However, the idea of the newlywed couple laying on the ground in his tent was unacceptable to the old general. "It is far too cold to sleep on the ground. What is the meaning of this?" Shen Ruojin chose not to argue with her grandfather and arranged for 2 beds to be brought in and placed together as a makeshift sleeping area. Surely, this would suffice, right? The cleverness of the young couple was quite remarkable. The old general could not comprehend why Qin Lang would agree to such an arrangement. Ultimately, Shun Yi had to relent, allowing Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang to merge their beds, albeit positioned a half-tent away. the last concession from the old general. Qin Lang was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement, and Shen Ruojin said nothing, for this was not their first experience sharing a bed. As the night wore on, the wind and snow howled. Despite being wrapped in a thick cotton quilt, Shen Ruojin still felt the chill. In the preceding days, she had warmed herself by holding on to Xiao Xia, but tonight the person by her side was Qin Lang, and in her wakefulness, they were only inches apart. As sleep began to overtake her, she unconsciously gravitated towards Qin Lang. He radiated warmth, akin to a furnace, drawing her irresistibly closer. Qin Lang reached out, pulling Shen Ruojin, quilt and all, into his embrace. As she stirred to awaken, he murmured softly, "I am cold, dear wife. May I hold you for a moment?" Upon hearing Qin Lang's plea, Shen Ruojin ceased her movements, allowing him to hold her and instinctively nestling closer to him. Outside, the night wind howled, and within the tent, a single oil lamp flickered. Shen Yi, preoccupied with the war, found sleep elusive. He heard the hushed voices of his son-in-law and Shen Ruojin and promptly covered his ears, adhering to the principle of avoiding indecent sights and sounds. In the dead of night, Xiao Xia returned from tending to the horses and noticed Shen Ruojin was absent from the tent. Assuming she was up to some mischief, she hurriedly inquired of the guard stationed outside, "Where is Shen Ruojin? Why has she not returned?" The guard replied, "Miss Tin has not left. She is keeping vigil in the old general's tent." Xiao Xia sighed in relief, grateful she had not ventured out. Glancing into the tent, she noticed 2 used teacups on the table and questioned, "Who has been here?" "The young master has returned," the guard responded. Xiao Xia pondered the implications of Shen Ruojin not resting alongside Qin Lang, but instead keeping vigil with the old general. She considered that perhaps her sister-in-law was not particularly fond of her brother. Shen Ruojin and Qin Lang were indeed together in the general's tent, yet she could not fathom the unusual nature of their arrangement. In the military camp, all soldiers slept in large communal spaces, and it was uncommon for couples to appear together in such a manner. As the night wore on, Xiao Xia dismissed her thoughts, deciding to sleep first and worry about the tense arrangements for the couple in the morning. Shen Ruojin did not sleep long. Before dawn broke, she awakened. The emperor's 11th decree had arrived, announcing the imminent arrival of the second prince, Yuan Shi. After informing her grandfather, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Little Ten, go and do what you wish." As the first light of dawn appeared, Shen Ruojin led the assembled generals and troops to lay siege to the city. The forces of Deqi, numbering 160,000, launched a fierce assault on Yushui City. Chaos reigned within, while the sounds of battle echoed from outside. Amidst the swirling snow, Shen Ruojin loosed an arrow that severed the banner of the king of Xichong, which fell to the ground, buried in the accumulating snow. She reined in her horse and proclaimed loudly, "People of Yushui City, listen. Open the city gates at once. Those who surrender will not be harmed." The soldiers echoed her command, their voices rising to the heavens. According to the principles of warfare, it is the mark of a master to conquer without battle. Shen Ruojin's singular desire was to claim Mu Qinghao's life, exerting pressure on the enemy while striving to minimize casualties. However, Li Hongzhen and the others insisted on a forceful assault, arguing, "They have held out for so many days without surrendering, and now with Mu Qinghao's presence, they are even less likely to yield." With Mu Qinghao within Yushui City, the defenders may believe they can turn the tide. Only Qin Lang suggested, "Let us wait a moment longer." Moments later, the city gates, tightly shut for over half a month, suddenly creaked open. Archers on the city walls drew their bows, and tension filled the air as a lone rider emerged from the gates. Li Hongzhen and the others readied their weapons, demanding, "Who goes there?" "I am the monkwoman," came the reply from a figure cloaked in white, the wide brim of his hat obscuring half his face. Dismounting, he tossed aside his cloak to reveal a shaved head marked with scars. Dressed in a white robe, he performed a Buddhist salute, identifying himself as Mu Qinghao, the very prince they had been searching for. Mu Qinghao. Shen Ruojin enunciated each syllable of his name, her eyes welling with tears, filled with a desire to see him punished for the suffering he had caused her family. This was the man responsible for the tragic deaths of her uncle and brothers. Now standing before her, not adorned in luxurious garments but transformed into a monk, adorned with scars of renunciation. How absurd! How had the once mighty prince of Xichong devolved into a mere monk? Li Hongzhen could hardly believe his ears. "Shen Tin, I invited you to Feiyu Cliff, and as you declined, I have come here today to speak with you at the city gates." Mu Qinghao, now adopting the persona of the monkwoman, spoke slowly. As if imbued with the aura of the Buddhist realm, completely detached from worldly affairs. He was a stark contrast to the man he once was. Mu Qinghao, what is the purpose of your disguise? Shen Ruojin's hatred for him was palpable, yet upon finally confronting him, she found herself unable to recognize him. No wonder she had searched for him in vain throughout Xichang for 2 years. Who could have anticipated that the once revered prince of Xichang would retreat into the monastic life after the great battle, forsaking all worldly matters? There is no pretense, Mu Qinghao stated before the assembled troops. Today I come alone, without weapons. May I request that you, Miss Ten, step aside with me to converse privately? Chapter 86. Unity of spouses holding a silver spear, Shen Ruojin declared. There is nothing that cannot be spoken between us in public. You may either speak directly, or I shall capture you, and then we can converse. Her grandfather, gravely injured, could not return to the battlefield, and today, she wielded his weapon, which he had not parted with for decades. This silver spear, belonging to General Shen, symbolized his desire to witness the soldiers of Deqi conquer Yushui City and to avenge the destruction of the Shen family by pursuing the mastermind behind their demise. 3 years prior, during peace negotiations between the two nations, Mu Qinghao had frequented Shizhou City. At that time, he had forged friendships with several young generals from the Shen family, sharing drinks atop lofty towers, hoping for a future without war. Shen Ruojin had also encountered the esteemed prince of Xichang, who cherished the culture of Deqi. Mu Qinghao, having a mother from Qi, possessed half of Deqi's blood, spoke fluent Han, and had the tall stature of a Xichang native, though his features resembled those of a Deqi person. Her uncle had once lamented in his cups that Mu Qinghao was likely sent by heaven to ensure peace between the people of Deqi and Xichang. In those days, Mu Qinghao had traveled between the two nations, earning the trust of many, treating all with respect, and exhibiting an unforgettable demeanor. Whenever he saw Shen Ruojin, he would smile and greet her as Miss Tin, and there had even been thoughts of uniting her with Mu Qinghao in marriage. However, the Shen family opposed this, unwilling to part with Shen Ruojin to the royal court of Xichang. Mu Qinghao himself had expressed his admiration for her, but revealed he had a beloved of his own, vowing to return to court her once peace was established. Yet, when negotiations failed, enmity grew. Mu Qinghao remained unmarried and did not ascend to high office. Instead, he renounced the world and became a monk. Shen Ruojin could not fathom the events that had transpired, but at this moment, she had no time to ponder. First, she would subdue him, and then she would inquire further. As Mu Qinghao faced her, he took a blow with his bare hands, acknowledging that there was indeed nothing that could not be said between them. However, the deaths of her uncles and brothers were matters concerning the royal family of Deqi, and revealing them publicly would serve no benefit to her or General Shen, nor to any Deqi soldier present. Do you truly wish for me to disclose such matters before everyone? Those who knew of the events from 3 years ago were nearly all deceased. The emperor and the court officials never mentioned that affair, while Yang Wanxiong, commanding an army of 200,000 from Xichang against Luoyue Pass, had acted so brazenly, withholding supplies and reinforcements, almost leading to General Shen's demise at the pass. Even when the Shen army retreated to Shizhou City and called for aid at the gates, Yang Wanxiong refused to open them, confident that no punishment would befall him from the capital, wishing only to silence witnesses to advance his own career. In a graceful dance, Shen Ruojin wielded her silver spear, and after exchanging several moves with the unarmed Mu Qinghao, she dismounted him, the spear poised at his throat. You speak so grandly. Do you dare claim you have no ulterior motives? Of course, he had ulterior motives. Mu Qinghao rolled in the snow, quickly regained his footing, grasped the saddle, and mounted his horse again, leaping away, inviting her to pursue. Ajin, Miss Ten, called out Qin Lang and Zhang Huayan in unison, each spurring their horses forward. The former reached Shen Ruojin's side in an instant. What did he say to you? Why did you not kill him with a single thrust? The latter notched an arrow, aiming it at Mu Qinghao, ready to shoot should the prince make any sudden moves. We cannot let her pursue, Wei Qingshan shouted. This man has left the city alone. It must be a trap. Shen Ruojin had no intention of blindly chasing after him. The ramparts of Yushui City were teeming with archers, their arrows drawn, and she would be a pincushion should she recklessly pursue Mu Qinghao. However, due to the limitations of range, her position along with the soldiers of Deqi rendered the Xichang troops helpless. With her silver spear in hand, Shen Ruojin recalled Mu Qinghao's mention of her family's connection to the royal family of Deqi, and her mind was momentarily distracted, preventing her from killing him on the spot. Yet, Mu Qinghao's martial prowess was not something she could easily overcome. Had he truly forgotten how to fight during his years as a monk? Or was he deliberately feigning weakness to lure her into pursuit? Seeing her hesitate, Mu Qinghao turned his horse back towards her. Miss Ten, do you not wish to know how your uncles and brothers met their end? Before she could respond, he continued, if you remain ignorant of the truth from 3 years ago, even if you conquer Yushui City and bring all of Xichang under the Qi's banner, you and General Shen may never return to the capital alive. Silence. Shen Ruojin commanded fiercely. Do you truly not want to hear this, Miss Ten? Mu Qinghao was adept at playing on emotions, knowing full well that family was Shen Ruojin's greatest concern. At this moment, she refrained from attacking, eager to learn more. Qin Lang, too, perceived that Mu Qinghao's words were what Shen Ruojin yearned to know but could not discover elsewhere. After the deaths of the Shen family warriors, Qin Lang had secretly investigated, but the emperor had strictly forbidden any mention of the incident. Today, with the Prince of Xichang at the city's gates, he was willing to reveal a fraction of the truth. How could Shen Ruojin not wish to know? I wish to hear, she declared. Qin Lang urged his horse forward. Why must this be a private conversation? Share it with me as well. I am equally entitled to know. In a moment of distraction, Shen Ruojin noticed Prince Qin rushing towards Mu Qinghao. With arrows poised atop the ramparts, Qin Lang opened a peculiar iron umbrella, using it as a shield, and galloped through the snow towards Mu Qinghao. You invite me to converse privately while directing so many arrows at me? Is this your notion of sincerity? Mu Qinghao, seeing the striking young man in dark attire approaching with the unusual iron umbrella, raised his hand to signal the archers on the ramparts to lower their bows. It is not that I distrust the Qi people. My sincerity is evident here. Miss Ten, will you not join us? As Shen Ruojin observed Qin Lang reaching Mu Qinghao, she could not afford to hesitate any longer and hastily rode forward. Wei Qingshan and the others called for them to charge together, but Shen Ruojin halted them with a gesture. Upon reaching Qin Lang's side, she overheard Mu Qinghao say, I have heard of you, the husband of Miss Ten. Indeed, I am Qin, he replied, resting the iron umbrella on his shoulder. As spouses united, what you have to say to her, I shall hear as well. Mu Qinghao gazed at Shen Ruojin, who had been vigilant, but now stepped forward as Qin Lang approached. I see now. The Qi people speak of unity in marriage, yet few truly embody it. It is only today that I have witnessed a genuine example. Shen Ruojin interjected, standing before Qin Lang's horse. You called me to a halt, yet you hastened forward without me. What is your intent? Chapter 87. The genesis of the Shen family's tragic demise. I possess a Xian iron umbrella, impervious to a myriad of arrows, Qin Lang declared, retracting the umbrella to reveal a sharp spearhead, transforming it into a lance-like weapon. The young Prince Qin raised an eyebrow. Observe, when retracted, it becomes a formidable weapon. Formidable indeed. Thought, the opulence is truly astounding. Any treasure can be procured. En route to Luoyue Pass, she had changed steeds, each superior to the last. Even the bow and arrows acquired from the Lin family shop were crafted from Xian iron, capable of piercing the armor of the Xichang marshal with a single shot. Qin Lang, noticing her silence, inquired nonchalantly, as the 10th daughter of the Shen family army, with the allegiance of the troops, you must not act rashly. I am at leisure, so I shall accompany you to hear his discourse. Was momentarily speechless. Had she been alone, she would have already charged forward. However, burdened with responsibility, she restrained herself. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang proceeded without hesitation, his Xian iron umbrella capable of deflecting the arrows from the city tower. If necessary, he could employ Mu Qinghao as a human shield. Stealing her resolve, addressed Mu Qinghao, with only my husband and I present, speak your mind. Qin Lang remained silent, merely opening the Xian iron umbrella further, shielding from the swirling snow. After a prolonged silence, Mu Qinghao began. 3 years ago, negotiations failed, and I captured the Emperor of Daqi and his 2 sons. Your 4th Prince of Daqi volunteered to lure and assassinate the Shen family for Xichang, to escape captivity. Your Emperor led our forces, ordering the Shen family army to surrender. Mu Qinghao continued, your brothers and I were kindred spirits. I sought to capture them alive, not to kill them. However, none of the Shen family feared death. Your eldest brother, and then fell into a trap while rescuing the inept 4th Prince. Fighting valiantly against overwhelming odds, S leg was broken, S arm severed, and they were surrounded and killed, falling to their deaths, pierced by numerous blades. Still attempted to carry the useless to safety, only to be stabbed in the heart by. Then presented his corpse to me, seeking to save his own life. I immediately executed. S heart grew colder with each word, her eyes bloodshot. This was the truth her grandfather had concealed. The Shen family armies sacrificed themselves for a cowardly emperor. Her uncles and brothers, valiant and skilled, had defended the borders for years, enduring countless battles, yet never suffering such catastrophic losses until the emperor's arrival in Xizjiang. The emperor sought glory, emulating ancient sage kings, desiring eternal reign for the dynasty. After the Shen family's victory and the agreement of non-aggression with Mu Qinghao, the emperor arrived in Xizjiang to sign the treaty. Prime Minister Li and his entourage, seeing the Shen family's control over the military and their popularity, sought to dilute their power by inserting their own people into the army. Yang Wanxiang and others were installed, relying on nepotism. The soldiers resented them, and the Shen family generals clashed with them. Later, when the emperor and the second prince were captured, only the Shen family attempted a rescue, while Yang Wanxiang and his cronies hid, creating chaos. The emperor betrayed his own soldiers, allowing the Xichang forces to massacre the people. The Shen family died for their country, only to have their achievements erased, their remains denied homecoming, and their names reviled. Mu Qinghao continued, "Your eldest uncle died shielding the emperor. Your second uncle was pierced by 1,000 arrows while rescuing the emperor, and your third and fourth uncles saved the emperor, but died on the journey back to Xizhou." The Xichang prince remarked that with a son like, who would kill his saviors to survive, nothing the Daki emperor did would be surprising. "Enough," Qin Lang exclaimed, finally understanding. Each mention of her uncles and brothers' deaths was like a dagger to his heart. She listened in silence, each word searing into her memory. At the time, was not in Xizjiang. The peace treaty had been agreed upon, and the emperor, along with the third and fourth princes and ministers, had arrived at Luowei Pass. The third prince was lecherous, seeking to meet. Her brothers, fearing his advances, had sent her back to the capital to prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony. Never imagined that this departure would be a final farewell. Her fourth uncle, concerned for his pregnant wife, pored over poetry books, eager to name his child, but never returned. His wife died in childbirth after receiving news of his death. Her second brother, a lover of horses, was trampled to death, his body unrecognizable. Her fourth and sixth brothers' remains were never found. Her third and fourth uncles were assassinated while escorting the emperor back to Xizhou, the perpetrators unknown. Mu Qinghao leaped from her horse, striking Mu Qinghao from his mount with her silver spear, engaging him in combat. She pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "I ask you, why did you betray the peace agreement?" Mu Qinghao, in agony, tried to remove the spear, but drove it deeper. "Why did you betray us?" demanded. The cause of the Shen family's demise was Mu Qinghao's sudden betrayal of the peace agreement. Qin Lang dismounted, closing the Xian iron umbrella, and stood beside. The truth of the Shen family's deaths was devastating. He could offer no comfort, only his presence, sharing the burden of the past and the snow before them. Because Mu Qinghao's blood stained the snow. Chapter 88. The truth from 3 years ago. Mu Qinghao's eyes grew distant, his voice hoarse with anguish. On the eve of peace talks, the Holy Maiden descended from the celestial mountains to witness the harmony between our nations, only to be abducted and brutally slain at Luowei Pass. The Holy Maiden, who came to symbolize peace, met with a tragic fate, igniting a calamity. His voice cracked as he spoke, a single tear cascading down his cheek. Moments ago, he had been pierced through the shoulder by Shen Ruojin's spear, an agony so profound that he could not weep. Yet now, the mere mention of the Holy Maiden brought forth a torrent of sorrow. The people of Xichang hold their beliefs sacred. It is said that when the Holy Maiden was born, celestial phenomena graced the skies, and all beasts bowed in reverence. She grew up amidst the divine, residing atop Tian Shan, untouched by the mundane world. Even members of the royal family sought her audience only after divination granted them permission to ascend the mountain. The Holy Maiden's status was unparalleled. Thus, during the negotiations, the Emperor of Daki personally attended, while the King of Xichang did not. The Holy Maiden descended from her heavenly abode. Shen Ruojin had heard of this event 3 years prior. The Holy Maiden, who distanced herself from earthly beings, had the unique ability to communicate effortlessly with animals. When the people of Xichang learned she would visit Luowei Pass, they bathed and offered incense 3 days in advance, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Yet, when the peace talks collapsed and warfare ensued, resulting in countless casualties, the Holy Maiden never appeared. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace, and even in Xichang, no one spoke of her again. Shen Ruojin could hardly fathom that the Holy Maiden had perished at the hands of the people of Qi on the eve of negotiations. "This is merely your account," she thought, skepticism clouding her judgment as she scrutinized Mu Qinghao. How could she be certain that his words were not merely a ploy to deceive? Shen, you may doubt me, but you cannot question the faith of the people of Xichang, Mu Qinghao declared, gripping the spear's shaft with determination as he forced himself to sit upright. The spear remained embedded in his body, and as he rose, it tore open his wound further, causing fresh blood to flow. Shen Ruojin furrowed her brow and swiftly extracted the silver spear. Mu Qinghao, struggling under the weight of his injuries, staggered to his feet. His white robe stained a grotesque crimson. Ignoring the pain, he proclaimed, "The Holy Maiden embodies purity and sanctity. She is the most revered symbol in the hearts of the people of Xichang. To be humiliated and slain by the people of Daqi is a disgrace to us all. No one would dare tarnish her honor with lies." Shen Ruojin retorted, "Yet that does not absolve you of the murder of my uncle and brother, nor the slaughter of Daqi's citizens. There are rightful parties to this grievance. And who shall investigate?" He responded, anguish evident in his bloodshot eyes. "When the Holy Maiden died, she was left exposed, sullied by the hands of many. Had it not been for the defeat of Xichang, I would have never revealed this secret. For I am a Xichang man. After this tragedy, peace talks became mere words. It was not I who turned back, but your people who committed such atrocities and ruined everything. My only wish is to capture the Emperor of Daqi and his sons to hold them accountable for this calamity. I order that no harm come to the Shen family." Yet with the Holy Maiden's unjust death, public outrage spiraled out of control. In one night, every young man of the Shen family perished in battle, and Mu Qinghao was powerless to intervene. Bloodstained reports flooded in, and in that moment, he understood everything was lost. Xichang and Daqi would never reconcile, and he would remain eternally opposed to the Shen family. The hopes for a peaceful era he once shared with the Shuns were now but shattered dreams. After the Emperor of Daqi ceded cities, sent a princess to the royal court for marriage, and offered vast riches to procure a temporary ceasefire, Mu Qinghao renounced his identity as the crown prince of Xichang. He never sought to marry the woman he loved, who eventually wed his younger brother, becoming the second prince's consort. He closed his eyes, haunted by visions of battle, the faces of the Shen family questioning him in their final moments. And so he chose to shave his head and become a monk, seeking solace beneath the divine. All of these sentiments were reflected in Mu Qinghao's gaze as he looked at Shen Ruojin. A grave mistake had been made, and he could not evade responsibility. He had no words of explanation left to offer. "Shen, I know you hate me, but the deaths of your uncle and brothers were never my intention. There were many who took advantage of the situation. The truth you seek must be uncovered by you. I say all that I can. If you wish for my life, take it. The innocent people of the city deserve mercy, and I hope you will honor the values of the Shen family by sparing the surrendering soldiers and the citizens." With great effort, Mu Qinghao straightened himself, and after uttering these words, he closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Shen Ruojin thrust her spear towards his heart. Yet at the last moment she halted. "To require your hand in this final act is a failure of my own foresight," he murmured with a bitter smile, grasping the spear's tip and plunging it into his own heart. To perish beneath the silver spear of General Shen could be deemed an act of fate, a means to atone for his sins against the Shen family. "Mu Qinghao," Shen Ruojin cried, attempting to withdraw the spear, but it was too late. Qin Lang rushed forward, pulling Mu Qinghao back, allowing the spear to exit his heart, blood gushing forth. As Mu Qinghao collapsed into a pool of crimson, he whispered, "Tenth, I go to seek atonement with your uncle and brothers." His words trailed off as he breathed his last. Outside, the snow fell heavily. The once great crown prince of Xichang, marked with a scar and clad in bloodied robes, departed this world. Until his final breath, he gazed upon Shen Ruojin, who remained silent, and he could not find peace. After a moment of stillness, Shen Ruojin stepped forward and gently closed his eyes. The air was frigid, and so too was her heart. Upon learning the truth of 3 years past, she discovered that not all of her family had perished at the hands of the Xichang people. The Emperor of Daqi and his scheming ministers bore responsibility as well. Mu Qinghao had met his end outside Yushui City. Who would she seek for vengeance to avenge the blood of the Shen family? With her spear propped against the snowy ground, Shen Ruojin stood rigidly, her gaze fixed upon the Xichang soldiers atop the city walls. "Your Highness," a Xichang general cried out, his voice echoing with despair as he led his troops out of the city. After confirming Mu Qinghao's demise, Qin Lang set him down, brandishing his iron fan as he approached Shen Ruojin. "Ajin, mount your horse." The Xichang soldiers had emerged. Whether they would surrender or fight remained uncertain. Undaunted by the snow or the impending battle, they charged forth into the fray. As the Xichang forces advanced, the general lowered his weapon and proclaimed, "Under orders from His Highness, we come to surrender. You have declared that those who lay down their arms shall not be harmed." "Indeed, I said that," Shen Ruojin replied, handing her silver spear to Qin Lang. "You stated you came to surrender?" "Yes," the general affirmed. "His Highness decreed that if you choose not to kill him, he would take his own life. Thus I was commanded to lead my men to surrender." Shen Ruojin paused, realizing Mu Qinghao had anticipated this outcome. She inquired of the general, "What if I were to take his life myself?" The general bowed his head, replying, "His Highness stated that the Shen family would not kill him." Chapter 89. They will return. Mu Qinghao had long realized, 3 years prior, that his relationship with the Shen family had reached an impasse, a deadlock that could only be resolved through death. Even in death, resolution seemed elusive. He had prepared himself for the inevitability of dying before Shen Ruojin, the only question being whether it would occur at Feiyu Cliff or at the city gates. The relentless snowfall continued for days, and both the besieged and besiegers suffered greatly. As Wu Luan led his troops to surrender, the city gates swung wide open, allowing the soldiers of Deqi to enter Yushui city. Those from Xichang who could escape had already departed, leaving the city in a state of desolation. Before encountering Mu Qinghao once more, Li Hongzhen and others had thoroughly cursed his ancestors for his repeated requests to meet with the old general and the 10th young lady in private, believing him to harbor ulterior motives. Yet, he chose to end his own life at the city gates, having arranged for Wu Luan to lead his forces in surrender. Dedicating his final efforts to the welfare of the people, Wu Luan requested of Shen Ruojin that Mu Qinghao be laid to rest at Feiyu Cliff, stating, "The crown prince expressed that throughout his life, he wished not to betray others but regrettably failed his mentors and friends. He claimed to be no son of destiny, ordinary and incapable, and could only do this for the people of Xichang. Feiyu Cliff is a place he once promised to take his beloved, a journey he never completed in life. If he could find eternal rest there, it would fulfill a lingering wish." Mu Qinghao had initially wished to die at Feiyu Cliff, thus sparing others the trouble of transporting his remains. However, since the entire Shen family had perished at the hands of the people of Xichang, it was understandable that Shen Shi refused to trust him. In the end, once a person is dead, all matters cease. Shen Ruojin consented, stating anyone from the Xichang army who wished to accompany the funeral could do so. With tears brimming, Wu Luan saluted Shen Ruojin, then personally lifted Mu Qinghao's body from the snow. The old king of Xichang clung to his last breath, with all the princes gathered in the royal court, their eyes fixated on the throne. Only this elder prince, having renounced his royal status, headed towards Yushui city to settle past grievances, sacrificing his own life in the process. The majority of the Xichang army accompanied Mu Qinghao to Feiyu Cliff. A multitude of 7-foot men wept openly, their voices hoarse from calling out "Your Highness." The soldiers of Deqi could not help but feel a pang of regret. This elder prince of Xichang was indeed a remarkable figure. Alas, fate can be cruel. The governor's residence of Yushui city was cleared out, and Shen Ruojin and the others temporarily took refuge there. After hearing Mu Qinghao's words, she fell into a profound silence. Qin Lang offered her food, which she consumed quietly, and when he handed her tea, she drank without speaking. Her gaze was cold, her expression utterly devoid of emotion. Xiao Xia had previously been preoccupied with whether Shen Ruojin slept with her or Qin Lang, but today, such thoughts vanished entirely. She realized that when it came to attentiveness, Qin Lang far surpassed her by a mile. Were all the young lords of Shijing this considerate? Peering out from the window, Xiao Xia regretted the years spent mingling with horses, wishing she had taken the opportunity to engage in romantic discourse with a young lord before her family imposed a marriage arrangement. "What are you doing peering in on those newlyweds?" Lin Shoqi's voice drifted from behind. Startled, Xiao Xia nearly gasped, fearing she might disturb Shen Shi and Qin Lang. She quickly covered her mouth and shot Lin Shoqi a fierce glare. Ignoring her, Lin Shoqi turned to glance inside, observing Prince Qin serving tea to the lady. "Look at this attentive demeanor. No wonder he has a wife," he mused, convinced he could never reach such heights of care. "You want tea? Let me look." "Yet you're here peeking?" He urged Xiao Xia to leave. Seeing him occupy the best vantage point, Xiao Xia seized Lin Shoqi and pulled him away. Meanwhile, the two inside had already heard the commotion outside. Yet, Qin Lang's thoughts were solely on Shen Ruojin. While she pondered the implications of Mu Qinghao's assertion that the deaths of the Shen family members implicated the rulers of Deqi. Who exactly did that implicate? Events leave traces, and even the most challenging mysteries will eventually be unraveled. Qin Lang handed Shen Ruojin a hot water bottle, softly attempting to console her. She accepted it, holding it close to her chest, her entire being cold, limbs numb, her mind clouded with confusion. After the forces occupied Yushui City, she entrusted the city's affairs to Wei Qingshan and Jiang Huayan, retreating to her quarters, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Shen Ruojin could not fathom why the fourth prince would orchestrate her elder brother's demise. Her eldest brother, grievously wounded, had tried to carry him to safety but was betrayed and stabbed in the back. The third and fourth uncles rescued the emperor, yet only he emerged unscathed. Each event, one by one, left Shen Ruojin perplexed. Why do good deeds go unrewarded? Why, despite loyalty and patriotism, must one meet a tragic end? After a long silence following Qin Lang's words, she replied, even if the truth eventually emerges, my uncles and elder brother will never return. Just as Mu Qinghao died by the hands of the Shen family today, it was never his intention to harm them. Who could have foreseen that events would spiral so far out of control? Yet death is final, even if someone were to pay with their life. Even if vengeance were achieved, those who have perished cannot be brought back. Shen Ruojin wished not to weep, yet her eyes burned as if ready to bleed. Qin Lang gently wiped away her tears, assuring her, they will return. His voice was soothing, almost tender. Mu Qinghao also mentioned that your fourth and sixth brothers fell from the cliff and have yet to be found. As long as no bodies are recovered, there remains a possibility they are still alive. Is it truly possible they are alive? The words escaped Shen Ruojin's lips with great difficulty. After years of disappointment, she dared not harbor any hope. Indeed, Qin Lang affirmed with utmost sincerity. He even shared his own past with her, recounting, I once fought on the battlefield, sustaining grievous wounds. At that time, I lay among the dead, awaiting my fate, when I saw the dark figures of the underworld approaching to claim souls. Yet, by sheer fortune, I was pulled back from the brink of death. Shen Ruojin listened quietly, wishing for her loved ones to share in such fortune. Qin Lang gazed deeply at her, recounting, when I was brought back, news of my death had already reached my father, and the army had even hung white banners in mourning. Yet here I stand, alive and well. As he spoke, he opened his arms, inviting her to observe closely. Shen Ruojin placed her hand over his heart. It thudded rapidly, strong and vigorous, a testament to life. Alive and well, he reiterated, placing her hand against his chest. Moreover, the earlier lanterns brought news from your third brother. Now that we've captured Yushui City, is it not the perfect moment to seek out the people of the Xichang royal court? Yes, with the realization that her brother might still be alive. Shen Ruojin felt a flicker of hope return. I shall consult Uncle Wei and the others about this matter. As she spoke, she stepped out of the room, with Qin Lang following closely behind, gently placing his hand over the spot where her palm had just rested. Chapter 90. How could little Ten cry? Prince Qin had never comforted anyone in his life quite like this. He was utterly racking his brain and expending every ounce of effort. If any member of the Shen family still lived, he would traverse any distance to bring them back. How could little Ten of the Shen family shed tears? She deserved a life filled with joy, with all her desires fulfilled. Shen Ruojin gathered Wei Qingshan and others, stating, third brother may still be alive. With the chaos in the Xichang royal court and Yushui city having fallen to our valiant soldiers, should the Xichang people find him first, they will undoubtedly use him as leverage. Thus, we must swiftly locate him and rescue him. However, General Li Hongjin was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. General Wei sternly declared, what Miss Ten says is indeed correct. I will send someone to infiltrate the Xichang royal court and investigate the whereabouts of third general amidst the turmoil. Jiang requested permission to head to the Xichang royal court, while Jiang Huayan boldly volunteered as well. He explained, you generals have been at war with the Xichang people for so long. Your appearances are well known to them. As I have only recently joined the army, I am still an unfamiliar face to them. Moreover, having seen Third Shen and heard my grandfather speak of the Shen brothers' peculiar habits, I am the most suitable candidate for this mission. Xiao Xia remarked. Jiang Gur has been here for several days, and this is the first time he has spoken so much. His reasoning is quite sound. Shen Ruojin wished to go herself, for no one understood third brother better than she did, and it was only right that she should be the one to bring him back. Qin Lang merely gazed at her in silence. It was entirely expected that she would say this. She would seize any opportunity to recover a member of the Shen family. However, little Ten must remain in Yushui City. The commanders of the Shen army could not allow her to shoulder the most perilous tasks alone. Each one eagerly volunteered to go, asserting, we are searching for our own Shen family's general. Naturally, it should be our Shen army that goes. Jiang Huayan retorted, In times of battle, we swore our lives to each other, yet now you wish to differentiate between the Shen army and others? The generals of the Shen army were momentarily speechless. This Jiang Gur, who had previously been so quiet, was he afraid that speaking would lead to their demise? I shall adjudicate this matter. Indeed, it is the generals who are in the wrong. Lin Xiuqi stepped forward to vouch for Jiang Huayan, stating, indeed, the generals here previously considered Jiang Gur one of their own. How can we refuse to recognize him now when it comes to rescuing someone? This simply will not do. Jiang Huayan nodded in agreement, recognizing Lin's wisdom. The commanders of the Shen army were left without retort. Qin Lang seized the moment to speak. Jiang brother possesses exceptional martial skills and is adept in archery. He is truly the best candidate to infiltrate the Xichang royal court. However, your unfamiliarity with the Xichang people may not be entirely accurate. Your appearance, Jiang brother, if you enter the royal court, you will undoubtedly attract attention. Jiang Huayan, having spent so long in the mountains, had neglected his appearance, donning clothing made of tiger skin and neglecting to wash his face amidst the battles. Appearing far older than his mere 20 years. Prince Qin's words were delivered with great tact. Jiang Huayan quickly understood. Then I shall wash my face and change my clothes. Qin Lang nodded. Please do, Jiang brother. Just as Shen Ruojin was about to call out to Jiang Huayan, she heard Qin Lang say, Jin, worry clouds judgment. You are aware that sending someone to infiltrate the Xichang royal court to ascertain his whereabouts and prepare for a rescue is merely the first step. Hearing this, Shen Ruojin forced herself to regain her composure. Qin Lang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, guiding her to sit behind the table. He explained, now that the Shen army has stationed itself in Yushui City, you can draft a letter and send someone to expedite its delivery to the Xichang royal court, demanding that they surrender all Qi people. If they refuse, we shall march directly to their royal stronghold. Shen Ruojin slowly replied, if third brother is indeed in the Xichang royal court, mingling among a throng of Qi people, his chances of escape will be considerably greater. Precisely, Qin Lang affirmed, standing by the table, as he began to grind ink, saying, I will prepare the ink for you. Shen Ruojin unfurled the rice paper, pen in hand. While mentally composing her letter, the gathered individuals refrained from shattering Little Ten's hope that the Shen family must still have living members. Everyone eagerly wished for the survival of the young general. As they were engaged in this task, suddenly a strikingly handsome youth clad in a brocade robe strode in. The room fell silent in astonishment. Who are you? Why did you enter without announcement? One of them felt an inkling of familiarity, as if they had seen him somewhere before, just moments ago. The newcomer awkwardly touched his freshly shaven chin. I am Jiang Huayan. Have you all forgotten me so quickly? Jiang brother? Jiang Gur? They all rushed forward in disbelief. Lin Xiuqi was particularly taken aback, exclaiming, this is not merely a washed face. It is akin to a completely new visage. Jiang Huayan had tied back his tousled hair, his face clean-shaven, revealing a strikingly handsome young man. He seemed like a transformed individual entirely. The saying that clothes make the man held true in this case. Xiao Xia circled Jiang Huayan, marveling. They all noted that not only would the Xichang people fail to recognize Jiang Huayan, even those who had shared meals and quarters with him for several days would likely be unable to identify him. Jiang Huayan directly inquired, now? About infiltrating the Xichang royal court? Are you still disputing my involvement? It wasn't that they didn't want to argue. They simply had no grounds to do so. Who among them had trained in the art of disguise? Li Hongzhen jested. Perhaps I should wash my face and shave my beard to see if I can try as well? The others urged him to save his efforts. Observing this, Shen Ruojin entrusted the task to Jiang Huayan, advising him to exercise utmost caution while she prepared the letter to be sent to the Xichang royal court. Thus, both tasks were to be undertaken simultaneously. The group proceeded with methodical efficiency. That evening, General Shen arrived in Yushui City. Upon seeing Shen Ruojin, his first question was, you are already aware? Yes, she replied, assisting her grandfather with his wheelchair as they strolled slowly through the training grounds of the Yushui City garrison. She inquired, why did you choose to assist him in guarding the borders after witnessing the emperor's actions that led to so many deaths at the city gates? General Shen momentarily fell silent, gazing at her with a complex expression. Shen Ruojin's voice faltered as she continued, a year ago, you insisted on sending me back to the capital, knowing full well that the emperor harbored no gratitude towards the Shen family, only disdain, did you not? Chapter 91. Why didn't you tell me? General Shen offered no reply, silently affirming within his heart, yes. He believed that by remaining silent about the events of the past and returning Little Ten to the capital, allowing her to rejoin the Linyang Marquisate and sever ties with the Shen family. They could live a peaceful life henceforth. After all, the male heirs of the Shen family had perished, leaving only a girl with half of the Shen bloodline. Surely the emperor would not go so far as to eradicate her completely. However, Shen Yi was unprepared for the continuation of this saga. Yang Wanqiang, as the governor of the western frontier, deliberately cut off the Shen family's supply lines during the siege of Luowei Pass, withholding reinforcements, wishing to see the Shen army perish under the blades of the Xichang troops. How detestable! Shen Ruojin released her grip on the wheelchair and approached her grandfather, locking her gaze onto his eyes, demanding, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You would only suffer more from the knowledge." The old general felt a profound pain, to the extent that he could not bear to meet little Tin's gaze. What was there to say? He turned his eyes to the flurries of snow, reflecting that to die for one's sovereign is a mark of honor. Honor? What kind of honor is that? Shen Ruojin could not accept such a rationale. Simply because he was the sovereign? Must he remain unpunished for any action taken? Shen Yi had never contemplated how to confront the emperor. The emperor of our dynasty had been captured by the Xichang people. At any cost, he must be rescued. He was merely a veteran general who had dedicated decades to serving the dynasty, yet could find no suitable language to excuse the actions of the emperor of Deqi from 3 years ago. To exchange the lives of subjects and commoners for his own? Such a man is worthy of being a sovereign? Hatred consumed Shen Ruojin, and she abruptly interrupted her grandfather. Her resentment towards the emperor stemmed from the pursuit of glory, yet he left behind a lifelong disgrace in the western frontier. She wished to bury that past, allowing the Shen family and the soldiers who died for him to be forgotten by the world. Why must it be so? Why? Simply because he is the exalted emperor. Because his son belongs to the royal bloodline. Must her brothers pay with their lives? Shen Ruojin clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. He returned alive to Shengjing to continue his reign as emperor, while her uncles and brothers could only rest eternally at the border. This was unjust. Shen Yi replied, "The events of 3 years ago were not the emperor's fault. It was an unforeseen circumstance. The emperor was captured by the Xichang people. Even if he did not knock on the city gates, as loyal subjects of Deqi, we should have sacrificed ourselves to save him." Shen Ruojin gritted her teeth. "The emperor's life matters, but my uncles and brothers do not." General Shen remained silent for a long while. "Little Tin, there are words that can be spoken and words that cannot. From this day forth, keep your thoughts buried within. If you must harbor hatred, let it be towards the treacherous who schemed and conspired, leading to the demise of your uncles and brothers. The sovereign can do no wrong. If the sovereign's faults were known to the world, then the dynasty would be at its end. The fall of a dynasty would spell disaster for countless commoners." Little Tin did not comprehend. As a grandfather, he understood but found it difficult to articulate. "I certainly hate them." Shen Ruojin had no intention of sparing them. Once she uncovered the truth, she would hold each and every one accountable for their lives. General Shen said to her, "Little Tin, you must understand. There is no absolute fairness in this world." He had repeated this thought to himself countless times. For 3 years, he had been unable to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could hear the laughter of children and grandchildren, but upon opening them, he was met only with the cold, nameless tombstones in the mountains. The old general could not accept this reality, yet he had no choice but to accept it. A sovereign reigns above. One must not defy him. The lives of the common people lie in the heart, and must be guarded with utmost loyalty. Thus, he sent Little Ten away, remaining alone with the Shen army on this land in the western frontier, waiting for the day he would die and be buried alongside his children and grandchildren. A reunion of sorts. Yet Little Ten returned. No worldly doctrine could restrain her indomitable spirit. The opulence of the Marquisate could not quell the resentment within her heart. There is injustice in this world, and I shall seek it myself. Over the years, she had regarded her grandfather as the mightiest protector, standing tall to shield the Shen family and the people of the western frontier. Yet, it was only when her grandfather nearly perished at the hands of Hituo that she realized he had truly aged. Her grandfather's life had been bound by the complexities of sovereign-subject relations, even amidst the tragic deaths of his children and grandchildren. He had never entertained a trace of disloyalty. Such devotion was beyond Shen Ruojin's capability, nor did she wish to reach such lengths. She pushed her grandfather back into the house, draping a blanket over his injured legs before turning to leave. "Little Ten, where are you going?" Upon hearing Shen Ruojin's intention to seek justice, the old general was alarmed. Seeing her exit with a determined aura, he quickly called out to her. The second prince was soon to arrive at Yushui City. It was impossible for her to return to Shengjing to confront the emperor at this moment, especially not with the second prince, who had just encountered danger. She intended to interrogate Yang Wanxiang 3 years prior. He had also been at Luoyue Pass and undoubtedly knew something. Shen Ruojin did not pause. Though her heart was filled with hatred, she retained a thread of rationality, reminding herself not to act impulsively. As a subject, one could not confront the emperor directly, so she would begin with those who conspired against the Shen family. Little 10. General Shen turned his wheelchair to pursue her. The fourth prince, Yuanqing, had already fallen to Mu Qinghao's blade. The emperor was unwilling to hear a single word about the events of 3 years ago. Shen Ruojin left without looking back. Shen struggled to chase after her in his wheelchair, but as he turned a corner, the wheelchair was tripped by a stone, and he was about to tumble into the snow. Qin Lang appeared from nowhere, catching the old general with one hand and stabilizing the wheelchair with the other, ensuring he was returned safely. Be cautious, old general. The snow makes the road slippery. The old general, upon recognizing Qin Lang, quickly urged, "Hurry, stop her." "Stop whom?" "The second prince?" "Very well. I shall push you back inside and go immediately," Qin Lang replied. At the tone of his words, the old general's expression stiffened. It seemed as if Qin Lang intended to deal with those carrying secret edicts from the West. "I did not mean for you to stop the second prince." "Then whom should I stop?" Qin Lang asked, lowering his gaze. "Should I stop you?" This was precisely what he was doing. Shen Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Lang escorted him back inside, reminding him, "The military doctor said your legs are severely injured and must be cared for. You must not fall." He summoned 2 guards to stand watch over the old general, saying, "I will keep guard. You should rest, old sir." General Shen promptly remarked, "The second prince is of the imperial lineage. It is not appropriate." In front of the guards, it was inappropriate to speak of the second prince's potential demise. Qin Lang interjected, "Rest assured, old general, I have matters well in hand." The old general remained unconvinced. Ever since the calamity befell the Shen family, Little Ten had grown increasingly obstinate. This new son-in-law appeared calm and composed, yet he allowed his wife to dictate everything. This pair, together, could achieve anything. How could one not worry? Shen Ruojin departed from the guardess residence and headed straight into the prisoner camp in search of Yang Wanxiang. Yang Wanxiang had served as the governor of Shizhou for 3 years. No one could ascertain how many people he had in the city. Therefore, Shen Ruojin directed the Shun army to bring Yang to her, wherever he might be found, muffling his mouth with burlap and dressing him in the most ordinary clothes before tossing him into the prisoner camp. No one in the camp recognized the once exalted governor. Shen Ruojin strode in, forcefully pulling him out, startling the surrounding prisoners who huddled together in the corners. Yang Wanxiang, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? What do you intend to do with me?" Chapter 92. The conspiracy against the Shen family. What else could I possibly want from you? Shen Ruojin scoffed as she dragged Yang Wanxiang from the prisoner camp and threw him into a tent set aside for interrogating the spies from Xichang, where he would face severe punishment. The soldiers suspended Yang in iron shackles, binding his limbs tightly, and then quietly retreated. The shelves on either side were adorned with a variety of torture instruments. Shen Ruojin's fingers glided over the implements, finally selecting a razor-sharp dagger, which she held menacingly against Yang Wanxiang's throat. She remained silent, the cold blade sending shivers down his spine. "Shen Ten," he warned, "you'd best release me quickly. I am the uncle of the second prince. He's on his way to Yushui City and will arrive shortly. If he learns that you dared to treat me this way, you will surely suffer dire consequences." "Spare me your empty threats," Shen Ruojin retorted, unperturbed. "If I feared the second prince, would I have you shackled like this?" Her hatred for the emperor was so intense that she could scarcely fear the mere second prince. "Madwoman! Shen Ten, you are truly deranged." Yang Wanxiang's eyes were wide with terror. The governor, accustomed to the soft embraces of delicate dancers, had never encountered a woman like Shen Ruojin, who wielded a blade with such lethal intent. "What are you called?" Shen Ruojin snapped. "I have yet to truly lose my mind." Yang Wanxiang fell silent. The second prince, Yuan Qi, was indeed nearing Yushui City, and upon his arrival, he would undoubtedly demand his uncle's release. Shen Ruojin had no time for idle chatter. She cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Tell me, who conspired against the Shen family during the chaos of the battle at Luoyue Pass 3 years ago?" Yang Wanxiang hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "I have no idea what you're talking about. The Shen family perished at the hands of the Xichang people. This was merely a war between our nations. What conspiracy are you suggesting? Why would you even ask such a thing?" With a swift motion, Shen Ruojin sliced through the majority of Yang Wanqiong's hair, leaving him with a patchy baldness. The governor was left in shock, his scalp chilled, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he gasped for breath. He was still alive. Spared from Shen Ruojin's blade, but the sight of his fallen hair left him speechless. Shen Ruojin blew away the severed strands from her dagger, her voice low and threatening. I possess little patience when it comes to matters concerning the Shen family. If you do not speak the truth, the next cut will not be just your hair. The dagger gleamed ominously, its sharp edge glinting painfully in the light. Yang Wanqiong, ever the opportunist, quickly reconsidered. I do wish to tell you, but I fear you might not believe me. Shen Ruojin retrieved a chair and seated herself before him. Speak freely. Whether I believe you or not is my concern. The tent, designed for interrogating Shichong spies, was stained with fresh blood, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of rust. Each breath Yang Wanqiong took felt nauseating, yet Shen Ruojin appeared completely unaffected. She tossed the dagger into the air and caught it deftly, as if playing, more an act of intimidation than amusement. It was Prime Minister Li. Yang Wanqiong finally blurted. Li has always been at odds with your Shen family. His sons are inept, while your younger generation is remarkably talented. Li has long harbored resentment and has sought an opportunity to eliminate you. As Shen Ruojin pondered various possibilities, she indeed placed Prime Minister Li Hong at the forefront of her suspicions. The Shen family had long been at odds with the Prime Minister's household. Years ago, Li Hong had sought to marry the eldest daughter of the Su family, only to see her wed to her second uncle, becoming the second mistress of the Shen family. In the current generation, the Shuns had intervened to prevent Li's relatives from wreaking havoc in their territory, capturing them and handing them over to the authorities. Although Li Hong had publicly claimed to be fair and just, his duplicity was evident. There was no doubt that he was involved in the conspiracy against the Shen family 3 years prior. However, Yang Wanqiong's rapid confession raised suspicions of ulterior motives. Li Hong had 2 daughters favored as consorts in the palace, and though neither had yet born a prince, they were still young enough to potentially bear heirs in the years to come. Yang Wanqiong's assertion that Li Hong was responsible for the Shen family's demise seemed a convenient deflection. Shen Ruojin, aware of his game, kicked him sharply in the leg. Stop your scheming. If there are others involved, name them all. Struck where it hurt, Yang Wanqiong's expression shifted as he realized that Shen Ruojin was not easily deceived. There are others, he stammered, listing the names of several political adversaries. Shen Ruojin, rising slowly, remarked, Do you think I hesitate to kill you? Yang Wanqiong flinched. I will tell you everything. Anyone who was involved must be accounted for. I was not directly involved, so I can only provide you with a general idea of those who may have participated. General idea? Shen Ruojin's patience wore thin, and she plunged the dagger into Yang Wanqiong's palm. The blade pierced through his flesh, and she withdrew it immediately. Ah, my hand. How could you dare? He cried, panic-stricken. You claim you were uninvolved? I do not believe you. Shen Ruojin wiped the blood from her dagger onto Yang Wanqiong's clothing, her voice low and menacing. If you wish to perish, continue your lies. I'm not going anywhere. I will remain right here with you. Yang Wanqiong met her gaze, a shiver running down his spine. The opportunity for him to deflect the blame had vanished. In this precarious situation, he realized that his life was at stake. I will speak. 3 years ago, the one who most wanted the Shen family dead was. Just then, a loud voice rang from outside the tent. The second prince Yuan Qi has arrived. All kneel and welcome him. With the arrival of the second prince, Yang Wanqiong's heart raced. Your Highness, I am here. Save me, he called, but he quickly swallowed his words, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Why did the second prince arrive at this moment? Shen Ruojin struck Yang Wanqiong across the face, silencing him. Do you think he has come to rescue you? You are nothing but a burden to him. He might very well be here to eliminate you. Chapter 93. The truth. The second prince, Yuan Qi, arrived at Yushui City, heading directly to the military camp. Wei Qingshan and others were preoccupied with their own affairs at the commander's residence, while the few generals left in the camp were solely adept at warfare and rushed to welcome His Highness. However, such formalities were unnecessary. Where are Shen Shi and General Shen? Yuan Qi inquired, eager to meet them. In his late 20s, he carried the demeanor of royalty with perfect poise. After his attendants reprimanded the soldiers, he chastised, How can you treat the soldiers of Deqi with such disrespect? He personally helped the nearest soldier to his feet. Rather than demanding Shen Shi and General Shen to come out and greet him, he requested to be taken to see them. The soldiers who had long been stationed at the border had never encountered such an approachable prince, leaving them momentarily stunned. The hastily assembled generals and soldiers bowed respectfully before the second prince, expressing their apologies for not welcoming him properly. Yuan Shi, with an expression of generosity, replied, "It is I who have come unexpectedly, thus causing inconvenience to you all." The generals were rendered speechless by the second prince's gracious remarks. Learning that General Shen was at the commander's residence, he inquired, "Where is Protector Yang?" Yang Wanxiong was Yuan Shi's maternal uncle, and many were aware of this fact. Miss Tian, too, was in the know, yet she had chosen to bring Yang Wanxiong for interrogation instead, well aware that the second prince was soon to arrive. He had likely already endured severe torment by this point. The second prince's arrival was oddly timed, and the generals exchanged glances, their minds racing as they contemplated whether to fabricate a story to placate him or to speak the truth. The soldier whom Yuan Shi had just assisted seemed to awaken from a stupor and asked, "Where is Protector Yang?" At that moment, Qin Lang galloped in, interrupting the soldier's query and drawing all eyes towards him. Upon learning of the second prince's presence, he quickly bowed, apologizing for not welcoming him properly. "Young Prince Qin, what brings you here?" Yuan Shi asked, feigning surprise. In truth, spies had already relayed news from the western frontier to the capital. The son-in-law of the Shen family and the young prince from the northern king's residence had arrived in Shizhou City, stirring up trouble with his wife. Yet, the second prince, despite having a multitude of spies, preferred to act as if he were oblivious to the situation, using this guise to test others. Each time, he managed to glean fresh information, and this encounter with Qin Lang was no different. Dismounting swiftly, Qin Lang handed the reins to a nearby soldier and stepped forward to bow to the second prince, inquiring whether he desired the truth or mere pleasantries. Yuan Shi smiled, responding, "That depends on what you wish to convey. Allow me to speak freely. Your Highness may listen as you please." Qin Lang replied casually, "I have heard of troubles in the western frontier and have come to stabilize the borders." Feigning surprise, Yuan Shi exclaimed, "I had no idea, young prince, that you were so concerned for the nation. And what is the truth?" The second prince clearly did not perceive Qin Lang as a man devoted to the welfare of the state. Qin Lang continued, "My newly wedded wife has thrown herself into the conflict between the two nations. Should I fail to come, I fear I would soon find myself a widower." "Ah, I see," Yuan Shi said, compassion etched on his face as he patted Qin Lang's shoulder. He leaned in closer, whispering, "Marriage is indeed a burden. It is truly hard on you, my brother." Among the princes, only the sixth Prince Yuan Ping was close to Qin Lang, who referred to him as my brother due to their familial ties. Yuan Shi's use of such a term indicated his intention to forge a closer bond with the young prince. Internally, Qin Lang thought, "I am not suffering. I have a wife." However, he maintained a facade of sympathy, remarking that his minor troubles paled in comparison to the arduous journey the second prince had undertaken on imperial orders. Upon hearing imperial orders, Yuan Shi immediately recalled the 10 previous missions sent to the western frontier that had mysteriously vanished without a trace. A chill ran down his spine. Yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor, whispering to Qin Lang, "I have always had a good relationship with my sixth brother. His good friends are my good friends. Do not worry, I will ensure that no blame falls upon you." "I thank you in advance, Your Highness," Qin Lang said, though his expression betrayed little gratitude. Such formalities felt too distant. "By the way, where is your wife? I have been here for quite some time, yet I have yet to see her." Yuan Shi swiftly changed the subject. His informants in Yunzhou City had reported that Yang Wanxiong had been captured by Shen Shi and was under the watch of the Shen family's military, rendering it impossible for anyone else to approach him. Fearing that Yang Wanxiong might inadvertently reveal something he should not, Yuan Shi had rushed to the western frontier, enduring hardships along the way. Upon his arrival in Shizhou City, Yang Wanxiong had already been taken to Luoyue Pass, and from there to Yushui City. The second prince doubted that he would have had the chance to see Yang Wanxiong again had he been even a moment later. "My wife is busy," Qin Lang said nonchalantly. "Perhaps your highness would like to accompany me to meet General Shen?" General Shen would certainly wish to meet him, but there was no urgency in the matter. Yuan Shi, having received reports from the front lines, was already aware that General Shen had sustained severe injuries and had been recuperating for days. The military operations had been managed by Shen Shi and a certain Jiang Huayan, along with other generals. Yuan Shi felt that meeting Shen Shi was equally as good as inquiring with Qin Lang directly. He cut to the chase. "Brother, where is my uncle?" "What uncle?" Qin Lang feigned ignorance. Yuan Shi's attendant interjected, "Young Prince Qin, are you pretending to be unaware? Yang Wanxiong, the protector, is indeed our second prince's uncle. I am speaking with my brother, You have no place to interrupt. Step back. Yuan Qi chastised his attendant. Yes, Your Highness. The attendant bowed and retreated. Yuan Qi turned to Qin Lang. My subordinate has been disrespectful. Do not hold it against him. Of course, Qin Lang replied. During his time in the capital, he had not interacted much with the second prince, partly due to their age difference, and partly because the second prince, being of noble birth, was often surrounded by admirers. He had long heard of Yuan Qi's talent for pretense, but he had not anticipated the extent of it. Thus, he resolved to match him in this game. Raising his hand, Qin Lang signaled for the generals and soldiers to step back, then addressed Yuan Qi. I would ask you to dismiss your attendants. Observing the situation, Yuan Qi instructed his attendants to withdraw. Your Highness. The attendants hesitated, worried for his safety. Yuan Qi emphasized. Step back. Finally, the attendants retreated a few paces, leaving only Qin Lang and Yuan Qi in the vicinity. Yuan Qi urged, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Qin Lang stated, Yang Wanxiong is suspected of treason. If your Highness acknowledges such a person as your uncle, you may find yourself implicated. Suspected of treason? Impossible. Yuan Qi's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Chapter 94. 3 Blades. Yuan Qi found himself unsettled by a single utterance from Qin Lang, causing him to halt and inquire further. Meanwhile, within the confines of the tent, Yang Wanxiong, bound to the torture rack, swallowed the words he had nearly voiced upon hearing of the arrival of the second prince in the military camp. In a frenzy, he struggled and cried out, I am here. Second prince, save me. As he shouted, he laughed maniacally, proclaiming, Heaven has not forsaken me. The second prince has come to rescue me. Shen Ruojin, you dare to cause a ruckus in the protectorate and offend me, inciting the soldiers to retaliate against Xichang. Your actions are beyond redemption. When the second prince arrives, he will not spare you. Do not rejoice too soon. Shen Ruojin overheard the commotion outside the tent, the voices of Yuan Qi and Qin Lang faintly reaching him. The young prince remarked, He too leads an army of 200,000 in pursuit of the Shen forces. Yet, Yang Wanxiong, when the Shen army retreated to Shizhou, closed the city gates, refusing to assist or allow them entry, instead covertly aiding the Xichang forces and slaughtering our great Qi soldiers. Is this not treachery? Yuan Qi, incredulous, responded, Such a thing cannot be true. There must be some misunderstanding. I shall question Protector Yang further upon our meeting. Qin Lang continued, If Protector Yang is indeed a maternal uncle of the second prince, this complicates matters. Yuan Qi fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang, unhurried, added, I fear that those with ill intentions may fabricate that Protector Yang acted under the second prince's directive. Absolutely impossible. Yuan Qi vehemently denied. I am far removed in Shengjing and have never meddled in matters of the western frontier. Had it not been for my father's command, I would have remained ignorant of these events. The second prince hastily distanced himself, stating, Protector Yang is the offspring of my great-uncle and an exotic dancer, thus lacking any place in the Yang family tree. It was only a few years ago that my great-uncle, moved by his plight, took him back into the family. My true maternal uncle is someone else entirely. As for him, he is merely a distant relative. Did you hear that? The second prince does not even acknowledge you as a maternal uncle. At this opportune moment, Shen Ruojin seized the opportunity to manipulate Yang Wanxiong's mind. On what grounds do you believe the second prince has come to save you, rather than to send you to your demise? Yang Wanxiong's complexion turned ashen, exclaiming, No, that cannot be. You cannot deceive me. What motive would I have to deceive you? Many were involved 3 years ago. If you refuse to speak, I can easily inquire elsewhere. As for you, given your involvement, your death is of little consequence. With that, Shen Ruojin plunged a dagger into Yang Wanxiong. This blade is for my uncle and brother. Yang Wanxiong gasped in agony, but before his cries could escape, they were stifled. With ruthless precision, Shen Ruojin thrust the dagger into him a second time, piercing through his body and withdrawing it immediately. Blood splattered across her face, yet she did not flinch. This one is for my grandfather, who nearly perished at Luoyua Pass. Yang Wanxiong's wide eyes mirrored a fish struggling on a cutting board, desperately attempting to free himself from the restraints. Shen Ruojin extracted the dagger once more, delivering a third strike. This blade is for all the soldiers of the Shen army. As she withdrew the blade, she observed the 3 gaping wounds in Yang Wanxiong's body, her grip loosening as the cloth was stuffed into his mouth. The dagger clattered to the ground. Yang Wanxiong was rendered voiceless. If you refuse to speak, then take this secret to the king of hell. Shen Ruojin gazed at him with an unsettling calm, her demeanor chillingly composed. She picked up a white cloth from the table, meticulously wiping the blood from her hands. I will hunt down each person responsible for the harm done to my uncle and brother 3 years ago and eliminate them all. Young Wanxiang, filled with terror, silently pleaded in his final moments, "Your Highness, save me." At that moment, the second Prince Yuan Shi, alerted by the sound of weapons falling, burst into the tent with his entourage. Upon entering, he was confronted with the sight of Yang Wanxiang lifelessly hanging from the torture device. Yuan Shi beheld the blood-soaked figure of Yang Wanxiang, and the only other presence in the tent was a woman clad in dark attire, calmly wiping her hands with a white cloth. The bloody dagger lay on the ground, indicative that she had only acted decisively upon his arrival. Shen Shi? Yuan Shi had never previously encountered Shen Shi. Their first meeting occurred within this makeshift chamber of torment. With nearly a decade of age difference and no past interactions, their paths had not crossed since Shen Shi was brought to the western frontier. During the year she awaited marriage at the Linong Marquis' residence, she had scarcely ventured outside, rendering her invisible to the second prince. To Yuan Shi, the 10th daughter of the Shen family held no significance. He had already married his primary consort, and with her maternal uncle still alive, Shen Shi would not ascend as a concubine. With her maternal uncle deceased, she was even less deserving of his attention. Yet, none could have anticipated that this young woman would traverse great distances alone to rescue her grandfather and dare to seize the command talisman from Protector Yang, leading the Xichang forces to utter defeat. As Yuan Shi journeyed to the western frontier under imperial orders, reports of victories continually surfaced, each mentioning Shen Shi's name. As the second prince tasked with carrying out the emperor's will, he should have been furious, demanding an explanation for Shen Shi's execution of Yang Wanxiang. However, in that moment, as he gazed at Shen Shi, he found himself momentarily entranced. In their astonishment, the accompanying attendants rushed forward to check Yang Wanxiang's breath and pulse. "Your Highness, Protector Yang, he has no breath." Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. "Yang Wanxiang is dead?" The attendant confirmed. "He is completely lifeless." I wondered who had intruded. It turns out to be the esteemed second prince, Shen Ruojin said, unfazed, as she bowed respectfully. "Shen Shi, greeting the second prince." "Shen Shi, you possess an audacity beyond measure," Yuan Shi asserted, his tone stern. As the protector of the western frontier, regardless of his crimes, he should be escorted back to the capital for trial by the 3 departments, with the emperor rendering judgment. You, a mere woman, devoid of rank or title, dare to slay the current protector? The entourage echoed in unison. "Shen Shi, what punishment do you deserve?" Shen Ruojin tossed her handkerchief onto the table. "I had no intention of taking his life. Alas, he was intent on seeking death. The act was hers," she declared, with the weapon still lying on the ground. She had no desire to deny her actions, nor was there any need to do so. Yuan Shi struggled to maintain his composure. "Was it Yang Wanxiang who begged you to kill him?" Shen Ruojin replied, "While Yang Wanxiang did not implore me to end his life, his actions were not far from that." Yuan Shi was rendered speechless with indignation. Qin Lang entered the tent with measured steps, intrigued. "This is quite the tale. Perhaps the lady could enlighten the second prince on how Protector Yang met his demise." Yuan Shi glanced at Qin Lang, then at Shen Ruojin, sensing an air of ambiguity surrounding their relationship. It was difficult to discern whether this newlywed couple shared a bond of affection or enmity. Chapter 95. A trap. Shen Ruojin spoke solemnly. Yang Wanxiang, in a bid for self-preservation, claimed that it was the second prince who instructed him to cut off the food supplies to the Shen family's army, denying them assistance. He even closed the city gates when the Shen army retreated to Shizhou, leaving our 50,000 soldiers to be slaughtered by 20,000 from Xichang. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Such baseless accusations Yuan Shi vehemently denied, without a moment's hesitation. His father, the emperor, had grown old. As the second prince, born of the primary consort, he was the most likely candidate for the throne and could not be entangled in such filthy matters. "I share your sentiments," Shen Ruojin replied, the chill in her demeanor still evident, lending her words an air of sincerity. Although Yang Wanxiang's unfounded claims will be cleared by the tribunal upon his return to the capital, his desperation to absolve himself will lead him to employ every means possible. When 3 people spread a rumor, it becomes a tiger. The fear of public opinion could tarnish the second prince's reputation. I desire for Yang Wanxiang to speak the truth. In my rage, I may have acted too forcefully, and in doing so, are you suggesting that you accidentally killed General Yang? Such a grievous wound. With 3 stabs, could that truly be an accident? The second prince's attendant was utterly shocked. Who would believe such a statement? Did they think the seasoned schemers of the court were fools? if it were not for my inadvertence. Shen Ruojin glanced at Yuan Qi, implying that Yang Wanxiong had taken his own life out of guilt. None were naive. Yet, everyone harbored their own selfish motives. Since Yuan Qi could dismiss Yang Wanxiong as merely a distant relative, it was evident that he prioritized his own interests over the so-called familial ties. With General Yang bound in such a manner, how could he possibly take his own life? The attendant could hardly believe it. Qin Lang, puzzled by the attendant's incredulity, turned the conversation back to Yuan Qi. What say you, second prince? Yuan Qi thought to himself, what could I possibly say? Arriving here without even presenting the imperial edict, Shen Shi had thrust a heavy burden upon him. Yang Wanxiong, for his selfish desires, had betrayed the soldiers of Qi, implicating the second prince as the mastermind. Shen Shi claimed her actions were out of loyalty to the nation, capturing Yang Wanxiong, which led to the subsequent events. Even her killing of Yang Wanxiong was portrayed as a means to silence him for the second prince. Having lost a relative who served as the protector of the western frontier, Yuan Qi could not afford to openly confront anyone at this moment. To do so would only solidify the notion that he had instigated Yang Wanxiong's betrayal of the Qi's soldiers. If this narrative spread, it would ruin his reputation and alienate the people, benefiting only the other princes. As long as General Shen remained alive, the loyalty of the military and citizens in the West was still tied to the Shen family. In such times, the second prince could hardly afford to clash with Shen Shi over the deceased Yang Wanxiong. A gentleman waits patiently for revenge. The time to settle this score would come later. After much contemplation, Yuan Qi finally spoke. This prince believes that mission of the Shen family would not intentionally harm General Yang. As for General Yang's actions, I shall certainly uncover the truth behind them. Qin Lang remarked, then it rests upon your shoulders, your highness. Shen Ruojin thought to herself, truly, the second prince is adept at the art of avoiding direct confrontation. With his words, he neither directly accused her nor failed to leave room for future inquiries. While speaking, Yuan Qi discreetly observed the expressions of Qin Lang and Shen Ruojin. The young Lord Qin entered the tent, not exchanging a single word or glance with Shen Ruojin. Yang Wanxiong had met a tragic end at her hands, yet Qin Lang, as her husband, remained unfazed and offered no defense. Such behavior was undeniably perplexing. Yuan Qi then commanded his attendants, bring down Yang Wanxiong's body, wrap it in straw mats, and bury it here. It is inappropriate to leave it hanging. Yes, your highness. The attendants responded in unison. Shen Ruojin did not intervene, allowing them to proceed. As if suddenly recalling something, she inquired, what brings you here, second prince? I have come on the emperor's orders, Yuan Qi replied, tightening his grip on the imperial edict hidden within his sleeve. The emperor had sent 10 secret edicts to the western frontier without receiving any replies. A trusted minister had suggested that Shen Yi was becoming too powerful and harbored resentment from 3 years prior, potentially turning against the throne. Enraged, the emperor dispatched his legitimate son to convey his orders, summoning Shen Shi and Shen Yi back to the capital for questioning. However, given the present circumstances in Yushui City, the entire army followed Shen Shi's commands. Yuan Qi was determined to prioritize his own safety at such a moment. He could not reveal the emperor's decree to question the Shen family. With the edict securely concealed, Yuan Qi wore a facade of mild amusement. The emperor and the officials had heard of the turmoil in the western frontier, with General Shen valiantly defending against the enemy. Shen Shi and the other generals had repelled the soldiers of Xichang and launched a counteroffensive towards Yushui City. The emperor had specifically sent me to reward the troops. Your highness has come to reward the troops. Shen Ruojin feigned disbelief, though she masked her skepticism well, pretending to be genuinely convinced. Much like a minister who had suddenly gained the favor of a ruler, overwhelmed with emotion. Is this truly so? Indeed, Yuan Qi thought to himself, surprised by Shen Shi's intense reaction. It seemed he had stumbled upon an unexpected pitfall awaiting him. Moments later, Shen Shi asked, then how much gold and silver, as well as provisions, has your highness brought? What gold and silver provisions? Yuan Qi was momentarily at a loss, only to realize that Shen Shi was referring to the rewards for the troops. Hasn't Yushui City already been captured? As the main city of the province, Yushui City is quite prosperous. We could simply open the granaries and distribute the good things inside to the soldiers. The second prince spoke generously, but his actions amounted to borrowing flowers to offer as a gift, an act of generosity that was not his own. This may not work out as planned. Shen Ruojin feigned hesitation. Yuan Qi pressed, why wouldn't it work? Because the granaries of Yushui City are already empty. When the people of Xichang fled, they took all their riches with them. Qin Lang's talent for spinning tales had reached new heights. The resources of Yushui City had been nearly exhausted during the month-long siege. With what remained allocated for the army's basic needs, how could Yuan Qi expect to use these for favors? Since the second prince had stated his intention to reward the troops, he would naturally have to provide the funds himself. Shen Ruojin, sharing a tacit understanding with him, replied calmly, "It is precisely because there is nothing left in Yushui City that the soldiers have not received their rewards for their triumph. My grandfather is lamenting his inability to provide gold and silver delicacies for the soldiers. Thankfully, your highness has arrived today." Yuan Qi did not respond to this. Shen Ruojin continued, "The soldiers have long awaited your highness's arrival." Yuan Qi was immediately struck. No wonder I have felt as though I were walking into a trap. It was clear that Shen Shi had been anticipating him. Rewarding the troops was no small matter. He almost bit his tongue to restrain himself from reacting too harshly. Rewarding the troops could wait. First, this prince must pay a visit to General Shen.